Chapter 1. The good news is that I've transcended the bad news. My name is Li Xia. The fortunate tidings are that I have traversed into a world of cultivation, endowed with commendable talents. The unfortunate tidings, however, are that this body harbors another soul. A female one, a love-struck mind. The even worse news is that she and I are still taking turns to seize control of this body every day. What are you mumbling about? Shu Qiuqiao inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing, well, I was merely lamenting my fate, Li Xia replied. By the way, did you read this book before you crossed over? Shu Qiuqiao asked, her gaze fixed on the seemingly endless mountain path ahead. Not at all. Li Xia shook his head in resignation. The pressing concern was not the act of transmigration itself, but rather that he could not ascertain whether he had entered a male-oriented or female-oriented narrative. In malicentric stories, one simply cultivates either one survives from start to finish, ultimately slashing foes until one's hands are sore, or one goes straight to the killing. There's no need for excessive contemplation. However, if it were a female-centric tale, Li Xia dared not fathom what kind of world that would be. By the way, don't you guys in malicentric stories just kill upon sight, without any reasoning? Shu Qiuqiao curiously asked. Well, not entirely. We do engage in reasoning at times, Li Xia patiently explained, shaking his head slightly. Oh, when does that happen? Shu Qiuqiao asked, somewhat surprised. When our cultivation level is inferior, of course. Amid their idle chatter, the two, or rather, one arrived before the mountain gate. The imposing gate stood majestically atop a sheer cliff. On either side, colossal stone lions loomed, intimidating any would-be challengers. Above the gate hung a grand stone tablet inscribed with the name of the sect, Lingyang Palace. Within the gate lay a spacious courtyard, lush with verdant trees, where the melodic chirping of birds mingled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. A clear pond lay before the corridor, where goldfish frolicked. Numerous pavilions and towers adorned either side, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, exuding grandeur. In the distance, the rear hall of the sect loomed majestically atop the mountain, a formidable presence, as if it were a conduit connecting heaven and earth, evoking a sense of the vastness and depth of the path of cultivation. What a beautiful mountain gate! Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Li Xia shrugged internally, hoping that when the massacre occurred, the gate would retain its beauty. At that moment, a dismissive scoff sounded nearby. Who is this country bumpkin making a ruckus before my immortal sect? Shu Qiuqiao looked up to see a female disciple whose appearance, if Li Xia were to score, would likely earn a 7 or 8 out of 10. Yet, her enchanting eyes imbued her entire demeanor with a delicate charm. She resembled a pristine white lotus. It's a pity about her tongue, Li Xia mused. This senior sister, you are. Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish her sentence, the girl interrupted her. Don't call me senior sister, I am the direct disciple of the third elder. A country girl like you. Are you male or female? Never mind. With someone like you, once you enter, you'll be relegated to the position of a servant, and you'll have to greet me as Shu. It was no wonder the female disciple couldn't discern whether Li Xia or Shu Qiuqiao was male or female, that Li Xia and Shu Qiuqiao shared a visage that simultaneously exuded both masculine and feminine qualities, with a hint of aloofness in their brows, deep-set eyes, and finely chiseled feature-sharp male angles blended with soft female curves. Typically, when Li Xia and Shu Qiuqiao exchanged identities, they would choose different attire to better express their gender traits. As for their actual gender, don't ask, it wouldn't be advantageous for you. Senior sister, actually am. What do you mean actually? If you wish to enter, you must start as a servant. Hurry up and step inside, don't block the light at the entrance. Oh, I truly can't endure this. Li Xia took a deep breath inwardly. Hey, Shu Qiuqiao, what is our cultivation level? GNY? Shu Qiuqiao instinctively replied in her mind. And what is the cultivation level of this little girl? Shu Qiuqiao scrutinized the female disciple, but found herself at a loss for words. Wait, have you read nothing about cultivation theory? She is at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment. Is the sword hanging at your waist merely for show? Draw it and strike her. I think it's rather inappropriate to resort to violence over such a trivial matter. We should first try reasoning with her, especially since we have pressing matters at hand. As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao took out a token from her robe and simultaneously dispelled the concealment of her aura. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, compelling the female disciple to stagger back several steps, even landing on the ground. Her meticulously designed white dress was immediately stained with dirt. So, I've come here for a matter, Shu Qiuqiao said gently. Could you kindly guide me? I wish to meet your sect leader. Chapter 2. Are your minds plagued with folly? Who dares to act recklessly outside the gates of my Lingyang Palace? In an instant, A streak of light pierced through the mountain gate and arrived beside the female disciple. Wow, a handsome cultivator. He possesses a chilling demeanor, so striking. Shu Qiuqiao, you must be aware that I can hear your innermost thoughts. Li Xia sighed, surveying the figure before him. Tall and statuesque, his countenance resembled that of a finely crafted statue. His long hair, as dark as ink, flowed gently in the wind, exuding a unique, ethereal aura. His elegantly arched brows hinted at an aloof disposition, deterring any who might dare approach. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Li Xia merely took note of the man's cultivation level, peak foundation establishment, a half-step away from the core formation stage. In this world, practitioners delineate their cultivation journey into various realms. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, void crossing, and great ascension. As for what lies beyond, it is referred to as becoming an immortal. However, for Li Xia, discussing immortals held little significance. As the most formidable cultivator within the Daxia dynasty was merely the master of his Taoyuan view, a mere pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The cold man cast a disdainful glance at Shu Qiuqiao and coldly remarked, "Why do you trample upon my sect's disciples outside the gates of Lingyang Palace? Even if you possess golden core prowess, I, Shen Qingfeng, shall not fear you in the slightest." Ah, how could I have possibly wronged your disciples? Is it not this woman who foolishly leapt forward? Hey, wait, sister, aren't you going to strike them down? If you don't act soon, I might succumb to my inner demons. Shen Qiuqiao, it hurts so much. The delicate white lotus, with an expression of feigned fragility, tugged at Shen Qingfeng's sleeve, and the earlier haughty demeanor had vanished without a trace. At this moment, she resembled a truly captivating white lotus. Li Xia felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What ails you? Do you not find it appealing? Shu Qiuqiao spat inwardly, feeling a sense of disgust at the sight of the two entangled in their melodrama. Ruan, fret not. Your elder brother shall take you back to tend to your wounds, Shen Qingfeng said tenderly, his earlier coldness cast aside. At that moment, seeing Shen Qingfeng turn to leave, Shu Qiuqiao stepped forward, eager to present the Taoyuan view's insignia, only to be interrupted by Ruan's pained exclamation. Shen Qiuqiao, do not fear. I am here. Regardless of your origins or intentions, please wait. Lingyang Palace never turns a blind eye to such provocations. Shen Qingfeng shot a frosty glare over his shoulder before vanishing like a streak of light, leaving Shu Qiuqiao to witness Ruan's haughty glance directed at her. What manner of individuals are these? Shu Qiuqiao sighed in exasperation. The members of this sect seem to possess an unusual mindset, do they not? Li Xia echoed her sentiments, albeit from a slightly different angle. Do you think those two are utterly deranged? Are we perhaps caught in a narrative meant for a female audience? Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao's spirits lifted instantly. Female narratives are splendid. I excel in such tales. I have read countless female-centric novels and am well-versed in all their tropes. Indeed, quite remarkable, Li Xia shrugged nonchalantly, as if invigorated by her familiarity with the genre. Shu Qiuqiao burst with energy. Since this is a female narrative, refrain from interjecting and watch as I skillfully orchestrate their downfall. Oh no, I mean their ruin. Wait, what should I say in such a moment? At that juncture, a warm-faced young man emerged from the sect, appearing no older than 23 or 24. His demeanor gentle and reminiscent of a spring breeze. Yet despite his youthful visage, Li Xia discerned the overwhelming aura of power emanating from him. This individual's cultivation was likely second only to his own, among the few with core formation or higher in the Danyang Palace. Only one could be considered as equal. It seemed that the individual before him was indeed their intended contact, the master of Danyang Palace, Danyangzi. Let us swiftly present the insignia and conclude our business, so we may return home, Li Xia sighed. Not so, came Shu Qiuqiao's resolute response. I intend to infiltrate Danyang Palace as a rogue cultivator, dismantling them from within and demonstrating my prowess. Are you a sound mind? Li Xia frowned. At that moment, Danyangzi spoke. Are you, esteemed friend, a rogue cultivator seeking refuge in Danyang Palace? What? Are you also lacking in judgment? Li Xia exclaimed in shock. Chapter 3. You do not intend to take action against them, leaving them to linger for the new year? Upon receiving Shu Qiuqiao's affirmative response, Danyangzi felt a surge of excitement. It is well known that within the Daxia Kingdom, while Danyang Palace is not deemed a weak sect, it cannot be considered exceedingly powerful either. Once, Danyang Palace thrived, even overshadowing Taoyuan view, boasting 3 peak nascent soul elders and 7 golden core cultivators at its zenith. However, times have changed, and as the 3 nascent soul elders returned to the void, he, a rather lackluster disciple, was left to inherit the sect. Presently, counting Shu Qiuqiao, who is half a step into core formation, there are only 3 golden core cultivators remaining, placing them barely within the top 15 of the Daxia Kingdom. Yet, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Danyang Palace still retains ample resources and treasures. During this period, Danyangzi has been relying on these remaining resources to recruit disciples and rogue cultivators, striving to restore the glory of Danyang Palace. Thus, Shu Qiuqiao's arrival seemed like a dream come true for Danyangzi. You all must be insane. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when it's time for a body swap. Li Xia silently cursed, choosing to withdraw his consciousness and rest, too apathetic to observe Shu Qiuqiao's maneuvers. Esteemed friend, may I inquire your name? Danyangzi, just about to usher Shu Qiuqiao inside, realized he had not asked for her name and quickly added, "Call me Shu Qiao," she replied with a smile. "Very well, Shu Qiao. Allow me to show you around Danyang Palace," Danyangzi proposed. Naturally, I would be delighted. As Danyangzi prepared to escort Shu Qiuqiao through the mountain gate, a chilling figure approached them. Master. Shen Qingfeng returned to the mountain gate, and upon spotting Danyangzi, quickly bowed in greeting. "Qingfeng, you have arrived at a fortuitous moment. This is my esteemed friend, Shu Qiao. Shu Qiao, this is my disciple, Shen Qingfeng. We have met before," Shu Qiuqiao replied with a faint smile, appearing entirely unfazed by their previous encounter. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice emerged from behind Shen Qingfeng. So this esteemed elder, Shu Qiao, is a rogue cultivator seeking refuge. Ruan emerged from behind Shen Qingfeng, slightly bending her knees, appearing delicate and fragile. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Since we shall all be cultivators of Danyang Palace from now on, I shall not hold your actions against you. What have I done to you?" Shu Qiuqiao momentarily lost her focus, missing the prime opportunity to retort, only to hear Danyangzi inquire, "What unpleasantness transpired before the mountain gate?" It was nothing merely. Before Shu Qiuqiao could utter her words, she was interrupted by Ruan's delicate voice. "It's nothing. I just asked the senior what brought them to the mountain gate, and before I knew it, I was accidentally knocked to the ground. It was Ruan's lack of skill. The senior likely did not intend to harm me. My cultivation is too weak, which is why I was injured. How can you twist the truth?" Shu Qiuqiao's words were once again cut off, this time by Shen Qingfeng. "My fellow Taoist Shu Qiao claims to be here to join my Danyang Palace, yet behaves so arrogantly, injuring my sect's disciples at our mountain gate. Master, please allow me to be bold. I truly cannot trust this Taoist to be accepted into our sect." Shen Qingfeng's handsome, cold visage bore a barely perceptible hint of anger and disdain. "Although Danyang Palace is currently lacking in talent, our foundation remains strong. It is only prudent to guard against any ill-intentioned individuals who may have designs against us. Is there truly anything worth coveting in your meager possessions?" Li Xia cursed inwardly. "Haven't you gone to sleep?" Shu Qiuqiao asked, perplexed. "Enough! Are you not going to take action? Will you leave it be until the new year? Listen to me, this is clearly a narrative for female readers. Engaging in the senseless violence typical of male genres is futile. Watch how I resolve this." Shu Qiuqiao smiled with confidence, already devising a multitude of strategies to deal with the green tea bitch upon her appearance. She then said, "Taoist Shun, your remarks are somewhat biased. We practitioners seek only to progress further. Where is the ulterior motive in that? Moreover, if we speak of motives, we scattered cultivators come to join your esteemed sect merely in search of partners and resources. Since your sect seeks to recruit talent, surely you must be willing to invest something as well? Are you truly attempting to reason with him?" Li Xia muttered. "This." Danyangzi observed the unfolding situation, somewhat at a loss. He indeed desired to recruit more cultivators to expand the sect. However, Shen Qingfeng was his most prized disciple, blessed with exceptional talent, with the potential to even advance to the nascent soul stage in the future. If he were to admit Shu Qiuqiao into the sect, any conflict between the two would pose a considerable dilemma for him as the sect leader. At that moment, Ruan tugged at Shen Qingfeng's sleeve. "Senior brother Shen, I truly have not been harmed. Master S' intention in admitting scattered cultivators is for the future development of the sect, and you need not be so agitated on my account." Upon hearing this, Danyangzi could not help but sigh in relief, grateful that his most cherished disciple was so level-headed and capable of mediating. A retreat to advance. What profound tea artistry. However, Shu Qiuqiao interpreted this differently. This little white lotus appeared to be mediating, yet in truth was fanning the flames. As expected, upon hearing Ruan's words, Shu Qiuqiao showed no sign of relenting, but instead lowered his head with a pained expression directed at Ruan. Ruan, you need not demean yourself in such a manner. Today, I will not allow this unidentified individual to enter the mountain gate of Danyang Palace. With that, he abruptly drew the sword from his waist, its cold gleam flashing as it pointed directly at Shu Qiuqiao. Should you refuse to descend the mountain today, do not blame me for being impolite. Ah, is the battle plot arriving so swiftly? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in shock. Li Xia, it's about to escalate. Wake up, I don't know how to fight. With a sword pointed at her, Shu Qiuqiao maintained an outward calm, yet inside, she was screaming in panic. However, the previously vocal Li Xia had fallen completely silent, seemingly entranced in deep slumber. In other words, asleep. This left Shu Qiuqiao in a predicament. She truly did not know how to fight and was terrified at the sight of blood. With a sword aimed at her, her mind was consumed with thoughts of impending doom, unable to conceive anything else. Let us speak amicably. Why resort to blades and firearms and ruin our harmony? Shu Qiuqiao took a silent step back, striving to keep her voice steady, but Shu Qiuqiao caught the tremor. You, a golden core cultivator, dare not face my sword as a half-step to core formation? I suspect your cultivation is merely a fade, relying on some fortunate encounter to feign strength, intending to deceive my Danyang Palace for sustenance. Shu Qiuqiao did not sheath his sword but instead pressed forward, his cold gaze fixated on Shu Qiuqiao. What? Will you draw your sword? Are you afraid? You dare bully a mere foundation establishment cultivator, yet hesitate to confront me? We are all beings of reason. Why must it come to this? Shu Qiuqiao placed a hand on the sword's hilt, but the truth was, she couldn't even claim to have mastered swordsmanship, let alone spells, possessing only a handful of superficial techniques. If it came to blows, she was hardly confident she could best Shu Qiuqiao, especially with Danyangzi observing. What to do? Should I flee? Regret surged within Shu Qiuqiao. At that moment, Danyangzi also sensed something amiss, his gentle demeanor abruptly turning cold. Qiuqiao is correct. Given your cultivation level, your behavior is indeed unbecoming. What is your true intent in coming to my Danyang Palace? This? No, I did not. As a female university student, Shu Qiuqiao had never encountered such a scene. In her flustered state, she suddenly recalled the talisman from Taoyuan Temple tucked within her robes. Upon remembering this token, she felt a modicum of steadiness. It's fine. Though things have spiraled out of control, as long as I present this token, I can prove my origins. Surely, in light of Taoyuan Temple, they would not dare harm me. I merely came to deliver a message. Everything will be all right. With this thought, she hastily reached into her robe to retrieve the token. But a flash of sword light grazed her finger, causing her to wince softly. A few drops of blood trickled down her slender finger, staining her collar with vivid crimson blossoms. My dear Taoist Shu Qiuqiao, it would be wise to refrain from any underhanded actions. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's icy words, Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the blood flowing from her fingertip, appearing utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Silence enveloped the mountain gate. The birds were mute, and even the slightest whisper of wind was absent, save for the rhythmic tolling of the bell echoing through the mountains. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, 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 dong. The bell tolled 10 times. Finally, the hour of you had arrived. Shu Qiuqiao slowly lifted her head. Her face bore no discernible change, yet it felt as though everything had transformed. The original Shu Qiuqiao exuded a gentle aura, akin to a soft flower, pure and untainted. Yet now, the contours of her delicate visage conveyed a sharpness reminiscent of masculinity, the feminine softness seemingly replaced with an eerie allure. She glanced at her wounded finger, then at Shu Qiuqiao, who was advancing with sword drawn, and smiled faintly. In the next moment, a column of blood shot skyward, a head spinning twice midair before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of blood-tinged dust. Blood stained her garments, the once vibrant flowers that had dripped on her collar, now overshadowed by a more impactful crimson hue. In mere seconds, she was clad in a robe soaked in blood. Ah! Ruan's scream echoed outside the mountain gate. A talisman was unleashed, and countless streaks of light surged from the surrounding peaks, rushing towards this location. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Xia cast aside the longsword in his hand, simultaneously wiping away a drop of blood that had trickled down to the corner of his mouth. You all just relish your little game of reasoning, did you not? Now it is my turn to play. Chapter 5. What? You truly intend to kill over this? Why, pray tell, are you so insistent? The movements of Dan Yangzi were swifter than his words. A gleaming sword materialized in his grasp, and in an instant he lunged forward, appearing right before Li Xia. Is a reason truly necessary? Li Xia raised his hand to block Dan Yangzi's forceful strike, casting a sidelong glance to see that Ruan had been so frightened that she sat frozen on the ground as countless rays of light surged toward the mountain gate. Based on Li Xia's deductions, in the face of a golden core cultivator, they would likely refrain from activating the protective formation of their sect just yet. As the saying goes, the sound of cannons signifies immense wealth. The full activation of the protective formation would be no different, consuming an unfathomable number of spirit stones every passing moment. Thus, he could entirely annihilate this group of lovesick fools before they were compelled to summon their protective formation. Wait a moment, you actually intend to kill over just a few exchanged words? Shu Qiuqiao cried out in her heart. Drawing a sword necessitates the readiness to be cut down. In the blink of an eye, Li Xia once more deflected Dan Yangzi's sword. With a furious roar in his heart, he swiftly countered with a thrust aimed directly at Dan Yangzi's heart. This child wields his techniques with great ruthlessness. Dan Yangzi barely evaded the strike, but a deep gash now marred his chest, prompting yet another gasp of horror from Ruan. At that moment, a third figure forcefully entered the fray. Yang Shuzi, the third golden core cultivator of Danyang Palace. Or should it be considered the second? Li Xia mused within. Can we win this? Perhaps we should flee. One corpse, two lives. Ah! What have you done? What have you done? In the midst of Shu Qiuqiao's screams, Li Xia suddenly closed the distance to Dan Yangzi, gripping his wrist to intercept Dan Yangzi's next strike. Just as Dan Yangzi managed to break free from Li Xia's iron grip, Li Xia delivered a fierce kick to his dantian. Dan Yangzi was sent staggering back several feet, and Yang Shuzi, just approaching, had yet to grasp the situation when Li Xia unexpectedly closed in. In an instant, Li Xia's sword pointed at Yang Shuzi's chest, and with a twist of the hilt, the blade sank downwards along Yang Shuzi's torso. Amidst Yang Shuzi's agonized screams, Li Xia brutally eviscerated him, the viscera spilling forth from the gaping wound, pooling upon the ground. Ugh! Ugh! Li Xia, ugh! Could you refrain from regurgitating in my mind? Li Xia sighed inwardly, contemplating that this may be a tad too shocking for a university student. At this moment, Dan Yangzi re-entered the battlefield, only to find that beside the headless corpse of Shen Qingfeng lay yet another grotesquely deceased body, his own junior disciple. Rage surged through him, his eyes bulging as he charged forward with his sword wielded almost recklessly, resembling an enraged beast. I shall kill you! The shout was loud, but ultimately futile. Li Xia sidestepped Dan Yangzi's wild slashes, countering with a swift strike that severed his sword-wielding arm at the root. Blood splattering as Dan Yangzi crumpled helplessly to the ground. It was time to deliver the victory speech. Li Xia approached, his sword poised at Dan Yangzi's brow. Why? Dan Yangzi spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to inquire. Because, never mind, there is no reason. Li Xia paused to ponder the rationale behind such a question, but soon abandoned the thought. To kill you is merely to kill you. What need is there for justification? He lifted his sword, his voice icy as frost. Villains perish due to excessive chatter, though I am not a villain. Farewell. Just as Li Xia prepared to end Dan Yangzi's life with a single strike, Ruan suddenly lunged between the two. Please spare my master. Ruan, weeping like a rain-soaked flower, bore a delicate visage marred by tear trails. Yet she appeared anything but unattractive. Rather, she exuded an air of endearing vulnerability. Everything hinged upon Ruan's plea. As long as you spare my master, I shall become your servant, toiling like an ox or horse. Please, I beseech you, spare my master. Spare Danyang Palace. Ruan, you need not go to such lengths. Witnessing Ruan's tear-streaked face, Dan Yangzi struggled to rise, yet found himself utterly unable. Her tears. Even I feel a pang of sympathy. Well, Li Xia, perhaps we should. Observing Ruan in such distress, even Shu Qiuqiao, who had vowed to tear apart any green tea bitches, couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Besides, they had not truly committed any heinous acts. Their crimes hardly warranted death. When you say you would be willing to serve like an ox or horse, does that imply I could command you to do anything? Upon hearing this, Li Xia scrutinized Ruan from head to toe. Sensing his unabashed gaze, Ruan shivered but still endeavored to straighten her posture, showcasing her graceful figure. No, Li Xia, what are you planning? You lecher. What do you intend to do with Ruan? Shu Qiuqiao and Dan Yangzi nearly shouted in unison. What do you mean by what? In a moment like this, what do you think should be done? Li Xia shrugged, unsure whether he was responding to Dan Yangzi or Shu Qiuqiao, before twirling his sword to create a dazzling display of swordplay. No, Li Xia, this plot is about to breach age ratings. Why you? Shu Qiuqiao had barely begun to voice her concerns when she let out another shriek, while Dan Yangzi could only stare in shock at the beautiful figure before him, as the exquisitely charming head rolled from her fair neck like a ball. Of course, I had to cut it off. Otherwise, should I keep it for the new year as a festive decoration? Li Xia replied with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 6. Wouldn't exterminating an entire family be a tad excessive? Ruan. Dan Yangzi painstakingly crawled to Ruan's side, cradling her yet unclosed head in his arms, attempting to reattach it to her neck. At that moment, Ruan's eyes still reflected the shock that had yet to fade, whether from the decisive brutality of the one before her or from the sudden failure of her previously infallible charm. You may as well kill me. After several futile attempts, Dan Yangzi resigned himself, kneeling on the ground while holding Ruan's head, seemingly awaiting the judgment of fate. Li Xia. No, this is truly a bit too much. I told you not to regurgitate in my mind. Li Xia shrugged, and once more, amidst Shu Qiuqiao's screams, he severed Dan Yangzi's head with a single stroke. As Li Xia kicked Dan Yangzi's head aside, the myriad disciples of Danyang Palace who had been cultivating nearby finally arrived on the scene. So, we've more or less done enough killing. Shall we take our leave? Shu Qiuqiao timidly suggested in her heart. What are you saying? This time, it was Li Xia who looked utterly bewildered. We have just eliminated the only 3 golden core cultivators of their sect. Surely that is sufficient, is it not? Shall we depart? Shu Qiuqiao reiterated her point, but Li Xia shook his head in utter incomprehension. You see, within Danyang Palace, including the miscellaneous disciples, there are around 300 disciples in total. Correct? Right. Perhaps. Shu Qiuqiao also began to waver in her certainty. Amidst the throng of 300 individuals, could there be anyone harboring animosity towards us? Surely there must be. After all, we have slain their revered leader, their esteemed senior brother, and their elders. It is likely that by the end of today, the Danyang Palace will be no more. Consider this. What if among these 300, there lies a hidden prodigy of cultivation? Should he ascend to a realm beyond ours in the future, what then would become of our fates? As Shu Qiuqiao stood speechless, Li Xia nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the most prudent course of action for us now is to eradicate them all here. Let us sever any future threats. The night had deepened, the moonlight scarce, and a cold wind swept through the shattered palace gates, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Xia stood tall as a pine, his silver strands dancing gently in the night breeze. His gaze was frigid, sweeping over the trembling disciples as though they were mere insects under his scrutiny. Fear not. Li Xia's voice was calm, yet unyielding, echoing within the vast emptiness of the palace. Tonight, I am not here to slay the innocent. The disciples exhaled in relief, yet their tension mounted once again, uncertain of his next move. However, the existence of Danyang Palace had lost all significance. Li Xia advanced slowly, his footsteps resonating clearly in the silent night. His palm rose slightly, and a powerful surge of true energy began to coalesce in the air. Li Xia's energy surged like the tide, causing the entire palace to tremble minutely. This night, I shall erase Danyang Palace from the realm of cultivation. As his words fell, he swung his hand fiercely, unleashing a torrent of true energy that swept forth like a tempest. The pressure in the air intensified abruptly, and the structures of Danyang Palace began to crack, stones scattering in all directions. Over 300 disciples screamed in terror, attempting to muster their feeble energies in resistance. But it was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Li Xia's gust of energy descended like divine retribution, instantly leveling the entirety of Danyang Palace to the ground, dust swirling as smoke enveloped the area. Like flying swords, sharp winds scattered wildly, seemingly imbued with consciousness as they pursued every remaining soul. As the dust gradually settled, not a stone remained standing in Danyang Palace, while Li Xia's figure remained resolute. Akin to a mountain, his gaze, devoid of warmth, roamed over the ruins of what was once Danyang Palace, his heart as calm as a still lake. Within the remnants of Danyang Palace, a scene of carnage unfolded. The ground was littered with shattered stones and broken beams, the crumbling walls exuding a faint dust. Corpses lay scattered about, the cultivators and disciples reduced to a gruesome tableau. In this wasteland, countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, some crushed beneath debris, others twisted in grotesque forms, their blood staining the earth. The stench of blood wafted from the bodies of the cultivators, their pale faces etched with terror and despair. Young disciples lay together, some decapitated, others with deep wounds still oozing blood. In a corner at the edge of the ruins, the body of a cultivator remained seated, seemingly guarding the palace in its final moments. His eyes were hollow, hands clutching a broken sword, blood saturating his garments, yet his posture exuded unwavering resolve. "Stop, please stop." Since Li Xia commenced his massacre, Shu Qiuqiao's screams had not ceased, becoming a source of irritation for him. "No, you truly killed them all? We are righteous cultivators, not evildoers. Do you even comprehend what it means to be a righteous cultivator? Regardless, none of them can disseminate the news of my actions. And as long as my cultivation is sufficiently high, who would dare claim I am not righteous?" Li Xia shrugged, casting one last glance around before he heaved a sigh, muttering, "Shattered stones interred with heroic souls, crumbling walls lamenting the lost spirits. The corpses of cultivators lie bloodied, past glories now reduced to smoke. The cold moon and waning sun rend the heart, desolate winds weep in solitude. The palace gates stand ajar, unheeded by any, who mourns the chilling fate of the once vibrant. Since I have relished in this slaughter, I shall take my leave." "Who are you speaking to?" Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback, only to witness Li Xia turn and stride away from the mountain gate. Suddenly, he dashed through the nearby woods with astounding speed, finding refuge in a corner of the ruins. "No, Li Xia, what are you doing?" Shu Qiuqiao was once again stunned. "Shu, be quiet." Li Xia gestured for silence. The true spectacle is yet to unfold. At that moment, a half-grown child was laboriously extricating himself from the ruins. Chapter 7. New number, no mischief. In the desolate expanse of rubble, dust swirled, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The former grandeur of Danyang Palace had dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only broken walls and charred wooden pillars, silently narrating the horrors of the past. In the central square, beneath the piles of stones, lay the bodies of child disciples, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and disbelief even in death. Amidst this silent ruin, a 10-year-old child, clad in tattered robes, struggled to emerge from beneath the debris. His small face was smeared with dust and blood, hands trembling as he pushed off the stones weighing down on him. When he finally stood, his gaze traversed the remnants of the training hall where he once practiced meditation, now utterly destroyed, leaving only a heap of wreckage. His eyes brimmed with anguish and hatred, fixating on the familiar faces that once brought him joy, now cold and lifeless. His small hands unconsciously clenched, the dirt and blood mingling into a muddy stain. A surge of intense hatred and despair welled within him as he surveyed the shattered remnants of his life. Resting upon a torn sect banner, he knelt, grasping a piece of the broken flag tightly in his hand, tears mingling with dirt. "I will have my revenge," he whispered fiercely, his voice small yet filled with unwavering resolve and fury. As the child trembled with determination, vowing to make the world pay for the annihilation of Danyang Palace, an invisible force seemed to sweep the dust aside, and Li Xia's figure silently appeared behind him. Li Xia's expression was inscrutable, his deep-set eyes fixed upon the child. He observed the small figure driven by hatred and despair, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his gaze. "Little one, will the vengeance you seek truly bring you what you desire?" Li Xia's voice resonated deeply, echoing through the stillness of the ruins. "No, Li Xia, wait. He is just a child." Shu Qiuqiao shouted fervently in her mind. "Fear not. I do not slay the young or the old." Li Xia gently patted the child's shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Now, tell me, do you truly wish for revenge?" "I do." A fierce killing intent erupted from the child, and Li Xia nodded approvingly. "Very well, you possess great ambition." Just as Shu Qiuqiao felt a sense of relief, Li Xia abruptly drew his sword from his waist, piercing the child's heart. The child shuddered lightly a few times before falling silent. "Li Xia, you said—" "I did say that I do not slay the young or the old." Li Xia withdrew his sword from the child's chest, casually flicking off the blood before innocently stating, "However, I have always wielded a sword." Gazing down at the child's lifeless form, Li Xia shook his head slightly, about to leave when a thought struck him. He turned back and decisively severed the child's head. "Li Xia, what are you doing?" "I once read a novel," Li Xia replied earnestly. "In that story, The protagonist survived a massacre of his family as a child because his heart was situated on the right side. However, I didn't wish to search for the heart, so I simply removed the head. Shu Qiuqiao fell into silence. Subsequently, she beheld Li Xia once again departing through the mountain gate, only to circle back and return to the very corner where he had previously concealed himself. No, Li Xia. What do you mean? Shu. The true protagonists only make their entrance at this moment. Li Xia hushed, patiently waiting for a while, and indeed, another small child emerged from the ruins, glancing about, before suddenly kneeling with a thud before the corpse of the child. I. Before the small child could utter a word, Li Xia reappeared behind him. The child raised his head to glance at Li Xia, then at his headless companion, and sighed deeply. Newbie, don't mess around. Fear not, let us engage in a little game. If you win, I shall spare your life. Li Xia smiled as he produced a piece of candy and a small knife. Choose wisely, select correctly, and you shall live. What does this mean? Shu Qiuqiao inquired curiously. If he chooses the knife, it indicates his murderous intent is too great, and he cannot survive. And if he chooses the candy? If he selects the candy, it suggests he possesses deep and cunning thoughts, and he cannot live either. What if he chooses both? Selecting both would reveal his insatiable greed, and he cannot live. At that moment, the small child glanced around and ultimately retracted his hand, opting for nothing. Thank goodness. Shu Qiuqiao sighed in relief, for it seemed this child was quite astute, correctly discerning the right answer from the four options. However, she then witnessed a gleam of sword-like flicker once more in Li Xia's hand. The child who had just been standing there was now cleaved in two, lifeless beyond recovery. The fact that he chose nothing indicated a rebellious spirit, and thus he could not survive. After Li Xia spoke, he clapped his hands, glanced around, and approached the ruins from which the two children had emerged, slowly probing his head inside. At that moment, a small girl was huddled there, trembling in fear, too frightened to move. Little one, I used to hide much better than you. A sinister smile spread across Li Xia's face. Chapter 8. Hand over the eggs to the demon path. So, I summoned Dan Yangzi of the Danyang Palace to attend this current immortal cultivation conference, and you wiped out their entire sect. The jade slip was abruptly smashed onto the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Oh? That's about the gist of it. Shu Qiuqiao stammered, twisting her gaze towards her toes, internally pleading for help. Li Xia, this is your doing. You must think of how to explain this to the master. What is there to explain? Li Xia scoffed inwardly. Just tell the old monster that we did it very cleanly. All 337 members of the sect, from the sect leader to the children, have been confirmed dead. The eggs are thoroughly scrambled, and I even chopped the worms vertically. All the ant nests were scalded with boiling water, ensuring no one can trace it back to our Taoyuan view. When others investigate, they will simply attribute the blame to the demon path, stating that the Danyang Palace suffered a sudden attack from them, and Taoyuan view expresses profound condolences. No, do you really think the old monster? No. The master one, chop us up? At that moment, their master, Fengzi of Taoyuan view, sighed deeply. Was it done cleanly enough? To say what I told you to say. Under Fengzi's inquiry and Li Xia's urging, Shu Qiuqiao had no choice but to steel herself and say, Danyang. All 337 members of the Danyang Palace. We killed them all, ensuring no survivors, no news will leak out. Please don't chop me, please don't chop me. Shu Qiuqiao fervently cried within. Oh, that is quite well done. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Fengzi merely nodded as if it were to be expected. Make sure this matter is not disclosed to anyone. When the investigation occurs, we will shift the blame to the demon path. Just say, the Danyang Palace fell victim to a sudden attack from the demon path, and Taoyuan view expresses profound condolences. Well, just ensure your news doesn't leak out. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. At such a moment, shouldn't she be criticized for excessive bloodshed, with her master expressing deep disappointment in her and deeming her unfit to continue cultivating under his tutelage, either forcing her to forfeit her cultivation or banishing her? And if she were to lose her cultivation, her skills and spiritual roots would be inherited by another junior sister, who would then bask in adoration, while she would be left with. What bizarre female narrative is this? Li Xia interrupted Shu Qiuqiao's spiraling thoughts with a cold laugh. We are, after all, exceptionally rare spiritual roots. A single day of cultivation surpasses that of others for 10 years. Should the matter come to light, the old monster would likely assign the eldest senior brother to take the blame, but he wouldn't treat us this way. You male narratives are truly peculiar. Wait, am I actually in a male narrative right now? Shu Qiuqiao quipped, suddenly shuddering at the thought of the violent scenes typical of male narratives. recalling the massacre Li Xia had just perpetrated. Ah, thankfully it's a male narrative. Those fools from the Danyang Palace genuinely terrified me. Li Xia Shu Qiuqiao. And at that moment, Shu Qiuqiao had just exited Feng Zi's cave when she spotted a man and woman approaching slowly. The man was tall and handsome, exuding a neighborly warmth and a sense of stability. The woman was fresh and beautiful, with a slender and delicate figure, radiating an ethereal aura. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, releasing a faint fragrance, as if she were an elf from a celestial realm. I feel as though I have just seen my favorite pairing. What? What pairing? Li Xia was taken aback. The man quickly approached Shu Qiuqiao, grasping her arm and inspecting her from head to toe before letting out a sigh of relief. I heard that the junior sister you were visiting at the Danyang Palace encountered an attack from the demon path, and I have been worried for your safety. Thankfully, you haven't been harmed. He hesitated for a moment before addressing her as junior sister. Shu Qiuqiao Li Xia, known by the Tao title Su Jian, was also one of the three great mysteries of the Taoyuan view, alongside the other two mysteries. How powerful Fengzi truly was, and what was contained within the little junior sister's storage bag. The eldest brother is overly concerned. Shu Qiuqiao glanced at the indifferent expression of her junior sister beside her, silently retracting her arm. As long as Su Jian is fine, it would be difficult for me to know how to address it if something were to happen to you. Sensing Shu Qiuqiao's gaze, Shu Shui also revealed a slightly worried smile. These two were Shu Qiuqiao, Li Xia's eldest senior brother and junior sister. Eldest brother Li Chun was typically a warm-hearted individual, fond of caring for his younger disciples, fitting the mold of a standard eldest brother in a cultivation novel. As for the junior sister, Shu Qiuqiao could only say she was unsure. It felt as though if they conversed a little longer, she would be dragged into some sort of bloody scenario. Watching Li Chun speak animatedly, Shu Qiuqiao's thoughts swirled several times, ultimately deciding that retreating at this moment was the wisest choice. For no other reason than the fact that Shu Shui's gaze upon her was rather unnerving. That sensation, it felt akin to being regarded as prey. Do you think Shu Shui might feel that I am vying for her affection towards the senior brother and secretly set traps for me, ultimately leading to a dire confrontation? Shu Qiuqiao pondered silently within her heart. After hearing her words, Li Xia reflected for a moment before responding. I believe such a scenario is not without its possibilities. Thus, Shu Qiuqiao, I urge you to follow my guidance, and I assure you we can resolve this predicament. You possess experience in tackling such issues? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Rest assured, I am more adept than you might presume, Li Xia confidently asserted, patting his chest. With a mix of skepticism and trust, Shu Qiuqiao complied with Li Xia's instructions. First, she placed her hand upon her sword. Then, she subtly infused her true energy into the spirit's sword. Subsequently, she turned sideways to obscure the sword's view and drew it from its sheath, intending to cleave Shu Shui in two, thereby resolving the issue perfectly. Wait, what? As she completed the first step, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her to hastily restrain the sword in her grasp. But that is our junior sister. How can we sever her in twain with a single stroke? Chapter 9. I possess a ball that, when thrown, leaves the ground barren for 300 feet. TCH Li Xia scoffed inwardly before continuing. There is another solution, albeit slightly more troublesome. What method? Shu Qiuqiao inquired urgently. Observe. Li Xia gestured mentally towards Li Chun. Do you see that man at the peak of the Golden Core stage? Eliminate him, and the matter will be resolved. That is out of the question. Shu Qiuqiao mentally retorted, incredulous. Our junior sister? A junior sister? Huh? What is it, senior brother? Only then did Shu Qiuqiao realize she had been engrossed in conversation with Li Xia for too long, losing focus. She heard Li Chun say, Indeed, junior sister, you must be weary from your travels and disturbed by the demonic forces. I shall not intrude upon your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. With that, Li Chun bowed to Shu Qiuqiao and prepared to depart, followed closely by Shu Shui. As Shu Shui passed by, a small piece of paper was discreetly placed into her hand. Once the two had left, Shu Qiuqiao unfolded the paper to find written upon it, At the hour of the unknown, beneath the Bodhi tree on the secluded mountain, we shall meet in the Garden of Dreams. The meaning is for me to wait for her under the Bodhi tree on the back mountain at the hour of the unknown. After staring at the note for a moment, Shu Qiuqiao managed to decipher its significance. It seems to imply that what a pity. What do you mean by that? Shu Qiuqiao asked, puzzled. It is a pity that it is not yet the hour of the rooster. Otherwise, I could have stealthily dispatched her and buried her beneath the tree, Li Xia remarked nonchalantly. Are you serious? Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply, deciding to refrain from arguing with this madman for the moment, instead contemplating why the junior sister had chosen such a method to summon her. Was it a warning to keep her distance from the senior brother? Indeed, the senior brother seemed to have shown increasing concern for her lately. No. If it was merely a warning, why arrange the meeting in such a secluded location? Stop overthinking it. Meeting in such a place surely indicates an intent to eliminate you. Listen to me. Open your storage bag. Under Li Xia's insistence, Shu Qiuqiao hesitantly opened her storage bag, retrieving a black-red spherical object. What is this? She inquired, examining the ball in her hand. This is a thunderfire orb, specifically procured for you. There is no need for you to wield your sword. Simply infuse your true energy into it and throw it. And within a radius of 300 feet, even a golden core cultivator's physical form would not withstand a moment. Li Xia's voice brimmed with confidence. Yet Shu Qiuqiao could not help but shiver, nearly discarding the dangerous item. Why would you store such a perilous object in your bag? Are you not concerned about blowing yourself up? That would be my just desserts, Li Xia shrugged. At the hour of the unknown, the sun cast its slanted rays upon the Bodhi tree on the back mountain, creating dappled shadows. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. In this moment, the mountains were enveloped in tranquility, with only the cheerful songs of birds echoing through the woods. The emerald leaves of the Bodhi tree glimmered in the sunlight, resembling countless embedded emeralds. Ancient vines clung to the tree trunk, robust and powerful, as if time had frozen in this place, revealing the passage of years. At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao stood quietly beneath the Bodhi tree, her posture graceful as she leaned against the gnarled trunk. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze and exuding a faint fragrance. Junior sister Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the scene before her, momentarily entranced, and then softly called out. However, she still clutched the black-red sphere in her hand, reluctantly acknowledging the need to safeguard her own life. Ultimately, she retained the potentially explosive device close at hand, just in case. Upon hearing Shu Qiuqiao's call, Shu Qiuqiao opened her eyes, and upon seeing her, a flicker of delight ignited within her gaze, followed by a subtle blush. Senior brother Su Jian, the girl, hesitated slightly, lowering her head as she softly spoke. I thought you would not come. Well, it's not that I particularly wish to be here. Shu Qiuqiao awkwardly nodded, stepping forward, her grip on the thunderfire orb tightening. I wonder what prompted you to summon me in this manner? Senior brother Su Jian. The truth is, Shu Qiuqiao, the girl's head drooped even lower, and if one were to observe closely, they would notice her ears were slightly flushed. However, at that moment, Shu Qiuqiao was consumed by the fear of her life being threatened, completely oblivious to such minor details. Quickly, she is about to retrieve something from her storage bag. She is likely planning to attack you when you are unprepared. The timing is perfect. Toss the thunderfire orb, and it shall all be over. Li Xia urged anxiously within her mind. I cannot. After a moment of hesitation, Shu Qiuqiao finally whimpered inwardly. Oh dear, she's about to take it out. Throw it now. Hurry. Forget it, just run. If you escape for an hour, I shall emerge, and then I will deal with her. Do not let my body perish. Li Xia's tone grew increasingly frantic, bordering on exasperation. After a lengthy wait, Shu Qiuqiao finally retrieved the item she sought from her storage bag, lifting her head to say, Senior brother Su Jian. This is a small token of my appreciation, Senior brother Su Jian. What are you doing? At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao had already summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet, ready to launch herself into the sky and vanish from sight. However, upon hearing Shu Qiuqiao's words, she abruptly halted her true energy's flow, resulting in a moment of mutual astonishment as they locked eyes, the air around them seemingly frozen. You did not come to kill me? Shu Qiuqiao stammered after a prolonged silence. How could this be? Senior brother Su Jian's misunderstanding of Shu Qiuqiao shouldn't have escalated to this extent. Shu Qiuqiao, unaware of the sentiments she harbored, sighed softly and then extended a piece of jade pendant with both hands. Chapter 10. Trouble approaches me. Shu Qiuqiao took the jade pendant with a glance and noticed that it was crafted from exquisite Hetian jade, emanating a delicate luster and unique patterns. The pendant was shaped like a droplet of water, with gentle lines radiating a warm glow. On the front of the pendant, a pair of intertwining phoenixes were intricately carved, their wings overlapping like lifelong companions, embodying profound emotions and attachment. Ah, thank you, junior sister. This is very thoughtful of you. Shu Qiuqiao stammered, contemplating the awkwardness of rejecting a gift, ultimately deciding to accept the pendant. So, has senior brother Su Jian agreed? Upon seeing Shu Qiuqiao accept the pendant, Shu Shui's face flushed even deeper. Agreed to what? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback by Shu Shui's reaction, thinking, I merely accepted a gift. I didn't imply any obligation. Soon enough, she connected the dots. Oh, I see. Junior sister Shu Shui wants me to help you pursue senior brother. Rest assured, junior sister, I am quite adept at playing the wingman. I have helped numerous roommates find their partners in the past. You, who have never been in a relationship, are helping others find love? Did senior brother Su Jian not comprehend the significance of the jade pendant? However, Shu Qiuqiao noticed that Shu Shui, who had just appeared somewhat shy, suddenly turned pale, leaving her puzzled as to why. She could only nod in response. Sigh. Shu Shui sighed, and then anxiously ran her fingers through her hair. I've long known that with someone like senior brother Su Jian, I can only be straightforward. What? Shu Qiuqiao observed Shu Shui, who seemed to be rallying herself, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Would it have been better if I had just turned and walked away? No. It would have been better if you had thrown that thunderfire pearl instead, Li Xia remarked, relishing the unfolding drama. Yet, Shu Shui took a deep breath, locking eyes with Shu Qiuqiao, and spoke deliberately. Senior brother Su Jian, I like you and wish to become your Dao partner. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao slowly typed out a series of question marks. This is directed at me. No, junior sister, I'm actually female. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Shu Qiuqiao no longer cared about the agreement she had with Li Xia regarding the ambiguity of her physical form and hastily waved her hands. I know. To her surprise, Shu Shui responded with unwavering conviction. I can sense from senior brother Su Jian's reactions towards other seniors that you are not male. However, who says I can only like men? Oh no, it's still a GL story. Shu Qiuqiao mentally berated herself, momentarily neglecting her expression management. Pfft. Shu Shui chuckled softly. It's the first time I've seen senior sister Su Jian make that expression, so I shall call you senior sister from now on. Caught off guard, senior sister had no immediate retort to Shu Shui's declaration. Shu Shui could afford to wait. After all, then Shu Shui stepped closer, took Shu Qiuqiao's hand, and gently kissed her fingertips. As cultivators, what we lack the least is time, is it not? Having said that, Shu Shui strode away, leaving Shu Qiuqiao alone, bewildered in the wind. Hey, say something? Shu Qiuqiao thought, and even Li Xia fell silent. TSK. After a long pause, Li Xia finally exclaimed, this development doesn't resemble a typical male-oriented narrative. Should I bury her later? Returning to the cave dwelling, physically and mentally exhausted, Shu Qiuqiao glanced at the time. There was still a quarter of an hour until the evening hour. They exchanged control of their bodies daily at this time, meaning in 15 minutes, Li Xia would take over. Don't go and harm junior sister. Understood? Shu Qiuqiao repeatedly reminded herself. I know. Li Xia sighed in resignation. After receiving Li Xia's affirmation multiple times, Shu Qiuqiao nodded in satisfaction and began to meditate on the cushion, seeking tranquility. Before even a stick of incense had burned out, she once again slowly opened her eyes. My cultivation still yields no results. Li Xia sensed the energy within and realized his murderous intent was too strong. The pure and serene cultivation method of Taoyuan View was ill-suited for him, and he often felt as if his efforts were in vain. In contrast, Shu Qiuqiao displayed remarkable talent in her cultivation. Even a mere quarter hour of practice equated to a full day of his. Oh, suddenly, Li Xia acutely sensed a disturbance in the cave's protective formation. He had set up 3 layers of formations outside. The outermost layer was a visible protective barrier, while the other 2 layers were concealed. Anyone thinking they could break through merely one layer to enter would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Moreover, before anyone touched the outer barrier, Li Xia could sense their approach from within the cave. Junior sister Su Jian truly is vigilant. A gentle voice resonated from outside, belonging to senior brother Li Chun. Oh, it's senior brother Li Chun. Li Xia relaxed his tense posture slightly, but remained cautious, resting a hand on the sword at his waist as he stepped outside the cave. Bowing respectfully to Li Chun through the formation. May I inquire what brings senior brother Li Chun to seek junior sister Su Jian at this hour? It's not anything urgent. Li Chun awkwardly scratched his head, then handed over a small talisman bag. After some thought, I realized that as a senior brother, I haven't been attentive enough to junior sister Su Jian lately, so I gathered some spiritual herbs and crafted a few pills. Given that junior sister has been on the road and disturbed by demonic forces, she must be feeling fatigued. These pills will help her restore her spirit and calm her mind. Li Xia hesitated for a moment, but decided to part the formation slightly to accept the talisman bag. Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. We are all fellow disciples. This is only right. Li Chun clasped his hands in gratitude, then seemed to recall something and added, by the way, Master has summoned us to the discussion hall tomorrow for a meeting regarding the spiritual vein dispute. As he spoke, Li Chun sheepishly scratched his head. I initially intended to use this as an excuse to deliver the pills to Junior Sister, but upon arriving, I ended up prioritizing the matter of the pills instead. Chapter 11. The Spiritual Vein Dispute. I truly am a woman of great sins. After Li Chun departed, Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh. Indeed, senior brother and junior sister, a double kill. Who else but you? Recalling senior brother's expression, Li Xia, as a pure-blood straight man, shuddered slightly. Glancing at the pills in hand, without a moment's hesitation, Li Xia ignited a wisp of true fire, reducing the talisman bag's contents to ashes. He had never dared to consume pills gifted by others. As he returned to his cultivation, he found that no matter how he practiced, his progress was stagnant, forcing him to abandon the effort. Sigh. The long night stretches on. Perhaps I should refine some pills. In the midst of alchemical pursuits, the night slipped away in a fleeting moment. As dawn broke, within the council hall, the assembly had gathered. Are we all present? Fengzi inquired, surveying the room. He had 6 disciples in total. However, 2 had tragically perished on the path of cultivation, leaving him with 4. Besides Li Xia, Shu Qiuqiao, Li Chun, and Shu Shui, there was a 3rd disciple named Shi Yun, who had now attained the early stages of the Golden Core realm, making him a pillar of the sect. Master, may I ask what this dispute over the spiritual vein entails? The eldest disciple, Li Chun, was the first to voice his curiosity. Fengzi pondered for a moment before articulating. In the western frontier of the immortal realm, the earth suddenly trembled, revealing a legendary lost spiritual vein known as the Bichuan Dragon Vein, renowned for its rich spiritual energy and the rare spiritual treasures it produces. This disturbance has unleashed a copious amount of spiritual energy, swiftly enhancing the surrounding area's spiritual density, while several ancient spiritual herbs have resurfaced, capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. The contention over this spiritual vein is a matter of inevitability. No one would neglect such an opportunity, nor does anyone possess the capability to claim it peacefully. After deliberation among several sects, it was decided that only the younger generation of disciples would partake in this contest to prevent excessive depletion of the sect's resources. Thus, I have chosen you. Fengzi surveyed the assembly once more, delivering his decree. That truly sounds like a daunting task, Li Xia remarked, propping her chin on her hand, showing little regard for her master's authority. What makes you say that? Fengzi inquired, taken aback. Consider the peril. We stand to gain nothing from this venture. Li Xia's words trailed off as Fengzi lightly struck her on the head. How can the pursuit of a spiritual vein for the sect be deemed burdensome? And who has suggested there are no benefits? Fengzi retorted with a smirk, tossing a storage bag into the air. Inside are 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10,000 each for you, to cover your expenses on this journey. Moreover, any spiritual herbs you acquire during this contest will belong solely to you. I must also remind you that our absence is not solely due to concerns over potential losses affecting the sect. The reason this spiritual vein is called the Bailuo Dragon Spring is that deep within lies a dragon spring. Entering it allows cultivators to cleanse their meridians and enhance their foundations, a benefit only applicable to disciples at your stage. The dragon spring has lain dormant for millennia, and it has only just begun to produce enough water for 4 to cleanse their meridians. Oh, now that piques my interest, Li Xia exclaimed. Her initial disinterest transformed into enthusiasm. Having struggled with her cultivation, much of her progress was attributed to Shu Qiuqiao. The prospect of enhancing her foundation promised a significant acceleration in her training. Well then, it seems our foundations are already sufficient. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Shu Qiuqiao interjected quietly. Silence. Li Xia snapped back. Are there any further questions? The spiritual vein will open tomorrow at noon. You should set off now to arrive by the hour of the snake. If there are no objections, be on your way. With everyone comprehending the implication, Fengzi nodded and issued the dismissal. Li Xia, I'm feeling a bit anxious as they stood before the barrier sealing the spiritual vein, preventing rogue cultivators from seizing the opportunity. Shu Qiuqiao expressed her unease. What is there to be nervous about? We have 3 hours from noon to the hour of the rooster. Just charge ahead, and I'll emerge after 3 hours, Li Xia shrugged casually. Additionally, I packed 5 Thunderfire Pearls Plus in the storage bag. Once thrown, nothing will survive within 300 feet. If you find yourself in a tight spot, just toss one out. No, didn't I tell you not to store such dangerous items in the bag? Shu Qiuqiao shouted in frustration. ISN, for our safety? Li Xia Shu Qiuqiao. At that moment, their flying boat gradually descended, and the group arrived at the assembly point of Taoyuan Temple. Brothers and sisters, allow me to explain the itinerary for this endeavor. A Foundation establishment disciple awaited them at the gathering site, quickly bowing upon their arrival. For the opening of the spiritual vein, a total of 10 sects from the Great Xia Kingdom will participate, and we have also detected the presence of demonic factions. We have compiled vital information regarding the disciples of other sects in this jade slip for your reference. Furthermore, based on ancient records, we have prepared a rough map for your perusal. But given the passage of thousands of years, conditions within the spiritual vein may have altered significantly, so please exercise caution. As he spoke, he distributed 4 jade slips to the disciples. The demonic factions are involved. Could it be dangerous? Li Xiao murmured, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I'm feeling a bit scared. Shu Qiuqiao took the jade slip, trying to maintain her composure, but her heart raced uncontrollably. Demonic factions? Aren't we the scapegoats? Li Xiao scoffed, urging Shu Qiuqiao to read the information within the slip. After she finished, he nodded. They can all be eliminated. Just hold on to my body until the hour of the rooster, child. Chapter 12. It was said that within 300 feet, nothing survives. Noon approached. It was time to depart. The barrier before them began to dissolve, and as Li Chun declared their intent, he moved ahead, with Shu Qiuqiao cautiously following in his wake. She was not adept in combat. Should conflict arise, her only recourse would be to flee or negotiate, and the thought of not being able to escape was daunting. But if you can't run, you still have the Thunderfire Pearls, right? Nothing survives within 300 feet. That is far too dangerous. Shu Qiuqiao silently cursed. But as they ventured deeper, even she could sense the escalating concentration of spiritual energy in the air. With the increasing richness of the aura, the ordinary weeds underfoot began to transform into medicinal spiritual herbs. Yet, they were still merely on the periphery of this ancient spiritual vein. It was hard to fathom just how dense the spiritual energy would be deeper within. Be careful. Suddenly, a bellow from Li Chun pierced the air, and an imminent sense of danger ignited Shu Qiuqiao's latent instincts. In an instant, she summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet, propelling herself sideways just as a bolt of lightning struck the very spot she had occupied moments before. TCH, I thought I could take out the strongest one first. A gasp echoed through the skies. As Shu Qiuqiao glanced upward, Li Xiao mentally reviewed the information on their assailant. The Azure Thundermaster of the Baishao Palace, skilled in the thunderstorm technique, was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, known for his arrogance and disdain for direct confrontations, favoring ambushes instead. Mastering both escape and surprise attacks was his forte. There stood the Azure Thundermaster, clad in a sky-blue robe, hovering in the air as he conjured another bolt of lightning. This time, luck 1TB on your side. Prepare to die. Is the battle plot advancing this swiftly? Though Shu Qiuqiao was apprehensive, she was indeed at the peak of the Golden Core realm, perhaps even slightly surpassing Li Chun. Quickly, she dodged while simultaneously erecting a spiritual energy shield under Li Xiao's guidance. Indeed, although she had narrowly evaded the visible thunderbolt, another flicker of lightning flashed beneath her feet. It turned out that the first attack by Qing Lei Zhenren had already laid a cunning trap, waiting for her to dodge before striking her down. Fortunately, supported by the aura shield, Shu Qiuqiao managed to escape injury from this sudden onslaught, suffering only a torn sleeve, which rendered her somewhat disheveled. How dare you! Accompanied by 2 furious roars, Li Chun and Shu Shui suddenly appeared in the sky. At this moment, although Shu Shui possessed only the strength of an early Golden Core, her fury at the assault on her beloved lent her an aura that rivaled even the peak of Qing Lei Zhenren's power. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed a strand of spiritual light into a long whip, the sound of its crack resonating through the air as it sliced through, leaving a trail of afterimages. Wow, it's my first time witnessing Shu Shui in action, and she's wielding a whip? Li Xiao mused inwardly. You are truly fortunate, Shu Qiuqiao. I truly cannot comprehend what you are saying. What should I do now? Shu Qiuqiao automatically disregarded Li Xiao's jest and inquired urgently. It's simple. First, open your storage bag. Then, retrieve the Lei Huizhu, correct? Shu Qiuqiao replied with a hint of resignation. You're so quick to answer. Quite clever. Just take the Lei Huizhu and throw it towards the true north. You need not concern yourself with anything else. But aren't the enemies in the sky? Shu Qiuqiao paused in confusion. Never mind that. Just do as I say. Although filled with doubt, Shu Qiuqiao chose to trust Li Xiao once more, pulling the Lei Huizhu from her storage bag and hurling it with all her might towards the true north. The next moment, an explosion resounded. At the instant the Lei Huizhu detonated, The sky seemed to tear apart with a colossal flash of lightning, the brilliant flames illuminating the entire firmament as brightly as day. The immense energy released by the Lei Huizhu erupted midair, triggering a cataclysmic explosion akin to a tempest. The powerful thunderfire energy swept outwards in all directions, leaving a scorched earth within 300 feet. Flora was utterly obliterated, and the ground was carved into a deep crater, as if struck by a merciless giant hammer. Within the barren expanse devoid of life, a profound silence and destruction reigned, reminiscent of a war-torn wasteland. Witnessing this scene, Shu Qiuqiao's jaw nearly dislocated from sheer astonishment. She had previously speculated that, given Li Xia's character, the life-saving contraption he had crafted for her would not be something trivial. Yet, she could never have anticipated such formidable power. What difference was there between this and wandering about with 5 miniature nuclear bombs strapped to her? What a pity, Li Xia sighed within, his tone heavy with regret. What is regrettable? Regrettable that this contraption did not explode within my storage bag, obliterating us both into oblivion? Or that those individuals were so vigilant, fortifying themselves with protective formations while concealing their presence, thus escaping unscathed? Li Xia lamented, just as Shu Qiuqiao was engulfed in confusion. Qing Leijinren's voice echoed with a hoarse roar. Junior brother? In the following moment, the power of wind and thunder surged from his back, and suddenly, a pair of wings made of wind and thunder sprouted forth, his speed multiplying several times over. In an instant, Qing Leijinren transformed into a bolt of electric light amidst the encirclement of Li Chun and Shu Shui, reaching the very epicenter of the recent explosion in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 3 disciples of Bixiao Palace, clad in sky-blue robes, stood amidst the chaos. Though they had narrowly escaped death, they bore grievous wounds. Their robes were marred with charred burn marks, smoke billowing from their bodies, their flesh mangled and barely recognizable. One disciple had his leg nearly obliterated, the exposed remnants of shattered bone bleeding profusely, staining his azure garment crimson. Another's arm lay in tatters, blood gushing forth as he moaned in agony, his face pale and sweat beading on his brow. The third disciple's visage contorted in pain, half of his face blown apart, revealing the mangled flesh within, his eyes reflecting despair and torment. His body swayed precariously, yet he struggled to remain upright, his azure robe completely destroyed, exposing his charred and lacerated skin. How dare you strike with such cruelty? Roared Qing Leijinren, his face twisted with rage. Indeed, Li Xia, this is too. No, whose side are you truly on? Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's grievances echo in his mind, Li Xia could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 13. The Gentleman's Agreement. So, has he departed? Shu Qiuqiao inquired helplessly, observing Qing Leijinren hastily retreating with his 3 disciples. Yes, those unfortunate souls were lying in wait for an ambush. Otherwise, how would this rascal dare to confront us 4 alone? Oh, 3. You're not included, Li Xia shrugged. The 4 continued onward, slightly delayed by Qing Leijinren, though they remained ahead of the fray. Along the way, remnants of shattered artifacts began to appear, yet no corpses were in sight. This indicated that prior to entering the spiritual vein, the combatants had exercised restraint, refraining from a deadly struggle that would leave the spoils for others. It seemed that for the time being, only Bixiao Palace would have to withdraw reluctantly, having lost 3 members in one fell swoop. Even Qing Leijinren would need to weigh his strength carefully before re-entering. Fortunately, their journey was relatively smooth, and soon they arrived before an ancient gate. A multitude of individuals had gathered there, each harboring ulterior motives, some even casting hostile glares, likely having clashed along the way. Surprisingly, none attacked one another at that moment, presumably due to some restriction in the area or personal reservations. Contemplating this, the 4 of them stepped into the vicinity of the gate. Upon entering the 300-foot radius of the grand entrance, all those who had been flying at low altitude suddenly plummeted to the ground. Shu Qiuqiao had the most disastrous fall. Most cultivators practice some form of mundane martial arts, allowing them to land without issue. However, Shu Qiuqiao had never trained in such arts, and upon losing the ability to fly, she fell straight down, landing in a most undignified manner. Sister, Shu Shui rushed over in haste, helping her up. Ah, so this is a disciple of Taoyuan Temple? To fall so clumsily, what an eye-opener for those of us from lesser sects. A voice in the crowd sneered, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter. With great difficulty, Shu Qiuqiao rose to her feet, supported by Shu Shui, only to find that her inner energy was completely stagnant, as if sealed. This gate possesses a natural barrier of prohibition. Li Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The spiritual energy here is overwhelmingly dense, yet it is not fresh. Rather, it is stale energy that has accumulated within the 300-foot radius before this gate. Upon entering this area, cultivators are unable to circulate their inner energy due to the oppressive weight of the ancient energy, thus forming this prohibitive effect. Such a profound natural phenomenon is something I have never witnessed in my life. Master Brother rarely speaks so much, Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself, unable to shake off the unease that gripped her heart. Only she, or rather, she and Li Xia knew that in the face of danger, her only recourse was the escape technique that ensured her survival. The abundance of true energy, coupled with Shu Qiuqiao's relentless training in evasion techniques, allowed her to escape for a considerable time, even from the grasp of a nascent soul cultivator, until Li Xia arrived to provide assistance. However, in this place where true energy was sealed, given Shu Qiuqiao's level of martial arts, even an ordinary warrior could easily dispatch her. Rest assured, I have contingencies in place. Ah, you have contingencies for such a situation? Although Li Xia spoke with confidence, Shu Qiuqiao felt no sense of security. The effect of the previous Thunderfire Pearl had already frightened her, and she dared not place her trust in Li Xia's preparations. Just trust me. Over there, two individuals with ill intentions are observing you. Make sure to remember their faces. Remember their faces for what? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback, glancing in that direction to see, indeed, two strangers casting sinister glances at her. Their cold, resentful gazes sent a chill down her spine. Of course, I intend to hunt them down later. What else could it be? Li Xia remarked with a look of bewilderment, his tone casual, as if discussing a matter of course. Wait, they merely glanced at us, and you want to kill them? Yes, they're scrutinizing my strength with ulterior motives. I must strike first for self-defense. See, I am justified. What nonsense is this? Su Jian shimmy. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly interjected. That door seems to be opening. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao turned to look, and indeed, as time progressed, a white light gradually illuminated the ancient door, forming a complex array upon its surface. As the array spread across the door, it began to shatter before everyone's eyes. A chilling wind from the depths blew forth, sending shivers down their spines. Yet the rich, fresh spiritual energy that followed invigorated each person. The sealing barrier has dissipated. Truly, my true energy can circulate once more. The crowd erupted in cheers, only for the jubilation to abruptly cease as everyone carefully retreated, distancing themselves from disciples of other sections. Each individual realized that all present were competitors. The optimal place to diminish rivals was undoubtedly here. However, they were all acutely aware that others shared the same sentiment. With this thought in mind, everyone scanned their surroundings warily, searching for opportunities to reduce the number of participants or to charge straight in. I have something to say. At the moment of stalemate, Li Chen suddenly stepped forward, his peak golden core cultivation radiating an overwhelming aura. While there were others among the crowd at the peak golden core stage, not every sect possessed the strength to dispatch disciples of such caliber. For instance, a sect like Danyang Palace could hardly muster 4 golden core disciples, let alone those at the pinnacle. Thus, under Li Chen's oppressive presence, the hostility that had been akin to a powder keg among the crowd substantially diminished. Stalemate is not a solution. We are all righteous cultivators, or rather, we are all practitioners. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. Before we disperse to seek our fortunes within the spiritual vein, let us refrain from attacking one another. Should we encounter each other again in our pursuit of opportunities, we will rely on our own abilities. How does that sound? Chapter 14. The hour of the rooster approaches. Are you the current chief disciple of Taoyuan Guan, Li Chen? One person in the crowd inquired. That would be me. I hope everyone will grant me this courtesy. Li Shen nodded. Very well. We shall extend this courtesy to Brother Li, and I hope Brother Li will not act in bad faith. Everyone, let us refrain from conflict before we officially enter the spiritual vein. If anyone violates this, we shall collectively deal with them. Shall we? As these words left his lips, the crowd responded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once everyone surged like a torrent through the great door, he followed with his fellow disciples. Upon entering, they found themselves in a wondrous realm, facing an endless abyss, opposite which countless stone caves were densely arranged along the wall. The density was such that it could provoke a fear of clusters. How dreadful! Gazing at the myriad of openings, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but shiver. According to the map we've compiled, the optimal route is the 334th cave from the east to the west. Sugentime? Suddenly, Li Shen exclaimed. Before Shu Qiuqiao could comprehend what was happening, a lightning-fast figure swept past her, seizing her waist and darting into a cave like a bolt of lightning. What just happened? Was Shu Qiuqiao's first thought in the darkness. Then she heard Li Xia's panicked voice. It's Qing Leijinren. Damn it. I didn't expect him to accelerate so quickly. Quickly use the true energy shield to protect your heart. Acting on instinct, Shu Qiuqiao summoned a true energy shield at her heart, but was subsequently flung away as a thunderbolt struck her chest. A voice of surprise emerged from the darkness. She struggled to rise from the ground, feeling as though her internal organs had shattered from the impact. Had it not been for Li Xia's warning, she might have perished there. You are remarkably lucky. After a cold chuckle, Qing Leijinren once again gathered lightning in his hands. This time, the power of the lightning was even greater, crackling incessantly, clearly intending to shred Shu Qiuqiao's defenses and eliminate her. Thunderfire Pearl, throw it now! Amidst Li Xia's shout, Shu Qiuqiao desperately retrieved the Thunderfire Pearl hidden in her sleeve and, with a surge of true energy, hurled it forward. Qing Leijinren had witnessed the power of the Thunderfire Pearl before and knew he could not take it head-on. With a flap of his stormy wings, he retreated swiftly. Yet, the Thunderfire Pearl seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing Qing Leijinren relentlessly. Why? Can this thing track its target? Shu Qiuqiao struggled to rise, weakly pondering within. Thunderfire Pearl Plus. Do you think the plus is just for show? Li Xia casually retorted, but soon after. The Thunderfire Pearl detonated in the distance, prompting him to urgently instruct Shu Qiuqiao to flee. With Shu Qiuqiao's abilities, even three of her combined would not be able to contend with Qing Leijinren. Shu Qiuqiao immediately activated her swift escape technique, her feet moving as she transformed into a streak of light, dashing away. In order to survive in this perilous realm of cultivation, she had mastered a method of evasion. And although her speed could not match that of Qing Leijinren's stormy wings, it was sufficient to temporarily preserve her life. You shall perish today? A chilling voice echoed from behind her as she glanced back to see Qing Leijinren, wings of wind and thunder unfurled, rapidly closing in. His once immaculate sky-blue robe now bore several charred marks, indicating that even he had not fully escaped the blast radius of the Thunderfire Pearl. He was drawing closer. What should I do? As Qing Leijinren approached, Shu Qiuqiao urgently shouted within her mind. Turn left ahead, then right. Is there a route to escape there? Shu Qiuqiao swiftly navigated the two turns, only to collide with a group of individuals. No, but there are those who were just watching us. At this critical moment, you are still fixated on that? Shu Qiuqiao felt helpless, while the four individuals, upon spotting her, instinctively formed a formation, clearly intending to intercept her here. Don't rush. Do you see that grass on the ground? In the midst of a hurried advance, Shu Qiuqiao exerted herself to force her eyes open, utilizing her true energy to withstand the pressure of the wind. Under Li Xia's guidance, she finally spotted a luminous spiritual herb emanating a faint glow. This object resembled an ancient medicinal plant, and these individuals were uncertain about how to harvest it. Thus they lingered here. You should rush forward, seize it, and then continue your escape. Ah! Her body acted before her consciousness could catch up. Just as Shu Qiuqiao was questioning Li Xia's words, she had already darted past the spiritual herb and effortlessly plucked it from the ground. Dare to snatch our spiritual herb? If you have the courage, don't run. Let us engage in a fair battle. As she noticed an additional four pursuers closing in from behind, Shu Qiuqiao felt tears welling up. Li Xia, look at the mess you've created. What do we do now? The number of my pursuers is increasing by the moment. Then you truly are a woman of grievous. Sin Li Xia led Shu Qiuqiao through the winding passages of the cave. Yet they could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Qing Leijinren. Moreover, with every stride he took, the thunderous wings on his back resonated with a sound that shook the heavens. Under his relentless chase, more and more cultivators gathered. These cultivators quickly discerned that the object in Shu Qiuqiao's hand was an ancient spiritual herb, and with 5 people pursuing her from behind, a multitude of thoughts ignited in their minds. Whether they sought to capitalize on the chaos or simply join the fray, the number of pursuers behind Shu Qiuqiao swiftly escalated from 5 to 13. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, and with the thunderous Qing Leijinren already casting lightning to impede her escape, Shu Qiuqiao was genuinely on the verge of tears. My life is over. Not yet. Look at the time. This world lacks watches or similar devices, yet each cultivator seems to possess an internal biological clock, allowing them to discern the precise time down to the second without needing to observe the sun or anything else. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao calculated briefly and felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, the hour of you is approaching. Chapter 15. I only wish to slay you all. In the midst of her frantic escape, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly halted. The throng behind her also came to a standstill, momentarily uncertain as they regarded the figure that had been sprinting for dear life, now frozen in place. What is this? Has she finally run out of true energy? Unable to run any longer? Qing Lei Jinren gathered a sphere of lightning in his hand and stepped forward with a mocking smile, leisurely speaking. No need to run. Shu Qiuqiao did not turn back. For some reason, those present felt that her voice had transformed at that very moment. She gently caressed her chest and sighed. It still hurts, doesn't it? You will feel even more pain. The thunderous wings behind him remained unfurled as Qing Lei Jinren, wary of the bizarre thunder-fire orb, grinned maliciously and hurled the lightning. Ha! Is that so? Suddenly, Shu Qiuqiao spun around and seized the lightning he had cast. With a firm grip, the seemingly indomitable bolt dissipated within her palm. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, precisely 13 individuals. Li Xia glanced around, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Friends, today I only wish to slay all of you present, or be slain by your hands. Now, draw your swords. In an instant, swords were unsheathed, and the air crackled with sword energy. Like a streak of frost tinged with blood, the sword light surged through the crowd, accompanied by the sharp sounds of flesh being rent apart, the cracking of bones, and the sickening thud of internal organs hitting the ground, mingled with agonized wails. In the blink of an eye, the narrow cave reverberated with a haunting requiem. What on earth has transpired? Qing Lei Jinren's pupils constricted, hands trembling. Within that moment, the once serene cave had transformed into a hell strewn with corpses. Even now, he could not comprehend the events that had unfolded. How could one individual undergo such a dramatic transformation? What had transpired in that brief instant? Flee. I must escape. I must survive. The wings behind Qing Lei Jinren quivered, and he prepared to dart away like a shooting star, only to notice a crimson-black orb rolling to his feet. I knew you would try to flee. Li Xia snapped his fingers lightly, uttering a single word, explode. In that instant, thunder and flames enveloped Qing Lei Jinren entirely. The flames engulfed the cave, and those still alive desperately circulated their true energy in defense. Meanwhile, the corpses on the ground were reduced to ashes in the explosion. Within mere moments, the once somewhat cramped cave transformed into a spacious expanse. Of the 13 pursuers, only 5 remained, the other 8 reduced to dust in the blast. Do any of you have final words to share? Li Xia inquired with a smile, brandishing his sword. My fellow cultivator, we are all righteous cultivators. It should not come to such bloodshed furthermore, if news of righteous cultivators slaughtering one another spreads. You might find yourself branded as a demon. The crowd, witnessing Li Xia's current demeanor resembling that of a god of death, recoiled in fear, each one contemplating escape, yet wary of being outpaced by his swift methods. You make a valid point. Speaking of which, have I not heard that many demonic cultivators have infiltrated this contest for the spiritual vein? Li Xia nodded thoughtfully, then inquired further. Indeed. Since the demonic sect has mixed in, we righteous cultivators should support one another. Otherwise, we would be at a disadvantage against those demonic cultivators. The crowd readily agreed. That certainly simplifies matters. Li Xia smiled, and the crowd felt a sense of relief at his demeanor. Yet his next words sent chills through them. Since that is the case, I might as well keep my hands clean by slaying you all and framing it on the demonic sect. With that, he twirled his sword, and rest assured, dear friends, my hands will remain sufficiently clean. What transpires here will absolutely not leave this place. For the sake of my reputation, I kindly ask you all to meet your demise. Run! It was uncertain who issued the command, but the crowd turned as one, scattering in all directions. Watching the frantic escape, Li Xia smiled even more broadly. But you must be able to escape first. After withdrawing his sword from the heart of the last individual, Li Xia summoned a ball of true fire to incinerate the remains, stretching in silence. These individuals were not particularly capable, yet they ran quite swiftly. It took some effort to dispatch them all. After retrieving a pill from his storage bag and tossing it into his mouth, he waited for it to dissolve entirely and meld into his being before tapping his head. It's done. You may open your eyes now. Really? Don't deceive me? Ah. Only then did Shu Qiuqiao dare to open her eyes, only to be greeted by the charred, melting corpses, and she let out a piercing scream. My ears hurt. Li Xia rubbed his ears, then added more true fire, incinerating the corpses until only shadowy imprints remained on the ground. When he turned back, he beheld the cave now filled with these ghostly carbonized figures, a total of 13. That signifies the lives of 13 top disciples from various sects, including that of an elder from one of the sections. This time, it has truly been cleansed. One may open their eyes now. Li Qiuqiao, your methods are exceedingly ruthless. You wouldn't dare claim that their crimes warranted death, would you? You were nearly dead yourself, Li Xia silently scoffed. Well, that may not be entirely accurate. I am not some saintly figure. It's just that witnessing this scene stirs some discomfort within me, Shu Qiuqiao sighed. Then next time, I shall ensure their demise is somewhat more comfortable. As Li Xia spoke, preparing to retrieve 2 candies from his storage bag, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned sharply. A flash of sword light severing a stone pillar in an instant. Come fort. That. I saw nothing. Please spare me, senior brother. A man clad in a black robe, identical to that of Li Xia, nearly collapsed to his knees upon seeing him. Li Xia glanced up and realized it was his third junior brother. Chapter 16. A living demonic path? Fellow disciples, this complicates matters slightly. Though Li Xia uttered these words, the sword in his hand remained unsheathed as he slowly approached his junior brother. A gentle smile adorning his face. There is no need for alarm, dear junior brother. I would not harm you. Wait, Li Xia, no. Absolutely not. You cannot slay a fellow disciple. Perceiving Li Xia's thoughts, Shu Qiuqiao urgently shouted within her mind. But what then? He has witnessed my actions. Can I truly let him live? Li Xia was vexed by Shu Qiuqiao's barrage of thoughts. Fellow disciples must not turn against one another. You must not kill him. Li Xia, Shu Qiuqiao declared resolutely. TSK. Li Xia sighed, crouching before Shi Yun and patting his shoulder. Fear not, junior brother. I am not a demon. Just tell me, when did you arrive here? Shi Yun hesitated before replying. After senior brother was captured by Qing Leijinren, we pursued. But the cave was treacherous, and Qing Leijinren was exceedingly swift, forcing us to split up in search of senior brother. I followed the commotion when you were pursued by 13 individuals, and then witnessed you dispatching them all? Li Xia smiled as he patted Shi Yun's shoulder again. Do not be anxious. You see, they came to hunt me, did they not? Shi Yun, upon hearing this, nodded vacantly. Thus, since they sought to kill me, my retaliation could be deemed self-defense, correct? Although he still felt Li Xia's actions were excessively brutal, Shi Yun nodded vacantly. In that case, senior brother must have done nothing wrong, right? Senior brother did nothing wrong. As if finding newfound confidence, Shi Yun declared loudly. Well done, my good child. Li Xia rose and glanced at the remnants behind him. However, others from different sects may not share this perspective. In the realm of cultivation, the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth, so they will not view my actions as self-defense. Therefore, junior brother, let us treat this matter as a little secret between us, shall we? Very well. Shi Yun would not speak of it to anyone. Shi Yun nodded vigorously. Good junior brother, come, you must be shaken. Have a pill to steady yourself. Li Xia said, offering a pill, which Shi Yun, trusting, swallowed without suspicion, only for his expression to shift. Why does this pill seem so familiar? Moreover, it cannot be refined. Upon ingestion, it autonomously raced into his dantian, and no matter how he urged it, he could not refine it. Since junior brother has been here from the beginning, you must have seen the small explosive orb I tossed, correct? Li Xia smiled. I placed a restriction on it. Should you speak of this incident, that orb will explode immediately. Fear not. Even if you cultivate to the Yuanying stage, this orb will ensure your demise is swift and painful. Do not think of using your true energy to expel it or seeking help. Upon contact with true energy, it will detonate immediately, and even more violently. Saying this, Li Xia once again patted the already dumbfounded Shi Yun's shoulder. This is for your own good, you see. If such matters were to inadvertently escape your lips, you might face unforeseen calamities. Rather than allowing others to kill you, it is better for me to grant you a swift end, is it not? With that, Li Xia gripped his long sword and strode deeper into the cave. The sect capable of dispatching 4 Jinan disciples is a rare find indeed within the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom, including rogue cultivators and those of the demonic path. There should be merely around 50 Jinan cultivators within this spiritual vein. Now, with 13 already fallen, and accounting for the 4 who perished during the exploration, there should be no more than 30 remaining. If we could gather another wave of 10 or so individuals for complete slaughter, it would be much more convenient. Li Xia shook his head with a sigh. You wish to repeat such an act? Shu Qiuqiao gasped in astonishment. Indeed, is it not rather convenient? Li Xia, turning a corner in the cave, only to behold a shimmering glow ahead. Ah, an ancient spiritual herb. Taking a few steps closer, Li Xia discerned the true form of this radiant light. It was a peculiar spiritual mushroom. The entire mushroom was a pale azure, its tip covered in a delicate layer of silvery frost, as if eternally shrouded in the frost of early winter. The body of the mushroom twisted and coiled, resembling a soaring azure dragon, its form lively and vividly lifelike. It is the Qing Shuang Lingji. Li Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qing Shuang Lingji is rich in spiritual energy, possessing remarkable purifying and refining properties. Prolonged consumption can cleanse impurities from a cultivator's body, enhance the potential of their spiritual roots, and provide robust spiritual support, facilitating rapid cultivation advancement. Generally, this herb is primarily used in the refinement of Qing Ling Juqidan. During the refining process, the essence of the mushroom is fully activated, significantly augmenting the spiritual energy reserves of the consumer, thereby markedly improving cultivation efficiency in a short period. As a vital auxiliary pill prior to a breakthrough, it is most advantageous. Coincidentally, I previously acquired a supplementary herb for the Qing Ling Juqidan. Should I not refine it now? Li Xia recalled the spiritual herb Shu Qiuqiao had snatched earlier, which would serve perfectly as a supplementary material for pill refinement. He harbored a vague premonition that this spiritual vein might become the turning point for his breakthrough. Possessing a Qing Ling Juqidan would provide a more secure path. However, if he were to refine the pill now, it might jeopardize the contest for the Dragon Spring. Should another seize the opportunity, it would not bode well. Contemplating this, Li Xia ultimately chose to abandon the idea, plucking the Qing Shuang Lingji and stowing it away, intending to decide its fate after locating the Dragon Spring. At that point, if the opportunity arises, he would eliminate all present and then refine the pill using the Dragon Spring. Continuing forward, Li Xia suddenly sensed a movement in his ears, halting his steps abruptly as he turned to look behind him. I can smell the blood on you from a great distance. I wonder how long you intend to remain hidden before revealing yourself to this humble scholar? The cave fell silent for a moment before a cold laugh echoed. Su Qiuqiao of Taoyuan, Guan certainly lives up to his reputation. Yet the stench of blood on you is far heavier than that of this demonic disciple. Chapter 17. Show some sincerity. The figure slowly emerged from the stone wall of the cave, having remained concealed within it through the use of earth escape techniques. Had it not been for Li Xia's innate sensitivity to spiritual consciousness, coupled with the slight fluctuation of the man's aura upon the discovery of the Qing Shuang Lingji, his presence might have gone unnoticed. Any claims of having detected him earlier were merely bluster. The Su Qiuqiao, despite being a disciple of the righteous path, bore a stench of blood that was far more potent than that of my demonic cultivator self. As the man stepped out from the stone wall, a cold smile graced his features as he remarked, "That's because I do not enjoy bathing." A chilly breeze swept through the scene. "You're talking nonsense. I bathe every single day, all right?" Li Xia heard Shu Qiuqiao's indignant voice in her mind. "Fine. I have no objections to such matters." The man chuckled awkwardly, seemingly attempting to dispel the previously eerie tension. "What I mean is, Su Qiuqiao, you might find yourself more suited to our demonic cultivation than the righteous path. Don't you think? Have you considered abandoning the shadows for the light and joining us in the holy path?" "That won't do," Li Xia replied, shaking her head. "Why not?" "Because if I were to become a demonic cultivator, there would be no one left to take the blame when I slaughter entire families," Li Xia stated with utmost seriousness. "Slaughter entire families. Well, I suppose that's true. I am only here to follow the Zhenren, to discuss." "What are you doing?" Before the demonic cultivator could finish her sentence, she suddenly jolted, executing a perfect bridge pose as a beam of sword light grazed her neck, instantaneously severing the wall behind her. Had her reaction been even a fraction of a second slower, she would have been left in two pieces, dead beyond revival. What a stunning demonic sister. Have we truly been framing such individuals all this time? At that moment, the hood of the demonic cultivator was swept away, revealing a cascade of jet black hair that fell like a waterfall to her waist, contrasting sharply with her porcelain-like delicate features. No matter her beauty, she was destined to perish here today. Li Xia's feet suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared above the demonic cultivator, spinning her body as her sword descended with the force of a great hammer. "Really, do you not allow anyone to finish their sentences?" The clash of blades echoed, and to Li Xia's surprise, the woman managed to withstand her strike. However, in that fleeting moment, Li Xia swiftly retreated, revealing a small black-red orb from her sleeve. Amidst the flurry of unexpected attacks, The orb seemed almost inconspicuous, easily overlooked. Yet, as the demonic cultivator caught sight of it, her pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. An explosion reverberated throughout the cavern, the terrifying shockwave causing the entire structure to tremble. Li Xia had already conjured a defensive spell, and upon landing, she sprang forward again, dashing into the flames amidst Shu Qiuqiao's shrill screams. No one could discern what transpired within the turbulent flames and swirling smoke. Only the rapid clashing of weapons could be heard. The sounds were swift and dense, echoing hundreds of times within mere breaths. When the flames finally subsided and the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of the two combatants emerged. The demonic cultivator was drenched in sweat from the intensity of the battle, and she wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead, struggling to catch her breath. If you can survive this long under my hand. Li Xia scrutinized the demonic cultivator from head to toe, nodding in acknowledgement of her prowess. Though I may appear like this, I'm still a saint, after all. May I speak now? The demonic cultivator finally steadied her breath, holding her sword defensively before her as she replied, Go ahead. Li Xia nudda. Well, here is the thing, I wish to. What are you doing? Just as the demonic cultivator relaxed slightly and prepared to speak, Li Xia struck again with her sword. They exchanged several blows before Li Xia reluctantly withdrew her weapon. As expected of a demonic cultivator, you are quite difficult to kill. Can I finally finish speaking now? The demonic cultivator gasped. Of course, Li Xia replied, observing the demonic cultivator's skeptical expression. She pointed to the sky above, declaring, I swear by Shu Qiuqiao's name, I will listen to you. Don't invoke my name so casually. Shu Qiuqiao shouted internally. Shu Qiuqiao? Is that the true name of Shu Qiuqiao? The demonic cultivator pondered for a moment, calculating the causal threads, and upon realizing it was indeed her true name, she acquiesced. Very well. My appearance here is to witness the might of Shu Qiuqiao and to propose an alliance within this spiritual vein. Oh? An alliance for what purpose? Li Xia inquired thoughtfully. Surely you have come here for the Dragon Spring as well. As a disciple of that ancient monster from Taoyuan Guan, you likely lack for resources, but the only thing that could truly benefit you would be the Dragon Spring deep within this spiritual vein. I recall that the Dragon Spring can accommodate 4 individuals to refine their essence and marrow. If we join forces, I doubt anyone from either the righteous or demonic paths could stand against us in this entire spiritual vein. What do you say? Wouldn't it be better to ally with me rather than with sect brothers who will only hold you back? The demonic cultivator proposed. Li Xia nudda thoughtfully, genuinely appearing to contemplate. Li Xia, absolutely not. She is a demonic cultivator, a cold-blooded killer, treacherous and utterly untrustworthy. How can you possibly ally with her? Shu Qiuqiao's thoughts grew increasingly uncertain as she realized that such descriptors were perhaps more fitting for Li Xia herself than for the demonic cultivator. I find it feasible, Li Xia finally affirmed, turning to the demonic cultivator. However, I do not forge alliances with unfamiliar individuals. Show me some sincerity. Sincerity. The demonic cultivator mused before nodding. There is nothing I cannot share. I am Ing Mei of the Ying Mo sect, and that is my true name. If you doubt me, feel free to verify. My cultivation level is at the peak of the golden core stage, as you have seen, and I am adept in various techniques and spells. But you needn't elaborate on those. Very well. Li Xia nodded, yet extended her hand. Observing this gesture, Ing Mei finally understood. Is this the sincerity you speak of? Chapter 18. Forbidden Law Barrier TSK. Seeing Li Xia's unwavering stance, Ing Mei ultimately clicked her tongue, retrieving a medicinal herb from her storage pouch. This is blood ginseng, the finest supplement for refining blood energy in the golden core stage. I had intended to take it back for alchemy, but now I shall give it to you. With a pained expression, she handed over the blood ginseng. After Li Xia accepted it and placed it into her storage pouch, her outstretched hand showed no signs of withdrawal. Wait, aren't you being a bit excessive? Not at all, Li Xia shrugged. After a friendly yet intense negotiation, Li Xia ultimately agreed to the alliance, taking with her a pouch filled with valuable items. And Ing Mei exhaled in relief. Her desire to ally with Li Xia was primarily to gain access to the Dragon Spring and the opportunity for profound refinement. However, she did not disclose to Li Xia that, according to her intelligence, the demonic cultivators present were not limited to just her Ing Mo sect. Moreover, the monks they dispatched were none other than that terrifying monster. Just the thought of that creature sent a shiver down Ing Mei's spine. Although she had always been confident in her own abilities, the prospect of encountering that monster left her utterly at a loss for even the slightest chance of victory. Shu Qiuqiao, You should valiantly fight against that monster for my sake and serve as my stepping stone into Longquan. With a cold smile, Yingmei gazed ahead at Li Xia. Have you truly allied with her? Shu Qiuqiao asked Li Xia, her disbelief evident. Well, don't you think it's quite a bargain? Li Xia pondered momentarily, reflecting inwardly. But she is of the demonic path. What if she has ulterior motives? Shu Qiuqiao still felt hesitant. Well, the truth is, perhaps feeling somewhat exasperated by Shu Qiuqiao, Li Xia impatiently explained. Before entering, I sensed a presence. And this presence bears a slight resemblance to me. Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Could there be other travelers besides us? Not to that extent, I suppose. Li Xia sighed. I can discern a scent of blood within that presence. If my conjecture is correct, it likely belongs to someone ruthless, known for slaughtering entire families. In this realm of cultivation, even demonic cultivators typically refrain from such actions. Hence, I believe the owner of that presence poses the greatest danger within this spiritual vein. My objective is to eliminate this threat while it is still in its infancy. Shu Qiuqiao paused in contemplation, then turned to Yingmei. Are you planning to use her as cannon fodder? If we truly encounter that individual, Li Xia shrugged. If we have not encountered the owner of that presence by the time we reach Longquan, I shall sacrifice her as an offering. After all, I invoked your name during our alliance, so her death would not implicate me. You. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Xia's ear. Someone is ahead. Yes, I am aware. And then? Li Xia pondered for a moment before asking. What do you mean, and then? In this situation, with no treasures to contend for ahead, shouldn't we conserve our strength and avoid conflict? Is your true energy so abundant that you have an excess? Yingmei was momentarily taken aback. Well, you make a valid point. We should indeed avoid combat. Upon hearing this, Li Xia nodded thoughtfully, then tapped on the adjacent wall, which gradually revealed a series of glowing inscriptions. It turned out to be a forbidden formation. Unfortunately, while you wish to evade battle, they have no intention of doing so. In the next instant, the formation activated, and Yingmei suddenly trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that moment, she felt as though the true energy flowing through her meridians had been severed. A forbidden formation, with Yingmei's exclamation. Two men clad in blood-red robes slowly emerged from the side. Look what we've caught, two tender little beauties. Wait, are you male or female? To set up a forbidden formation here must come at a considerable cost, right? Li Xia sensed the disruption in her true energy and realized she was utterly immobilized. Given her current cultivation level, if she were to rely solely on her true energy to break through this forbidden formation, it would likely take 30 breaths, or about a minute. In battles among cultivators, it often takes less than a minute to conclude a fight, even if a foundation establishment cultivator faces an ordinary person with no true energy, regardless of the latter's martial prowess. In other words, they were in grave danger. Li Xia, what do we do? What do we do? Are we going to die here? Why didn't you notice this formation earlier and evade it? The anguished voice of Shu Qiuqiao echoed in her mind. I didn't detect this formation much earlier. Li Xia shrugged, then turned to the two blood-robed men, who wore sinister grins. These blood-colored robes likely belonged to disciples of the Blood Garment sect. This group, known for their bloodthirsty nature, practices techniques predominantly related to blood. Moreover, they believe that blood acquired through torture is the finest, leading to a fate far worse than death for those who fall into their hands. Hey, Yingmei, can't you negotiate with them, since they are also cultivators of the demonic path? Li Xia mused, glancing back at Yingmei. You slaughtered a whole host of righteous cultivators without showing any mercy. Yingmei struggled to retort, exerting all her effort to break through the confinement of the forbidden formation. But her reserves of true energy were slightly lower than Li Xia's, making her escape take even longer. What are the two little beauties chatting about? Rest assured, once you enter this net of heaven and earth, there's no escape for you. The blood-robed man approached with a malicious grin. You should kneel down and beg us. Perhaps we'll allow you a moment of pleasure before turning you into part of our blood pool. What is that in your hand? Just as he was issuing his threats, the blood-robed man suddenly halted, seeing Li Xia rummaging through her storage bag, pulling out a peculiar metallic object. Oh, this? Li Xia raised the metal object in her hand. This is called a handgun. In my homeland, this model is known as the Desert Eagle. Chapter 19, American Iaido. Playing tricks and creating illusions. Behold the sword. At that moment, the two men sensed the peculiar object, the so-called handgun, and found it devoid of any spiritual energy, instantly bolstering their confidence. In their eyes, no matter how sophisticated a mortal's tool might be, It could never harm a golden core cultivator. With a shriek, they unsheathed their long swords and lunged at Li Xia and her companion. Shu Qiuqiao, I mentioned earlier that I have contingencies for such situations, didn't I? Li Xia shook her head slightly, clicking the handgun's magazine into place. Now, allow me to teach you a technique known as American Aido. Bang! Bang! With two almost simultaneous gunshots, blood erupted from the bodies of the two blood-robed men. Witnessing this scene, Shu Qiuqiao stood agape, utterly speechless. What on earth have you been doing while I was asleep? Where did you even get this thing? Can this handgun truly harm golden core cultivators? This is somewhat outrageous. As for the second technique of American Aido, it is called. Suddenly, Li Xia flicked his wrist, and two metallic, egg-shaped objects flew forth. Thunder on the plain. No way are those grenades. In an instant, the two grenades exploded beside the blood-robed cultivators, sending shrapnel flying and the shockwave violently impacting their bodies. What is this? The two blood-robed cultivators had not anticipated that these seemingly ordinary objects devoid of any spiritual energy would possess such tremendous power. In a panic, they hurriedly activated their true energy shields and even summoned a protective talisman to shield themselves from the rear. Li Xia fired off 5 more shots. Bullets struck against their protective talismans and true energy shields with a resounding clatter, but they were unable to penetrate their defenses. Alas, my marksmanship still needs improvement. The first shot to the head should have been followed up more effectively. Upon encountering the handgun, Li Xia found it futile and ceased his assault, deftly stowing the weapon back into his storage bag before resuming his search within. What on earth have you packed into my storage bag? Ah? Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish her clever retort, she beheld Li Xia gradually extracting a massive cylindrical object from the depths of the bag. The stark contrast between the finely crafted steel tube and the minuscule opening of the storage bag was astonishing. The third move of American Aido. RPG fire coverage. Boom! With a pronounced utterance from Li Xia, the rocket launcher in his grasp emitted a resonant hum, followed by a searing burst of flames erupting behind him, propelling a warhead directly towards the two crimson-robed cultivators. The projectile detonated before them, unleashing an even more intense inferno. Li Xia, you must honestly tell me, what on earth were you doing before you crossed over? Never you mind, just lie back and wait for me to take you soaring. Li Xia casually replied, yet as the smoke dissipated, the notion of no harm, just smoke seemed overly exaggerated. The protective talisman and Qi's shield had been shattered, leaving the two blood-robed cultivators with numerous wounds. In that moment, it was difficult to discern whether the bloodstains originated from their garments or their own bodies. However, Li Xia could tell that these were merely superficial injuries, hardly qualifying as grievous wounds. Li Xia, do you possess any other treasures? Quickly, produce them. Upon witnessing that these two were able to withstand the RPG's explosion and remain unscathed, Shu Qiuqiao felt a pang of urgency. Now that Li Xia was devoid of mana, if even this failed to have an effect, she could scarcely fathom any other recourse. None left. To her surprise, Li Xia shook his head. None left? Indeed, none left. I only managed to craft one rocket. The handgun's power is insufficient, and the grenades won't kill them. I truly have nothing else to offer. Li Xia spread his hands, indicating that he had exhausted his arsenal. Little girl, your peculiar talisman must be used up by now. A blood-robed man exclaimed, his expression seething with fury, his eyes ablaze. It's our turn now. Rest assured, I won't let you die easily. I intend to capture you and train you as my blood slave, to supply blood from my blood pool until your very last breath. My life is forfeit. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards life and death. It wasn't quite so dire. Li Xia shrugged, drawing his long sword from his waist. What? Do you plan to confront us with your mortal flesh? The two men scoffed at Li Xia's reaction. Behind them, Yingmei had just emerged from her state of shock, and upon witnessing Li Xia's actions, she realized he was prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle, urgently calling out, Shu Qiuqiao, without your qi, it's impossible for you to defeat them. Quickly, retrieve your strange items. As long as we can stall until my qi recovers, we shall prevail. No need. To her astonishment, Li Xia shook his head, swinging his long sword as he advanced towards the man ahead. Ha ha ha. Look at this fellow, truly intending to confront us with nothing but his qi-less flesh. One of the blood-robed men chuckled. Enough, let us dispose of them quickly, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. If they recover their qi, it will be our demise. The other blood-robed man nodded. Indeed, I can hardly wait to experience the delights of these two little girls. With that, he lunged forward, swiftly forming a sickle from the blood in his hand, aiming a strike at Li Xia's sword-wielding hand. It appeared he intended to cripple Li Xia before enjoying his spoils. In an instant, their bodies intersected. The scent of blood immediately engulfed the cavern. Ah! Huh! Shu Qiuqiao's scream was abruptly cut short. She stood frozen, sensing her body and realizing she seemed uninjured. Then she witnessed the blood-robed man sway slightly before a fountain of blood erupted from his neck. Who said I couldn't kill without qi? Li Xia flicked his sword, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 20. The enemies are on their way. Upon witnessing this, Yingmei was left speechless. A cultivator without qi was akin to a mortal, a universally acknowledged truth in the realm of cultivation. This fundamental law, as immutable as Newton's first law, was now being shattered before her eyes. How is this possible? Are you a cultivator? No, wait. Are you even human? What is happening? The other blood-robed man took a step back, his limited intellect struggling to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Li Xia cast a disappointed glance at the fallen body. Sighing, I had intended to sever his head cleanly. What a pity. The power without qi indeed falls short, unable to even decapitate a golden core cultivator. Wait, Li Xia, what did you just do? Shu Qiuqiao stared in astonishment at the scene, even forgetting her usual tendency to emit sharp shrieks at the sight of corpses. It's quite normal for a cultivator like me to possess some Mortal Kombat skills. Isn't it? Li Xia replied, feigning surprise. As if it was Shu Qiuqiao and Yingmei who were the odd ones, not him. But that seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? By the way, when did you practice Mortal Kombat techniques? I've never seen you train in this before. Shu Qiuqiao retorted again. Indeed, while they typically couldn't observe each other's activities during sleep, the duration of their slumber was not excessively long. The fact that Li Xia could master a complete set of American Aikido in the time she spent sleeping was already astonishing. Now he had even managed to develop skills capable of severing a golden core cultivator during her slumber? No, that is impossible. You couldn't have practiced while I was asleep. Shu Qiuqiao suddenly realized. Li Xia, you must truthfully tell me, what were you doing before you crossed over? Don't worry about it. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Li Xia shrugged, then grinned wickedly as he approached the last blood-robed cultivator. All right, my friend. The roles have now reversed. You, monster! The blood-robed man let out a wail, almost instinctively tearing at the skin of his own face. In an instant, with a gruesome sound, he ripped off his entire facial skin. What sort of new begging for mercy method is this? Li Xia was taken aback, while Shu Qiuqiao emitted a previously unheard piercing scream at this bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, the blood-robed man offered no reply. His facial skin transformed into a dense blood mist in his hands. In mere moments, this blood mist enveloped his entire body, and at that moment, Yingmei detected a critical development. Shu Qiuqiao, he intends to escape. This is the infamous blood escape technique of the Blood Garment sect. While it appears grotesque and inflicts significant self-harm, it undeniably allows the caster to unleash a speed beyond their own, arguably one of the most formidable escape techniques. I refuse to believe that you, a mere mortal without qi, can outrun my blood escape technique. The blood-robed cultivator sneered, his body suddenly erupting with an indescribable velocity, the blood mist propelling him forth in a swift flight. As the practitioner of the Blood Garment sect believed he had successfully evaded his pursuers and could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden voice resounded beside him. At the instant he heard that voice, a cold sweat broke out over his body. To his ears, that ethereal sound was akin to the mournful requiem of the king of hell summoning his soul. He turned around abruptly, still in swift motion, only to find a figure had silently appeared beside him. None other than Li Xia. However, I never claimed that I lacked true energy at this moment, Li Xia smiled. Just as the blood-robe practitioner resolved to activate his blood escape technique, 30 breaths of time had elapsed. He could hardly fathom that Li Xia could disentangle himself from this formation in such a brief span. For prior to this, even the holy maiden of the Shadow Demon sect required a full 50 breaths to recuperate under this formation. Farewell. Li Xia smiled as he raised his longsword, positioning it horizontally before the blood-clad man. Although he wished to slow down and evade, his body was beyond his control. His speed was so tremendous that even exerting all his strength to brake could not diminish it enough to avoid the impending strike. To the onlookers, the blood mist seemed to collide directly with Li Xia's sword, and his body was instantly severed in half. The viscera and organs gushed forth from his bisected form, spilling across the ground. Yet, propelled by his incredible speed, he continued to fly several feet forward before finally crashing to the ground, dead beyond any hope of revival. All done, Li Xia remarked, clapping his hands as he returned to the previous formation. He kicked the wall, and the formation shattered with a resonant sound, its light dispersing like ash. He then turned to the still kneeling and immobile Ing Mei, offering a gentle smile. By the way, if I were to strike you now, you would be utterly incapable of resisting, would you? And no, what are you planning to do? A chill coursed through Ing Mei's spine as she glanced at the gruesome remains of the two men and then at Li Xia's blood-stained sword. Truth be told, she had never felt such terror, not even when her master had cast her into the serpent's den during her early training. I still have value. Please do not kill me, Ing Mei exclaimed desperately upon seeing the growing frostiness in Li Xia's gaze. Oh, and what value might that be? Li Xia tilted his head slightly, urging her to speak swiftly. I possess intelligence regarding the Blood Garment sect. Are you referring to these two corpses? Li Xia turned to glance at the lifeless bodies, speaking in a nonchalant tone. No. There were 3 individuals from the Blood Garment sect, and these 2 were merely cannon fodder. The real issue lies with the sect's eldest disciple, that monster. Continue. Li Xia's voice turned cold as he observed Ing Mei's hesitation. The Blood Garment sect has a secret technique. If you kill one of their practitioners, you will be marked, and this mark will persist for 3 days. Furthermore, it acts upon the soul and cannot be dispelled. Ing Mei inhaled deeply, continuing, Shu Qiuqiao. If nothing unexpected occurs, the eldest disciple of the Blood Garment sect, a peak golden core powerhouse, is already on the way to find you. Chapter 21. The Fourth Style of American Aido. How intriguing. It has always been I who hunted others, yet this is the first time I am being pursued. Li Xia mused with a smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was fascinating. The realm of cultivation teemed with exceptional talents. While Ing Mei continued to embellish the formidable nature of the Blood Garment sect's eldest disciple, Li Xia merely listened quietly before articulating. So you imply that I require your assistance to overcome the eldest disciple of the Blood Garment sect, and thus I cannot kill you, correct? Seeing Ing Mei awkwardly nod, Li Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he were not mistaken, the eldest disciple she spoke of was the very individual he sensed upon entering. Given this, it was indeed perilous, warranting caution. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Let us proceed to Longquan. Li Xia nodded, grasping Ing Mei's porcelain-like wrist, channeling a continuous flow of true energy into her meridians. Under the overwhelming force of Li Xia's true energy, the partially breached barrier of forbidden techniques within Ing Mei was utterly dismantled. What a powerful flow of true energy. Ing Mei pondered, reflecting on how she had managed to survive the few exchanges with him when they first met. No, wait. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck her, causing cold sweat to cascade down her back. It seemed that since entering the spirit vein, aside from that peculiar and formidable black-red orb, he had not employed any techniques at all. With such a vast reservoir of true energy, he certainly could not be someone who refrained from using spells. This indicated that he had been holding back, concealing even the slightest hint of his true prowess. Unbeknownst to Li Xia, who merely assisted Ing Mei in breaking the forbidden barrier before retracting his energy, he beckoned her to follow and swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to them, approximately a quarter of an hour after their departure, a blood-red figure materialized at the site where they had just lingered. Have those 2 useless fools already met their demise? Observing the grotesque remains on the ground and recognizing the demonic nature of the scene, Li Xia could not even be bothered to dispose of the bodies, leaving them to rot as they were. The battlefield appeared exceedingly grim, and the figure furrowed his brow at the sight. It was evident that these 2 had utilized a forbidden barrier, but had still been slain in retaliation. Scattered across the ground were some incomprehensible metallic objects. Yet there were no traces of true energy. Not killed by a practitioner? How could that be? Furthermore, assessing the traces of battle, it was rather peculiar that these 2 imbeciles had inflicted not even the slightest harm upon their opponent. Despite their incompetence, they were still disciples of the Blood Garment sect, and should not have been so easily vanquished without sustaining any injuries in such a favorable context. Who could it possibly be? The blood-clad figure pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It matters not. As long as I locate that individual and incapacitate her to forge her into a blood slave, I will surely uncover the truth of what transpired here. With that thought, the blood-clad figure resolved to continue his pursuit. However, just as he took a step forward, his foot unexpectedly struck something. Is this a thread? Gazing at the barely perceptible silk thread that he had inadvertently kicked aside, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and before he could comprehend what was happening, A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The fourth style of American Iaido. In the distance, Li Xia seemed to hear a sound and turned back with a smile, softly murmuring, "Buried thunder." "What is it?" Ying Mei inquired, perplexed by Li Xia's sudden halt. "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue," Li Xia replied, shaking his head as he resumed his forward march. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield. Good. The blood-clad figure was now marked by several charred patches as Li Xia had merely deployed an ordinary landmine. Though its power was considerable, it was far from lethal to a peak Golden Core practitioner. Even without employing protective artifacts, it would inflict merely superficial wounds. Yet, this act had undeniably enraged the blood-clad figure, who, in a fit of rage, kicked aside the charred remains of the corpse at his feet. "No matter who you are, I shall turn you into a blood slave and torment you until you beg for death." As he spoke, he stepped forward, only to hear a crisp crack beneath his foot. The next instant, another flash of white light enveloped him once more. Gao. It seems we have arrived a tad late." Observing the throngs before her, Li Xia remarked thus. "Who told you not to heed my guidance?" "Li Xia, you truly are directionally challenged," Shu Qiuqiao retorted with exasperation, taken aback that the seemingly omnipotent Li Xia could lose her way within this stone cavern. Were it not for Ying Mei, they might have taken ages to reach this place. "Is anyone flawless?" "It is only natural," Li Xia chuckled inwardly, then gazed ahead. There were only about 20 cultivators remaining, and nearly all bore injuries. Evidently, the skirmishes here were even more fierce than she had anticipated. Yet, what Li Xia did not expect was that the cultivators in this location did not regard one another with hostility. Rather, they resembled wounded beasts licking their wounds, sharing elixirs among themselves. Even more astonishing was the presence of individuals who were clearly practitioners of the demonic path mingling among the righteous cultivators. "What transpired while I was lost?" Li Xia mused, stroking her chin. "Another brother has arrived." Upon seeing Li Xia, the crowd converged around her. "Brother, you seem to be quite fortunate," one of them exclaimed, eyeing Li Xia from head to toe with admiration. "What do you mean by that?" Li Xia inquired, taken aback. "Your luck is indeed remarkable. You have not encountered that monster." Another fellow sighed. "Our sect sent 4 of us, yet only I escaped after facing that creature." Why does that sound reminiscent of my own actions?" Li Xia scrutinized the man closely. It was impossible that he was responsible, as she had only slain 15 individuals and was certain none had escaped. "Whom did you encounter?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before responding. "The senior brother of the blood-robe sect, Blood Demon Jinren." Chapter 22, Finding a Way to Leave No Loose and So. "You mean to say that this Blood Demon Jinren roams throughout the spiritual veins, killing indiscriminately, even seeking out targets to slay?" Li Xia pondered, organizing the information she had gathered. Firstly, this Blood Demon Jinren is unexpectedly formidable, slaughtering both righteous and demonic practitioners alike. Previously, they had assembled a dozen individuals to encircle this Blood Demon Jinren. Yet only 2 managed to escape. The rest had inevitably become part of his blood pool. Moreover, just beyond this point lies Long Quan. Yet they were still uncertain how to unravel the restrictions before it. With the looming threat of Blood Demon Jinren's arrival, even if they could break the restrictions, they would not dare to bathe in Long Quan under such scrutiny. With this thought, Li Xia's expression fell. "Actually, everyone, our sect has also faced an attack from Blood Demon Jinren. Had it not been for this celestial lady from the Shadow Demon sect by my side, I too would have perished at his hands. However, I truly did not realize that the monster I encountered was the infamous Blood Demon Jinren of the Blood-Robe sect. I only grasped the situation upon hearing your accounts. It appears my luck is not as fortunate as I had hoped." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to Ying Mei, whose peak Golden Core cultivation could not be feigned. It was indeed plausible for 2 Golden Core practitioners to escape from Blood Demon Jinren. Furthermore, the notion of a righteous practitioner traveling with a demonic one was inherently peculiar. Li Xia's words suddenly made sense. "Brother, we all wish to enter Long Quan, but if Blood Demon Jinren remains, we cannot enjoy it in peace. Shall we consider collaborating?" One cultivator extended an olive branch to Li Xia. "Collaboration is feasible. Yet should we manage to eliminate Blood Demon Jinren, how shall we allocate the opportunities to enter Long Quan?" Li Xia nodded and inquired. "Well," upon hearing Li Xia's question, the crowd hesitated momentarily. Then another person suggested, "If we rely solely on individual merit, some may choose to sit idly and reap the rewards without contributing. How about we base our entry into Long Quan on the contributions made during this encirclement?" This proposal garnered unanimous agreement, yet dissenting voices arose. But how can we be certain that no one will go back on their word? Indeed, even among practitioners of the righteous path, establishing trust is a challenging endeavor. Perhaps we could swear oaths using our true names. For those unwilling to do so, I believe many possess some divination skills and could easily discern the truth. As this suggestion was made, the crowd nodded in agreement. Swearing upon one's true name is a grave vow. If violated, stagnation in cultivation is merely a minor consequence, while severe breaches could even result in immediate demise. Furthermore, under equal cultivation levels, anyone with a modicum of divination knowledge could ascertain whether the name sworn was genuine. Thus, no one would question such oaths. Then let me commence. The individual who had initially taken the lead swore first. Once everyone had sworn, all eyes turned to Li Xia and Ying Mei, the last to arrive. Ying Mei shrank back, as she harbored intentions of monopolizing Longquan. Yet she also understood that failing to swear an oath at this moment might lead the assembled individuals to eliminate them before they could confront Blood Demon. However, as she contemplated this, Ying Mei glanced at Li Xia beside her, aware that he was no ordinary character to provoke. Not to mention swearing upon his true name. Should this person of underworld status become displeased, he might very well engage in a skirmish with the gathered crowd. To her surprise, Li Xia merely nodded calmly and stated, "In that case, I, Shu Qiuqiao, swear by my true name." Shu Qiuqiao? Though the crowd had not heard this name before, a quick calculation confirmed its authenticity, and they did not delve further. Ying Mei, astonished that this killer was so agreeable today, refrained from questioning further, and also vowed using her true name. Among those present, only Shu Qiuqiao herself could grasp Li Xia's true intentions. "Li Xia, you swore using my name. Pray tell me, what exactly are you scheming?" Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's pressing inquiry, Li Xia shrugged helplessly. "You see, counting myself and the two of us, there are a total of 23 Golden Core practitioners, correct?" "Indeed." Shu Qiuqiao nodded in a daze. "It's not a problem for me to slay them all by myself, but in the midst of such a brawl, there is no guarantee that a few 1T slip through the cracks." Li Xia gestured with open hands. "If any were to escape, my reputation as a righteous practitioner would be utterly ruined. Thus, it seems I must trouble that unacquainted blood demon brother to assist me in dealing with these potential loose ends." Upon hearing Li Xia's chilling words, Shu Qiuqiao could not help but shudder. She realized that he was indeed serious about eliminating everyone without leaving a single survivor. At that moment, a figure reeking of blood was steadily approaching their location. The technique of blood magic cultivation is none other than the Blood Sea divine art. I must confess, I have only encountered this technique in books. Gazing at the information jade slip, Li Xia could not help but furrow his brow. The Blood Sea divine art is one of the most malevolent techniques within the inheritance of the Blood Garment sect. This technique utilizes blood as its conduit and sword energy as its form, enabling the practitioner to siphon the blood of their enemies to fortify themselves. When mastered to an advanced level, it can even summon a sea of blood, plunging foes into an endless abyss of terror, ultimately leading to their demise through blood depletion. From any perspective, this blood mage is undoubtedly a troublesome adversary. "Can you contend with him, Li Xia?" Shu Qiuqiao inquired with evident concern. "Well, Li Xia zitata. You cannot defeat him. If you can't, perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. It would be just as well if we abandoned Longquan." Shu Qiuqiao expressed her worries. "It's not that I cannot defeat him." Li Xia shook his head slightly. "It's just that encountering this individual, my entire strength may very well be laid bare." Chapter 23. The concept of relaxation. The time spent waiting was exceedingly lengthy. The mere thought of having to engage in battle with such a monster filled each person, save for Li Xia, with profound trepidation. Adhering to the principle that idleness breeds idleness, Li Xia took the opportunity to find a corner and extracted the blood ginseng, the frost spirit mushroom, and that celestial spirit herb. He also personally procured some supplementary medicine, ensuring that he had gathered all the necessary materials for the Qingling gathering pill. I must ask, at such a critical juncture, you aren't actually planning to refine pills, are you? Ying Mei was taken aback by Li Xia's series of actions, uncertain in her inquiry. "What do you know? This is called relaxation. Take note of it." Li Xia shrugged, swiftly tossing the 3 types of herbs and 4 supplementary medicines into the alchemy furnace. For an ordinary person, alchemy is an art that demands meticulous skill, yet Li Xia's movements exuded a raw and unrefined energy. First, he picked up the frost spirit mushroom, its verdant, frosted cap appearing diminutive within his broad palm. With a gentle pinch, the silver frost melded into the spiritual energy, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, the frost spirit mushroom was accurately cast into the flames of the furnace. Before long, a refreshing fragrance emanated from within, as the mushroom began to gradually release its essence. Next, he retrieved a piece of blood ginseng, a herb exuding a faint sanguine aroma, reminiscent of congealed blood, brimming with potent energy. Li Xia, employing an almost brutal approach, broke the ginseng into small segments and cast them into the alchemy furnace as if feeding a famished wolf. The essences of the blood ginseng and frost spirit mushroom swiftly blended within the furnace, releasing an even more vigorous spiritual energy. Lastly, Li Xia extracted a handful of celestial spirit herb, a botanical that seemed to thrive in a paradise, imbued with a hint of ethereal aura. After a brief caress, he crushed it with a sudden ferocity. The fragments of the celestial spirit herb precisely fell into the furnace flames, causing the alchemy chamber to burst forth with brilliance, as if countless sprites were dancing within. The flames blazed, and the unique powers of the three herbs fused under Li Xia's command. Although his movements appeared simple and rough, the pills produced were remarkably potent, with spiritual energy nearly overflowing from the furnace. The surrounding onlookers soon became aware of Li Xia's alchemical endeavors. While they recognized that he must have utilized the ancient spiritual herbs from this spiritual vein, and that the resultant pill would undoubtedly be of high value, the oath binding them rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Nevertheless, they silently noted Li Xia's aura. Once the blood mage was vanquished, it was only a matter of time before Li Xia, having revealed himself, would become their collective target. Li Xia was acutely aware of their thoughts, yet he remained indifferent. After all, soon enough, these individuals would meet their demise. Just as Li Xia remained engrossed in his alchemical pursuits, Yingmei suddenly trembled all over. Not only her, but even Shu Qiuqiao, who typically lacked sensitivity, shuddered as an indescribable chill swept over her entire being. Those who had been resting rose to their feet, their gazes fixated intently on the mouth of a cave ahead. Following this, a terrifying scent of blood began to permeate the cave. Clap, clap. The slow, deliberate footsteps echoed ominously from within the cave, and as the footsteps drew nearer, the nauseating stench of blood intensified, reaching a point of near repulsion. Gulp! Is it him? No, wait. Shu Qiuqiao, how can you still be refining pills at this moment? Yingmei stammered, swallowing hard, for even she believed that under the current circumstances, merely escaping from that individual was their only hope. If forced to choose between abandoning Longquan and confronting that monster, Yingmei would gladly forsake Longquan. Relaxation. Do you understand the concept of relaxation? Li Xia casually adjusted the furnace's flames and donned a mask. Why are you wearing that? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. I fear I may have overestimated this individual's strength and allowed a few stragglers to escape. Li Xia replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a vivid crimson figure slowly emerged at the cave's entrance, and someone, trembling, shouted, "He has arrived." Whether one desires to seize Longquan or simply survive this ordeal, our only hope lies in successfully surrounding him. Brothers, charge! In an instant, countless spells ignited with luminous brilliance. Sword energies, spells, and talismans filled the cave, the dazzling radiance clashing within the confined space, producing a heart-stopping roar. However, just when everyone presumed they had the upper hand, the blood mage remained composed, standing resolutely as if he were an unfathomable abyss, his cold gaze flashing with disdain. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the purple copper blood tragedy sword gracefully unsheathed, its blade enveloped in a crimson light, as if it drew life and hope from the depths of the abyss. He leaped effortlessly into the air, his trajectory exuding unparalleled ferocity and a sinister sword energy. With each step he took, the cave trembled slightly, and waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, as if the surrounding space responded to his murderous intent. As the blood mage danced his deadly swordplay, streams of blood light flowed like living entities through the web formed by the cultivators, rendering their spells and attacks futile. Even under the relentless onslaught of 23 golden core cultivators, the blood mage moved as if in an uninhabited realm, unperturbed. Each of his strikes was executed with pinpoint precision, and every swing of his sword splattered the blood of cultivators, forcing them to retreat. In the next moment, the blood mage unleashed his ultimate technique, the Blood Sea Divine Art, enveloping the entire cave in a shroud of blood mist, causing the forms of the 23 golden core cultivators to blur. Before their eyes, the blood mage no longer appeared as a singular entity, but transformed into a vast expanse of blood clouds, each droplet of blood rain harboring lethal potency. The blood mage required no further action. Simply standing there rendered him invincible, as if an immortal being had descended upon the mortal realm, instilling dread within the hearts of the 23 Golden Core cultivators. Despite their best efforts to surround him, they found it nearly impossible to touch the hem of the Blood Mage's garment. Even as their offensive surged like a fierce tide, they remained pitifully powerless against the ravages of the Blood Shadow before the spring. Is he truly still a Golden Core cultivator? On the battlefield, some cultivators displayed expressions of utter despair. Meanwhile, Li Xia continued his alchemical work. Chapter 24. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? No, Li Xia. Why are you still refining pills? This level of relaxation is simply too excessive. Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in disbelief at Li Xia's actions. I am a man. As long as I am resolute, what does it matter whether I am relaxed or not? I find myself unable to comprehend your words. However, the ominous blood mist is rapidly encroaching upon us. Shu Qiuqiao momentarily fell silent, only to witness the blood mist generated by the Blood Sea Divine art gradually enveloping their vicinity. Alas, fear not, it is but a minor inconvenience. Li Xia sighed and shook his head, then once again infused a surge of spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace. With this infusion, the concoction within the furnace began to whirl with increasing velocity, a rich fragrance wafting through the air, nearly dispelling the blood mist surrounding them. At such a moment, to still possess the composure to refine pills, though I know not your identity, you certainly exhibit remarkable poise. Just then, a crimson silhouette abruptly materialized behind Li Xia, accompanied by a flash of sword light, aimed directly at his neck. Bang! The sound of two long swords clashing resonated like the thunderous crash of a meteorite, and the shockwave generated by their collision dispersed the surrounding blood mist entirely. It became apparent that Li Xia had drawn his sword, positioning it before his neck, while the blood-mourning sword hovered mere inches from his carotid artery. That distance, at this moment, felt like an insurmountable chasm. Do not rush. It is not your turn yet. Li Xia forcefully struck the alchemical furnace, which emitted a low hum. As the sound gradually faded, the lid of the furnace sprang open, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth. Quick as a flash, Li Xia seized the light, producing a pill bottle to contain it. Before he could stow the pill away, a second wave of sword energy surged forth, the sword advancing like a spirit serpent emerging from its lair, targeting Li Xia's brow. With a mere flick of his hand, Li Xia deflected the sword, a serene smile still gracing his face. What is this rush to meet your demise? It seems it is you who ought to perish. The Blood Demon Master let out a sinister laugh, preparing to launch another assault. However, Li Xia had no intention of lingering. He retreated, vanishing into the blood mist. What an impressive blood mist evasion technique. No, this blood mist belongs to me. Does it not? The Blood Demon Master mused momentarily, then quickly realized the anomaly. This blood mist, clearly a product of his Blood Sea Divine art. How could Li Xia so effortlessly meld with it? Yet, Li Xia offered no explanation. In but a brief moment, his figure reappeared, accompanied by a cascade of severed heads. In an instant, Li Xia's garments were drenched in blood, rendering him a vision clad in crimson, his masked visage obscuring his identity. One could scarcely discern whether he was the Blood Demon or the Blood Demon Master himself. What on earth are you doing? The Blood Demon Master was momentarily bewildered by this unforeseen turn of events. Here he was, the Blood Demon Master, hunting prey, and yet one of those very prey had begun to hunt the others? No, this is my role. Must you encroach upon it as well? Are you out of your mind? Yet, Li Xia's slaughter continued unabated, driven perhaps by the urge to claim his quarry or to swiftly eliminate this troublesome foe. The Blood Demon Master swiftly pursued, and thus they darted through the blood mist, each in relentless chase. Wherever Li Xia appeared, blood would inevitably spray forth, and should anyone foolishly attempt to intercept his blade, they would swiftly meet their end at the hands of the Blood Demon Master. The cavern echoed with anguished cries, as the onlookers failed to comprehend the unfolding chaos before being ruthlessly extinguished. Why? Why are there two blood demons? A golden core cultivator was cleaved in two by Li Xia, and in his agony, he attempted to crawl away from the battlefield. But the blood demon was upon him in an instant, crushing his skull beneath a boot, never pausing in his pursuit of Li Xia. This unfortunate soul never grasped the reason for the presence of two blood demons before his demise. The massacre raged on within the cavern, the span of merely a quarter hour seeming to stretch interminably. Meanwhile, the blood demon grew increasingly alarmed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he could not catch up to this individual. Though Li Xia's speed appeared unremarkable, The blood demon felt as if an invisible force repelled him, propelling Li Xiao forward. The distance, seemingly negligible, felt insurmountably vast, akin to a bottomless chasm. At long last, Li Xiao's figure came to a halt within the cavern, and the blood mist that had concealed him dissipated unbeknownst to all. "Why have you ceased your flight?" The blood demon master gasped slightly, coldly inquiring. "Well, perhaps it is because there is no longer any necessity." Li Xia surveyed his surroundings and replied. Upon hearing this, the blood demon master glanced around, only to realize that the 20 or so cultivators present had been utterly annihilated by the two of them. Aside from the one cowering in a corner, shrouded by shadow and trembling, convinced he was unseen, there were no living souls left. "How does it feel to have your prey snatched away?" Li Xia raised his sword, pointing it at the blood demon master with a smile. "I only require you as my quarry to sate my hunger." The blood demon master, upon hearing this, flicked his blood-mourning sword and grinned menacingly. Chapter 25. This is bad. I might truly meet my end this time. Just afraid you might chip a tooth. Li Xia scoffed, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, both wielders of long swords engaging in a fierce duel midair, exchanging blows over 100 times in the blink of an eye. In that moment, sword energy erupted, the azure sky unblemished. As Li Xia and the blood demon master stood at opposite ends, their sword forms flickering like phantoms. As their techniques intertwined, they resembled meteors racing across the moonlit sky, their weapons clashing in a harmonious symphony, the flying sword energy sharp as a phoenix in flight, swift as a dragon gliding through water. Each contact of their blades sent forth a shower of sparks, glimmering like plum blossoms brushing against snow, the sword light scattering like stars. The air crackled with chilling sword energy, surging between the two cultivators as if capable of cleaving stone and gold, each scintillating blade like a sudden mountain storm, cascading through the heavens. Onlookers, despite their eagerness to intervene, found themselves powerless, merely watching in awe, their hearts trembling. Throughout this exchange, both combatants showcased extraordinary prowess, the true essence of righteousness and malevolence colliding in the air, their sword intent swelling like the tumultuous waves upon a river. The blood demon master appeared as a suspended vermilion bird, his blood-stained garb fierce, each strike as sharp as a razor. In contrast, Li Xia moved like a gentle spring breeze, his steps fluid, the sword techniques embodying the harmony of nature, concealing profound mysteries. How did I ever muster the courage to accompany such a monstrosity? At this moment, the shadow charm, believing itself well hidden, trembled in a corner. Above her, the duel raged on, rendering her unworthy of even the status of a spectator. The flurry of sword techniques moved so swiftly that her eyes struggled to keep pace. This is preposterous. Are these two truly golden core cultivators? How can there be such a disparity among them? Though she too was a peak golden core cultivator, before these two, she felt as insignificant as a mere insect. Truly, one worthy of slaying my two junior brothers without sustaining any injury in the absence of true energy. Ha ha! The world indeed harbors countless heroes. How exhilarating! The blood demon master laughed heartily, yet retreated, opting not to engage in further futile swordplay. With a flourish of his blood-red sleeve, it expanded dramatically, resembling a sky filled with blood clouds. Blood-Sea Divine Art, activate. With a thunderous command, the blood demon master summoned a torrential downpour of blood rain from the crimson clouds. Each droplet fell like corrosive acid, hissing as it struck the ground. And within mere seconds, the cavern was utterly transformed by this blood rain. As for Li Xia, at this moment, he could only wield his longsword in a manner so impenetrable that it resembled a wall, effectively blocking the torrential blood rain from breaching his defenses. Ha ha! Allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of my blood garment sect, the Blood-Sea Divine Art, the convergence of the three realms. Suddenly, the sky filled with blood rain erupted violently, transforming into a pervasive, corrosive blood mist. Even though Li Xia's swordplay remained steadfast, his sleeves began to show signs of erosion. In the next instant, the omnipresent blood mist swiftly contracted, returning to the hands of the blood demon master, coalescing into a sphere. Farewell, I shall remember you, the blood demon master declared, as he thrust the sphere forward, a motion that inexplicably reminded Li Xia of a certain monkey unleashing the Kamehameha wave from the Dragon Pearl. Isn't this just a clash of energies? I shall respond in kind. Li Xia laughed heartily, channeling his vital energy rapidly, summoning a luminous sphere in his hand. It was only then that Shu Qiuqiao realized, since entering the spiritual vein, this was the first time Li Xia had employed a spell. However, The next moment, Shu Qiuqiao discovered a troubling issue. That is, Li Xia pausa. It's just, how should I put this? Li Xia. Speak quickly. I am about to engage in a clash. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's hesitant words, Li Xia furrowed his brow. It's almost the hour of you. Li Xia gasped in alarm. Oh no, in the throes of battle, I lost track of time. If Shu Qiuqiao were to take the stage now, she would undoubtedly be shredded by the Blood Demon Master in an instant. Realizing the urgency, Li Xia did not dare squander another moment. Throwing out a wooden dummy while concealing his body, the dummy transforming into his likeness under a veil of white light. Then, the Blood Demon Master's Kamehameha wave. No, the Blood Sea divine art, struck with ferocity, obliterating the air where Li Xia had once stood into mere fragments. So fragile? The Blood Demon Master frowned, immediately sensing something amiss. This attack had inexplicably lacked any tangible resistance. He began to scan the surroundings warily. But the more he searched, the more alarmed he became, as Li Xia's presence had completely vanished from the cave. Not only that, but even the secret mark of the Blood Garment sect, imprinted upon the soul, eluded his perception. Such a formidable concealment technique. The Blood Demon Master retreated to a corner, doing everything in his power to guard against a potential ambush from Li Xia, yet no such attack materialized. Could it be that he fled? Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. The Blood Demon Master vigorously shook his head, the image of Li Xia as a relentless killer etched in his mind. And he could not bring himself to believe that such an individual would suddenly retreat in the heat of battle. Waiting for an opportunity to strike when my guard is down? Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, the Blood Demon Master conceded that if he remained perpetually on edge against a potential attack, he might find himself at a disadvantage even if Li Xia were to confront him head-on. I shall remember you. He uttered a fierce proclamation into the empty space before him, remaining vigilant as he departed. As for the Dragon Spring, compared to the formidable dish that is Li Xia, its allure to the Blood Demon Master was negligible. Phew, have both of those monsters departed? Once assured of the Blood Demon Master's exit, Yingmei trembled as she crawled out from her hiding place, glancing around to confirm that the two creatures had indeed left, before exhaling in relief. What close call! If that spell had truly struck, even with my protective talisman, I would have been instantly obliterated in my concealed state. Truly fortunate this time. I have narrowly escaped with my life. Damn it, Shu Qiuqiao, you nearly got me killed. Yingmei plopped down on the ground, letting out a long sigh. I am truly sorry. The voice that emerged from behind startled Yingmei, sending chills coursing through her body, and her clothes were soon soaked with cold sweat. Turning around, she found that the demon had appeared behind her without her noticing. Chapter 26. Shu Qiuqiao, a professional actress. That is, seeing her in such a state, it seems we have truly put her in a dire predicament. Shu Qiuqiao remarked internally to Li Xia as she observed the trembling Yingmei. If you don't act quickly to eliminate her, we will surely face dire consequences. Li Xia sighed in exasperation. The chime of the hour of you had already sounded, and he had no choice but to employ the golden cicada's shedding of its shell to swiftly vacate the battlefield, using the residual waves of the Blood Sea divine art to conceal himself. Normally, such a concealment would be ineffective, but fortune smiled upon him. For at the moment he withdrew, Shu Qiuqiao emerged to take control of the body. Timing was impeccable, as Shu Qiuqiao, upon seizing control, executed the concealment technique as per Li Xia's instructions. It should be noted that over the years, in a bid for survival, Shu Qiuqiao's mastery of concealment techniques ranked just below evasion techniques. Furthermore, fortune favored her, as the mark of the Blood Garment sect was imprinted upon the soul. Having slain 2 practitioners of the Blood Garment sect, the secret mark became inscribed upon Li Xia's soul. As Shu Qiuqiao took control of the body, the mark naturally retreated into her form, hidden away. Had it not been for this, the Blood Demon Master would not have been so startled by this sudden concealment. My word, even the soul mark can be concealed. Coupled with the overwhelming lethality exhibited by Li Xia earlier, a sudden ambush would surely leave him bewildered. If not for this ruse of an empty city might not have succeeded in driving away the Blood Demon Master. The pressing issue now is how to deal with Yingmei. Shu Qiuqiao, can you eliminate her? In Li Xia's view, the best course of action was to swiftly dispatch Yingmei. Although she had not displayed any aggression thus far, that was under the condition of Li Xia's absolute dominance. Now that Shu Qiuqiao was in control, should Yingmei catch wind of any discrepancy, she would likely pounce at the first opportunity. Do you think I can? Shu Qiuqiao replied meekly. Indeed, given Shu Qiuqiao's level, If she did not manage to eliminate Ing Mei in one strike, she would likely expose a flaw. The best strategy now was to continue to intimidate this woman, and once they regrouped with Li Chun and the others, they could devise a plan. Ing Mei, noticing Shu Qiuqiao's prolonged silence, was on the verge of tears from fear. Even a moment's reflection would reveal that with the blood demon gone, the dragon spring lay before her. This monster's next move would likely be to eliminate her to monopolize the dragon spring. Yet even with this knowledge, she dared not make a move, terrified that she would be cleaved in two before she could even begin to flee, reduced to mere ingredients for dumplings. Shu Qiuqiao, try to mimic my expression and repeat what I say, Li Xia instructed in his mind. Shu Qiuqiao nodded silently, striving to appear as cold and ruthless as possible, gazing down at Ing Mei with an icy demeanor. Speak, what use do you have left? I. Even at this juncture, Ing Mei could not fathom any reason why Shu Qiuqiao would spare her life, but her instinct for survival compelled her to rack her brain, desperately contemplating her usefulness. After all, if she did not think quickly, she might soon find herself with her brains splattered. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the grand door behind her. In a moment of inspiration struck, I can open the door to the dragon spring. I can assist the master in gaining entry. I do not covet the dragon spring. I only ask that the master grant me a chance to live. Ing Mei hastily remarked that she possessed a key within her storage pouch, a veritable universal key, capable of unlocking any barrier beneath the realm of the nascent soul, provided there was a door to open. Though it could only be utilized once, exchanging this treasure for her life was certainly worthwhile. Very well, Shu Qiuqiao coldly nodded, yet her heart jubilantly soared. It seems rather easy to intimidate her. Ha. With just a gentle word, I can compel her to reveal such a precious technique. Do not let pride blind you. If you slip up, I cannot guarantee your safety, Li Xia interjected, aptly dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Then I shall proceed. Trembling, Ing Mei approached the door, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Shu Qiuqiao and asked, might I implore the esteemed one to swear that upon my opening this door, I shall be granted a chance at survival? However, Shu Qiuqiao instinctively began to nod in agreement, perceiving this as a reasonable request. Yet, just as her head began to incline, Li Xia urgently halted her. If you nod, we shall undoubtedly go out of character. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Li Xia would never acquiesce to such a request. To promise a safe passage would hinge entirely upon her mood that day. A vow not to kill you? Li Xia could never commit such an act. Realizing this, Shu Qiuqiao quickly adjusted her demeanor, regarding Ing Mei with a half-smile. I could swear not to kill you. Would you dare to believe it? Ing Mei shivered at Shu Qiuqiao's action, her body involuntarily trembling. She then recalled that just moments ago, Shu Qiuqiao, Li Xia, had sworn alongside 20 other Golden Core practitioners to collectively combat the blood demon, vowing never to engage in internal strife or stand idly by. What was the outcome? With a single strike, she had annihilated all 20 Golden Core cultivators, and even now, the stench of blood lingered in the cave. To ask such a monster to swear not to take her life, would a few lives suffice? Ing Mei quickly shook her head and hastily retrieved the universal key from her storage pouch, pressing it against the door. The moment the key made contact with the stone door, it seemed to meld into it. Though there was no keyhole visible, the onlookers heard a distinct sound of unlocking. Subsequently, the stone door slowly creaked open before the eyes of the two, or rather 3, individuals. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy surged forth, causing both Shu Qiuqiao and Ing Mei to feel their internal energies accelerate significantly. Especially for Shu Qiuqiao, there was an almost imperceptible sensation of impending breakthrough. I have opened the stone door, may I leave now? Ing Mei's voice trembled as she inched her gaze upward, only to encounter Shu Qiuqiao's expression of utter confusion. It was a look that Ing Mei could not decipher, leaving her unable to read any emotion from Shu Qiuqiao. A fresh wave of cold sweat drenched her back. Chapter 27. Beauty enters water. Unseen trespasses your control over expressions is quite commendable. Observing the utterly stunned Ing Mei. Li Xia. Of course, I graduated from the prestigious Jingyi Performing Arts University. I crossed over my second year. Proud of being a female university student. Hands on hips. You always claimed to be a university student, yet it turns out you truly are one. Li Xia pause din surprise. What were you doing before you arrived here? Shu Qiuqiao queried, perplexed. It seemed to her that Li Xia had adapted too well to this world, to the extent that she almost believed this individual was a native. Yet how could a native possibly conjure an entire system of American-style Aido? This certainly did not appear to be something that could naturally evolve in this realm. Knowing too much isn't beneficial for you. Esteemed one, senior. Yingmei was on the verge of tears. However, Shu Qiuqiao paid her no heed and resolutely advanced toward the interior of the stone door. Noticing that Shu Qiuqiao seemed disinclined to kill her, Yingmei breathed a small sigh of relief and turned to leave, only to hear Shu Qiuqiao's cold snort. "Did I permit you to depart?" Yingmei's steps abruptly halted, and she turned back with tearful eyes, her voice tinged with desperation. "Might I inquire what further tasks the esteemed one has for me?" At this juncture, Shu Qiuqiao also pondered. "Wait, Li Xia. If she leaves now, wouldn't she be safe? Why not let her go?" Li Xia merely scoffed. "If we allow her to leave, won't our slaughter of over 30 Golden Core disciples from various sects within this cave be exposed? She cannot leave. She must remain under my watchful gaze at all times. If necessary, you can exert pressure on her gradually, compelling her to vow allegiance and keep these matters confidential. If that fails, find a way to eliminate her. There is still one last Thunderfire Pearl in the storage pouch. Additionally, I have 2 tokens, each contained within separate lead boxes in my storage pouches. When combined, these 2 tokens unleash unimaginable might. What tokens possess such power? Didn't you claim your weapon forging skills were subpar?" Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback. Uranium, 235. Li Xia casually raplia. Though Shu Qiuqiao mentally cursed Li Xia numerous times, she stifled the impulse to retrieve those 2 ominous items from her storage pouch and hastily dispose of them, instead addressing Yingmei coldly. "Come with me. Longquan lies at the deepest part of the spiritual vein." Upon entering the stone door, Shu Qiuqiao beheld the ancient stone walls adorned with the marks of time and intricate formations. After securing the stone door to prevent any unwarranted attacks, she took another few steps forward and encountered a tranquil pool of crystal-clear spring water. The spring appeared as if sculpted from jade, its waters clear enough to reveal the bottom, exuding a soft and warm glow akin to fine jade. As the 2 entered, the disturbed air created ripples upon the surface of the spring. Within those slight undulations lingered a faint trace of dragon energy, so subtle that it resembled the morning mist in the mountains, nearly imperceptible unless one focused intently. Though this trace of dragon energy did not originate from a true dragon, it was potent enough to grant cultivators a transformative purification, even capable of reshaping the foundation of their bodies. However, this trace of dragon energy was unattainable for anyone other than the chosen of heaven, those favored by the heavens themselves. This spring water appears so serene, Shu Qiuqiao mused inwardly. Yet she was acutely aware that this tranquil spring possessed the uncanny ability to transmute decay into the miraculous. Even disregarding the trace of dragon energy, the capacity to cleanse one's sinews and marrow, enhancing one's aptitude, was something that could scarcely be found throughout the vast expanse of the Daxia dynasty. "Esteemed one, do you require me to act as your guardian?" Upon glimpsing the coveted Longquan, Yingmei could scarcely suppress her greed, yet she dared not act rashly. "To guard you? Would I dare?" Shu Qiuqiao turned her gaze back, attempting to emulate Li Xia's demeanor, casting a cold glance at Yingmei. "I can swear by my true name." At this moment, Yingmei could no longer contain her yearning for the Longquan. In her eyes, merely soaking in the spring, regardless of the cost, would be worth it. If a single vow and a moment of guardianship could yield even a fragment of the Longquan, it would undoubtedly be a profitable venture. "Then swear." Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Just as Yingmei was about to make her vow, Shu Qiuqiao added, "Furthermore, since you were to make a vow, you might as well swear that you will not divulge any matters concerning me or what transpires within the spiritual vein to anyone." Yingmei hesitated for a moment, for she understood that swearing an oath using one's true name was a daunting task, fraught with challenges in finding loopholes to circumvent the rules. Seeking loopholes in oaths was akin to searching for flaws in the celestial order itself. Thus, she was taken aback by Li Xia's ability to swear without adhering to it. In response, Li Xia remarked, "What does Shu Qiuqiao's casual swearing have to do with me?" Li Xia. Although Yingmei was reluctant to make such an oath, the icy gaze of Shu Qiuqiao made her feel that if she did not swear at that moment, this merciless fiend would surely resort to violence. With no other recourse, she steeled herself and uttered the oath. "Very well," Shu Qiuqiao nodded, and her next words sent Yingmei, who was teetering on the edge of anxiety, into a state of exhilaration. "Once I have finished using this dragon spring, if there is any left, I shall allow you to partake." With that, Shu Qiuqiao turned her attention to the dragon spring, and her blood-soaked Taoist robe transformed into a garment of pristine light silk. She had long endured the discomfort of that blood-stained robe, which reeked of foulness. Had it not been for the need to maintain her persona, her first action upon changing would have been to discard it. Subsequently, adorned in the delicate silk, Shu Qiuqiao slowly dipped her flawless, jade-like ankles into the spring water. Oh, it's cold, cold, cold. The icy waters made Shu Qiuqiao shiver. Yet in order to uphold her image as a remorseless fiend, she stifled her voice and gradually submerged her entire body into the spring. Observing her now semi-transparent silk robe, soaked through, Shu Qiuqiao cast a glance at Mei, who was watching her intently from the shore, and raised her hand, conjuring a barrier of true energy in midair. Beauty bathing, do not gaze inappropriately. Chapter 28. Dragon Spring. Dragon Qi, the spring water, seemed to possess a spirit of its own, traversing every meridian and cell, gradually purging impurities and nourishing the essence, rendering the spiritual energy within the cultivator increasingly pure. Shu Qiuqiao felt as if with every moment spent in the spring, her body and mind were undergoing a baptism. Taking a long, deep breath, she sensed her true energy continuously becoming more substantial, as if the spiritual energy were flowing into her being without restraint. However, for reasons unknown, the legendary effects of cleansing and refining her marrow did not manifest at all. Or perhaps they did, but in comparison to the cost borne by others, and the contents of the legends, the effects were rather feeble. Why do I not feel the effects of cleansing the marrow? Shu Qiuqiao pondered aloud. Is it possible? Li Xia stroked his chin, contemplating, and uncertainly suggested, could it be that our qualifications are so exceptional that this level of cleansing has become ineffective for us? Huh? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Then what was the purpose of our arduous journey? Did all those cultivators perish in vain? Fear not, there is still an opportunity. Li Xia interjectatimeli. According to legend, the reason this spring is called the Dragon Spring is that it harbors a trace of Dragon Qi. If we can acquire this trace of Dragon Qi, we will not have suffered in vain. How do we obtain it? Shu Qiuqiao hesitated and inquired. You must consume the elixir I just refined, Li Xia instructed. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao mustered her courage and rummaged through her storage pouch, uncertain of what Li Xia had concealed within. She feared that inadvertently touching something peculiar might lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, Li Xia had placed the elixir in a conspicuous spot, and she quickly found it. The Qingling Gathering Qi pill, which could instantaneously provide a substantial amount of spiritual energy, was the optimal pill for breakthroughs. Moreover, this pill could also allow a cultivator to enter a state of oblivion. Although it was still miles away from true enlightenment, it was a state that could be sought, but not easily obtained. Gulp! After swallowing the Qingling Gathering Qi pill, Shu Qiuqiao crossed her knees and swiftly began to refine it within her body. Upon entering her system, the pill transformed into a cool stream of spiritual energy that coursed through her limbs, making her feel increasingly alert. Yet, accompanied by this clarity was a blurring of her perception of the external world. With time, her senses began to dull, as if her consciousness were wholly immersed in the flow of spiritual energy within her corporeal form. She sought to perceive the external world, to feel the spiritual energy flowing into her. With Li Xia's guidance, Shu Qiuqiao began to gently search within the stream of energy entering her body. Time slipped away, and she had nearly lost all sense of it. After what felt like an eternity, Shu Qiuqiao finally detected something unique within a strand of spiritual energy. It radiated brightness, clarity, and warmth akin to the morning sun. Is this Dragon Qi? The thought barely surfaced in Shu Qiuqiao's mind when she felt the surge of Dragon Qi swiftly circulating throughout her being, ultimately entering her soul. A message abruptly materialized in Shu Qiuqiao's consciousness. I leave this Dragon Qi for those fated individuals who meet the required conditions. The heavenly path is merciless, yet all beings possess emotions. Only those with compassion may attain this Dragon Qi. I qualify, Shu Qiuqiao silently affirmed. This trial was not overly challenging, as cultivators who followed the path of emotional detachment or sought to transcend feelings were exceedingly rare. While that path was powerful and allowed for rapid cultivation, it was notoriously difficult to pursue. Given Shu Qiuqiao's temperament, she had never intended to choose that route, primarily because, in female-centric narratives, those who followed the path of emotional detachment often ended up as tragic heroines, and she could not bear such torment. The heavenly path shows no mercy, treating all beings as mere pawns. However, all sentient beings should possess compassion. Only those who have never harmed intelligent life forms, nor harbored thoughts of killing, may attain this Dragon Qi. Upon hearing these words, both Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia fell silent. Isn't it a bit too stringent to say that even a mosquito cannot be harmed? Lixia exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, mosquitoes don't count as intelligent beings, do they? In today's world, aside from humans, the only other sentient beings are likely certain demon beasts. Yet, those who have survived the fierce competition to reach this point are undoubtedly individuals who have emerged from countless battles. Who among them has not contemplated taking a life? This trial seemed to eliminate most cultivators. Wait, there is still one cultivator who has not been disqualified. Lixia suddenly froze, while Shu Qiuqiao, still in a daze. Read aloud the next line. I qualify. Ugh, this unfortunate female student has managed to reap such benefits. Lixia was speechless. Finally, this dragon chi is reserved for the gifted and extraordinary. Those lacking such talent are unworthy to be my disciples. I qualify. By sheer serendipity, Shu Qiuqiao found herself meeting all three conditions, a stroke of good fortune that perfectly aligned with her presence here. Had Lixia been the one to arrive, he likely would have faltered at the first hurdle. As the dragon chi confirmed Shu Qiuqiao's eligibility, it surged into her being, and she felt her meridians and corporeal form undergoing a remarkable transformation in that fleeting moment. With the influx of dragon chi, her meridians rapidly became infinitely resilient. If previously they had the strength of a mere piece of twine, now they could be likened to the arresting cables of an aircraft carrier. Moreover, not only that, Shu Qiuqiao felt her physical body undergoing a sublime transformation, as if she had mastered a superior body refinement technique within a mere moment. Her physique surged dramatically in an instant. Hadn't the enhancement been quite that substantial? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback. This sensation felt akin to reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Do not inquire further. Excessive questioning will not bode well for you. Lixia awkwardly scratched his head in the void. Just as Shu Qiuqiao was about to articulate her thoughts, a surge of dragon energy swiftly flowed into her dantian. In that fleeting moment, she sensed her transformation truly commencing. Her dantian expanded rapidly, expanding and expanding again. Originally, Shu Qiuqiao's dantian already far surpassed that of other cultivators. If the dantian of others was akin to a small pond, hers resembled a vast lake. And now, this lake was swiftly expanding into a boundless ocean. What on earth was happening? Feeling the soaring momentum of Shu Qiuqiao within the dragon spring, Ingmei could only experience waves of trepidation. Chapter 29. The moment for showcasing skills has arrived. Shu Qiuqiao slowly emerged from the azure dragon spring, akin to a celestial maiden stepping out of a lotus pond. Her gossamer garments draping her form like clouds. Her figure did not exhibit pronounced curves, yet her elegance subtly captivated Ingmei's gaze, causing her fair face to flush as she reflected on herself. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Is this demon a male or female? With such a physique and demeanor, how could any woman remain indifferent? At this moment, the true chi surrounding Shu Qiuqiao began to circulate gently, resembling a flowing spiritual spring, complementing her already exquisite aura. For the first time, the imposing presence of someone at the peak of the golden core stage emanated from her without reservation. She had previously adhered to Lixia's instructions, endeavoring to suppress her aura, and now it was the first time it radiated uncontrollably. Like an ancient well, calm and unfathomable, yet soaring to the heavens with formidable vigor. The dragon energy within the spring was ethereal, ultimately becoming hers by chance. Was it luck, destiny's favor, or perhaps something preordained by the heavens? Shu Qiuqiao was enveloped in that strand of dragon energy, resembling a chosen sovereign. The dragon energy subtly expanded with her movements, akin to a divine dragon gliding through the azure spring, with the phantom of the dragon's presence echoing like the gentle babbling of water, ethereal and distant. Observing Shu Qiuqiao in such a state, Ingmei felt increasingly disheartened. If she had previously believed that she had exhausted all her means and perhaps retained a glimmer of hope for survival, now all she sensed was despair. Yet the predicament lay in the fact that Shu Qiuqiao regarded Ingmei with apprehension as well. Even though her cultivation had surged, she knew nothing beyond fleeing and concealing herself. More true chi and more resilient meridians would only enable her to run faster. At that moment, the two stood facing each other, ensnared in silence. Please, you may enter. Ultimately, Shu Qiuqiao sighed inwardly, maintaining her previously cold demeanor as she spoke. I am deeply grateful, esteemed one, Ingmei exclaimed joyfully, cautiously observing Shu Qiuqiao's expression, sensing no hint of murderous intent. Only then did she dare to cautiously step into the dragon spring. As the spiritual energy flooded into the spring, Yingmei let out a soft hum. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, contemplating her decision to remain watchful nearby, just as Li Xia suddenly cried out, "Run!" Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, a pungent smell of blood filled her nostrils. This scent, a sense of foreboding surged within her. Struggling, she turned to see a blood-red figure gazing at her with a sardonic smile. Blood Demon Sovereign? Shu Qiuqiao glanced around. This was a dead end. There was no chance to escape, let alone find shelter. And this fledgling, falling into the hands of the Blood Demon Sovereign, would surely meet a tragic end. This was the gravest crisis she had faced since her arrival. However, the Blood Demon Sovereign merely scrutinized Shu Qiuqiao from head to toe, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet without a trace of killing intent, he did not dare to act recklessly. "Huh?" Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. "No, he does not recognize you. I was wearing a mask at that time, and you bear no markings of the Blood Garment sect. Now that he sensed the true qi emanating from you, he is hesitant to engage in battle." Li Xia quickly identified the blind spot. The Blood Demon Sovereign, in terms of cultivation, was actually slightly weaker than them. However, he had been employing a strategy of concealing his true power, deceiving his opponents, and waiting for an opportunity to strike at formidable foes, thus maintaining a low profile of his aura. At present, Shu Qiuqiao had just acquired dragon energy and experienced a significant cultivation increase, nearly reaching the threshold of half a nascent soul. If she were to return and assimilate the abundant spiritual energy within her, it was entirely possible she could directly break through to the nascent soul stage. The Blood Demon Sovereign, witnessing Shu Qiuqiao's cultivation, naturally felt apprehensive and did not dare to act impulsively. "Stay calm. Do not panic. You are now akin to encountering a ferocious tiger in the wild. He is merely testing you. Once he perceives you as prey, he can devour. Your demise is inevitable." Li Xia urja prumli. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao swiftly reined in the almost overflowing panic on her face, adopting an expression of aloof superiority, as if the Blood Demon Sovereign posed no threat to her whatsoever. Observing Shu Qiuqiao's demeanor, the Blood Demon Sovereign was even less inclined to act recklessly. None who reached such a level at such a young age were anything short of formidable. Although the Blood Demon Sovereign was combative, he did not dare to provoke an opponent evidently stronger than himself. The two remained thus, locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, the Blood Demon Sovereign sighed softly and bowed slightly to Shu Qiuqiao. "Esteemed friend, have you already partaken of the Dragon Spring? And if so, what of it? If not, what then?" Shu Qiuqiao raised her chin slightly, speaking ambiguously, yet her tone and expression deftly rendered the Blood Demon Sovereign unsure of her true intentions. "If you have indeed enjoyed the Dragon Spring, might I inquire if I could partake of its essence as well?" The Blood Demon Sovereign took a cautious half-step back, glancing at Yingmei within the spring as he spoke. "That one is under my protection." Shu Qiuqiao sensed the Blood Demon Sovereign's intentions. If she relented even slightly now, he would likely kill Yingmei to monopolize the Dragon Spring. "Since that is the case, I shall grant you a favor. But I hope that when the time comes for the Blood Demon to utilize it, you will also extend a favor in return." Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared the opponent had begun to regard her as a formidable individual. As the ruse succeeded, Shu Qiuqiao was about to nod in agreement when she was stopped by Li Xia. "Do not agree too readily. He will grow suspicious." In light of this, Shu Qiuqiao had no choice but to withdraw her willingness, coldly fixing her gaze upon the Blood Demon Sovereign. Under such scrutiny, the Blood Demon felt an inkling of trepidation. "What? Do you intend to monopolize the Dragon Spring?" The Blood Demon, acknowledging his inferiority in cultivation, nonetheless warned, but should a conflict arise. Casting a glance at Yingmei diligently absorbing the Dragon Spring's energy, it would spell disaster for that friend over there. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao adeptly assumed an expression of indignation. "What? Are you threatening me?" As her words fell, an overwhelming aura burst forth, exerting pressure even upon the Blood Demon Sovereign. "It is not a threat, merely a statement of fact." The Blood Demon maintained his expression, declaring thus. Chapter 30. "If you do not abandon me, I shall reverently submit." The two remained in silent stalemate for an extended period until the sound of water emerged from the Dragon Spring. Presumably, Yingmei's cultivation was nearing completion. Shu Qiuqiao was acutely aware that once Yingmei's training came to an end, she would be able to escape the stone cavern at any moment, thereby nullifying the conditions under which the Blood Demon posed a threat. This was not a favorable situation, For once the blood demon realized that its perilous circumstances had dissipated, it would resort to immediate lethal force. Currently, she was akin to a fragile clay figurine, easily toppled and shattered with the slightest touch. Should the blood demon take action, it would likely discern her facade of resilience in an instant, plunging her into peril. Observing the blood demon with its hand poised on the sword, Shu Qiuqiao cast a glance back at Yingmei and let out a slow, resigned sigh. Her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. "Might I inquire if you are the blood demon from the Blood Cloak sect?" "Indeed, I am," the blood demon affirmed with a nod. "I shall grant you a favor this day. However, I do not engage in transactions that incur loss. Should our paths cross again in the future, I will expect this favor to be repaid." The blood demon would undoubtedly remember this favor, and should the opportunity arise, repayment would be demanded. Upon hearing this, the blood demon nodded, a hint of amusement breaking through its otherwise impassive expression. At that moment, Yingmei had just emerged from the dragon spring, fully aware of the events transpiring outside. Disregarding her drenched garments, she began to muster her energy to flee. Yet, Shu Qiuqiao was swifter. She resolutely nodded at the blood demon and quickly advanced to grasp Yingmei. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the cavern. "Shu Qiuqiao, your evasion technique has indeed improved," Li Xia remarked with a teasing tone. "Do not revel in the chaos." "I was genuinely terrified," Shu Qiuqiao confessed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. To think she had managed to intimidate such a ruthless entity as the blood demon and escape unscathed was astonishing. "By the heavens, I must pay my respects to my ancestors upon my return." Meanwhile, Yingmei was yet to recover from the extraordinary speed at which Shu Qiuqiao had just moved. Such velocity could only be achieved by a practitioner who devoted their entire focus to the art of evasion, and even then, it required an individual of exceptional talent. It was utterly fearsome. This creature not only possessed formidable killing power, but could also channel energy into elevating their evasion skills to such an extraordinary level. Had they been cultivating since birth? Shu Qiuqiao, having invested her entire focus into the art of evasion, had also honed a myriad of stealth techniques. As she set Yingmei down, she took a deep breath, calming her racing heart. Then, she turned to Yingmei, her expression tinged with concern. Initially, she had taken Yingmei with the intention of providing the blood demon a way to save face. Yet upon reflection, it dawned on her that the blood demon was indeed a grave danger. So what of Yingmei? To Shu Qiuqiao, both the blood demon and Yingmei posed similar threats, capable of leading her to her demise. If there were to be any distinction, it was merely the difference between being minced into pieces or being slain by a single thrust of a sword. What now? How do I deal with this, Yingmei? Shu Qiuqiao pondered anxiously within her mind. Are you not quite the performer? Just act as if everything is fine. If all else fails, you have 2 storage pouches containing tokens that can resolve any predicament. Once I emerge, I will discard those ominous trinkets. Shu Qiuqiao sighed heavily, her heart weighed down by uncertainty. At that moment, the woman beside her suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Pray, what is the need for such grand gestures? It is not yet the new year. Even if it were, such reverence is unnecessary." Yingmei, having drifted through life, lamented her lack of a worthy master. "If you do not reject me, I wish to pledge myself as your sworn sister." "Stop. Do not utter such ominous words," Shu Qiuqiao abruptly interrupted, half-jokingly. For uttering such ill-fated words would compel her to slay the individual even if she had no intention of doing so. "What do you mean by that?" Pausing for a moment, Shu Qiuqiao inquired, her mind swirling with confusion. Could this be the fabled suspension bridge effect? Meanwhile, Yingmei was exceedingly clear-minded. What is most vital on a practitioner's path? Companions, resources, and opportunities. All are indispensable. In simpler terms, it encompasses fate, talent, effort, and resources. Presently, Yingmei perceived that before her lay the greatest opportunity of her life. Setting aside the blood demon's overwhelming aura of murderous intent, it was evident to her that this individual possessed extraordinary talent, surpassing anyone she had encountered in her lifetime. Coupled with a wealth of methods and formidable power, this person exuded an impressive aura of fortune. If one were to consider it, the Peach Blossom Temple could be deemed the foremost sect in the Great Xia, and thus, Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia possessed an abundance of opportunities. Scouring the entire Great Xia dynasty would yield no one comparable to this practitioner. Their potential was boundless. In Yingmei's eyes, this individual would not be confined by the Great Xia. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering stormy seas. If this person were to ascend, and if she could remain by their side, she would enjoy the fortune of rising alongside them. Moreover, despite appearing cold-hearted, it was evident from his choice to save her rather than confront the blood demon that he possessed a deep sense of loyalty, willing to protect even a companion who had offered little assistance along the way. Thus, it could be said that he met all her criteria. Encountering him felt like receiving an olive branch from the goddess of fate. Regrettably, Ingmei had miscalculated one vital aspect. The components of the opportunity she perceived were evenly distributed between the two individuals. One could only wonder if she would still find joy in this realization when the truth dawned upon her. Li Xia, I have never encountered such a situation. What should I do? At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao's inner thoughts echoed. I have seen so much in my life, X. There are still new experiences in this world, X. The world is vast, and I know nothing of it, VVV. Isn't this quite favorable? Just accept it, Li Xia chuckled. If you find it displeasing later, you can simply eliminate them. Chapter 31. At the hour of the rooster tomorrow, I shall slay him. Then let us swear an oath. Shu Qiuqiao continued to feign Li Xia's cold demeanor and nodded. I am grateful that you are willing to accept this humble girl. I may vow to the heavens and my own heart. Swearing to both the heavens and her heart was a grave oath. Typically, practitioners refrain from swearing directly to the heavens and their hearts, as merely swearing upon their true name suffices. This also allows for the evasion of complications. Should one ever need to break their vow, they might find loopholes to navigate the situation. Swearing to the heaven subjects one's promise to divine scrutiny, while swearing to the heart means one must answer to oneself. To swear to both simultaneously effectively closes off all avenues of retreat. Thus, I, Shu Qiuqiao, also vow that if you do not betray me, I shall not harm you. Regardless, I would never take a life, Shu Qiuqiao silently added. The vow you, Shu Qiuqiao, have made bears no weight on me, Li Xia echoed with a wry smile. Upon hearing Shu Qiuqiao's solemn vow, Ingmei was instantly overwhelmed with joy. She had not intended to elicit such a promise from Shu Qiuqiao, nor had she expected even a single word from her. Yet, it was Shu Qiuqiao who voluntarily made this vow, stirring a profound sense of emotion within Ingmei, who felt she had finally encountered a wise leader. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind. Sister Su Jian, is that you? Brother? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Realizing her oversight, she had been so engrossed in watching Li Xia contend for the Dragon Spring, and then in dealing with these formidable foes to ensure her survival, that she had completely forgotten about her fellow disciples. Since entering the cave, she had neglected to consider whether they were alive or dead. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shu Qiuqiao repeatedly apologized within her heart. It truly is Sister Su Jian. How wonderful, my sister is still alive. Upon hearing this, Li Chun hurriedly traversed the cave, and upon spotting the fully intact Shu Qiuqiao, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. Brother, what kind of danger have you encountered? Shu Qiuqiao scrutinized Li Chun, noting that he appeared somewhat disheveled. His robe bore several tears and was stained with a hint of blood. Fortunately, it seemed he had only sustained minor injuries that would not impact him fundamentally. Sister Su Jian, at that moment, her younger sister Shu Shui rushed over and leaped into Shu Qiuqiao's embrace, affectionately nuzzling against her. It's not as soft as I imagined. It's quite firm. Sister, one must occasionally pay attention to one's figure. One cannot solely focus on physical training. What are you talking about? Shu Qiuqiao's fair face flushed crimson. The training of this body had primarily been under Li Xia's guidance, and given that fellow's disposition, she felt fortunate that he had not turned her into a wall of steel. Wait, the gender of this body was never. She decided it was best to leave that thought unspoken. Where's the third junior brother? Shu Qiuqiao suddenly recalled the third junior brother who had been filled with combustible materials by Li Xia and looked around but found no trace of him, prompting her to inquire urgently. At her words, both Li Chun and Shu Shui fell silent for a moment. Sister Su Jian, please do not be too saddened by this. It has nothing to do with you. Li Chun lowered his gaze slightly, while Shu Shui nestled her face deeper into Shu Qiuqiao's embrace, causing Shu Qiuqiao to vaguely sense a warmth and dampness on her garment. How could this be? Observing their reactions, Shu Qiuqiao quickly deduced the grim reality, disbelief washing over her as she looked between them. Li Xia, didn't you vow not to kill fellow disciples? This sense of guilt will prevent me from returning to the sect. It was not my doing. Li Xia unexpectedly shook his head, refuting Shu Qiuqiao's assertion. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The bead I inserted into him didn't even explode, and I didn't have enough thunderfire beads for such a purpose. I only intended to intimidate him initially and plan to deal with it properly later. I see. At that moment, Li Chen interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension for Li Xia. On our way here, we encountered the blood demon. Although the two of us managed to escape unscathed, the third junior brother. Shu Qiuqiao continued Li Chen's thought. The third senior brother was caught off guard and was slain by the blood demon in a split second. Shu Qiuqiao fell into silence for a moment. How could this happen? To be honest, her feelings for the third junior brother were not particularly deep. Due to Li Xia, she had only half the opportunities to meet him compared to the other disciples. However, the third junior brother had always been polite and had shown her great respect since she joined the sect. Even though she believed she possessed no remarkable strength or qualities worthy of such reverence from him. For the first time, Shu Qiuqiao experienced a profound sense of loss. Her heart raced violently, and her blood surged, rushing to her brain. She felt as if her body was transforming under this inexplicable emotion, yet she could not articulate what was different. Having only studied a small amount of biology, she could only attribute this sensation to an adrenaline rush, without understanding the true cause. Li Xia, what is happening to me? What is this feeling? She had never experienced anything like it before. This is the intent to kill. Li Xia chuckled softly. This is my favorite emotion, the most exquisite feeling in this world. Embrace it, my dear roommate. Li Xia. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath. What should I do? Very simple. Li Xia Shmila Widanat. You just need to keep him trapped within this spiritual vein, preventing him from escaping. By tomorrow, at the hour of the rooster, I will come to eliminate him. Chapter 32. The strategy begins at this juncture. Li Chun turned his gaze towards Ying Mei. By the way, who is this? It must be said that Ying Mei was quite conspicuous, dressed in a black cloak and emanating the distinctive bloody aura of the Shadow Demon sect. She certainly did not resemble an orthodox cultivator. This. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated for a moment before saying, This is my friend. Brother, let us refrain from prying further. Very well. Li Chen did not question further and responded directly. Following this, Shu Qiuqiao peeled Shu Qiuqiao, who was clinging to her like a stubborn plaster, away and turned to Ying Mei. I have a task for you. Please go ahead. Ying Mei replied promptly. I need you to draw a map of the route leading out of the Dragon Spring as swiftly as possible. Without hesitation, Ying Mei nodded and instantly transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. Sister, have you already soaked in the Dragon Spring? Li Chen appraised Shu Qiuqiao from head to toe, inquiring. Fortune favored me. Shu Qiuqiao nodded, then shook her head. Although Su Jian wished to bring you and my sister along, the situation has changed. Taking a breath, she continued, the blood demon is currently soaking in that Dragon Spring. Upon hearing the name of the blood demon, a wave of murderous intent erupted from both Li Chun and Shu Qiuqiao. Li Chen clenched his teeth, producing a cracking sound, while a rare expression of anger surfaced on Shu Qiuqiao's small face. Su Jian, did you just send your friend to draw a map of the surroundings too? Li Chun had begun to grasp Shu Qiuqiao's intentions, but given the strength of the blood demon and his knowledge of Shu Qiuqiao, it was difficult to fathom how they could defeat him. I have a plan, Shu Qiuqiao countered. However, we must hold out for 6 hours. During this time, the blood demon must not leave the spiritual vein. As the time approached the hour of the rabbit, in 6 hours Li Xia would seize control of the body. Relying solely on her, even with the addition of the 2 siblings from Taoyuan Temple, and gathering more individuals still within the spiritual vein, it seemed implausible that they could overcome the blood demon. Yet, if they could endure until Li Xia emerged and prevent the blood demon from escaping the spiritual vein beforehand, they would possess a considerable chance of victory. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's resolute declaration, Li Chun could not help but feel moved. However, as the senior brother of Taoyuan Temple, he had to consider the lives and safety of the disciples above all else. The third junior disciple has already perished. Even if Su Jian possesses a means to confront the blood demon, how could the 4 of them possibly restrain it? Should an unforeseen mishap occur, resulting in the demise of the other disciples from Taoyuan Temple, it would be utterly unacceptable to Li Chun. I believe it is better to. Li Chun shook his head. Now that Su Jian has already utilized the Dragon Spring, he sensed a faint trace of dragon energy emanating from her. This indicated that the greatest opportunity within the Dragon Spring had already been claimed by Taoyuan Temple. There was no need to linger any longer. Returning home rather than seeking vengeance for the third junior disciple was the wisest choice. Senior brother, however, Shu Qiuqiao unexpectedly interjected, trust me. This. Gazing into Shu Qiuqiao's fervent eyes, Li Chun could only sigh in resignation and nod. It seemed that if any mishap were to occur, sacrificing his life might ensure the safety of the 2 junior sisters. Subsequently, Shu Qiuqiao turned her gaze towards Shu Shui. Naturally, Shu Shui complied with her senior sister's requests without hesitation. Shu Shui took Shu Qiuqiao's hand and gently placed it upon her delicate neck, allowing Shu Qiuqiao to feel the flowing blood beneath Shu Shui's fair skin. Shu Shui belongs to my senior sister. Whatever my senior sister wishes for Shu Shui to do, Shu Shui shall comply. Observing the girl with a charming smile, Shu Qiuqiao silently nodded. She understood that they were risking their lives. However, what Shu Qiuqiao did not reveal was that she had never intended for her senior siblings to enter the battlefield. Before long, Yingmei returned with the terrain map. Shu Qiuqiao unfurled the map and addressed Li Chun and Shu Shui. Senior brother, I recall your profound mastery of formations, even earning the praise of our master. That is quite an exaggeration, Li Chun replied with a wry smile, scratching his head. I merely grasped the basics of formations. Then, senior brother, could you perhaps set up some concealed formations here, and establish a protective formation behind? Additionally, could you arrange 3 killing formations at this location? Li Chun examined the positions indicated by Shu Qiuqiao, all of which were relatively advantageous for ambushes. He nodded and swiftly departed. Shu Qiuqiao then turned to Shu Shui. Junior sister, might I trouble you to set up some restrictions at this location? They need not possess great power, merely enough to hinder the enemy's advance. Simple, Shu Shui affirmed, promptly departing to fulfill the task. Subsequently, Shu Qiuqiao directed her gaze towards Yingmei. Is there anything you require of me? Yingmei felt a chill run down her spine. She was not adept in formations or restrictions. Regardless of how she pondered, the only task that could be assigned to her would be to assist Shu Qiuqiao in intercepting the blood demon. However, given her current strength, if she intervened in the battle between Shu Qiuqiao, Li Xia, and the blood demon, she would scarcely qualify as cannon fodder, likely becoming nothing more than a puddle of blood in an instant. To her surprise, Shu Qiuqiao merely shook her head. Surely, your shadow demon sect possesses something that can render a person defenseless without harming their body. Perhaps a type of medicinal item? There is indeed. Yingmei hesitated. But master, using such a medicinal item to subdue the blood demon is nearly impossible. It would be difficult to produce any significant effect. Only when cultivators ingest these items as pills and refine them within their bodies can the desired effect be achieved. I do not wish to subdue the blood demon. I understand that is unfeasible, Shu Qiuqiao replied, extending her hand toward Yingmei, who promptly passed her the requested medicinal items. They appeared and smelled no different from ordinary spiritual energy pills. Only upon closer inspection could one detect the subtle distinctions. I will administer these 2 pills to my senior brother and junior sister, Shu Qiuqiao murmured. At that time, I shall rely on you to escort them to safety. Chapter 33. You truly are the lowest of the low. We have returned. Shortly thereafter, Li Chun and Shu Shui hurried back to the location. Both Shu Shui and Li Chun handed over the control centers for the restrictions and formations to Shu Qiuqiao. As long as Shu Qiuqiao held the control center, she could manipulate the formations and restrictions they had established. Thank you for your hard work. Take a medicinal pill, for there are still fierce battles ahead. Shu Qiuqiao smiled as she offered 2 spiritual energy pills. Naturally, Shu Shui and Li Chun accepted them without suspicion, swallowing the pills in one gulp and beginning to refine them within their bodies. However, within mere moments, they sensed something amiss. Their entire true energy seemed to be locked away, rendering any movement impossible. Their bodies felt weak and soft, as if all strength had been drained from them. Sufyan. You. Li Chen's eyes widened in realization as he glared at Shu Qiuqiao, who simply shook her head slightly. I apologize, senior brother. I cannot allow you to accompany me into danger. I have already lost 1 junior disciple. With that, she turned her attention to Yingmei. I entrust this to you. To follow your will. Yingmei replied with a bow, swiftly leading Li Chun and Shu Shui away. In the distance, Shu Shui's voice, tinged with tears, echoed, Senior sister. I do not wish to be separated from you. Shu Shui is not afraid of danger. Watching the 3 retreating figures, Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh, leisurely walking to the path leading from the dragon spring and sitting upon a stone. It is the first time I have seen you so resolute, Li Xia teased inwardly. At times, one cannot afford to be timid. While it may be acceptable to be timid for a moment, to be timid for a lifetime, Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply. In the end, one would have nothing. I admire you, at least the you of this moment. Upon hearing Li Xia's words, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly grew serious. Li Xia, tell me, can you truly kill him? Kill whom? The blood demon? Ah! Li Xia smiled and shook his head, seemingly dismissive of the question. Li Xia, I need a definitive answer. I do not merely wish for you to win. I want him dead. Shu Qiuqiao pressed relentlessly. Do not worry, my dear roommate. Li Xia's voice was soft and soothing, yet it concealed an air of disdain for the world. I can assure you, this time, I shall employ magic, and he will meet a most tragic end. As time passed slowly, Shu Qiuqiao closed her eyes, gradually adjusting her state to its optimum. The sound of water echoed. A faint, sporadic sound from the depths of the cave suggested that something was emerging from the spring. Accompanying, it was a subtle scent of blood beginning to permeate the cave. Slow, deliberate footsteps approached, step by step. As the footfalls drew nearer, the faint scent of blood intensified, becoming richer, more pungent. In that moment, Shu Qiuqiao felt as though she were not in a tranquil cave, but rather amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses. They are coming. You must endure for 5 more hours. If things go awry, flee with all your might, Li Xia cautioned. Shu Qiuqiao nodded, keeping her eyes shut, and coldly addressed the cave. The stench of blood upon you is truly unpleasant. Is the dragon spring unable to wash away even a trace of it? As soon as Shu Qiuqiao's words fell, the slow footsteps came to a halt. This place is certainly not suitable for tranquil cultivation. Are you, dear friend, perhaps waiting for someone here? The icy voice of the blood demon echoed from within the cave. Am I indeed waiting for someone? Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Shu Qiuqiao's voice remained as frigid as ever, reminiscent of ice that has not melted for eons. There was not a trace of tremor in her tone. If it weren't for Li Xia's ability to hear Shu Qiuqiao's heart, knowing she was in a state of utter panic, even he, who understood her well, might have been deceived. The blood demon was evidently still wary of Shu Qiuqiao, for his footsteps did not resound again. After a brief silence, the blood demon's voice resonated once more within the cave. Then, may I inquire why you are waiting here, dear friend? Is it perhaps to repay a favor to the blood demon? You seem intent on setting a record for the swiftest repayment. Huh? A cold laughter reverberated through the cave as Shu Qiuqiao slowly rose, her gaze icy as she stared into the depths of the cavern. I genuinely wonder what the blood demon would think if he were to repay this favor to me. Then the blood demon shall repay this favor, he responded. Very well, I have but one request. Speak. Could you possibly grant me the favor of severing your head, so that I may fashion it into a wine vessel? As these words left her lips, the cave fell into a momentary silence, followed swiftly by a voice that, despite its evident effort to suppress it, brimmed with unrestrained fury. You truly are testing my patience. How dare you insult me? Do you really think I am afraid of you? It was well known that the blood demon was a ruthless killer. However, after witnessing it firsthand, Shu Qiuqiao had not expected the infamous blood demon to be a coward. Yet now it seemed she had misjudged him. Fixing her gaze on the depths of the cave, her vital energy began to surge through her legs, as if preparing to make a hasty escape. It appears that the renowned blood demon is not merely a coward, but a craven being who dares not show his face to the world. You seek death. In an instant, a flash of crimson light surged through the cave. Shu Qiuqiao tilted her head aside, narrowly evading the lethal beam, which embedded itself into the cavern ceiling. Upon glancing back, she realized that the piercing crimson light was none other than the blood demon's personal sword, the blood wound sword. In the next moment, the entire cave trembled violently. The blood demon, his feet planted firmly on the ground, transformed in his fury into a towering silhouette of blood, charging forward like a giant. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming might, Shu Qiuqiao merely smiled, for the distance was just right. Boom! With a soft incantation, she pressed the hidden remote control in her hand. Boom! Instantly, the cave erupted in blinding flames, engulfing the walls, floor, and ceiling in a haze of smoke and fire. Chapter 34, You Play Tactics. An attack devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. In this world, every cultivator relies heavily on their perception of spiritual energy during combat. For nearly all creatures possess a certain amount of it. Even ordinary mortals, and even the flora and fauna, contain some spiritual energy. Conversely, only items imbued with spiritual energy can inflict harm upon cultivators. Weapons devoid of spiritual energy, such as mundane bows and arrows, are nearly incapable of harming a golden core cultivator. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao, or rather, Li Xia, had overturned the blood demon's understanding of combat. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the blood demon was thrown into disarray. Shu Qiuqiao unleashed every bomb contained within Li Xia's storage bag. And with the blood demon caught completely unprepared and without any defenses, it was undoubtedly the most damage she had dealt since her arrival. I will kill you. The blood demon inhaled sharply, quickly sensing something amiss. This feeling was all too familiar, as if he had encountered it not long ago. You! He began to speak, only to see Shu Qiuqiao withdraw a peculiar metallic object from her storage bag. AK-47 unleashed the wave of destruction. As the gunfire erupted, Shu Qiuqiao's AK-47, Li Xia's handmade version, spat forth a torrent of flames. Though she had never wielded firearms before, she possessed the body and precision of a golden core cultivator. The former allowed her to feel virtually no recoil, while the latter ensured her near-perfect accuracy. Another weapon lacking spiritual energy, the blood demon thought, and in an instant, a blood-red shield of vital energy materialized before him. Though the AK-47's firepower exceeded that of a pistol, the bullets merely sparked upon striking the blood demon's shield, failing to breach it. This is utterly ineffective, Shu Qiuqiao observed, reluctantly retreating as the blood demon advanced, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Li Xia's Mila. At this moment, the blood demon remained unaware of the impending danger. He pressed forward, shield raised, entirely ignorant of Shu Qiuqiao's swift magazine change. With almost unimaginable speed, Shu Qiuqiao produced a magazine from her sleeve, reloaded, and resumed firing. Ineffective. 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 Such feeble attacks, devoid of spiritual energy, hold no sway over me. The blood demon sneered, the bullets merely bouncing off his shield, just as before, unable to penetrate its defenses. Thus he continued his advance. By now, he understood that since his opponent utilized such weapons for offense, it must be their sole means of attack. Otherwise, any golden core cultivator, with even a modicum of combat prowess, would never resort to such fruitless weaponry. In other words, despite her fearsome appearance, she was merely a hollow threat. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a smile crept upon Shu Qiuqiao's face. No! The blood demon felt an unsettling premonition, sensing something among the barrage of bullets that was unlike the others. In an instant, his instincts kicked in, and he tilted his head just as a red-tipped bullet pierced through his shield, grazing his scalp. How dangerous! The blood demon gasped, only to feel a searing pain in his calf, causing his body to sway precariously. Blood-red, vital energy enveloped his leg as a bullet had shattered the bone, effectively severing it. Cultivation, wonderfully executa, Li Xia comanda. During the skirmish with the blood demon, he had discerned that the blood demon was acutely sensitive to attacks that posed a direct threat to his life. Even with specially crafted penetrating bullets at his disposal and the earlier ploy to distract the blood demon, it was challenging to land a fatal hit. Thus, Shu Qiuqiao's strategy was to first aim for his head. When he dodged that shot, she would then aim for his leg. With his calf incapacitated, the blood demon's speed would undoubtedly be hindered. Now let us go. As Li Xia's words fell, Shu Qiuqiao swiftly stepped forward, instantly unleashing her prepared evasion technique, transforming her entire being into a wisp of gentle breeze that vanished before the blood demon's eyes in an instant. I will kill you. At that moment, the blood demon's eyes were shrouded in crimson fury, watching Shu Qiuqiao disappear into the cave, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Trust me, you will never escape my grasp. He was undoubtedly thinking this. During Shu Qiuqiao's flight, Li Xia cheerfully remarked, I noticed that when he threw that sword, he placed a tracking mark on you. He likely believes we haven't detected it yet, and intends to slowly catch up and devour us. Little does he know, he is on the first layer, while we are in the atmosphere. You tactical players are truly despicable. Shu Qiuqiao silently scoffed. What nonsense! This is called strategy. Do you understand strategy? As Li Xia's voice echoed, Shu Qiuqiao swiftly traversed the cave, turning just in time to plunge headfirst into the wall. However, the wall rippled like water at the moment she passed through, quickly returning to its serene state. What should we do next? Shu Qiuqiao hurriedly asked, popping a pill into her mouth. There is a concealed formation and a protective formation set up here. In my storage bag, there is a disc for the concealed formation. Throw it out first, then follow my instructions, Li Xia directed. After guiding Shu Qiuqiao to toss out the disc, he continued, I will now share a spell with you through our soul link. He will definitely notice the concealed formation outside, but with that layer of formation providing cover, your current formation will be truly foolproof. Your task is to operate the spell I've given you with all your might, and when he enters the outer formation, detonate it along with him and the disc. Chapter 35. Unable to catch up, the blood demon moved swiftly through the cave, traversing it in an instant. And even if he hurt his foot, his speed was likely on par with the earlier Shu Qiuqiao. Just then, as he passed through another cavern, the blood demon abruptly halted. Hiding are we? Do you really think this concealed formation can escape my perception? With a cold laugh, he sensed that the mark he had placed was within this cave. Although there was nothing visible, he noticed a particular rock at the cave's edge that bore subtle differences from the others. Such minute distinctions could not escape the blood demon's keen gaze. This place was undoubtedly a formation disc. He had not pursued for long, and setting up a complete formation was challenging even for a master. Hence, he could only hastily employ the formation disc, hoping to deceive his foe. In this labyrinthine cave, without a guiding mark, the blood demon might have overlooked it. Alas, there are no ifs in reality. A sword beam sliced through the air, and in a flash, he moved to the rock and thrust his sword into it. Huh, you dare to hide in the grass. If you don't die, then who will? Meanwhile, within the concealed formation, Li Xia also chuckled coldly as Shu Qiuqiao began to execute the simple spell he had just imparted. Is such a simple spell truly effective? Shu Qiuqiao inquired, puzzled after a few cycles of operation. Not much, just the switch built into the formation, Li Xia casually replied. Huh? What use is the switch in a concealed formation? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Who said it was a concealed formation? Quickly activate the protective formation here. At that moment, the blood demon, completely unaware, frowned as he prepared to strike again after finding no success with his first blow. Suddenly, the formation erupted in a blinding white light. My art, my dear friends, is... Explosion! In the next moment, a terrifying force sent the blood demon flying, as the explosions might surge directly towards his feet at Li Xia's deliberate urging. Even though the blood demon was on guard this time, he could not withstand the blast's strength, and his already injured calf was nearly obliterated in the explosion, while his other leg was left mangled and bloody. What are you dawdling for? Run! Li Xia's voice jolted the dazed Shu Qiuqiao back to reality. She sprang up and dashed out of the concealed formation, fleeing amidst the blood demon's furious roar. Having detonated him twice already, should she set off another explosion? Not long ago, after Shu Qiuqiao had made several rounds, she resorted to the same tactic, detonating the blood demon once more. Although he was now on high alert and dared not probe again, Li Xia had anticipated this and placed the self-destruct formation at the cave's entrance, catching him off guard yet again. Of course, the damage this time was far less severe than before. Now, even Shu Qiuqiao realized that such tactics held no effectiveness against the blood demon. She could only do her utmost to keep him at bay. The blood demon, relentless in his pursuit, was hindered by his injured legs, which inevitably affected his speed. If he maintained this pace, quite frankly, Shu Qiuqiao could lead him on for a lifetime. No worries, just keep him occupied. I have my methods, Li Xiao assured her, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, the blood demon was seething with rage, as if his very heart was about to explode. This individual had not only refused to confront him directly, but had also laid numerous powerful traps. Furthermore, he was darting away with remarkable speed, and with his legs injured, he could not catch up to the elusive figure ahead. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The blood demon, who had roamed freely his entire life, had never faced such humiliation. Now he was tormented by this. Wait, was this person male or female? Never mind, it was irrelevant. After enduring such relentless indignities, he felt as if his lungs might burst from fury. Yet, the fact remained that he could not catch up, no matter how furious he was, as the reality of his injured legs could not be altered, forcing him to watch that detestable figure recede further into the distance. Ah! I will kill you! With a furious roar, the blood demon suddenly retrieved a vial of pills from his storage bag and poured the entire contents into his mouth. Oh! Blood surge pills, consuming an entire vial at once. What a ruthless character, I must say. Li Xia nodded in acknowledgement, offering his respect to the blood demon who dared to swallow a whole vial. This particular pill drained vitality to boost true energy, causing significant harm to the cultivator. Typically, even one pill would require a month of recuperation for an average person, with no guarantee of avoiding aftereffects. The blood demon had audaciously consumed an entire vial. Even if he survived this time, he would likely be absent from the scene for years, unable to wreak havoc again. Don't admire him too much. His speed has increased dramatically, Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed, alarmed as she observed the blood demon accelerating behind her. Can you not outrun him? Li Xia inquired, puzzled. Well, I can run faster. Shu Qiuqiao pondered, managing an awkward smile. No, why is he so fast all of a sudden? The blood demon, having consumed a vial of blood surge pills, glanced at Shu Qiuqiao ahead. Surprisingly, despite his sudden burst of speed, the distance between them had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to be subtly increasing. Who on earth is the disciple from that insufferable sect? Has he not practiced a single offensive technique? devoting all his skill points to fleeing instead. Is it not the case that your master does not chastise you? Abominable, abominable, abominable! With a furious exclamation, the blood demon, amidst the uncontrollable screams of Shu Qiuqiao, suddenly tore at his own skin with both hands, and with a fierce effort, he completely peeled off his own flesh. Subsequently, from the blood-soaked maw devoid of skin, two words slowly emerged. To Shu Qiuqiao's ears, these words were akin to piercing icy frost, reminiscent of the lamentations of hellish fiends. Blood escape. Chapter 36. Now, let your good roommate take over. Oh no, it seems we have pushed him too far. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao had already activated her escape technique at full speed, her velocity akin to that of a soaring rocket. Even skilled sword cultivators wielding flying swords could only relinquish their weapons and let out a helpless sigh in the face of her speed. It was as if a conventional missile could not catch up with a hypersonic aircraft. Their flying swords could not keep pace with Shu Qiuqiao's rapid flight. However, the blood demon, having consumed a vial of blood-boosting elixir and employing blood escape, was closing the distance behind her. Interesting. Li Xiao nodded slightly and then said, "There is still a bit of time. Hold on a little longer while I prepare something." Huh? What? No. Li Xia, Li Xia, Li Xia. Feeling the abrupt disappearance of Li Xia, Shu Qiuqiao was genuinely on the verge of tears. In such a dire moment, not only did you refuse to assist me, but you also choose to vanish? Do you not fear for your own life if I perish? The scent of blood from behind grew increasingly nearer. Even as Shu Qiuqiao accelerated with all her might, the creature known as the blood demon continued to close in. She could even begin to smell the stench of blood emanating from him, uncertain whether it belonged to others or herself. Casting a glance back at the blood demon's grotesque visage, Shu Qiuqiao steeled her resolve and suddenly changed direction. Yet, the blood demon's experience in pursuit was evidently superior to hers. Generally, when the pursued suddenly veers, the pursuer would lag momentarily due to delayed reaction. However, as Shu Qiuqiao turned, the blood demon adjusted even more swiftly, narrowing the distance between them instead. You pursue? I shall let you pursue. Observing the blood demon, who was now within striking range, Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply and gritted her teeth. Even a cornered rabbit still possesses a spark of defiance, let alone a living, breathing human. If only she could reach the front, if only she could reach that place, even she would possess the power to counterattack. With such thoughts propelling her, Shu Qiuqiao exerted herself to the utmost, accelerating, accelerating, and accelerating once more. She felt as if her very organs were ablaze, her body seemingly beyond her control. It felt as though her lungs could scarcely draw in air, as if her heart and lungs were being completely drained. You cannot escape, the blood demon bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a blade of light. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao had already entered his attack range. Damn it! Shu Qiuqiao suddenly turned, conjuring a protective shield of spiritual energy. The blade of light struck against the shield, sending her hurtling backward. You have failed, blood demon. This is my escape route. Utilizing the force of her backward flight, Shu Qiuqiao dashed into a cave, her body crashing against the stone wall, sending fragments of debris flying. You've entered a dead end. The blood demon landed slowly, coldly stating, "Indeed, a dead end." Huh! Shu Qiuqiao exhaled deeply. That last blow had nearly displaced her organs. At that moment, she found herself in a genuine dead end, a veritable noose. Do you have any final words to say? The blood demon approached, wielding the blood-cursed sword. Final words, huh? My final words are, feel my thunder. Today, I shall also claim the role of the leading lady. In an instant, the hidden formations within the cave activated, unleashing a torrent of thick, liquid-like plasma throughout the space. The blood demon, caught off guard, was struck a few times, his skinless body bearing several charred marks. Is it effective? Shu Qiuqiao panted heavily, gazing at the cave brimming with plasma. However, the next moment a crimson blade shot through the plasma, the blood-cursed sword hurled directly at her by the blood demon. Unable to evade, it pierced her shoulder, pinning her firmly against the stone wall. Where else can you run? The blood demon advanced step by step through the plasma. This level of formation posed no threat against him, now that he was prepared. The only action left for Shu Qiuqiao was to activate the defensive array, hoping to buy herself a bit more time. Truly, I am out of options. It hurts so much. So much. A wave of excruciating pain radiated from her shoulder. As a mere university student, she had never endured such grievous injuries. Combined with her previous exhaustion, her vision began to fade in and out. If things continued this way, It was likely that she would lose consciousness even before the blood demon could strike. Am I going to die? Shu Qiuqiao involuntarily closed her eyes, scenes flashing before her like a revolving lantern. I have been reborn. In my previous life, my junior was killed by the blood demon. Despite my best efforts and every means at my disposal, I could not withstand 5 hours against him. In this life, having returned from rebirth, I must. Enough of this revolving lantern. Li Xia's voice snapped Shu Qiuqiao back to reality. She opened her eyes, dazed, only to find the blood demon looming before her. Seemingly adopting a cat-and-mouse mentality, he did not rush to attack. Blood rain coalesced behind him into 4 tendrils. He simply stood with his arms crossed, watching as the tendrils struck the protective barrier, seemingly savoring Shu Qiuqiao's expression in her final moments. It appears you will not have the opportunity to deliver final words after all. Observing the protective array before Shu Qiuqiao gradually shatter into fragments, the blood demon displayed a rare smile of delight. Is it so? Shu Qiuqiao sighed deeply, leaning her weary body back. You did well. Perhaps take a moment to rest. Then a grin appeared on her face, one that had never belonged to Shu Qiuqiao. Now, let your good roommate take over. Chapter 37. Divine powers the person before her transformed. Gazing at the figure that had just been weak and feeble, merely surviving through cunning tricks, the blood demon felt every cell within him scream to flee. His instincts blared ominously in his mind, warning him that a mere glance at this person could spell his doom. My incompetent roommate has been well taken care of by you. Li Xia slowly rose to his feet, his gaze calm as he regarded the blood demon. Within those tranquil eyes, there lurked the essence of a malevolent dragon. Who are you? The blood demon hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Who am I? Li Xia smiled as she pointed to her own head. Who am I? Can't you tell? In the next moment, the blood demon sensed the tracking mark that had suddenly vanished earlier, a tracking mark etched upon the soul, reappearing as abruptly as it had disappeared. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through the blood demon's mind, an astonishing answer slowly surfacing within him. But now was not the time to ponder that answer. Watching Li Xia retrieve the blood wound sword that was lodged in her body and toss it back, the blood demon was consumed by 2 thoughts: to fight or to flee, to engage or to escape. Li Xia rose, stretching her limbs. Pick up your sword. You merely fought me to a draw yesterday. What makes you think you can defeat me today? The blood demon did not retrieve the blood wound sword from the ground, but concealed his hands within his sleeves. An unnoticed sphere of blood light emerged in his palm. The blood sea divine art activating silently. I can win, the blood demon mused, though his true energy was severely depleted. The effect of the blood fury pill had not yet waned. Moreover, even with 2 souls, the body remained one. Despite his considerable expenditure, this opponent must have consumed a great deal as well, especially with the assistance of the blood fury pill. I can win. With that thought, the blood demon resolved. His gaze locked onto Li Xia, ready to unleash the full power of the blood sea divine art at the slightest movement from her. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Xia forming a peculiar gesture with her hands. The divine art, Li Xia softly intoned, slaughter blood prison. No sooner had the words left her lips than a blood-red world erupted beneath his feet. What just happened? The blood demon stared blankly at Li Xia, unable to comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting instant. Then he glanced down at his chest, where a gaping hole the size of a human head had appeared unbeknownst to him. Even with the vitality of a peak golden core cultivator, after sustaining this blow, he was as good as dead. There was no possibility of survival. My apologies, Li Xia shrugged. I promised someone I would kill you swiftly, as a reward for her efforts, so I have no intention of dragging this out with you. You. The blood demon widened his eyes at Li Xia, attempting to reach out to do something, but his physical form was beyond salvation. With a heavy thud, he collapsed face down onto the ground, lifeless. I'm dead. Has Shu Qiuqiao fallen asleep? Li Xia, I had originally intended to reveal a bit of my true power before you, but it seems your luck has spared you from witnessing this scene. With that, Li Xia stretched lazily. All right now, let us head home. No one anticipated that this round of the Spirit Vein contest would result in such catastrophic losses. Including the demon cultivators, a total of 68 golden core cultivators had entered. Yet, only 16 would emerge from the Spirit Vein. 52 individuals met their demise within its depths. Virtually all mid-tier disciples from various sects were left to perish in this conflict. What on earth transpired within the Spirit Vein? Why has not a single disciple from my sect emerged? An ancient Yuaning cultivator shouted indignantly, glancing at Li Chun and the others. Even though Feng Zi from Taoyuan Temple had not arrived, the fear of his strength prevented him from questioning the disciples of Taoyuan Temple. At that moment, the crowd was startled as a thick, overwhelming scent of blood, reminiscent of a vast sea, filled the air, causing discomfort among them. Blood Sea Ancestor? Why is this ancient being here? This is bad. With so few righteous old monsters present, if a fight breaks out, we might not stand a chance against him. As the bloody aroma intensified, a torrential sea of blood descended from the heavens, and a middle-aged man clad in a white robe slowly emerged from it. The Blood Sea Ancestor surveyed the surroundings. There were not many cultivators present, and only 3 Yuan-ing elders had come. Moreover, most of the Yuan-ing cultivators present were in the early stages, a stark contrast to his peak Yuan-ing status. Blood Sea, what brings you here? One Yuan-ing elder boldly inquired. What business do I have with you? The Blood Sea Ancestor coldly shot him a glance, and the terrifying aura immediately forced the Yuan-ing cultivator to take several steps back. I heard that your disciple, the Blood Demon, entered. He hasn't perished in there, has he? Another Yuan-ing cultivator chuckled. In an instant, a pressure akin to a bottomless abyss enveloped the area, startling everyone to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this pressure only lasted a fleeting moment. The Blood Sea Ancestor huffed dismissively, refusing to answer. However, his silence was the best answer, and the expression on his face sent a cold sweat down the spine of the one who had just spoken. This is bad. The disciple of this old monster truly perished in there. Everyone knew the Blood Sea Ancestor was notoriously protective of his own. I wonder which sect will be in for a rough time now. However, the Blood Demoness strength was something he had witnessed. Even as an early Yuan-ing, he dared not claim he could defeat the Blood Demon. It was hard to imagine who could have killed this little monster raised by the old monster. As the crowd pondered, the barrier before the spirit vein was triggered once more. As the barrier was activated, a figure slowly materialized within the spirit vein, and upon seeing this figure, the Blood Sea Ancestor's previously restrained killing intent surged forth uncontrollably. Oh, you've been waiting for me so grandly. I suppose you've waited quite a while, Li Xia remarked with a smile, observing the scene before her. Chapter 38 Blood Sea Ancestor, you bear the mark I placed on the Blood Demon. The Blood Sea Ancestor coldly glared at Li Xia, his icy gaze seemingly capable of piercing through her. Did you kill my disciple, the Blood Demon? I did, and so what? Go ahead and kill me. Li Xia replied with a smile and a nod. Very well, kid. You have guts. Hearing Li Xia's tone, even the Blood Sea Ancestor couldn't help but laugh in anger. I shall see what you, a mere golden core cultivator, have to rely on to dare speak so arrogantly before me. With that, the Blood Sea Ancestor summoned a vast sea of blood that rapidly coalesced into a colossal hand, descending upon Li Xia. I say, gazing at the massive hand that obscured the sky, Li Xia showed no sign of anxiety. Instead, she spoke calmly. Old monster, if you don't act soon, your beloved disciple might just be dead. Before her words had fully settled, a breathtaking sword light soared into the sky, and the seemingly invincible blood hand shattered under the might of this sword energy, not even lasting a single breath. How dare one address their master in such a manner? Punishment is due. A figure clad in a black robe appeared before Li Xia, and upon sensing the aura emanating from him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The transmission master from Taoyuan Temple. When did he arrive? It's Feng Zi, the old monster among old monsters. This time, we are in for a thrilling spectacle. Watching the blood hand effortlessly severed by Feng Zi, the Blood Sea Ancestor's expression shifted rapidly between anger and uncertainty. Hey Feng, your precious disciple just killed my closed-door disciple. And what of it? Feng Zi replied nonchalantly, casually flicking the blood from his sword. My disciple hails from the righteous path, a practitioner of truth. And is it not only fitting that we vanquish the demonic forces? You, the Elder of Blood, exuded an overwhelming aura, suddenly expanding with ferocity. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? Feng Zi gracefully flourished his sword, observing the Elder of Blood whose fury had ignited his hair. Let us fight then. Do you think I fear you? Very well. Let us ascend to the heavens for this duel. Feng Zi declared, gesturing towards the sky above. To the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the lofty clouds concealed a realm of enigma and allure. Yet at this moment, that very expanse transformed into a battleground for 2 peak nascent soul practitioners. Initially, the sky appeared tranquil, with the dense clouds drifting serenely beneath the azure firmament. However, this serenity was soon shattered. The cultivators on the ground, relying on their keen perception, could discern the rumblings of thunder amidst the clouds. with flashes of brilliance appearing and disappearing. The thunder reverberated through the air, echoing across the cosmos, a testament to the might of the celestial clash, instilling dread in every cultivator gazing upwards. As the thunderous roars gradually faded, the clouds revealed fleeting bursts of radiant light, perhaps the convergence of magical artifacts, or the exquisite spells unleashed by the practitioners, cleaving through the sky and igniting the clouds. Although the cultivators could not witness the precise movements of the two masters, they could palpably feel the terrifying force generated by the battle above, leaving them trembling. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion resounded from the heavens, accompanied by a colossal figure plummeting from the clouds. It was the Elder of Blood Sea. His descent tore through the air, akin to a divine sword cleaving from the celestial realm to the mortal world, surging forth with an overwhelming force, unleashing a tempest upon the ground. As the Elder of Blood Sea crashed down, the flickering lights in the clouds extinguished, and the thunder gradually subsided. In this unexpected confrontation at the peak of the clouds, Fengzi evidently held the upper hand, seen leisurely descending from the skies with one hand casually resting behind his back, showing no signs of battle. In stark contrast, the Elder of Blood Sea lay in a massive crater on the ground, engulfed in dust and humiliation, clearly suffering significant injuries. I have no desire to kill you. Depart at once. Fengzi sheathed his sword back into its scabbard, dismissively waving his hand, signaling the Elder of Blood Sea to leave promptly. Today's grudge, I, Blood Sea shall. The Elder of Blood Sea's threat was interrupted as Fengzi, with a swift motion of his scabbard, unleashed another wave of sword energy. Caught off guard, the Elder was struck once more, spitting blood anew, silenced by fear as he hastily transformed into a mist of blood and vanished. Well, that resolves the matter. Now, regarding another issue, everyone. Fengzi turned to address the crowd. It seems the outcome of this spiritual vein contest is now abundantly clear, does it not? This spiritual vein now belongs to my Taoyuan temple, who stands in favor, and who against. Your sex disciple has vanquished the unparalleled blood demon of the younger generation. How could we possibly object? The crowd nodded eagerly, recognizing that the undeniable victor of this spiritual vein contest was indeed Taoyuan temple. Furthermore, in the face of Fengzi's terrifying prowess, demonstrated by his swift defeat of the Elder of Blood Sea, none dared voice dissent. Truly, the three great enigmas of Taoyuan temple remain unmatched. Lishen Musa. What three enigmas? Lishia Inkirat, Puzlat. The three great enigmas of Taoyuan temple are the gender of Sister Su Jian, the storage bag of the little junior sister, and... Li Chen looked up at Fengzi, hovering in midair, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. Our master, the revered leader of Taoyuan temple, Daoist Chuanfeng, is indeed formidable. Li Xia Shuzha. At that moment, Fengzi descended, scrutinizing Li Xia with approval. It seems you have successfully acquired that trace of dragon energy from Longquan. Well done. That was merely luck. Li Xia shook his head in exasperation. Had it not been for the exceptional case of Shu Qiuqiao, that trace of dragon energy might have remained dormant for centuries. Luck is also a part of strength. Fengzi shook his head, then patted Li Xia's shoulder, causing the faint tracking mark on him to vanish. Very well, let us return now. With that, Fengzi gestured towards Li Chun and Li Xia, and a gentle breeze appeared beneath their feet, lifting them away. As for you, wait a moment. Fengzi observed his two departing disciples, then turned to Li Xia. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 39, Divine Ability? Divine Ability. Master, if you have inquiries, your disciple shall speak freely and without reservation. Li Xia bowed, sensing the gravity in Fengzi's demeanor, momentarily forgetting to address him as the old monster, instead referring to him as master. Speak freely and without reservation? Fengzi regarded Li Xia with a bemused smile, then scanned the onlookers. Are you not departing? Wishing to engage in another bout with me? Dare not, dare not. The reputation of Daoist Chuanfeng is indeed well-deserved. I am in awe, truly. The crowd, upon hearing this, hastily took their leave. Once the area was clear, Fengzi casually erected a barrier around the two of them to obscure perception and prying eyes. Once the formation was established, he turned his gaze back to Li Xia. Master, why do you persist in staring at your disciple without reason? Li Xia felt a chill under Fengzi's scrutiny and could not help but ask. There is indeed a reason, my disciple. You just pledged to speak freely and without reservation, correct? Gazing into Fengzi's eyes, Li Xia felt a pang of guilt as he nodded slightly. Very well then. Fengzi chuckled lightly, though his tone conveyed no mirth. Then I would ask you to enlighten me about the origin of your divine ability. Li Xia stiffened, realizing he had been discovered. No, wait, during the confrontation, he was surrounded by barriers that thwarted perception, both those set by Li Chun and his own hidden traps. Furthermore, the moment was but an instant. Even peak nascent soul practitioners would struggle to discern such a fleeting display amidst numerous barriers. So how did the old monster uncover it? How did he know? His identity was not merely that of a fugitive in this world. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his divine ability so carefully. Should he flee? Or fight to the death? No, he could never defeat the old monster. His current cultivation was too low, and his methods could not be unleashed. At least not before reaching the nascent soul stage. Escape was the only option. But how to escape? In the next moment, Li Xia swiftly formed hand seals. Divine ability. He would unleash his divine ability with all his strength, striving to buy time, then flee into the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein held numerous entrances and paths. And if all went well, Long Quan should be a source of flowing water. Flowing water must have a source. Though uncertain, it might hold a glimmer of hope below. Blood spilled. Li Xia widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at his hands. He needed all 10 fingers to form the seals. Yet at that very moment of raising his hands, 6 of his fingers were severed. Ah, damn. Such incredible speed. Truly, the old monster is formidable. He had not even registered what had transpired before his fingers were severed. He had long sensed that the old monster's cultivation was extraordinary. Yet he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. As the piercing pain surged through Li Xia's entire being, he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, only to find a long sword pointed menacingly at his throat. Did I not instruct you, my disciple, to speak freely and exhaustively? Fen Zide. His expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Li Xia. My apologies, master. Though it is said that a teacher is like a father for a lifetime, a child also requires a modicum of privacy. Li Xia sneered, blood spilling from his mouth as it transformed into blood arrows, hurtling towards Feng Zi's eyes. A protective spiritual shield materialized, intercepting the arrows and causing the blood to splatter across the shield, obscuring Feng Zi's vision. Seizing this fleeting moment, Li Xia pivoted, drawing a circle upon the ground with his feet, while the blood from his hands danced in the air, landing precisely where he had calculated. This was the moment he had awaited, to inscribe a rudimentary formation with his blood on the ground. To be precise, it was not a formation per se, but rather a mechanism akin to a seal, serving a purpose similar to that of the gesture he had just performed, as a precursor to unleashing his divine abilities. Release the blood prison of slaughter. As the blood prison unfolded, the surrounding scenery contorted instantaneously, the very fabric of space appearing to tear apart, revealing an otherworldly realm behind it. This was a world thick with the scent of blood, where countless bones intertwined to form somber pillars of white. Numerous corpses lay scattered across the desolate earth, some in disarray, others slowly decaying, exuding a nauseating stench. Blood mist swirled, the air saturated with the essence of death and despair, sending chills down one's spine. The sky was drenched in a sanguine hue. Dark crimson clouds loomed overhead, occasionally rumbling with thunderous roars, intensifying the eerie atmosphere of the blood rain. It had been perhaps a whole cycle of years since he had last witnessed such divine abilities. Feng Zi surveyed the space around him, nodding in satisfaction. You are capable of manifesting divine abilities before me. Commendable, indeed. Ha, ha. This is the first time I have fully unleashed my divine powers. Even with the foundation established by Shu Qiuqiao, the previously boundless true energy has been significantly depleted merely by drawing this old monster into the fray. The remaining true energy has mostly been consumed in unleashing my divine abilities. For the first time since my cultivation began, I feel the stark inadequacy of my true energy. Thoughts raced through Li Xia's mind. I wonder how long this blood domain can restrain this old monster. Damn it, I must at least buy myself the time to access the spiritual veins. A divine ability that extracts life force? Feng Zi glanced down at his hands, gently clenching them. Instantly, a flush crept across Li Xia's face, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat that he struggled to suppress. Damn it, is this old monster truly just a nascent soul cultivator? I cannot siphon his life force at all. Li Xia silently cursed, maintaining his composure, while Feng Zi leisurely remarked as if nothing were amiss. Let me guess, a composite divine ability that extracts the life force of enemies to augment oneself, while simultaneously allowing for direct attacks. Am I correct? As he spoke, Feng Zi stomped the ground, Divine abilities are rarer and more challenging to acquire than spells, as they involve various laws, rules, and the will of the cultivator as spirit. Moreover, divine abilities cannot be acquired through mere word of mouth or cultivation manuals, but rather require traversing forbidden lands and even the otherworld to grasp. With that, Fengzi turned his gaze back to Li Xia. I must ask, disciple, where do you hail from? The Outer Realm. Chapter 40. Another you, I mentioned the need for a child to have some privacy. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Li Xia's mouth, escaping from his lips and nose. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a savage grin adorning his face. Previously, he had always felt victorious against any foe he encountered. Yet, before this individual, an inexplicable sense of defeat enveloped him. Just how much had this old monster concealed? Was he truly merely a nascent soul cultivator? Forget it if you choose not to divulge. I shall not pry. Fengzi shook his head, forming hand seals. Though I lack any extraordinary fortuitous encounters worthy of praise, I possess some knowledge of such minor techniques. Divine abilities? Li Xia felt an indescribable pressure emanating from his own small world, as his domain was shattered from within, his body flung aside like a rag. You, old monster! Li Xia struggled to rise, the world spinning around him, his vision dimming. This sensation was all too familiar. He realized he would soon succumb to unconsciousness. Forgive me, Shu Qiuqiao, I have brought trouble upon you. Just before losing consciousness, he caught sight of Fengzi's familiar black robe. How long have I slept? Shu Qiuqiao suddenly sprang from her bed, glancing around to find herself in a familiar room. Had she truly slept long enough to change bodies? She pressed her temples, feeling a slight headache. The wounds on her body had vanished, a fact she had anticipated, as this body was inexplicably robust. As long as the core was unharmed, it could heal within a day. Senior sister. At that moment, a petite, soft figure dashed into her embrace. Shu Shui? Shu Qiuqiao instinctively patted the girl's head, though confusion clouded her mind. What was happening? Why was Shu Shui reacting this way? What transpired while she was asleep? What about Li Xia? How long had she been asleep? Li Xia? Li Xia? Shu Qiuqiao called out in her heart, but there was no response from him. Shu Shui, what happened? What of the blood demon? With no other option, Shu Qiuqiao could only inquire of Shu Shui. Blood demon? Wasn't the blood demon slain by senior sister? Shu Shui appeared taken aback by the question. So, the blood demon was indeed dead. Given her understanding of Li Xia, defeating the blood demon should have posed no challenge. What had occurred afterward? Senior sister, do you not recall what transpired? Do not recall? What do you mean? Shu Shui continued that day. After senior sister emerged from the spiritual veins, Master and the Blood Sea ancestor engaged in battle, and then instructed us to leave first. When Master returned with senior sister, you had already fallen into unconsciousness. It has been 2 days since, and we were all terrified. If that were the case, Li Xia must have effortlessly eliminated the blood demon, only to be intercepted by the ancestor afterward. Then Master intervened and dealt a blow to the opposing ancestor. But what happened after that was unknown to anyone. The only individuals privy to the events that unfolded were Master and Li Xia. Yet for some reason, Li Xia had fallen silent. Shu Qiuqiao offered Shu Shui some perfunctory reassurances. Then, citing the need to assess her physical condition, she settled into a meditative posture, delving deep into her consciousness. After a while, she finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Li Xia remained safe, though she did not know why he had succumbed to slumber. At least he was unharmed. What transpired during her period of unconsciousness? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Shu Qiuqiao instinctively inquired. Su Jian Shimi, it is I. Ah, it's the eldest senior brother. What brings you here? Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Shu Qiuqiao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. With Li Xia absent, she had felt perpetually on edge, and the familiar voice did indeed ease some of her anxiety. However, Li Chen's next words tightened her nerves once more. The master calls for you. Master. Navigating through the narrow path, Shu Qiuqiao arrived before Fengzi's cave dwelling. She bowed her head in greeting, and the door, once tightly sealed by the formation, slowly creaked open. Enter. The voice of Fengzi resonated from within. As Shu Qiuqiao stepped inside, she observed that the cave was remarkably simple, appearing as though if left to Li Xia, it would resemble a sparsely furnished abode. Yet, Shu Qiuqiao preferred to adorn the cave with embellishments, having procured handcrafted items, various exquisite crystal beads, and an assortment of flowers and plants from the mortal marketplace. She believed this was how one could cultivate a sense of home. Venturing deeper into the cave, Shu Qiuqiao soon encountered Fengzi, who sat alone. Clad in a black Taoist robe, in quiet contemplation. Master. Shu Qiuqiao bowed once more. How have you been resting? Feng Zi nodded. In response to Master, the disciple has rested well. That is good to hear. Feng Zi nodded again and fell into silence. May I inquire as to why Master summoned the disciple? After a prolonged silence, Shu Qiuqiao could no longer endure the oppressive quiet and ventured to speak. What was the purpose of calling me? It seems he has yet to awaken. Indeed, knowing him, if he were to regain consciousness, the first thing he would do is flee from Taoyuan Temple, never to return. Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Feng Zi's words. Did you not understand? Feng Zi turned to her, his gaze piercing, as if seeing through her very essence, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. When I referred to him, I meant you, another version of yourself. Shu Qiuqiao gasped in astonishment. Chapter 41. Breakthrough to Yuan Ing. Within a month your evasion techniques, while commendable, do not qualify you to escape from me, Feng Zi remarked, casting a glance at Shu Qiuqiao's gradually retreating steps. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao found herself at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, in a gesture of resignation, she dragged a cushion to sit upon and said helplessly, Master, please grant me clarity in death. What truly transpired that day? Huh? Feng Zi chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was nothing significant, merely an ungrateful disciple attempting to strike at his master, resulting in a rather thorough lesson for him. Wait, what madness has Li Xia suddenly embarked upon? Who dares to strike at a master at the peak of Yuaning? It is nothing short of a miracle that I am still alive. A life shared by two souls, my dear roommate. Observing Shu Qiuqiao's bewildered expression, Feng Zi smiled. There is no need for such alarm. His actions were largely incited by me. Shu Qiuqiao paused in surprise. So, the matters he did not disclose to me. Can you enlighten me? Feng Zi inquired. What does Master wish to know? Shu Qiuqiao hesitated before asking. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to know whence you both hail. Shu Qiuqiao fell silent for a moment, forcing a smile as she replied, Master, what jest is this? Have I not been taken in by you since childhood to cultivate upon the mountain? That pertains to Su Jian, not to you. Feng Zi shook his head. To be frank, I can distinguish between Su Jian and you. While Su Jian possesses some talent, it pales in comparison to the heights of excellence, whereas you. Feng Zi appraised Shu Qiuqiao from top to bottom. The lethality of the other you is a topic I shan't delve into. I trust you understand. As for you, even without considering your evasion techniques, your cultivation aptitude is among the most exceptional I have encountered in my lifetime. As he spoke, Feng Zi pointed to himself. Although I am merely a modest sect leader within the diminutive Daxia dynasty, in my youth, I too roamed with a sword. Shu Qiuqiao remained silent, observing her reticence. Feng Zi sighed, rising to his feet and suddenly placing a finger upon Shu Qiuqiao's brow. If you do not wish to speak, that is acceptable. I shall assign you a task. The new generation of Yuan Ing cultivators from the Heiyin sect has become rather bothersome. Within a month, eliminate him, and I shall feign ignorance of the matter. This seal will temporarily confine the other you within your being. You have two choices. Either slay that Yuan Ing cultivator, or cultivate to the Yuan Ing stage to break the seal. Feng Zi smiled. Well then, this should present a choice for you. Should you fail to accomplish this within a month, the seal will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself, sealing both of you eternally. Furthermore, when he emerges, please inform him that I shall be away from Daxia for a while. The path you choose henceforth is yours to decide. With that, Feng Zi turned to leave, granting Shu Qiuqiao no opportunity to speak. I am doomed, truly doomed. This time it feels like the end. What on earth is that old monster scheming? The transition from Jin Dan to Yuan Ing is akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. How can one expect such a breakthrough to be easy? Moreover, although it is said to be within a month, I must also allow sufficient time for Li Xia to deal with that Yuan Ing from the Heiyin sect. Calculating, Shu Qiuqiao felt she ought to grant Li Xia at least 10 days, leaving her only 20 days to achieve the Yuan Ing breakthrough. 20 days to reach Yuan Ing. What an insurmountable challenge. With Li Xia absent, I have no one to share my grievances. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, consumed a Qing Xian Dan, striving to maintain her composure, and then seated herself upon the cushion, her mind sinking into her dantian. Speaking of which, after soaking in the long quan, I was immediately entangled in a web of chaos. Until now, Shu Qiuqiao had yet to find the opportunity to properly examine her dantian, embrace the essence, cultivate the heart, focus the spirit, and absorb the spiritual light. However, as soon as her mind descended into her dantian, Shu Qiuqiao was rendered speechless by the sight that greeted her. What is this? Is this truly my dantian? How has my Dantian transformed into this state? Chapter 42. Fragmenting the Dan to give birth to the infant in the serene confines of her meditation chamber, Shu Qiuqiao sat cross-legged, her eyes firmly closed. As her breaths deepened and became more rhythmic, her consciousness began to immerse itself, gradually entering a state of introspection. Within her perception, her awareness sank down from the ocean of self-knowledge, following the primary meridian in her chest, slowly descending into her Dantian. At this moment, her Dantian was no longer the small space it once was. If Shu Qiuqiao were to describe her Dantian as a confined space, many cultivators would surely feel utterly ashamed, wishing for a block of tofu to end their embarrassment. Her Dantian had expanded several-fold compared to before she harnessed the dragon spring. Now, it appeared as an expansive ocean of vital energy, akin to an endless starry sky, profound and enigmatic. Through her introspection, Shu Qiuqiao beheld the new world that emerged after the baptism of the dragon spring, where the true energy within her Dantian surged like a mighty ocean. It even exhibited the ebb and flow of tides, tumultuous and chaotic, leading one to wonder if unknown creatures lurked within the depths of this sea of true energy. Moreover, where she had previously pondered the whereabouts of the strand of dragon energy she had inherited, she now discerned the answer. Within her ocean of energy, that strand of dragon energy was no longer the faint, nearly imperceptible essence from the dragon spring, but had taken form. Amidst the resplendent golden light, a magnificent golden dragon leisurely swam within her Dantian, synchronized with the rhythm of her breathing. Each time it spiraled, it stirred up waves of true energy within the ocean of her Dantian. At the heart of this vast sea of Dantian, a golden Dan quietly floated there, its size having expanded several times over. Originally, Shu Qiuqiao's golden Dan was merely the size of an egg, already considered large compared to most cultivators. Now, it resembled the sun hanging in the sky, blazing and radiant, illuminating the entire inner world of her Dantian. Beneath the golden Dan, brilliant light illuminated the surrounding sea of true energy, reflecting myriad golden rays, warm and vibrant, as if sunlight were filtering through water. Is this my golden Dan? Is this truly my Dantian? Shu Qiuqiao forced herself to calm her racing heart, as her consciousness was currently within the ocean of energy. Her agitation had nearly incited a tempest within it. Countless waves surged skyward, and when the golden dragon breached the surface, it created a towering column of water that seemed to reach the heavens. My Dantian. Could it actually be a world of its own? Observing this scene, Shu Qiuqiao momentarily froze. The previous constricted space of her Dantian lacked any semblance of vitality, leaving her with little sensation. However, it now appeared that the space within her Dantian bore no distinction from a realm of its own, merely lacking the completeness of the greater world outside. The saying goes, the human body is a microcosm, and this was precisely the essence of that notion. Wait, what should I do now? Though her astonishment was subdued, Shu Qiuqiao found herself momentarily dazed. The transition from Golden Dan to Yuan Infant typically required 4 critical steps. First was the accumulation of true energy. Before breaking through, cultivators needed to amass a substantial amount of true energy within their Dantian's ocean over an extended period to prepare for the breakthrough. This process often demanded years, if not decades, of silent cultivation to ensure that both the quality and quantity of true energy were sufficient for the ascent. Moreover, due to the limited capacity of many cultivators' Dantians, it was challenging to store enough true energy for a breakthrough. They often relied on elixirs or rare treasures that could temporarily provide a surge of spiritual energy as assistance. Is my reservoir of true energy already beyond the need for further accumulation? Shu Qiuqiao hesitated. The sheer abundance of true energy felt boundless, akin to an ocean. It was difficult to imagine how other cultivators managed to break through to the Yuan infant stage. The second step involved infusing the Golden Dan with true energy. To transition from the Golden Dan stage to the Yuan infant stage, a cultivator needed to do one thing: to fragment the Dan and give birth to the infant. This required forcefully infusing true energy into the Golden Dan until it shattered, allowing the Yuan infant to emerge from the broken remnants. However, this was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The Golden Dan represented the very foundation of a Golden Dan cultivator's existence. It could even be said to be intimately connected to their life. Should the Golden Dan sustain even the slightest injury or crack, it would be tantamount to an irreparable wound for the cultivator. Breaking through to the Yuan infant stage was not merely a matter of creating a minor fissure in the Golden Dan. It necessitated shattering the entire Golden Dan. If the attempt failed, the best outcome would be to disperse one's cultivation and start anew, but most cultivators who falter at this step face dire consequences. Can I truly succeed? Failure would mean death. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath. There was no room for failure. Death awaited her if she faltered. Yet, if she chose not to break through, the torment she would endure a month later would be far worse than death. To witness her soul eternally sealed, helplessly watching her soulless body decay, it would be preferable to simply perish. With a resolute breath, Shu Qiuqiao ignited the incense for calming the mind and once more closed her eyes. In the tranquil meditation chamber, the light was soft and the atmosphere serene. Shu Qiuqiao sat upon a lotus-shaped mat, enveloped in a gentle glow. After prolonged accumulation and the cleansing of the dragon spring, her dantian housed a surging torrent of true energy, the golden dan resembling a warm, golden sun, containing astonishing power and spiritual essence. Today marked the pivotal moment for Shu Qiuqiao to break through from the golden dan to the yuan infant stage. Uniquely, due to the dual soul connection with Li Xia, this breakthrough differed significantly from that of ordinary cultivators. Now, the long-accumulated true energy surged like a vast ocean within Shu Qiuqiao's dantian. A pearl-like golden dan radiated a tranquil yet intense light, encapsulating years of accumulated essence, the crystallization of her entire cultivation. And today, it was destined to vanish forever. After a prolonged internal struggle, Shu Qiuqiao was finally prepared to take the most critical and perilous step, to shatter the dan and give birth to the infant. Sitting cross-legged, she inhaled deeply, gathering her intent, and slowly directed the tumultuous true energy, akin to oceanic tides, into that seemingly indestructible golden dan. The golden dan began to swell, becoming increasingly unstable with each passing moment as more true energy exceeded its capacity. It hurt so much. If only Li Xia were here, he could bear this torment for me. Fragmenting the dan to give birth to the infant was a well-known perilous undertaking among golden dan cultivators. Should she succeed, the yuan infant would be reborn, and her realm would ascend. Should she fail, the shattering of the golden dan would mean the loss of her foundation, perhaps even her life. As she drew closer to this moment, the agony on Shu Qiuqiao's face intensified. With each strand of true energy that flowed into the golden dan, its surface trembled more violently. And with each new crack that appeared, her body felt as though it had been struck by a violent jolt of electricity. An hour passed, and the cracks had spread across the entire surface of the golden dan, resembling a precious pearl on the verge of shattering. Shu Qiuqiao nearly bit her lip to endure the excruciating pain emanating from her very marrow. The cracking of the golden dan was not merely a physical torment. It was accompanied by a fierce mental tug-of-war, as if her soul and body were on the brink of separation. The entire reservoir of true qi within her was on the brink of depletion. Why had this golden core not shattered yet? The pain was excruciating. This sensation was far more intense than the discomfort of menstruation. Unbeknownst to her, due to the significantly larger size of her golden core compared to others, it could accommodate a far greater volume of true qi. Moreover, with the infusion of a trace of dragon energy, her golden core was remarkably more resilient than that of an ordinary cultivator. So much so that it scarcely resembled a cultivator's golden core at all. At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao had nearly exhausted all the true qi within her dantian. She was now regretting not having prepared some auxiliary breakthrough elixirs in advance. However, it was too late for regrets. She faced either death or a rebirth through the formation of the Yuaning. Break for me. Break! Finally, at the instant when she concentrated all her strength, the golden core, having reached its limit, erupted within her, transforming into a dazzling array of golden fragments, akin to fireworks marking the creation of the universe. The space within her dantian seemed to have lost its equilibrium, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, amidst the scattering shards, the breath of new life emerged. Two luminous shadows broke free from the fragments, spiraling in search of their own space, heralding the arrival of hope amidst the pain. Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback. Why were there two? Unlike ordinary individuals, Shu Qiuqiao's dantian did not manifest merely a single flicker of vitality. Within the brilliant eruption of her golden core, two streams of radiance intertwined, a resplendent golden dragon and a black-red malignant serpent coiling together. Gazing upon this dragon and serpent, a flicker of understanding dawned upon Shu Qiuqiao. They seemed to embody the synthesis of her and Li Xia's cultivation and souls. Much like the legendary transformation of the Kuanpeng, The golden dragon and malignant serpent gradually entwined. As their brilliance surged forth, even Shu Qiuqiao's consciousness could not discern what transpired within. All she could perceive was that, as the radiance gradually dissipated, two yuan-ing slowly emerged. They both radiated a dazzling glow as they struggled free from the remnants of the shattered golden core, gradually taking on the form of infants. One yuan-ing was a lustrous gold, the other a swirling black light, and they gazed at one another, entwining two distinctly different, yet equally potent life forces. Had she succeeded? Chapter 43, Instruction Manual. Had she truly succeeded? Observing the two yuan-ing within her dantian, Shu Qiuqiao found it difficult to believe. Was it really this simple? No, it wasn't entirely simple. Recalling the agony she had just endured, she felt a lingering trepidation. Had it truly taken less than 2 hours? Remarkably, it was far simpler than she had anticipated. All that remained was to awaken Li Xia, after which she could entrust everything to him. Sign. Shu Qiuqiao acknowledged the immense ordeal she had undergone. She was determined to make things difficult for Li Xia later. Otherwise, her suffering would have been in vain. At that moment, her gaze drifted toward the lotus-shaped hourglass nearby. In this world devoid of clocks, Li Xia had little interest in crafting one. However, Shu Qiuqiao despised having to calculate the time herself each time she glanced at it. She preferred a clock that displayed the time at a mere glance. Ultimately, after much insistence from Shu Qiuqiao, Li Xia reluctantly fashioned a lotus hourglass for her to place in the quiet chamber. The so-called lotus hourglass involved a vessel shaped like a lotus floating on water, at intervals or every hour, which was said to be a quarter of an hour. Water would fill the lotus, causing it to sink below the surface to indicate the passage of time. Compared to mundane lotus hourglasses, Li Xia's creation was far more exquisite. This lotus hourglass could measure time for 12 days. Every 10 minutes, a small lotus would sink, and every hour, a slightly larger lotus would descend to the bottom. Each day, the large lotus representing a full day's passage would submerge, and there were a total of 12 such large lotuses. I distinctly remember having positioned all 12 lotuses before I began my cultivation. Shu Qiuqiao stared at the completely lotus-less surface of the water, momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. It was profoundly unsettling. Shu Qiuqiao hurriedly performed a calculation to ascertain the current time, and upon doing so, cold sweat nearly dripped from her forehead. It was now the 3rd watch of the 20th day. In other words, although she felt as though she had merely cultivated for 2 hours, a full 21 days had elapsed outside. Now, only 10 days remained of the deadline imposed by Fengzi. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Was 10 days enough? A wave of panic surged within Shu Qiuqiao as she swiftly inspected the seal within her soul. Subsequently, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. The seal within her soul had been shattered by the tumultuous true qi generated during her breakthrough to Yuaning. At least for now, she need not worry about Li Xia remaining unconscious. Li Xia, awaken! Please wake up, or we shall lose our lives. Seeing that the seal upon her soul had been dispelled, Shu Qiuqiao called out fervently within her mind. Yet, there was no response. Why? As the incessant silence stretched on, an odd sense of loneliness suddenly washed over Shu Qiuqiao. Something felt off. What was amiss? Suddenly, Shu Qiuqiao realized the truth. Today was the 3rd watch of the 20th day. 20 days prior, she had been in control of her body. In other words, the one currently in control of this body should not be her, but rather Li Xia. If Li Xia's soul had been unsealed normally, he should have immediately taken command of this body, even if his consciousness was still asleep. Why? Had her master deceived her? Had Li Xia already vacated this body? Was there still a portion of the seal that remained unbroken? Countless speculations swirled rapidly within Shu Qiuqiao's mind. Yet after a considerable time, she could not find even a hint of an answer. Now, she could only ascertain one thing, the singular truth. If she failed to complete the task assigned by the ancient being, she would indeed be sealed. Eternally sealed. The sense of impending doom from the restrictions imposed by Fengzi had yet to dissipate. Breathe. Shu Qiuqiao. Remain calm. Remain calm. Throwing a calming pill into her mouth, Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Who was she? A woman girl, who had traversed the world of cultivation, unafraid in the face of numerous ruthless cultivators, surviving until now. Was it merely a matter of lacking male assistance? Did she truly require a man to succeed? Without that dog of a man, Li Xia, she could still fight for her survival. Let us see what Li Xia has left behind. With that thought, Shu Qiuqiao rapidly collected herself and began to rummage through her storage bag. The supplies within had mostly been depleted, TNT, grenades, and landmines had all been used to annihilate the blood demon. The AK-47 and Desert Eagle still had plenty of ammunition, but such ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective against a peak Golden Core Cultivator's serious defenses. Not to mention the defenses of a Yuan in Cultivator. As for the special ammunition, she had 1 round left. Yet, Shu Qiuqiao had no certainty regarding the extent to which it could breach defenses. Even if she wished to experiment now, with only 1 bullet, success would be futile. That strange lead box. Could Li Xia have been serious last time? Forget it, let us just put it back. It feels far too ominous. What is this? Shu Qiuqiao, with a look of astonishment, extracted a lengthy barrel from her storage bag, the entire firearm measuring an impressive 1 meter and 80 centimeters in length. Unlike any other weapon, this gun was surprisingly imbued with an almost imperceptible aura of spiritual energy. And what of the manual? Shu Qiuqiao unfurled the instructions. If you are reading this manual, it indicates that, for certain reasons, I am unable to assist you at this moment, and you must confront an inescapable battle or an adversary you are compelled to vanquish. Should you need to address an immediate danger and seek a means of escape, turn to page 2. If you must defeat an enemy without time for preparation, proceed to page 25. If you need to vanquish an enemy and have time to prepare but cannot return home, turn to page 47. If you need to defeat an enemy, have time to prepare, and can return home, turn to page 55. Finally, take care of our bodies, my dear useless roommate. Such thoroughness? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute. How did he anticipate my absence? And why am I labeled the useless roommate? But now was not the time for complaints. She took a deep breath and turned to page 55. Hello, my useless roommate. If you are at home right now, you are likely seated on that futon, correct? Before we commence, I hope that your situation, where I am unable to assist, does not involve me being asleep. If so, please awaken me, close the manual, and stow it away as if you have never seen it. Well, it seems I am not asleep. Now lift the futon, knock 3 times on the floor, and then clap 3 times. Afterward, the floor will reveal a small mirror. A word of caution. Regardless of what you see afterward, do not be alarmed or shout, especially if you lack confidence in your composure. Please set up a soundproof barrier in advance to avoid attracting more trouble. Chapter 44. What's Super Arsenal? Though Shu Qiuqiao was aware that Li Xia could conjure up strange and absurd phenomena capable of eliciting a gasp from her, she nevertheless proceeded to establish the soundproof barrier as a precaution. Following the instructions in the manual, she lifted the sitting futon, gently knocked 3 times on the floor, and then clapped 3 times. To her astonishment, as the sound of machinery whirred to life, the floor beneath her beloved futon began to slowly open. Stunned, Shu Qiuqiao blinked as a glimmer caught her eye, prompting her to involuntarily shut her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, she beheld a dainty little mirror hidden beneath the floorboards. Hesitating for a moment, Shu Qiuqiao ultimately bit her fingertip and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the mirror. As the blood trickled down, a series of characters began to materialize on its surface. What is this? She stared at the string of letters and numbers, momentarily dazed. It was a mix of letters and digits. Is this a dynamic password? Shu Qiuqiao read aloud the ensuing string of English letters, realizing that this language did not exist in her world. It took her a moment to recall the term from her university-level vocabulary. A dynamic password means that when I drip my blood onto this mirror, it will provide a real-time password? How advanced? What on earth did Li Xia do in his previous life? Shaking her head, she decided that her own survival was paramount. Leaving no time to ponder Li Xia's former identity, she looked around. This quiet room was all too familiar, yet she could not pinpoint where to input this password. Could it be that she simply needed to say it aloud? Surely he hadn't created a voice assistant, had he? Shu Qiuqiao attempted to recite the password, but to no avail. The manual did not specify. What does it mean? Frustrated, she scratched her head and tentatively tapped the mirror's surface. To her surprise, another string of letters gradually appeared. Zioao Atonks. What is this word? I don't recognize it. Once again scratching her head, she realized with dismay that her previous English education had not been particularly strong. How could she decipher the meaning of this series of complex terms? Yet, the arrangement of these letters seemed oddly familiar. Wait a moment, could this possibly be Pinyin? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Considering Li Xia was aware of her limited grasp of English, he would not have devised a method of self-rescue that she could not access. In this case, the likelihood of it being Pinyin was significantly higher. Xiao, I, Tong, Shui. Shu Qiuqiao attempted to pronounce the sequence, and then, A sweet, familiar female voice resonated behind her. I am here. What the heck? No, this can't be right. Xiao Ai Tong Shui? Where did he procure Xiao Ai Tong Shui? No, Li Xia. Your real surname is Lei, isn't it? Shu Qiuqiao slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to regain her composure. What in the world is happening? Encountering Xiao Ai Tong Shui after so many years feels like a serendipitous reunion with an old friend in a foreign land. Then, she heard the sweet voice again. Please enter the dynamic password. 1564S5F4DF56S456DS456DS4S563S4D564 Fate 653. Shu Qiuqiao recited from memory the string of letters and numbers that had appeared on the mirror. Dynamic password verification complete. Welcome back, Su Jian. Before her, the quiet room slowly unfurled. The original jade bed flipped rapidly, and the entire wall expanded, revealing that the walls of this quiet room were indeed slightly thicker than those of other rooms. Li Xia had merely claimed it was a place for secluded cultivation and had added some restrictions. Shu Qiuqiao found this reasonable and did not question it further. But now she thought, reasonable my foot. This is an entire arsenal? Before her stood a wall filled with weapons. The majority were firearms, most of which she could barely recognize, only managing to identify a few well-known types, such as the AK-47. Is that the red bullet capable of penetrating defenses? So many? He only took 3 with him when he left. Shu Qiuqiao approached a nearby ammunition box filled to the brim with at least 300 of those red bullets capable of piercing through spiritual defenses. When Li Xia had her use them, he treated them with utmost care, and she had only been allowed to carry 3. Yet here was an entire box, enough to turn that so-called blood demon into a sieve. Hello, how may I assist you? Listening to Xiao Ai Tong Shui's voice, Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply. Did Li Xia create you? Detected issue 16, entering corresponding module. Target adjustment complete. Adjusted target, Master S roommate. May I inquire if you are in danger, facing an insurmountable problem, involved in a duel, or required to eliminate someone? A bit irritating. Nevertheless, Shu Qiuqiao replied, I am compelled to eliminate someone. May I inquire about that individual's current level of cultivation? The initial stage of the Yuaning. Very well. I am now in the process of matching various reserve plans for you. Just a moment. Aren't you going to ask about my level of cultivation? Shu Qiuqiao abruptly called for a halt. Logically speaking, shouldn't T1 ascertain her cultivation level before arranging a duel? There is no need. The voice of Xiao Ai remained sweet, yet her words compelled Shu Qiuqiao to grit her teeth. According to the data left by the master, whether you were at the Golden Core stage during your last reservation or have potentially broken through to the Yuaning stage, it makes no difference to the master's reserve plans. The disparity in combat power between your breakthrough from the peak of the Golden Core to the Yuaning is merely a matter of 0 and 0 multiplied by 10. Chapter 45, the difference between 0 and 0x10. 0 multiplied by 10 is still 0, is it not? Shu Qiuqiao paused, quickly realizing the flaw in her understanding. Indeed, your reaction speed is akin to that of an average university student. Xiao Ai offered a compliment, but to Shu Qiuqiao, it sounded more like a mocking taunt. No, what exactly do you mean? What I mean is, Xiao Ai's voice paused, seemingly considerate of Shu Qiuqiao's pitiful pride. Regardless of your cultivation level during this period, your combat ability is merely 0. Thus, your cultivation status is of no consequence to your requirements. You know, why is this Xiao Ai, created by Li Xia, so infuriating? This is not the gentle and lovable Xiao Ai I remember. Subsequently, Xiao Ai continued. Based on the information you provided, I have searched the data left by the master in the system, and it appears your most likely target for assassination should be the Sanhuajinren of the He Yin sect according to the information in the database. The optimal method for your assassination is to employ a long-range sniper weapon for ultra-long-distance elimination. This attack should occur beyond 3,000 meters to ensure you remain undetected and can make a timely escape. Therefore, I recommend this weapon. Before her words could finish, a sniper rifle measuring nearly 139 meters in length shimmered with a faint blue light before Shu Qiuqiao. This rifle is the XM109, modified version for the cultivation world. Originally with a caliber of 25 millimeters, now altered to a caliber of 122 millimeters under the Master S modification. The operational principle is semi-automatic, with a firing mode of single-shot. Wait, what did you just say the caliber of this rifle was? Shu Qiuqiao abruptly interrupted Xiao Ai's explanation. 122 millimeters. Is there a problem? No, this is a significant issue. What was the caliber of the artillery in my past life in Huaxia? The minimum caliber is 122 millimeters. Is there a problem? Xiao AI responded matter-of-factly. No, have you ever heard the saying, when anti-aircraft guns are leveled, military courts will follow? Honestly, is there anyone who would use a cannon as a sniper weapon? Not counting battlefield players. This Xiao AI hesitated, as if this statement touched upon her knowledge gap, taking some time to respond. First, to address your first question, this is the cultivation world. There is no concept of military courts here, so you need not worry about being prosecuted for war crimes. Now, to answer your second question, you see this rifle, single shot, long range, equipped with a scope, can eliminate in one shot. How could it not be a sniper? How much bizarre ideology has Li Xia instilled in this artificial intelligence? Very well, please proceed, Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly. Given your target is a practitioner at the initial stage of the Yuaning, I fear that conventional kinetic weapon ammunition may struggle to inflict damage upon him. Thus, I recommend using the specially designed armor-piercing ammunition for practitioners with the XM109 cultivation modified version. Based on the Master as practical tests, this armor-piercing ammunition can penetrate the pure chi defenses of practitioners below the mid-Yuan-Ing stage as easily as cutting through butter. Additionally, due to its caliber, this rifle can penetrate the armor plating of standard tanks, alleviating concerns about the enemy employing physical defenses, rendering your attacks ineffective. Too ruthless, by the way. Which unfortunate soul was used for the practical tests? When were these tests conducted? Is that poor soul still alive? How much have you accomplished while I was asleep? Shu Qiuqiao felt helpless, subsequently removing from the wall the fearfully large-caliber rifle, resembling a cannon. Speaking of which, where are the bullets? The bullets placed nearby bore the label of 7.62 millimeters. Moreover, even if they weren't labeled, Shu Qiuqiao could easily discern that the ammunition here was certainly not as large as 122 millimeters. It should be obvious to anyone. It is because the production of this ammunition is exceedingly difficult, and the master could only create it while you were away, in the absence of his roommate. Who is you? Spare me the details. How many bullets do we have? Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly. Previously, Li Xia had told her the same thing, only to find over 300 rounds in his little treasury. There are 3 rounds remaining, already loaded into the ammunition box located beneath the rifle. Wait, only 3 rounds again? Must we go through this tedious routine each time? Is it amusing to play this game of squeezing toothpaste? Though Shu Qiuqiao wished to vent her frustrations, she understood that such complaints would be futile at this moment, and thus she loaded the ammunition. Is there anything else of use to me? Just give it all to me at once, Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly. Given that your opponent is a practitioner at the initial stage of the Yuaning, I am unable to provide you with more or better suggestions. The Master-S weapon research encountered a bottleneck at the mid-Yuaning stage and has not progressed since. If you require, there are 2 lead boxes in the lower right corner of the wall. Stop. I do not wish to know what is inside those 2 lead boxes, nor do I wish to retrieve them or experiment with them. Shu Qiuqiao quickly interrupted Xiao AI. Very well, as per the Master-S instructions. You may find 15 Thunderfire pearls and an equivalent of 300 kilograms of TNT explosives in the storage bag located in the lower left corner of the wall for general self-defense. However, I must remind you that these items will not inflict any meaningful harm upon a practitioner at the initial stage of the Yuaning. Forget it. Shu Qiuqiao fell silent for a moment, taking a deep breath. This individual does not seem to possess the extraordinary capabilities I had imagined. Of course, he is not Doraemon. Achieving such feats while I am asleep is already quite TSK. Is this fellow even human? One last question. Xiao AI. Please proceed. Xiao AI's sweet voice remained unchanged. Li Xia, your master. What was he doing before he crossed over? Shu Qiuqiao gazed steadily at the arsenal before her, slowly asking. Detecting inquiry 001. Now playing recording. After a brief silence, the familiar voice of Li Xia resonated. It is best not to inquire into matters that should remain unasked. Chapter 46 Assassination. The San Huijinren, that old turtle, suffers from a severe fire poison, necessitating his daily departure from the sect's protective formation to reach the spiritual spring pool in Qingyan Valley for treatment and cultivation. The hour was precisely 1:15 noon, an unwavering routine unless significant matters of the sect arose. Gratitude was expressed as Shu Qiuqiao nodded lightly, presenting a small pouch of spirit stones to the disciple clad in a black and red robe before her. No need, he replied. Should you succeed, it benefits me as well. Despite his words, the disciple accepted the pouch with a nod. This disciple of the Black Flame sect had been located through the intelligence network of the Taoyuan Temple, of whom she knew little, relying solely on the network to ascertain his trustworthiness. Thus, Shu Qiuqiao had come veiled to obscure her presence, and in a similar vein of confidentiality. He wore a mask as well. Additionally, a word of caution, he advised as he turned to leave. Though I know not your reasons for wanting to eliminate that old man, be wary. His cultivation is not as simple as it appears. Thank you. Shu Qiuqiao replied with a respectful gesture, but inwardly sighed, pondering how much worse things could possibly get. Once the disciple departed, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was tailing her before making her way to the vicinity of Qingyan Valley. It was still morning, and a while remained until the arrival of the esteemed Sanhua Jinren for his cultivation. Shu Qiuqiao conducted a brief reconnaissance of the terrain. The area was a valley flanked by towering cliffs, making it a daunting task for most cultivators to approach the spirit spring from any direction without notice. After all, even a mid-stage nascent soul's flying sword would struggle to strike a target from 3,000 meters away. However, this posed little challenge for Shu Qiuqiao. On the contrary, the seemingly troublesome cliffs provided ample cover for her ambush. After her thorough examination, she ascended to the cliff's edge at the valley's entrance, setting up several probing restrictions to guard against surprise attacks. Next, she concealed an array at the cliff's peak, positioning her sniper rifle to overlook the valley. This cliff stood high above the valley's entrance, one of the vantage points, offering a sweeping view of Qingyan Valley. The mist that swirled within the valley further enhanced her concealment, making her presence even harder to detect. For reconnaissance, she had set up a pre-prepared camera near the spirit spring to assist with her sniping. Cultivators in this world relied heavily on their spiritual senses, often overlooking the presence of cameras. Thus, the information gap emerged. Most conditions for the assassination were now in place, and it was time to eliminate that old tortoise, Sanhua. Taking a deep breath, Shu Qiuqiao nestled herself down, fully concealing her aura to evade detection by Sanhua Jinren. He is coming. He is almost here. Calculating the time, it was now noon, the moment of peak yang energy. As the saying goes, after the extreme, the opposite comes. The height of yang energy would inevitably give rise to the most intense yin energy of the day. This was likely the reason Sanhua Jinren chose this time to purge the fire poison. Shu Qiuqiao narrowed her eyes slightly. It was her first time preparing to take a life, and to claim she felt no fear would be disingenuous. Yet survival was paramount. If this man did not die, she would. It was a cruel necessity. He approaches. Watching the figure clad in red and black robes step slowly into the valley, Shu Qiuqiao silently chambered around, loading her sniper rifle. Though she possessed 3 bullets, for a cultivator at the initial stage of nascent soul, she had but one chance at this distance. Moreover, the proximity to the Black Flame sect posed a significant risk. Should Sanhua Jinren raise the alarm, their late-stage nascent soul sect leader could arrive in less than 15 minutes. At that point, the hunter could easily become the hunted. Apologies? Apologies, apologies, she whispered thrice within her heart, observing as the figure approached the spirit spring, stepping into the water and settling upon the rock at its center. With her rifle trained on his head, she noted that Sanhua Jinren was currently savoring the most delightful moment of the day. His cultivation of the Black Flame technique, while rapid and granting him absolute mastery over the fire element, had left him with lingering, unhealed internal injuries due to the swift advancement. As cultivating the Black Flame technique required enduring flames that scorched the self, the young Sanhua Jinren had not been particularly gifted within his sect, making it difficult to obtain superior flames for training. Consequently, he had long been forced to use flames tainted with substantial fire poison and impurities. Despite this, through sheer determination, he had managed to ascend to the rank of nascent soul and become an elder of the Black Flame sect. However, the fire poison accumulated during his youth left him in constant agony, hindering his progress in cultivation. This place, which he had fortuitously discovered, allowed him to expel the fire poison, granting him brief respite from the searing pain. Thus, it had become his cherished sanctuary, a location he visited almost daily. Yet he had never disclosed this habit to anyone, not even his most trusted disciples. Therefore, Sanhua Jinren could hardly fathom that he would encounter an assassination attempt at his own doorstep. In the midst of his meditation, Sanhua Jinren suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance, as if something was aiming at him. It was a feeling akin to that of a hunter poised with a dangerous weapon, targeting an unsuspecting prey. What? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shu Qiuqiao, concealed upon the distant cliff, uttered her final thoughts. I am truly very sorry. With that, she gently squeezed the trigger, and the rifle erupted with a fierce, blazing light, the sound reverberating throughout the valley. Yet before that, a 122mm caliber bullet was propelled forth at a speed surpassing sound itself. Chapter 47. The assassination commences. The bullet, akin to a thunderous sphere, shot forth from the sniper rifle's barrel, slicing through the air with a howling wind, emanating a searing brilliance. The immense impact of the 122mm bullet seemed capable of rending the very earth asunder, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. San Huijinren, immersed in the tranquility of the spirit spring, was abruptly stirred by an unusual fluctuation that ignited his instincts. Years of combat experience honed his perception, and in an instant, he sensed the impending fatal threat. His pupils dilated in alarm as he recognized the lurking danger from afar. Yet, it was too late. Reacting swiftly, he summoned his true energy, surging forth in waves to erect layers of protective shields around him. Each layer pulsed with his continually flowing fire attribute, true energy. Unlike the solidified shields of golden core cultivators, the shields of a nascent soul cultivator flowed like a living stream, ceaselessly circulating. Unless struck by overwhelming force, it was nearly impossible to dismantle them gradually. However, as the specially crafted 122mm bullet hurtled toward him, San Huijinren was horrified to discover that even his meticulously constructed true energy shields crumbled before the sniper's weapon, as if they were mere paper. Why? He thought, bewildered, feeling as if his true energy shields were utterly ineffective against this projectile. The bullet effortlessly pierced through his layers of protective barriers, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. Even amidst this turmoil, the velocity and power of the bullet exhibited not the slightest diminution, as if the protective capabilities of the vital energy shield surpassed even the resistance of the air itself. In the blink of an eye, the bullet arrived before San Huijinren. A pang of urgency gripped his heart. Sensing the imminent peril, he relied on 3 parts instinct and 7 parts cultivation, forcibly maneuvering his body to evade to the side at the critical moment. It must be said that San Huijinren's survival through the relentless bloodshed of the demonic sect indeed attests to his formidable prowess. Even in such dire circumstances, he managed to narrowly evade the fatal blow through sheer agility. However, the bullet still grazed his arm. The 122mm projectile, paired with Li Xia's specially crafted sniper rifle, could inflict lethal harm on an ordinary person even with a mere brush. Though the bullet merely skimmed past San Huijinren's arm, its overwhelming force obliterated not only his arm, but also a significant portion of his chest. The center of the spiritual spring erupted in a spray of blood, crimson liquid mingling with the once clear waters, as pain and fury rapidly spread across his brow. Did he survive that? Shu Qiuqiao, witnessing the scene, furrowed her brow, realizing she had lost her best opportunity. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she immediately activated the firing mechanism, swiftly loaded another round, pulled back the bolt, and gently squeezed the trigger, unleashing another bullet accompanied by a tongue of flame from the muzzle. However, this time, San Huijinren was prepared. His figure twisted and leaped through the air, exploiting a fleeting gap to change direction and evade the deadly strike. Despite his injuries, San Huijinren's momentum surged. He poured every ounce of his cultivation into his legs and surged furiously towards Shu Qiuqiao. For a cultivator of his caliber, a distance of 1,000 meters was but a mere step. Shu Qiuqiao understood this as well. She loaded her final bullet, knowing this was her last resort. It was a matter of either his demise or hers. You dare to launch a covert attack against me, an elder? In an instant, San Huijinren appeared before Shu Qiuqiao. Discerning at a glance that this individual had recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, her aura still unsteady. Though he did not recognize her, he could not fathom why she would ambush him from afar. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as he captured her and brought her back, no secret could withstand the purging flames of the soul-burning lantern. Shu Qiuqiao retreated swiftly. The moment San Huijinren stepped onto the precipice, a protective array manifested around her, and she pressed the button in her hand. Boom! 15 Thunderfire pearls detonated simultaneously alongside 300 kilograms of TNT, erupting into a towering mushroom cloud in the air. The cliff crumbled in the explosion, massive boulders cascading into the valley, blocking it completely. You think such petty tricks can harm me? Amidst the smoke, a blazing red vital energy surged upward, enveloping San Huijinren, whose fury was palpable. Even as blood gushed from his severed arm and his shattered chest revealed the pulsing of his organs. He remained oblivious to his plight, unable to be harmed, yet equally unable to escape. The smoke suddenly dissipated, revealing a pitch-black muzzle aimed directly at San Huijinren. At such a close range, there was not a shred of space left for evasion. I am sorry, farewell. Shu Qiuqiao abruptly pulled the trigger. The barrel, overheated from consecutive firings, had turned a fiery red, and a similarly crimson bullet shot forth. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed like the scythe of death slicing through the stillness, as Sanhuizhen Ren's pupils constricted, helplessly watching the bullet hurtle towards his brow. Ugh! Is this what it feels like to kill? My stomach churns violently. It is agonizing, nauseating. How does Li Xia manage to kill without a flicker of emotion? Shu Qiuqiao wiped her mouth, intending to flee promptly, when suddenly, she felt an ominous presence and crouched down. A flame grazed her hair, almost singeing it, leaving a faint smell of burnt protein. No way. He is still alive? Shu Qiuqiao looked up as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Sanhuizhen Ren with the translucent armor hovering above his head. The armor was shattered, and a small hole now marked his brow, through which grayish-white brain matter was visible. Yet he still lived. Was that translucent armor a form of physical defense? No. Its protective power surpassed that of a tank's frontal armor? No. It is only natural in the world of cultivation for there to exist treasures with defenses stronger than that of a tank. Shu Qiuqiao shifted slightly, realizing the gravity of her predicament. Moreover, her trouble seemed poised to escalate further. Chapter 48. What on earth is this previous life connection? Impressive tactics, but I believe your treasure has been rendered unusable. Has it not? Sanhuizhen Ren cast a glance at the peculiar artifact in Shu Qiuqiao's hand, which exuded no trace of spiritual energy. The muzzle was beginning to melt from the intense energy, clearly indicating that the artifact was damaged. As for Shu Qiuqiao, even if her gun remained intact, she had no more bullets at her disposal. For her, failing to bring down her target with 3 shots would mean mission failure. What else can I use? Grenades? Thunderfire pearls? All expended, and evidently ineffective. Shu Qiuqiao had to admit that without Li Xia, she was utterly powerless, virtually rendered useless beyond her cultivation training. Is this the end? Shu Qiuqiao thought, gazing at the colossal hand reaching for her, engulfed in black flames. At that moment, a similar black flame surged from behind her, striking Sanhuizhen Ren's chest with a sudden impact that sent him flying. Oh! Sanhuizhen Ren howled in agony, and when Shu Qiuqiao glanced back, she saw a man clad in a black-red Taoist robe and wearing a mask. A spy from Taoyuan Temple? What is he doing here? But before she could ponder further, the man suddenly appeared behind her, and in the next instant, a second flame erupted from his palm as he merely snapped his fingers. Terrifying black flames enveloped Sanhuizhen Ren once more, the sounds of burning flesh echoing in the air as he let out another agonizing scream. Snap! 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 The sound of snapping fingers rang almost incessantly as flames surged throughout the canyon, the searing heat withering the vegetation and cracking the rocks. The screams from within the inferno gradually weakened, eventually fading away amidst the seemingly endless black flames. Only then did the man's snapping cease, the flames slowly dissipating, leaving behind a charred corpse at the center. He gradually removed his mask, revealing a face sculpted with striking handsomeness, akin to a finely polished bronze statue. His brow furrowed slightly, his icy gaze fixed upon the corpse of Sanhuizhen Ren in the canyon, seemingly confirming the veracity of his death. Oh, a handsome figure from the demonic path. Wait, this is not the time for such thoughts. Shu Qiuqiao quickly suppressed her wandering thoughts and bowed to the man. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely assistance. Upon hearing these words, the practitioner of the Black Flame sect appeared momentarily stunned. He turned his gaze back, scrutinizing Shu Qiuqiao from head to toe, before pointing to his own face and asking, Sister Su Jian does not remember me? If it were not for Sister Su Jian's timely intervention back then, I would have perished long ago in the graveyard. And where would I be today? Huh? Who are you? Shu Qiuqiao quickly endeavored to recall her memories. Was this person saved by Li Xia? That shouldn't be the case. Given Li Xia's character, would he truly rescue someone? Who could it be? How could I not remember someone I saved? The realization struck her suddenly. She remembered a possibility. When she traversed into this realm, the body she inhabited was already at the initial stage of the Golden Core. If her recollection served her well, this body had met its end due to a flawed breakthrough in the Golden Core method. Having died within the secluded chamber, this incident was known to no one. Furthermore, since Su Jian typically refrained from socializing, she and Li Xia had been able to seamlessly occupy this body. This meant that this person was truly saved by Su Jian? Ah, it stands to reason. The Su Jian of that time was already a disciple of an immortal. How could she possibly remember a nameless individual like me? Yet the life-saving grace of Su Jian is something that a nameless individual would never dare to forget. The man respectfully bowed to Shu Qiuqiao, stating, although I, Xiaobai, have unwittingly strayed into the demonic path over the past 20 years. I have never forgotten the kindness of Sister Shu Qiuqiao for even a moment. Concealing my cultivation within the Black Flame sect is merely to be of assistance to Sister Shu Qiuqiao when the time arises. It seems that my efforts over these 20 years have not been in vain. Ugh, the CPU is overheating. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, realizing the predicament she was in. Li Xia was absent. And had the plot now veered into a narrative suited for female readers? No. This fellow was from the demonic path. What kind of narrative would that entail? A demonic prodigy devoted to one person, perhaps a loyal canine trope? That would be somewhat tolerable. Wait a moment. Shu Qiuqiao suddenly considered another possibility, sending a chill down her spine. This couldn't be heading toward a narrative of a deranged disciple of the demonic path entangled with a righteous female immortal, marked by torment and tragic love. Could it? That would be worse than death. Just then, noticing that Shu Qiuqiao had yet to respond, Xiaobai sighed resignedly, saying, Sister Shu Qiuqiao, you are injured. I have a secluded chamber outside the Black Flame sect where you may recuperate. I can attend to you there and repay the kindness of the past. Perhaps that won't be necessary. Shu Qiuqiao replied, slowly retreating, as she had no desire to step into such a peculiar narrative. If she inadvertently fell into the deranged trope, she might truly lose her life without understanding how. Seeing that Sister Shu Qiuqiao is unwilling, I shan't impose. Xiaobai remarked, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Yes, I completed my task, so I shall take my leave now. Shu Qiuqiao nodded repeatedly, preparing to turn away. However, just then, Xiaobai suddenly said, but I cannot bear to leave Sister Shu Qiuqiao, who is injured outside. Even if Sister Shu Qiuqiao is reluctant, I must take the liberty of inviting you. I hope you will forgive my presumption. Wait, is this a familiar development? Shu Qiuqiao thought, and immediately began to channel her energy, attempting to activate her escape technique solely through muscle memory. Yet in the next moment, a wall of fire materialized before her. Shift! Shu Qiuqiao cursed silently, turning to flee into the sky. However, Xiaobai, who was prepared for her move, was not so easily deterred. A fiery lasso swiftly sliced through the air, ensnaring her entirely. The scorching sensation on her skin elicited a cry of pain from Shu Qiuqiao, while below, Xiaobai's voice came, slightly cold. My methods are rather crude. I hope Sister Shu Qiuqiao can overlook it. However, I have prepared excellent burn ointment, so please do not worry. Do not worry. Shu Qiuqiao fumed inwardly. Chapter 49. Chop him in half. My name is Shu Qiuqiao. Originally an unremarkable female university student, I unexpectedly traversed into a realm of cultivation. After enduring numerous trials and escaping from various love-stricken fools, with the assistance of my mentally unstable roommate, I successfully entered a phase of forced affection. But really, who wrote this book? Are they insane? Struggling to shift her body. Shu Qiuqiao noticed that the Black Flame ropes had been replaced with standard bindings meant for an early-stage nascent soul practitioner, referred to as the binding fairy rope. It was even more difficult to break free. With a resigned sigh, she observed Xiao by igniting a ball of black fire, seemingly concocting some peculiar medicinal ingredients. What are you doing? She inquired. While the sight of a handsome man preparing medicine was indeed pleasing, the reality of being subjected to forced affection was far from enjoyable. It was not merely a matter of comfort. It was a question of whether she could retain her life. Why does Sister Shu Qiuqiao feign ignorance? Xiaobai smiled as he lifted his gaze. It was unclear whether it was his inherent demeanor or a trick of Shu Qiuqiao's perception, but she sensed a hint of coldness in his eyes. Is this medicine for my injuries? She asked, but I truly haven't sustained significant harm. I merely brushed against the flames a little. In fact, that black flame rope inflicted more damage on me. No. Sister Shu Qiuqiao's injury lies not in the physical realm. What do you mean? Hearing Xiaobai's denial, Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback. Is my fragile heart truly at risk of being wounded by your callousness? That simply cannot be the case. It seems Sister Shu Qiuqiao is still pretending to be oblivious. Xiaobai approached, plucking a medicinal herb from behind Shu Qiuqiao. She recognized it as the 7-leaf revitalizing flower. Initially, she had only felt something was amiss upon encountering Sister Shu Qiuqiao, but as their interactions progressed, her suspicions solidified into certainty. Holding the 7-leaf revitalizing flower before her, Xiaobai's demeanor confirmed her fears. The coldness in his eyes was no mere figment of her imagination. While I am uncertain how you managed to seize the body of the sect leader's disciple within the esteemed Taoyuan temple, it matters not. Even if Sister Shu Qiuqiao has transformed into this state, I still possess a means to reclaim her. This is bad. Shu Qiuqiao's heart sank in alarm. This was the second person to recognize that she was no longer Su Jian. Previously, only Fengzi had discerned her true identity. Shu Qiuqiao had thought it reasonable for Fengzi to notice, given that he had raised Su Jian since childhood. But how could this seemingly unrelated yellow-haired fellow perceive the change? Is this a unique trait of the deranged? Xiaobai, meanwhile, continued mixing herbs, explaining, "Let me share an intriguing fact about soul seizing. For practitioners below the peak of the nascent soul, the act of seizing a soul does not genuinely kill the original inhabitant. Rather, it suppresses their consciousness to the lowest depths of awareness. This state persists until reaching the peak of the nascent soul, at which point the practitioner's spiritual consciousness gradually transforms into divine consciousness. Only at this stage can the seizing practitioner truly obliterate the original soul." As he spoke, he cast the seven-leaf resurrection herb into the alchemical furnace, where a flicker of black flames erupted, instantly transforming the herb into a medicinal liquid. The pungent aroma of the concoction swiftly permeated the entire quiet chamber. "The elixir I am about to concoct is one capable of awakening the slumbering soul of a possessed cultivator, unless, of course, Sister Su Jian was already deceased at the time of possession. Otherwise, under the nourishment of this elixir, Sister Su Jian would suppress your soul in turn, plunging you into the depths of consciousness until she ascends to the peak of the nascent soul stage, at which point she would obliterate you. So, do you not consider even for a moment the possibility that Su Jian is dead while you prepare the elixir? I mean, suppose I truly am not Su Jian?" Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao let out a sigh of relief, for she knew better than anyone that Su Jian was indeed dead. She had perished during an utterly mundane breakthrough, her spirit dissipating, with no possibility of resurrection. If it were otherwise, how could her mere mortal soul possibly wield the body of a golden core cultivator? The moment she entered, she would likely be crushed by the consciousness of the golden core master. Impossible. Hearing this, Xiaobai suddenly grew agitated. Even the black flames he wielded became uncontrollably restless, the searing heat causing Shu Qiuqiao to feel parched. How could Sister Su Jian, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, have fallen so easily, were it not for your vile interference? Sister Su Jian might have already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage by now. With that, Xiaobai turned his gaze back, glaring fiercely at Shu Qiuqiao. "When Sister Su Jian awakens, I will surely extract your soul, ignited in a heavenly lamp, condemning you to eternal suffering. Perpetually scorched by flames. Do you have no other words in your black flame sect?" Shu Qiuqiao lamented, but now was not the time for such discussions. She attempted to call out to Li Xia in her heart several times, but regrettably, there was still no response. Clearly, when the master of three fires perished, the restrictions within her body had completely vanished, yet Li Xia remained unresponsive. What had transpired? What step had gone awry? Meanwhile, Xiaobai was tossing the final medicinal ingredient into the furnace. Watching it dissolve, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, it's done. It's about to be complete. Thank goodness. If I had not anticipated all the potential dangers Sister Su Jian could encounter and invested countless efforts and resources in preparing these ingredients, I would truly have no way to deal with you, you wretched creature. Do you know what I sacrificed for these herbs, for this formula? Ha ha ha. I have spent years without the energy to even meet Sister Su Jian. But now it is different. Sister Su Jian will return soon. Sister Su Jian? Sister Su Jian. Woo woo woo." At this point, Xiaobai began to sob again, looking at his handsome face, contorted in laughter and tears. Shu Qiuqiao found herself devoid of any admiration for his looks. Truly, as the saying goes, distance yourself from lovesick madness and embrace a peaceful life. The ancients do not deceive me. Wait, should I not be doing something right now? Bound by the binding, immortal rope, Shu Qiuqiao momentarily felt at a loss for any means of escape. The rope was resilient, and no matter how she struggled, she could not loosen it. However, remaining still meant that once Xiaobai fed her the elixir, he might come to realize that Su Jian was truly dead. It was hard to imagine what this lovesick madman might do then. What she needed to do was to delay as much time as possible and find a way to save herself. With this in mind, Shu Qiuqiao cleared her throat and spoke. "Yet until now, you cannot confirm whether I am truly Su Jian. Have you not considered the possibility that I have not been possessed?" Hearing this, Xiaobai abruptly lifted his head, while Shu Qiuqiao subtly revealed a gentle smile. Though she had never met Su Jian, she had gleaned an understanding of what kind of person Su Jian was from her cultivation notes and the decor of her cave abode over the years. At this moment, she aimed to mimic Su Jian as closely as possible through her understanding of her character. Indeed, upon witnessing that gentle smile, Xiaobai's expression froze. The aura of the early nascent soul surged forth, and for a moment, Xiaobai could hardly contain his raging true qi. The flames in his hand crackled ominously, and Shu Qiuqiao could even smell a hint of charred odor emanating from the furnace. Very well, just like that. As long as the elixir in his hands was destroyed, he would be powerless against her. Even if he truly confirmed that she was not Su Jian, based on her understanding of lovesick individuals over the years, he would undoubtedly refrain from harming this body. All she had to do next was wait for Li Xia to awaken, and Li Xia would surely devise a solution to the current predicament. Chop him into 8 pieces. However, Xiaobai quickly regained his composure, abruptly raising his hand to cover the furnace and suppress the violent flames. He then turned back, glaring menacingly at Shu Qiuqiao. Do not use your filthy and despicable soul to imitate Sister Su Jian's expressions. TSK. How resolute, a lovesick person should not be so steadfast. Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself, wishing to employ other methods, only to see Xiaobai had set up a formation around her, completely enveloping her. It appeared he had no intention of hearing another word from her. This is bad. Seeing this, Shu Qiuqiao had no choice but to continue searching for a means of escape, whatever it might be. As long as it prevented him from discovering that Su Jian was dead, then the rest would be manageable. Yet before Shu Qiuqiao could find anything useful, she caught a whiff of the fragrance of the elixir. It was not the previous pungent herbal scent, but rather the true fragrance of a pill. This is bad. It's too late. She watched as Xiaobai slowly opened the furnace, and a pure white, round pill floated up, surrounded by a faint golden aura. Ha ha ha. With this pill, I can nourish Sister Su Jian's spirit directly, bypassing you. You are finished. Xiaobai let out a couple of boisterous laughs, holding the pill as he approached Shu Qiuqiao, gripping her chin and unceremoniously forcing the pill into her mouth. Shu Qiuqiao struggled fiercely, but without true qi, how could she escape Xiaobai's grasp? He unleashed a surge of true qi, directly sending the pill into her abdomen. No matter how unwilling Shu Qiuqiao was, that true qi began to refine the pill within her, and she soon felt a surge of medicinal power fill her limbs and bones. Once Xiaobai released his grip, Shu Qiuqiao coughed twice and, after pondering, asked, May I inquire, if I truly have no other soul within me, where will this medicinal power go? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaobai sneered. Since you have cared for Sister Su Jian's body rather well, I shall enlighten you. The medicinal power of this pill will bypass your soul and directly nourish the other soul within you, unless you truly possess only your own soul, in which case the medicinal power will explode your soul, rendering you a mindless fool. Well, then I shall rest easy. Upon hearing this and sensing the flow of medicinal power within her, Shu Qiuqiao found herself unexpectedly relieved. You will be the one in trouble, child. Chapter 50. Hello. Lovesick little sycophant. It's working. It's working. I knew she was still here. I knew Sister Su Jian was still here. As he observed the elixir taking effect within Shu Qiuqiao's body, Xiaobai was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. Yet, Shu Qiuqiao merely regarded him with a smile that was neither fully joyful nor entirely mocking, betraying no concern for her own predicament. What sinister thoughts do you still harbor? I warn you, if you wait patiently for Sister Su Jian to return, I might spare you some suffering. However, should you entertain any malicious intent that might harm her soul, I will ensure you experience the torments of hell, and you will come to regret not having perished before attempting to usurp her. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards him. On the contrary, I desire his return to this body even more than you do. Shu Qiuqiao maintained her smile, leaving Xiaobai bewildered, momentarily struggling to comprehend the implications of her words. However, his intuition warned him that the he she referred to was likely not the Sister Su Jian he had hoped for. Never mind, the elixir has already begun to take effect. No matter what you do, you cannot escape the fate of being repressed once more. Ultimately, Xiaobai shook his head, unable to fathom what Shu Qiuqiao could possibly do to turn the tide at this juncture. The elixir had been nearly completely absorbed, and a significant influx of spiritual energy surged into Shu Qiuqiao's sea of consciousness, deftly bypassing her soul and infusing the essence of the spirit dwelling deep within her consciousness. At this moment, that spirit was gradually awakening, slowly seizing control of Shu Qiuqiao's body. This sensation of being gradually overpowered must be quite unpleasant. Xiaobai taunted, "Oh, I almost forgot. This isn't even your body. You are merely a thief, occupying someone else's nest. Indeed, sharing a body does not come without its discomforts." Shu Qiuqiao replied with a resigned smile. However, I have discovered that living alone in this world only exacerbates my suffering. At that moment, one of her eyes had lost its luster, a clear indication of her control over her body being usurped. Her soul was increasingly struggling to command her flesh, while half of her face grew cold and stiff. Nevertheless, Shu Qiuqiao managed to force a smile, saying, "Enjoy yourself, you sickly little sycophant." Before her words could fully dissipate, she completely relinquished control of her physical form, her entire soul sinking into the body. Sickly little sycophant? What does that mean? Xiaobai pondered, but soon dismissed the thought as Sister Su Jian had returned. All he needed to do was find a way to extract her soul. Sister Su Jian? He muttered to himself, abruptly halting mid-sentence as he lifted his head to gaze at the familiar figure before him. Or rather, he wished to refer to the person standing there as a man. What is happening? What transpired? Although there had been some disparity between Shu Qiuqiao and Sister Su Jian, at least she still possessed a feminine grace that left him uncertain about his perceptions. Yet now, the figure before him was cold and rigid, resembling an unmelting block of ice or a stubborn rock steeped in blood. Who are you? Who exactly are you? What has happened to my Sister Su Jian? If you wish to address me as Su Jian, that is not entirely inaccurate, for my name is indeed Su Jian, he replied with a smile. Impossible. This cannot be. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xiao Bai's mind was on the brink of collapse as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. Channeling his energy, he disregarded the potential harm to Sister Su Jian's body and struck directly at Li Xia's crown. Perhaps to him, it was better for Sister Su Jian's body to perish than to be occupied by another. However, a pale yet powerful hand suddenly grasped his wrist. "What have you done?" Xiao Bai exclaimed, incredulous as he looked at Li Xia's hand gripping his wrist. He was clearly bound by the binding immortal rope, and no cultivator below the mid-Yuan Ing stage could possibly wield even a sliver of true energy while ensnared. So, what was this person doing? What had he done? Is this surprising? Li Xia tilted his head, inquiring. No, it is not. You are bound by the binding immortal rope. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Li Xia lowered his gaze to the ropes binding him and chuckled softly. What are you talking about? Such trivial restraints could never confine someone like me. As his words fell, Xiao Bai watched in horror as Li Xia slowly rose to his feet. The binding immortal rope, capable of ensnaring even a fierce bull demon, was gradually yielding to his physical strength. With a tearing sound, Li Xia flexed his arms, and the rope, forged by celestial magic, was effortlessly torn to shreds between his limbs. Are you even human? Chapter 51. At least I granted him a swift end. Did I not? Who are you? What has happened to Sister Su Jian? What has become of her? As he observed Xiao Bai's incoherence, Li Xia shook his head slightly. She is dead. Long dead. Dead. Sister Su Jian is dead? Xiao Bai appeared momentarily stunned, slumping to the ground, raising his gaze towards Li Xia. Why? This cannot be. It should not be. When I arrived in this body, she was already deceased. Her demise resulting from a failed breakthrough, Li Xia stated, casting a pitying glance at the crumpled Xiao Bai. Impossible. This cannot be. Sister Su Jian could not have died for such a trivial reason. She was a celestial being. Xiao Bai erupted in a furious roar, springing to his feet and lunging toward Li Xia. Li Xia merely sighed in resignation, raising a hand to grasp Xiao Bai's arm. It is paramount to believe in science. You see, each breakthrough carries the risk of death. Why should the person you care for be exempt? With that, Li Xia tightened his grip, and Xiao Bai's meticulously honed Yuaning body was crushed in an instant. The agonizing pain contorted his body like a shrimp, while Li Xia casually discarded the severed limb and stepped upon his head. Why do you possess such strength while using this body? I nearly perished trying to break free from that accursed rope. Shu Qiuqiao inquired, puzzled. Your method of exertion is incorrect, Li Xia replied, shaking his head before glancing down at Xiao Bai. Now it is time for my favorite part of the day. Wait. Shu Qiuqiao abruptly interrupted Li Xia's actions. Li Xia raised his foot slightly. What, in this moment, do you still wish to exercise your benevolence towards such a person? Not exactly. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated briefly. Although for other reasons, this individual did indeed save our lives. Very well, Li Xia nodded, indicating his understanding. With that, he exerted force with his foot, and amidst Shu Qiuqiao's scream, he crushed Xiao Bai's head as effortlessly as one would squash a watermelon. No, did you not understand my meaning? He saved our lives. How could you still? Yet, Li Xia appeared somewhat exasperated, scratching his ear as though bothered by Shu Qiuqiao's persistence. You see, he saved our lives, so I should repay him, right? Indeed. How could you still? Just as Shu Qiuqiao was about to express her thoughts, she was interrupted by Li Xia. However, you see, although he saved our lives, is he not planning to extract your soul and torment you to death? Well, that does make sense. Shu Qiuqiao's voice faltered slightly. That's why I am a person who believes in repaying grudges with vengeance. Li Xia shrugged, grinding the remnants of flesh off her foot. Under normal circumstances, I should have disemboweled him, tortured him, and then extracted his soul, finding a place to light a lantern to torment him. But since he saved our lives, I had to reduce the intensity of my revenge according to the principle of balancing kindness and enmity, right? Saying this, Li Xia kicked aside the lifeless Xiaobai, smiling as she remarked, "Look how relaxed he is now. Not only has he learned the truth, but he can also meet his loved ones. More importantly, when I killed him, I did it swiftly. He felt no pain at all when his head was crushed. Are you even human?" To be honest, Shu Qiuqiao had grown accustomed to Li Xia's uniquely unconventional logic, although the gruesome sight still made her feel nauseous. She could not explain why the inexplicable sense of helplessness within her gradually faded since Li Xia's emergence. Now, the state of Li Xia controlling their body filled her with an immense sense of security. All right, next we need to find a way to leave the great Xia kingdom quickly. Li Xia stretched lazily and casually remarked, Why should we leave the great Xia kingdom? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Li Xia also paused at this. What? How can you have no sense of crisis at all? Who sealed me away for so long? Master. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated before speaking. Should we just stay in the great Xia kingdom waiting to be captured? We should hurry and leave. I don't even plan to take my arsenal. Shu Qiuqiao was at a loss for words after Li Xia's statement. After a moment of thought, she finally asked, But how did you end up fighting that old monster? No, master. Well, Li Xia fell silent for a moment, ultimately shaking her head. For reasons that are not convenient to explain to you. Is it because of your identity in your past life? Shu Qiuqiao inquired keenly. Li Xia remained silent. No, Li Xia, what exactly was your identity in your past life? Seeing Li Xia's silence, Shu Qiuqiao grew anxious. We share the same body. Your life is my life. Am I not worthy of your trust, even then? Li Xia, answer me. I once thought you might be a soldier or someone familiar with combat. But the things you've done now surpass anything any Huaxiao person could achieve, or even any human I know. Who are you really? What is your identity? Why did Master force you to act? What happened that day while I was asleep? In the future. If there is a chance, I will tell you, but not now, okay? Li Xia finally sighed and responded. Shu Qiuqiao wanted to say something more, but suddenly halted. At that moment, Li Xia's expression became grave, and a voice echoed from outside the cave. The scent of the seven-turned soul supplementing pill. And blood. The fellow cultivator within the cave has killed 2 of my black flame sex practitioners. Why not come out and discuss matters with me? Li Xia let out a cold laugh. It seems this cave is not as concealed as one might think. Chapter 52, Agreement 3, Self-Detonation. The Lord of the Black Flame Sect, known as Wen Tianzi, is a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, characterized by his domineering nature and strategic mind. He has transformed the Black Flame sect into a formidable force within the demonic path. After perfecting his cultivation, the masterful Black Flame technique has earned him a notorious reputation in the demonic realm, prompting many righteous sects to regard him with trepidation. When Tianzi's figure, sharp as a blade, slowly descended from the sky, landing gracefully. Clad in a deep crimson robe, his garments billowed in the wind, accentuating his extraordinary demeanor. The Lord's visage was profound, his phoenix-like eyes shining with a fierce intensity, exuding a commanding presence without a hint of anger. His forehead was broad, lips tightly sealed, and his entire countenance bore resolute lines, revealing a blend of iron will and decisiveness. Li Xia lifted her head, facing this formidable figure with a nearly imperceptible smirk. Even though her cultivation was only at the early stage of nascent soul, a stark disadvantage compared to Wen Tianzi, her gaze held no trace of retreat. Instead, it brimmed with provocation. No, Li Xia, don't provoke him. He is at the late stage of nascent soul. You haven't even fully adapted to your early stage yet, have you? You haven't even practiced your spells. Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed. Silence. I have my own methods, Li Xia silently retorted in her mind. When Tianzi landed, fixing his gaze upon Li Xia, scrutinizing her as if examining a mere insect. His voice was cold, like a fiery blaze erupting amidst the chilling winds of winter. So it was you who killed 2 of my Black Flame sex practitioners? Li Xia nodded slightly, confidently leaning against the large tree behind her, her lips curling into a smirk. Yes, it was me. So what? Did the esteemed Wen Tianzi come personally to seek vengeance for them? Wen Tianzi raised an eyebrow, his tone even colder. Naturally, the grievances of the Black Flame sect must be avenged. Yet I did not expect you to admit it so calmly. Li Xia shrugged, a hint of laughter escaping her lips. Calm? Not at all. In fact, I'm quite excited. After all, opportunities to communicate up close with the Lord of the Black Flame sect do not come by every day. As their dialogue unfolded, while Li Xia's tone appeared flippant, her eyes betrayed a depth of calculation, as if every situation lay well within her expectations. Meanwhile, Wen Tianzi, though seemingly enraged, was filled with scrutiny. Tension escalated between them, edging towards a critical point. This is far too tense. I feel like I might vomit, Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself. Don't vomit in my head, TSK. The suffocating atmosphere was overwhelming for this unfortunate girl. Li Xia shook her head helplessly, flicking her long sword. What do you say? Shall we have a duel? Then, let us have a duel. Wen Tianzi nodded. In the next moment, a fierce flame collided with Li Xia's sword, causing her to stagger back 2 steps. It was evident that even her physical strength could not withstand the might of Wen Tianzi at the late stage of nascent soul. No, Li Xia, weren't you invincible when you killed Xiao by just now? If you can't win, then run. Be quiet. Li Xia sighed inwardly, recalling the memory she had just acquired. During her absence, Shu Qiuqiao had not been very reliable. What, when life and death are at stake, you can trigger your survival instincts, but as soon as I appear, you give up thinking? Is this the extent of it? Wen Tianzi raised an eyebrow. The next second, Li Xia appeared above him. Your speed is acceptable, but do you really think that the golden core level sword in your hand can pierce through my defenses? Wen Tianzi didn't even turn around, summoning a black-red energy shield behind him. Li Xia, however, merely smirked. That is yet to be determined. What followed was the sound of a gunshot. Though there was no time to turn and see what had occurred, the overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger compelled Wen Tianzi to instinctively tilt his head, attempting to evade the shot. The bullet grazed the shoulder of the burning sun, piercing through his late-stage nascent soul energy shield, though its power was considerably diminished as a result. Blood erupted into the air, as a chunk of flesh was brutally torn from the shoulder of the burning sun, whose nascent soul body was injured. Even more alarmingly, half of his ear was sheared away by the shot. No, Li Xia. Didn't your little AI classmate say there were only 3 bullets? In her shock, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly realized the truth. Blind one, you've discovered the truth. Li Xia smiled. The 122mm caliber indeed has only 3 rounds, but this is a 144mm caliber. As the anti-aircraft gun was leveled, the military tribunal. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the burning sun. How dare you? And that's not all. Li Xia abruptly pressed the button in her hand, and the previously open door of the cave slowly extended several heavy machine guns. Moreover, Shu Qiuqiao could see that the bullets mounted on those machine guns were all crimson, capable of piercing through a cultivator's shield. Little AI classmate, I'm here. The heavy machine guns issued a timely response from the artificial intelligence. Aim at that old wretch and fire with all your might. Understood. In the next moment, several heavy machine guns unleashed a frenzied barrage at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. So ferocious. Shu Qiuqiao had never witnessed such a spectacle. She was momentarily speechless in awe of the overwhelming firepower. Stop marveling, let's run. The wind is fierce. However, Li Xia showed no hesitation. Almost as soon as the machine guns opened fire, she applied a swift escape technique, her true energy infusing her feet, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Wait, why are you running so fast? I'm feeling a bit carsick. Li Xia's ammunition was not particularly abundant. After all, Shu Qiuqiao had brought only 2 storage bags, and the spare ammunition Li Xia had prepared was concealed within a sealed storage pouch in the second bag. There were merely 12,000 rounds available, enough for the 4 heavy machine guns to fire for 30 seconds. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the burning sun silently dispelled his true energy shield, sweeping his robe to reveal that several dozen kilograms of bullets had fallen to the ground. He gazed at the sky, shaking his head in resignation. Catching up would prove difficult, and even if he did, subduing such a person would be quite troublesome. He then looked down at the 4 machine guns. If I could take these peculiar artifacts back for study, it would at least help mitigate some losses. Immediately after, he heard a sweet female voice. Protocol 3 has been activated. Self-destruct countdown. 1 seconds. Chapter 53. Lost in the Deep Forest. Puff! After an unknown duration of swift flight, Li Xia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting straight toward the ground. Ah! Li Xia, are you okay? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed, only to see Li Xia spring up from the ground like a carp, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Really? Seeing that Li Xia seemed relatively unscathed, Shu Qiuqiao let out a slight sigh of relief and teased, it's the first time I've seen you suffer a loss. Not quite, Li Xia shook his head. The flames from that burning sun didn't actually cause any harm. I simply haven't fully comprehended the cultivation of the nascent soul stage yet. The escape technique I just used was forcibly activated with nascent soul true energy while following the path of the golden core stage, which is why I sustained a minor injury. Before Shu Qiuqiao could fully grasp the situation, she saw Li Xia take a deep breath, slowly sitting down to gradually regulate the true energy within him. At that moment, he glanced at the state of his dantian, and even Li Xia couldn't help but be taken aback. Wait, Shu Qiuqiao, why are there two nascent souls in my dantian? Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head in bewilderment and continued, but you see, isn't the nascent soul a unity of a cultivator's soul and true energy? Since we have two souls, it stands to reason that two nascent souls would form. That shouldn't affect the efficiency of true energy utilization, right? Li Xia looked at the two nascent souls in his dantian, one black and one gold. The golden nascent soul emanated a faint illusion of a golden dragon, which was reasonable given Shu Qiuqiao's recognition of dragon energy. As for the black nascent soul, it seemed to resemble a conglomerate of resentment and malice. Had his own killings materialized? Li Xia pondered, attempting to draw upon the true energy within his nascent soul, finding it as familiar as moving his fingers. After all, it was his own nascent soul, and any obstruction would be unusual. The true energy contained within the nascent soul was likely greater than that of an average early-stage nascent soul cultivator. In Li Xia's view, in terms of true energy reserves alone, he had likely touched the threshold of mid-stage nascent soul. As for Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul, Li Xia extended his consciousness to beckon it, and to his surprise, Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul was easily summoned, allowing him to draw upon not just the true energy, but even her portion of consciousness. Despite the two nascent souls belonging to different individuals, Li Xia still felt as if he were summoning a single nascent soul. Fascinating. Although he had not yet reached full strength, the reserves of true energy and consciousness were undoubtedly sufficient to meet the standards of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. This was thanks to the stacking of two nascent souls, each with mid-stage reserves of true energy. Coupled with his abilities, the previously formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivators were not without their fighting chances. It feels like we've unwittingly embarked on some strange cultivation path. Shu Qiuqiao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. That's your fault. You know my situation. I have no talent for cultivation and can't progress at all. Li Xia shrugged, then stood up, surveying their surroundings. In the deep mountains and ancient forests, the moss was mottled, and towering ancient trees reached for the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light on the forest floor. A profound silence enveloped the entire woodland, broken only by the gentle rustling of the breeze. Yet beneath this tranquil facade lurked countless dangers. The howls of strange beasts occasionally pierced the silence, filled with ferocity and wildness, as if declaring their territory to the outside world. In this deep forest, there were occasional eerie tremors, as if some colossal creature beneath the ground was subtly shifting. The enormous trees intertwined in the dense forest made it nearly impossible for light to penetrate, instilling a sense of oppression and fear. Vines twisted and tangled between the trees, forming an impassable barrier that deterred any daring souls from stepping inside. Where on earth have we fallen? Shu Qiuqiao's voice trembled slightly, as she seemed to possess an innate fear of such places. I don't know. I can't confirm our location for the time being. However, according to my map, we are most likely here, Li Xia said, pointing to a spot on the map. Jimu Deep Forest? No. How did you precisely fall into such a cursed place? The Jimu Deep Forest is notorious as a treacherous secret realm, historically a site for cultivators' adventures and a hideout for malevolence. The forest here is deep and unfathomable, shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, with towering pines and cypress trees obscured by a mysterious and heavy atmosphere. In the outer forest, trees are densely packed together, their gnarled branches resembling serpents slithering through the underbrush, forming a barrier akin to a fence across the path. Countless ferocious beasts roam this area, ever ready to launch lethal attacks on any intruders. The air is thick with the pungent scent of wild creatures, should a gold core practitioner inadvertently step in. They could easily become prey for these savage beings, or even be besieged to death by frenzied monsters. The deeper woods are even more perilous, with trees soaring like colossal pillars, preventing any light from piercing through the dense canopy, plunging the forest into an eternal twilight. The beasts and demons here possess strength that could easily humiliate a nascent soul practitioner. The ground is littered with sinister magical vines and terrifying traps, while the creeping mist seemed to harbor deadly toxins. A careless inhalation could bring a nascent soul practitioner to the brink of death. As for the innermost depths of the Nine Pastures Forest, it is a forbidden zone that even the most seasoned nascent soul cultivators dare not tread lightly. Is this the kind of thing that happens occasionally? Li Xia smiled faintly, showing no sign of concern. No, what do you mean by occasionally? Forget it. Just hurry up and check where we've fallen. If we've plunged into the depths, we'd have insufficient lives to spare. Shu Qiuqiao cried out in alarm. Indeed, you make a compelling point. Li Xia nodded, then surveyed the surroundings, appearing anything but ready to depart. Rather, it seemed as though he was searching for a cave? No, Li Xia. What are you planning to do? Shu Qiuqiao paused, fully aware of Li Xia's tendencies. When he exhibited such expressions, it invariably signaled trouble. Look, see. Li Xia nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. This place would be perfect for establishing a temporary cave for cultivation, allowing us to comprehend the essence of nascent soul practice before we move on. Don't you think? Perfect for you, perhaps. Chapter 54. Junior sister, is that you? Despite Shu Qiuqiao's desperate attempts to refuse, Li Xia stubbornly sought out a cave, disregarding the stench of wild beasts, and proceeded to set up a protective array around the entrance. His preparations were minimal: a mat, a bed, and a small pool dug to collect some spirit spring water. Thus, the cave was deemed complete. Li Xia, this place reeks of wild beasts. Are you certain it is safe here? Are you sure this cave is unclaimed? Shu Qiuqiao remarked incredulously. Li Xia's decision seemed exceedingly hasty, to the point where she could hardly find a starting point for her criticism. I believe such matters are of little importance, Li Xia shrugged, then settled down cross-legged to study the operation of nascent soul practitioners' magical energy. Gold core practitioners condense their vital energy into pearls, ultimately forming a solid core, known as the golden core. This core is the essence of their cultivation, storing immense power. During cultivation, they rely on this golden core to circulate energy, guiding the vitality it contains throughout their bodies to complete their training, heal injuries, or cast spells. The flow of energy during this process follows distinct pathways and rhythms. Each cycle resembles a retrieval and return of the golden core's essence, akin to the rhythmic ebb and flow of tides. Upon advancing to the nascent soul stage, the operation of a practitioner's magical energy undergoes a fundamental transformation. At this juncture, the practitioner's spirit and vital energy become inseparable, coalescing into a nascent soul resembling an infant. The nascent soul embodies the true will and power of the practitioner, reflecting a higher tier of vitality. Nascent soul practitioners no longer need to circulate their energy through the traditional golden core in their dantian. Instead, they interact directly with the principles of nature and the laws of the universe through their nascent soul. Each breath of the nascent soul is a response to and mastery of natural laws, enabling the practitioner to wield the power of the heavens and earth, resulting in an intricately refined operation of magical energy. Li Xia, possessing two nascent souls, exhibits an extraordinary mastery in the circulation of his vital energy. Typically, a nascent soul practitioner has only one, and while their magical energy operation is sophisticated, it remains singular. In contrast, Li Xia's two nascent souls can cooperate or operate independently. Whenever his vital energy circulates, the two nascent souls seem to perform a grand symphony of dual melodies. One attracts and surges with external spiritual energy, while the other meticulously strategizes internally, mobilizing dual powers. Ah, I see now, Li Xia mused after some time, nodding to himself. No wonder extracting energy directly from within the nascent soul had caused him such severe internal injuries. Generally, such realizations occur naturally during a practitioner's breakthrough. However, in this case, the breakthrough had been orchestrated by Shu Qiuqiao. Furthermore, he had been in a state of both sealing and unconsciousness at the time, rendering him completely unaware of his body, which led to this blunder that no other practitioner would commit. Gazing at the two nascent souls within him, Li Xia felt a surge of motivation to cultivate further. He closed his eyes and attempted to circulate his vital energy, only to let out a resigned sigh. There was still no sign of progress. He had initially thought that the breakthrough in his nascent soul would yield better results, yet it remained the same. No matter how he tried to absorb spiritual energy or circulate his vital energy according to the techniques, he could not elevate his vital energy even the slightest bit. The more he strived, the more he seemed to falter. His obsession had grown so strong that even demonic cultivation techniques reliant on slaughter were ill-suited for him. He was simply not cut out for cultivation. In stark contrast, Shu Qiuqiao inexplicably advanced with remarkable speed in her training, managing to progress swiftly despite devoting only half the time others did. Much of her time spent on trivial diversions typical of a female university student. Her cultivation rate was astonishing, and when it came to speed, even the most gifted prodigies in the entire Xia dynasty, who practiced day and night, would likely pale in comparison to her playful yet earnest approach. Fire! Li Xia raised his hand and softly uttered the word. At the same moment, his nascent soul in the Dantian echoed the incantation, fire. In the next instant, a flame erupted from his fingertips. No, to describe it as a flame would be an understatement. It was a vast conflagration that almost filled the entire cave. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It seems spells can be wielded with such effortless abandon. How intriguing. Shu Qiuqiao had never before witnessed such unadulterated joy on Li Xia's face. However, in the next moment he clasped his hands and the flame vanished. Turning his gaze toward the cave entrance, he was met with a deafening roar and the earth-shaking sound of a tremendous impact. Li Xia, I told you, didn't I? Did you just occupy someone else's cave? Yes, Li Xia nodded, rising to his feet and slowly approaching the cave entrance. With a flick of his hand, the protective array around the cave became transparent, revealing a colossal creature before them. This beast was immense, its back covered in thick scales that radiated a chilling aura of intimidation. Standing upright, it towered 10 zhang high, its long tail dragging along the ground and creating tremors with each movement. Its head resembled that of a dragon, revealing a set of sharp fangs that exuded a menacing intent. Its skin was a deep crimson, as tough as steel, marred by countless scars that seemed to testify to the brutality and bloodshed of its fight for survival. How terrifying! How terrifying! How could such a creature exist in this world? Shu Qiuqiao screamed in fright. By the way, this is your first encounter with a demonic beast. Li Xia chuckled derisively. Do not panic. This is merely a small creature akin to a peak gold core being. While demonic beasts are tough and skilled in physical combat, a typical peak gold core practitioner might not necessarily be its match. As he spoke, he slowly lifted his hand to deactivate the protective array before them. However, we are already nascent souls. As the formation was unraveled, the colossal beast let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains. The noxious stench assaulting Li Xia's senses and nearly rendering him unable to open his eyes. It was overwhelmingly foul. Li Xia waved the air, pinching his nose with one hand while extending a finger with the other. Ultimate fire escape, great fire extinguishment. Qi refining stage spell, small fireball. In response, a blaze erupted from his fingertip, the robust flames instantly reducing the monstrous creature to a charred husk. Perfect, task completed. Li Xia nodded in satisfaction, just as he intended to turn back when a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing him to freeze. Sister Su Jian, is that you? Chapter 55. What is Ziwu Valley? Sister Su Jian, it truly is you. Upon spotting Li Xia, Li Chun was filled with elation. As Master foretold, I would encounter my junior sister here. All my efforts traversing the Nine-Mu forest were not in vain. Master? That old monster sent you here? For what purpose? Li Xia was taken aback, realizing that even his landing location had been calculated by that ancient being. What exactly was this old monster's background? We are all nascent soul cultivators. How could he accurately predict my landing spot? It turned out to be the senior brother, and Su Jian just happened to be cultivating here. I wonder what brings my senior brother to seek Su Jian in this place? Though astonished within, Li Xia maintained a smile on his face. Yet his hand had subtly moved to rest on the hilt of his sword. Li Chun was still at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that eliminating Li Chun would be a matter of little effort. I could strike once and finish him in a heartbeat. What more is there to discuss? However, Shu Qiuqiao immediately sensed Li Xia's intent and shouted internally, Li Xia, you cannot kill him. Li Xia was momentarily stunned, but did not withdraw his hand from the sword hilt. He is sent by the old monster. Our next objective is to escape from the great Xia kingdom. If he remains alive, we cannot predict when the old monster will come looking for us. No means no. Shu Qiuqiao, seeing Li Xia's resolute demeanor, boldly declared, if you dare to kill him, I will cease my cultivation from here on out. Do you think such a feeble threat can intimidate me? Li Xia scoffed coldly and subsequently lowered his hand from the sword hilt. You have succeeded. Soon after, he heard Li Qin say, "Sister Su Jian, the news of Master leaving the great Xia kingdom has spread among the masses. With Master, the righteous leader, no longer exerting pressure, many demonic factions are stirring restlessly. Moreover, we have received intelligence that the Blood Garment sect is planning to summon reinforcements from outside." "Oh, is that so? Quite good. But what concern is it of mine? I intend to leave the great Xia kingdom regardless. Why should I care if floods rage behind me?" Wait a moment. The old monster master has departed the great Xia kingdom? Li Xia suddenly froze. Indeed, did Master not specifically instruct you to inform you before he left? Li Shen Inkirat, Bawildarat. And my dear classmate Shu Qiuqiao, what does this mean? Li Xia Castiunat Inuarli. Well, you see, Li Xia, there have been numerous events along the way. I forgot. Shu Qiuqiao murmured. Damn it. Li Xia shook his head, only to see Li Chun presenting a jade slip. Master mentioned that Sister Su Jian might be unwilling to involve herself in this matter. Although I do not understand why Master would say such a thing nevertheless, he left a jade slip before departing, instructing me to show it to you upon meeting. And you would naturally address the most troublesome aspects of the demonic sect. What jade slip possesses such power, compelling me to take the initiative to resolve the most troublesome aspects of the demonic sect? I am determined to see what message that old monster left behind. Li Xia silently accepted the jade slip, pressing it against his forehead to examine, and soon found himself enveloped in silence. Damn it, I've been schemed against. What does the jade slip say? Li Qin inquired, observing the tumultuous expressions on Li Xia's face. Nothing of concern, senior brother. You may return. Li Xia slightly shook his head. The demonic sect within the great Xia ought not pose any issues for cultivators of the righteous path. As for those reinforcements they summon with a cold smile, Li Xia continued, a barely concealed rage evident in his expression. Leave that to me. The great Xia kingdom, a vast expanse of land, spanning 3 million square kilometers, shrouded in mystery and antiquity. However, it is surrounded by an unbroken chain of towering mountains, vast marshes, unfathomable gorges, and endless deserts, severing its connection to the outside world. To the north lies an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains, perpetually blanketed in white, the pristine snow adorning every peak. Blizzards rage year-round, unrelenting in their fury, capable of freezing any unwary wanderer into a mere ice sculpture in an instant. Even a nascent soul cultivator, unprepared for such frigid weather, and lacking the appropriate snow-resistant artifacts, would find traversing this region perilous. To the east sprawls a vast and deadly swamp, suffused with lethal miasma and hidden currents, enshrouded in mist, resembling a realm haunted by specters. The toxic vapors here are not entirely natural. They are released by the carnivorous plants thriving in the swamp, alongside the horrific mists emanating from the corpses ensnared within. To the west lies a desert occupied by numerous ferocious beasts, where sandstorms rage with ferocity, and the biting grains of sand act like blades, presenting a formidable challenge to both flesh and energy shields. The lurking beasts in the desert perpetually threaten passing travelers, with groups of creatures surpassing the nascent soul stage occasionally emerging. To the south, the unfathomable cliffs of a deep gorge stretch for miles, resembling a scar upon the earth. Both magnificent and perilous, like a taut string ready to snap. Raging winds surge through, accompanied by waterfalls hundreds of feet high, their sheer force capable of etching deep grooves into the hardest rock. Moreover, these terrains form a natural illusionary formation, without special guidance. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator could easily lose their way and encounter unforeseen dangers. These treacherous lands encircle the great Xia kingdom, rendering it a natural shield, repelling foreign invasion with desolation and peril. Thanks to these natural barriers, although the great Xia kingdom is not particularly strong, with cultivators of varying levels and continuous infighting between righteous and demonic paths, it still manages to remain secure on this land. To depart from the great Xia kingdom, one must traverse a narrow valley nestled between the eastern desert and the southern gorge, a place referred to as Ziwu Valley. Typically, righteous cultivators guard the outer perimeter, while demonic cultivators occupy the inner regions. Relatively speaking, as all parties wish to retain control of this area, a semblance of harmony persists. However, the pressing issue now is that the reinforcements the demonic sect summoned from outside have already breached Ziwu Valley, slaughtering the righteous cultivators defending it, completely sealing off the route to exit the great Xia kingdom. Chapter 56. Did your head nearly fall off? So, you intend to eliminate all these cultivators? Shu Qiuqiao inquired as she gazed at the canyon before her. They had spent 2 days traveling here, just in time for Shu Qiuqiao to take control of the body. What else would you suggest? Should we attempt to escape through the perilous terrain surrounding us? Li Xia scoffed. Let me remind you, even if we possess the ability to navigate through these dangers, it is impossible to traverse them in a single day. Should we switch to you midway? Our fate would be sealed. However, there are far too many of them. Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the scene before her, feeling a twinge of panic. What lay before her eyes was a gruesome and blood-soaked spectacle. Beyond the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, the demonic faction had summoned 150 Golden Core cultivators to mount an assault on Zawugu. Currently, there were already 50 Golden Core cultivators stationed at Zawugu, with more troops en route. These cultivators had encamped around Zawugu, their presence exuding a dark aura that shrouded the surroundings like a menacing storm cloud hanging over the earth. Clad in black battle robes, their banners fluttering adorned with sinister runes, they emanated an aura of bloodshed. Even from this distance, the raucous voices of the unruly demonic soldiers could be heard, their shouts filling the gorge with a suffocating and perilous atmosphere. Shu Qiuqiao held her breath. She had never witnessed such a vast assembly of demonic forces, and she could feel the danger permeating the air. Well, it's manageable, I suppose. Li Xia shrugged. Within the boundaries of the Great Xia Kingdom, including the demonic cultivators, there likely wouldn't be 300 golden cores. The righteous sects barely muster 200 at most. Should this band of 150 golden core cultivators enter the Great Xia, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed. It seems the demonic faction is resolute in their intent to devour the righteous sections. Should we wait until they leave before we strike? Shu Qiuqiao hesitantly inquired. We can't afford to wait. I have no idea when that old monster will return. He certainly won't allow his homeland to be raided. If we don't deal with the troubles here, he may very well eliminate us along with it. Li Xia replied, shaking his head. What on earth have you done to be so afraid of Master? Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but ask. Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. You. Just as Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia were bickering, she suddenly felt a tremor coursing through her body. A shadow had appeared behind her without her noticing. Look what I've stumbled upon, a little girl from the righteous sect. Wait, are you a boy or a girl? Never mind, I've never been picky. Shu Qiuqiao spun around abruptly, only to find a cultivator clad in a gray robe standing ominously behind her, exuding an unsettling chill. Even though it was midday, the bright sunlight cast upon him seemed to render a darkness that felt suffocating, as if a shroud of black light were consuming the surrounding radiance. When did he get there? Shu Qiuqiao stumbled back, yet in the next moment, the figure was already behind her. Little girl, I advise you not to run about. The gray-robed man smirked with a chilling grin that made Shu Qiuqiao feel as if she had encountered a venomous snake. You say don't run. So I want to. Shu Qiuqiao gathered her energy, her body accelerating rapidly, vanishing from the man's sight in an instant. So fast? Huh? Wait, why didn't he try to attack me? The gray-robed man seemed momentarily stunned, glancing around but failing to locate his target. He could only shrug and depart in disappointment. Aren't you quite fond of handsome men? Li Xia teased inwardly. I do like them, but I truly can't stand the demonic faction. Even a handsome man won't do. Shu Qiuqiao leaned against a large boulder, catching her breath. This guy is also in the early stages of a nascent soul, but thankfully my evasion technique is quite refined. If he could catch up to me, it would be a different story. By the way, why didn't you warn me earlier? Shu Qiuqiao mentally shouted. Because it wasn't necessary. Li Xia shrugged. Why wasn't it necessary? You know I can't hold my own against anyone. Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation. It's just not necessary. Li Xia maintained his indifferent demeanor before adding. Ah, here he comes. Why run? I'm quite saddened by this. Shu Qiuqiao looked up at the sound, only to find the gray-robed man hovering above her, her heart racing. But then she heard Li Xia bark. Don't panic, just do as I say. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback, then silently adopted a frigid expression, standing up and glaring coldly at the gray-robed man. What? What do you want? In my demonic stronghold, do you still wish to engage me in combat? The gray-robed man trembled under her icy gaze, his tone dropping as he responded. Why aren't you kneeling yet? Shu Qiuqiao commanded coldly, but she soon sensed something amiss. Wait, Li Xia, why did you say that? What are you trying to do? However, to her astonishment, upon hearing this, the gray-robed man shuddered and lowered himself, coming before Shu Qiuqiao. Just as she was about to flee, he suddenly buckled at the knees and knelt before her. Have I mastered the art of word magic? How was I unaware of this ability? Take a good look at who she truly is. Upon hearing Li Xia's words, Shu Qiuqiao steeled her resolve and approached, tugging at the gray-robed man's hair. In an instant, a cascade of dark locks fell down his back like a waterfall, revealing a disguise that Shu Qiuqiao effortlessly tore away. Beneath the disguise was a beautiful figure, head bowed like a wayward kitten, too timid to move. Ingmei? Shu Qiuqiao gasped, only to hear Ingmei, with tearful eyes, apologize. I'm sorry, master. Ingmei has been disguising herself among the ranks of the demonic disciples, and upon seeing you, I wish to play a trick. I'm so sorry. I never meant any harm. You. Please get up. Shu Qiuqiao sighed in exasperation, understanding Ingmei's intentions. She had vowed not to harm Ingmei as long as she remained loyal to her. It seemed Ingmei feared she would draw her sword against her, and in that case, her identity would be swiftly revealed. Yet, it was now Shu Qiuqiao in control, turning without a second thought and walking away, resulting in this misunderstanding. You're fortunate. Shu Qiuqiao patted Ingmei on the shoulder. If someone else were in control of your body right now, your head would be rolling. Chapter 57. What does heavenly talent mean? So, does this mean you intend to leave the Great Xia Kingdom? Ingmei exclaimed in surprise, then, having just risen, she knelt once more, pleading, Please, master, take Ingmei with you. Well, it's not impossible, is it? Looking at the woman before her, Shu Qiuqiao found herself at a loss, only able to inwardly consult. Li Xia, what do you think? You've attracted this woman. The decision rests with you, you sinful creature. Shut your mouth. Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation, ultimately nodding and patting Ingmei's shoulder, signaling her to rise quickly. Master doesn't dare to move forward freely here. It must be due to concern over the station cultivators, right? Ingmei glanced towards Zawugu and said, Currently, there are 50 golden core cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators stationed here. Such numbers would indeed pose a challenge even for you, master. However, today presents the best opportunity to traverse Zawugu. Why? Can't I wait until they have entered the Great Xia before proceeding? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Yet she saw Ingmei shake her head. If we wait until they decide to attack, the number of cultivators stationed here will only increase. Furthermore, I have gathered intelligence that they plan to establish a formation guarded by 66 golden core cultivators. Once that formation is in place, even those in the later stages of the nascent soul will find it troublesome. So it seems we must strike today then? Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly, mentally calculating the passage of time. It was futile. No matter how she computed, she could not await Li Xia's arrival. If she were to wait until Li Xia emerged, it would either result in a direct clash with the opposing army or a reckless breach through the grand formation. Either way, the outcome would be unfavorable. Seemingly sensing Shu Qiuqiao's hesitation, Ingmei timely interjected. However, master, Ingmei has a method that will allow you to pass through safely. As she spoke, Ingmei produced a tome. This is the secret technique of my shadow demon sect, the shadow slaughter technique. As long as you cultivate this technique to the entry level, you will be able to disguise your aura as that of a demonic cultivator. Then, simply wield the token I acquired from slaying the eldest senior brother a few days ago, and you shall pass undetected. That sounds splendid. You have my gratitude. Shu Qiuqiao deliberately ignored the origins of the token and took the shadow slaughter technique from Ingmei, flipping through its pages. My apologies, master. I was remiss. Ingmei suddenly recalled something as she watched Shu Qiuqiao peruse the technique and hastily attempted to interject. The shadow slaughter technique was a closely guarded secret of the shadow demon sect, accessible only to those chosen to be the next sect leader. Ingmei had obtained this technique only after significantly enhancing her abilities and eliminating all her fellow disciples. The issue was that, despite being the most effective technique for altering one's aura, it was also the most arduous to master. Even a prodigy would require at least a month to make headway. Historically, the most gifted ancestor of the shadow demon sect had taken a full month and 32 days to grasp it. Now, they had only a single day, making the task seem almost insurmountable. What is it? Shu Qiuqiao, interrupted by Ingmei, quickly realized that reviewing such a sacred technique was indeed inappropriate. Feeling a bit sheepish, she said, I suppose it's not quite right for me to practice your sect's ultimate technique like this. I shall dismantle my foundation. This technique is exceedingly difficult. Master? What did you say? What is so difficult? The two stared blankly at each other, clearly not on the same wavelength, utterly clueless about each other's meanings. The technique is rather challenging to practice. Our time may be insufficient. Master, what did you mean by dismantling your foundation? Ingmei inquired, perplexed. I thought you were going to say it was inappropriate for me to practice this secret technique directly. However, I have already made initial progress, so I was considering dismantling the foundation of that progress. As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao raised her hand, and the pure, tranquil energy that had belonged to the Taoist master of Taoyuan was suddenly replaced by a dense, menacing demonic aura. You have made progress? Master, you have entered the initial stage? Yingmei guessed in astonishment. Indeed, this technique is quite challenging. It took me a full half a teacup's worth of time to make progress. Shu Qiuqiao nodded. She was accustomed to swiftly mastering cultivation techniques with just a glance. Yet this one had required her some time, proving to be rather formidable. You certainly have a flair for self-aggrandizement. Li Xia snickered. Half a teacup's worth of time to make progress? Yingmei gasped once more. Forgive me, esteemed ancestor. Your record may indeed pale in comparison. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond our own. However, do not be disheartened, esteemed ancestor. Though she has progressed faster than you, her potential is also greater. Moreover, she is already more formidable than you. Well then, since you can practice and have already done so, let us see how we can infiltrate. Shu Qiuqiao activated the Shadow Slaughter Technique's energy, assessing the power coursing through her. Although this demonic sect technique felt somewhat alien to her, it brought no discomfort. If anything, after years of cultivating pure techniques, her sudden switch to this one still retained some remnants of her original aura. However, this issue was resolved when Shu Qiuqiao summoned Li Xia's dark nascent soul. Li Xia, why does your nascent soul possess an aura even more demonic than that of a demonic cultivator? Shu Qiuqiao inquired, regarding the ominous and violent energy radiating from her. Pay it no mind. I declare myself righteous. Who dares to contest that? Li Xia shrugged. Then, shall we set forth? Yingmei, having just recovered from her astonishment, glanced around at Shu Qiuqiao. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao had donned a black robe, exuding a fierce, murderous aura, and the pure black energy, tainted with a lingering scent of blood within her true energy, stood in stark contrast to her previous self. In comparison, Yingmei felt she resembled a righteous cultivator even more than Shu Qiuqiao. Speaking of which, Li Xia, how do we proceed? What about the confrontation between righteous and demonic factions? No matter. After I depart, I care not for the deluge that follows. Li Xia shook her head, gazing ahead. The few demonic cultivators clad in black had noticed their approach and immediately became vigilant, brandishing their weapons as they advanced towards them. Chapter 58. Beautiful sister. I can. Who goes there? The leading demonic disciple shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the holy maiden of the Shadow Demon sect, and this is my senior brother. Yingmei raised her hand, revealing a token. We have urgent matters to attend to in crossing the Meridian Valley. Do not impede our passage. As she spoke, Yingmei's nascent soul cultivation at the initial stage was laid bare, while Shu Qiuqiao simultaneously unleashed her aura. Although both were at the nascent soul's initial stage, Shu Qiuqiao's aura significantly overshadowed Yingmei's. Ah, so it is esteemed seniors from the Shadow Demon sect. I have long admired you. The demonic disciple, possessing only pinnacle golden core cultivation, immediately bowed and scraped upon recognizing the two elders. Open the way, allow us to pass. Yingmei nodded, yet despite the disciple's respectful demeanor, he showed no intention of yielding. Witnessing this, Yingmei's expression turned icy. What seems to be the issue? Are there any reservations? It's not that there are reservations. The demonic disciple chuckled awkwardly. But today the elders have instructed that there may be righteous spies disguising themselves as demonic cultivators attempting to slip through. So, are you implying that I am a righteous spy? Yingmei's eyes narrowed, seemingly affronted, as a terrifying killing intent emanated from her, causing the demonic disciple to tremble. However, at this moment, Yingmei was frantically apologizing to Shu Qiuqiao in her heart. If one were to observe closely, they would see her legs quivering slightly. No, that is not what I meant. The aura of the demonic path emanating from esteemed seniors is unmistakable, especially from this esteemed one. He glanced at Shu Qiuqiao. While you might have a modicum of hesitation in asserting you are not a demonic cultivator, if this esteemed senior claims she is not, one would dare not believe it even at the cost of their life. But I truly am not a demonic cultivator, Shu Qiuqiao silently grumbled. Forget it, Li Xia. You are the very embodiment of the demonic path. Why bring me into this? What does it matter? Why are you bothering me? Li Xia, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback. In that case, you still won't let us pass? Yingmei's gaze turned unfriendly. It was then that Shu Qiuqiao realized for the first time that while Yingmei always appeared harmless in her presence, she was a genuine demonic sect holy maiden. A killer emerging from a blood-soaked storm. But, esteemed senior, the Golden Core disciple, pressured by Mei's murderous aura, retreated repeatedly, yet dared not relent, instead wearing a mournful expression as he stammered, "Esteemed senior, do you seek my head? I want your head this very moment." Mei furrowed her brows slightly, the murderous intent emanating from her with unrestrained ferocity. A sphere of dark light gradually coalesced in her hand, indicating her intent to kill. Hey, aren't we supposed to resolve this peacefully? Why must we resort to violence? Shu Qiuqiao's heart raced with alarm. Do not fret. This is the nature of the demonic path. Without the balance of the righteous sex, their own factions would be at each other's throats. Betraying their masters and extinguishing their ancestral lines is a traditional pastime of the demonic path, Li Xia shrugged. At that moment, a somewhat sultry female voice rang out. What is all this commotion about? The enchanting woman from the demonic sect, clad in a fitted black robe that accentuated her graceful form, approached. Her delicate features were strikingly beautiful, and her fair visage exuded a sense of untamed pride. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, sparkling with a sharp brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky. Adorned with subtle makeup, her lips were crimson and her teeth white, emanating an alluring aura. Beneath her gentle smile lay a hint of playful seduction, radiating an irresistible charm. "Oh, my beautiful sister, I am absolutely captivated," Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed. "Can you not show a bit more composure?" Li Xia responded with a sigh. The female cultivator surveyed the scene before her and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Everyone engaging in disputes during such tense moments is rather unbecoming. Why not consider Who do you think you are to demand my attention? Mei snorted disdainfully. In light of my elder brother, the esteemed Demon Nan, and his 150 Golden Core disciples, I suggest you take my words seriously. Mei's expression soured. Demon Nan, who is that? Shu Qiuqiao whispered to Mei. Well, Mei pondered. Demon Nan is a cultivator from beyond the great Xia kingdom, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, and he commands all the reinforcements we've summoned from the demonic path. Impressive indeed, Shu Qiuqiao remarked. Since we're on the subject of Demon Nan, that must mean this woman is Su Yiling. Be cautious. She specializes in charm magic and hails from the Hehuan sect. Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. You mean she is from that sect known for its beauty, where one might stumble upon 3 stunning sisters with just a few steps? Ahem, Li Xia coughed internally. Shu Qiuqiao, mind your persona. Oh, right, Shu Qiuqiao nodded, stepping forward with a smile and extending her hand. You see, my friend here has been a bit too impulsive, and her words may not have been the most pleasant. But we do have urgent matters to attend to that were dispatched by our sect leader. I wonder if you might grant us some leniency, considering we are fellow cultivators? Since you are disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, we can certainly accommodate you. However, our troops are about to traverse the Zawugu, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Su Yiling remarked, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation. Why not have both of you rest here for a while? You can depart once our forces have passed at the hour of the dog. Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao cast a glance at Mei, who gave her an approving nod, prompting her to reply, very well. As 2 Golden Core disciples led them inside, Su Yiling's smile gradually faded, her expression turning cold as she stroked her chin. I recall that the current generation of initial-stage nascent soul cultivators from the Shadow Demon sect consists solely of Mei. Then who is this companion of hers? Su Yiling sighed. Alas, this place is vulnerable and cannot withstand the ruckus of 2 nascent soul cultivators. However, if I employ my methods, it may just work. With that, she crossed her arms, tightening them slightly to reveal an eye-catching allure, her face flushed with an unusual hue. I can hardly contain myself. Chapter 59. Is the beautiful sister a succubus? You two shall rest here for several hours. You may leave once our troops have passed at the hour of the dog. The peaked Golden Core disciple escorted Shu Qiuqiao and Mei to a temporary cave dwelling, assigning each a separate chamber before taking their leave. However, Shu Qiuqiao could sense numerous gazes lingering upon her, and if they were to exit their cave, every move would likely be scrutinized by others. Shall we rest for a moment? Mei asked uncertainly. Yes, Shu Qiuqiao nodded, retreating into her chamber and closing the door with a sigh of relief. I have to maintain my composure in front of Mei. It's exhausting. This isn't so bad. It could be seen as a return to your performing career. Li Xia chuckled, adding, at least this cave lacks any spying formations. It seems they still regard your status as nascent soul cultivators. Never mind. I need to rest. I'm utterly drained. Shu Qiuqiao dragged a mat over, seated herself, and began to meditate, soon entering a deep state of tranquility. As time passed, the light outside dimmed slightly. But Shu Qiuqiao remained oblivious to the passage of time, engrossed in her cultivation. The vital energy within her circulated through a grand cycle, returning to her dantian, where the two nascent souls flickered slightly, as if growing in size. Your cultivation speed is indeed impressive, Li Xia remarked, feeling a twinge of envy as she observed Shu Qiuqiao's rapid progress. Someone approaches. Just then, the warning formation outside the cave was triggered, sounding 3 times, indicating that someone had noticed the array they had set up. Among cultivators, such an action served as a polite inquiry, akin to knocking on a door. Who goes there? Shu Qiuqiao sighed, reluctant to feign a persona untrue to herself, yet aware that she was in enemy territory and had no choice but to disguise her intentions. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a statuesque woman standing gracefully, arms crossed, her ample curves almost causing Shu Qiuqiao to lose her composure. Wait, aren't you a woman? Li Xia queried, puzzled by Shu Qiuqiao's reaction. Appreciating a beautiful sister knows no bounds of gender. Shu Qiuqiao asserted internally, feeling justified. All right. At that moment, Su Yiling's sultry voice floated in. May I enter? Shu Qiuqiao hesitated, feeling apprehensive about allowing this person into the cave. After all, she was not a match for her. Yet, being in enemy territory, refusing entry would be inappropriate. Exposing any weakness could be fatal. Please do come in. Shu Qiuqiao finally relented, opening the formation but discreetly placing a jade slip into a slot by the door. Should this person harbor ill intentions, the slip would swiftly fly to Yingmei, who would breach the door within seconds. Despite her lack of combat prowess, 2 nascent souls against 1 would surely tilt the odds in their favor. How do you find our humble abode? Surveying her surroundings before flashing a charming smile. In the military camp, the facilities are rather rudimentary. I hope you will overlook our shortcomings. Not at all. Shu Qiuqiao replied with a forced grin. I typically pay little mind to superficialities. Compared to my own cave, this place is indeed luxurious. I wonder who insisted on cluttering the cave with an array of bizarre decorations. Li Xia scoffed. Do not undermine me in front of the beautiful sister. Shu Qiuqiao's delicate features were slightly marred by anger as she turned her gaze towards Su Yiling. Might I inquire what brings you to this humble abode at this hour? It is no grand affair, merely a thought that the modest cave dwelling allocated to you is not befitting of our hospitality. I was pondering if there might be a way to remedy this situation, she said, her voice laced with sincerity. Su Yiling stifled a light laugh, her lips curving in a playful smile. It seems I have yet to learn your esteemed name, she remarked. This woman resembled a mesmerizing serpent, captivating in her charm. Observing Su Yiling's enchanting demeanor, Li Xia furrowed her brow slightly, yet Shu Qiuqiao appeared to be quite taken with her. I go by the name Su Weiying. Shu Qiuqiao replied, offering a courteous bow. Ah, the illustrious Su Weiying. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. In that case, the inscription upon this fragrant pouch shall find its rightful owner, Su Yiling replied, producing a delicate pouch imbued with a subtle fragrance from her sleeve. With a flick of a silver needle, she inscribed the characters for Su Weiying upon the pouch, initially adorned with intricate embroidery of plum blossoms. The pouch now bore a sprinkling of white, reminiscent of snow. This shall serve as my humble token of gratitude, Su Yiling declared, extending the pouch towards Shu Qiuqiao. As Shu Qiuqiao beheld Su Yiling's alabaster wrist and slender fingers, she found herself instinctively accepting the pouch, despite Li Xia's persistent protests against it. Upon receiving the pouch, Shu Qiuqiao was enveloped by an intoxicating aroma, one she had never encountered before, sweeter than peach blossoms and more lingering than plum blossoms. What a delightful scent! Pray, what fragrance is this? She inquired, captivated. Su Yiling, with a teasing glint in her eyes, leaned closer, her gaze shimmering like autumn water, almost drawing Shu Qiuqiao into a trance. Have you caught a whiff of it? Su Yiling asked, her stature slightly shorter than Shu Qiuqiao's, yet exuding an undeniable allure. Such is the fragrance of my own essence, she purred. Shu Qiuqiao nodded dreamily, her senses ensnared by the enchanting presence before her, oblivious to Li Xia's urgent calls. How can this woman wield such beguiling skills? Are the practitioners of the Huan sect truly this formidable? Li Xia lamented, feeling a sense of despair. With urgency, he drew upon a fragment of his spiritual awareness, piercing through Shu Qiuqiao's consciousness like a needle. The sudden jolt of pain roused Shu Qiuqiao from her stupor, and she instinctively pushed Su Yiling away, retreating a few steps. Please exercise some restraint. Oh! Su Yiling raised a beautifully embroidered fan to partially conceal her face. her eyes scrutinizing Shu Qiuqiao. Upon noticing the faint traces of rouge upon her chest and the blush adorning her neck, she nodded subtly. Yes, you. I'm not the type of woman you might assume. However, dear friend, she added with a playful smile, should my comrades in arms catch sight of you in such a state, I fear the consequences would be dire. Chapter 60. Is this your version of a celestial trap? Shu Qiuqiao, now acutely aware that she might have fallen into a celestial snare, hastily inquired, what do you intend to do? I harbor no malicious intentions. Su Yiling replied with a smile. I merely wish to share a night of intimate revelry with you, to indulge in a delightful escapade, and perhaps, if you are so inclined, share a fragment of your vitality with me. Rest assured, my bedroom arts have garnered the admiration of even the most discerning practitioners of the demonic path. While there may be a slight cost to your cultivation and essence, I assure you, the experience will be utterly transcendent. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao fell into a contemplative silence. Truly preposterous. Observing her reaction, Su Yiling was momentarily taken aback, her gaze scrutinizing Shu Qiuqiao, sensing an oddity. With a physique that bore no distinct gender, and features that were strikingly ambiguous, Shu Qiuqiao's essence was a puzzle. Yet, having trained in the Huan sect since childhood, she could effortlessly discern the presence of vitality within individuals. There was undeniably, my dear friend, could it be that you are not a woman? That is a matter best left unexamined. Knowing too much may not serve you well, Shu Qiuqiao replied. Exasperated, why must 50% of the world possess such attributes while I am left wanting? How I wish for more at times like these. Are you truly considering engaging in such intimate affairs with her? Li Shieskufa. If you possessed what she seeks, I dare say she would drain you dry, leaving you bereft of vitality and cultivation. Do not underestimate the prowess of the Huan sect's female practitioners. Indeed, Shu Qiuqiao sighed, only to find Su Yiling smiling coyly. Ah, so we are sisters then. How delightful. She glided closer, her breath fragrant, prompting Shu Qiuqiao to feel an unexpected flutter. Sisters can share in many joys. Do not underestimate the Huan sect. What grounds do you have to presume I possess such qualities? Shu Qiuqiao's mind raced. Oh no, is this the allure of charm magic? If I succumb, what shall I do? Li Xia, I can scarcely resist. In a panic, Shu Qiuqiao silently implored for salvation. While she felt a modicum of resistance against the allure of demonic charmers, the enchanting presence of this alluring older sister, combined with her beguiling techniques, rendered her utterly defenseless. Simple enough. Do you see that sword at your waist? Li Xia shrugged. Draw it and end the charade. I cannot. We are still within the confines of another's camp. Shu Qiuqiao lamented, teetering on the brink of despair. Very well, I shall take care of it. Li Xia sighed. As he spoke, the clock struck the hour of you, and just as Su Yiling was poised to further entice Shu Qiuqiao, she suddenly froze. Was that a killing intent? In an instant, a blade of pure, unyielding energy sliced through the air, and Su Yiling instinctively raised her fan in defense. Yet, the force of the blow was overwhelming, sending her hurtling across the chamber, shattering the fine fan in her grasp. As she crashed against the wall, the entire cave shuddered under the impact, prompting Li Xia to erect a sound barrier to stabilize the space. Li Xia, did you not give any warning before striking? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed. Are you reluctant to part with her? Perhaps just a little. Shu Qiuqiao admitted bashfully. Very well, Li Xia nodded. I shall do my utmost to ensure she remains intact. Cough, cough. What just happened? Su Yiling, embedded within the wall, coughed, blood staining her lips a vivid red. Lifting her gaze towards Li Xia, she was taken aback. Though she had sensed the vitality within him earlier, it now radiated with an unparalleled strength, dispelling any trace of the sisterly connection. You. Before Su Yiling could voice her thoughts, Li Xia snapped his fingers. Fire. A colossal fire dragon, immense beyond measure and nearly filling the entire cavern, roared forth. In a moment of desperation, Su Yiling raised her hand to summon a sphere of shadowy water, subsequently unfolding a protective chi shield and enveloping the shadowy water within it, successfully blocking the fiery beast. However, Li Xia provided her no respite, snapping his fingers once more. Fire. The fire dragon howled out again. This sequence repeated 6 times before Li Xia ceased his snapping, at which point Su Yiling's chi shield had been utterly consumed, and the sphere of shadowy water had evaporated into oblivion. Her attire was now tattered, and she gasped for breath. Friend, what kind of unique spell is this that possesses such formidable power? Su Yiling stammered, initially intending to adopt a defensive stance and probe Li Xia's capabilities before launching a counterattack. However, the relentless onslaught of fire dragons came without pause, leaving no room for hesitation. What was more alarming was that this spell was executed without a single visible hand sign, leaving her utterly perplexed as to its origin. "It is merely a trivial fireball technique," Li Xia replied, brandishing his sword as he approached. "Fireball technique? The very first spell learned in the Qi refinement stage? This is inconceivable." Before Su Yiling could finish her words, a piercing scream escaped her lips as another fire dragon surged forth, silencing her completely. "Cough, cough. You truly are unaware of how to cherish beauty." As the fire dragon dissipated, Su Yiling coughed out a few puffs of black smoke. And upon regaining her composure, her enchanting eyes widened as she sensed a fragrant aroma invading her nostrils. Glancing down, she noticed a fragrance pouch still hanging at her waist. "You didn't just discard that?" "Cough, cough. I forgot," Shu Qiuqiao admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "Haha. All my cultivation is contained within this fragrance. To this day, not even an ancient being in the late Yuanying stage has managed to resist my allure while wearing my fragrance pouch." Chapter 61. Dare to enchant me? You are not worthy. It is no wonder Su Yiling held such confidence. Her practice technique was known as the Fragrant Illusion Heart Method. This unique technique of the Hehuan sect emphasizes influencing the hearts of others through the emission of fragrance. After mastering this method, practitioners can create splendid illusions and sensory experiences through the manipulation of scent, thereby mesmerizing others to achieve control and seduction. Additionally, practitioners can infuse their charm with this fragrance, enhancing their allure and making it easier for others to fall under their spell. At this moment, Li Xia found himself in close proximity to the pouch imbued with her special fragrance. Under such circumstances, even a being in the Yang stage, let alone a mere virgin, would find it impossible to evade her seductive arts. Observing Li Xia's steps gradually falter and his movements cease, Su Yiling confidently stood up, adjusting her singed and tattered attire, unconcerned about the ample exposure of her fair skin, and approached Li Xia with a smile. "While I must admit to being quite taken by this body and visage, you are simply too perilous. I cannot risk allowing you to share in the pleasures of the bed with me." With that, she flicked her damage fan, which instantly shimmered with a series of sharp glimmers. "Therefore, farewell. I will miss you dearly." She pressed the fan against Li Xia's neck, seemingly intent on severing his head before considering her next move. "Dare to enchant me? You are not worthy." To her astonishment, her hand was suddenly seized by a grip as unyielding as iron, and despite her fervent struggles, she could not break free. How can this be? Before Su Yiling could fully grasp the situation, a hand clamped around her throat, lifting her into the air. Her legs dangled helplessly as she flailed, her entire magical essence suppressed by the overwhelming qi emanating from that hand, rendering her power completely inert. "You, how can you remain unaffected?" Su Yiling gazed down into his remarkably clear eyes, which showed no sign of being swayed by her enchantment. "To me, a beautiful woman is akin to observing a mere skeleton. How could such a mere husk sway my heart?" Li Xia scoffed, then tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, Su Yiling's body went limp. "What a pity, is this how easily one dies?" Li Xia Musa, considering that a cultivator in the early Yuanying stage should not perish so readily. Yet, honoring his promise to Shu Qiuqiao, he hesitated to crush this woman's skull to confirm her demise. Reluctantly, Li Xia struck heavily at Su Yiling's solar plexus, the force of his punch reducing her brain matter to a homogeneous pulp. He then delivered a series of blows to her abdomen while gripping her chin, dislocating it with a swift motion. As the still-breathing Su Yiling involuntarily retched, Yuanying was forcibly expelled from her body. Now this is more like it. As the infant spirit attempted to flee upon its separation, Li Xia reached out, his hand resembling a black hole, drawing the essence back into his grasp. "Friend, esteemed one, senior, please do not kill me. I possess many ways to serve you, to spare my life." Gazing upon the pleading Yuanying, Li Xia's expression remained impassive as he lifted it before his eyes. Sensing his intent, the infant spirit struggled even more fervently, the essence of Su Yiling's soul thrashing desperately. Yet it could not escape his grasp. "Farewell," Li Xia declared, slowly parting his lips, and amidst Su Yiling's desperate screams, he began to devour the infant spirit piece by piece. Ah, the essence of a cultivator truly is invigorating. Even without the ability to cultivate, I can feel a slight enhancement in my power. After swallowing Su Yiling's Yuanying, Li Xia exhaled deeply, then impatiently remarked, "Shu Qiuqiao, can you refrain from regurgitating in my mind?" It is truly revolting. You. Ugh. What you just consumed. Ugh. Was far more disgusting. Shu Qiuqiao struggled to regain her composure. Her voice weakened. No, Xia. What on earth are you consuming with our body? That was a human. A human? I did not consume a human, Xia replied, lifting the relatively intact corpse from the ground. Placing a hand under the chin, he snapped it back into place with a crunch. There you have it, a complete corpse still warm. Would you like me to stow it in your storage pouch? Quickly dispose of it. Oh! Upon hearing this, Xia casually tossed the corpse aside, then turned to the entrance of the cavern. Guomin! Yingmei stepped inside, her face betraying the terror she could scarcely conceal. Heaven knows what she had just witnessed, devouring a yuanying. Even the most wicked of demonic cultivators would not engage in such inhumane acts. Are you truly a righteous cultivator? What of it? Li Xia Inkirat, casting a sidelong glance at Yingmei. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yingmei shook her head, forcing out a semblance of a smile to mask the fear lurking deep within her. Since you've killed her, how do we plan to exit? Did I not handle it quite cleanly? Li Xia responded, glancing at the corpse, which lay in a heap like refuse, before tossing a ball of true fire at it and inquiring, this should be available, right? Yingmei said helplessly, if I had known earlier, I would have left her a breath of life. Li Xia sighed, picked up his long sword, and stepped out of the cave. At this moment, the air outside the cave was filled with an overwhelming alarm. Dozens of streaks of light shot up into the sky, swirling in the night, each representing a golden core cultivator. Among them, two particularly conspicuous streaks of light belonged to early nascent soul cultivators. They searched around, and under the sweep of their divine senses, they immediately locked onto this cave, the only one with an outsider. Yet Li Xia did not flinch or dodge. Instead, he calmly unleashed his aura, the terrifying cultivation of early nascent soul, akin to a brilliant lighthouse in the pitch-black night. Instantly, countless streaks of light raced towards his location. Chapter 62. Mom, I think I see the sun. Gazing at the streaks of light in the sky, twinkling like stars, Li Xia smiled slightly, holding his long sword upright, and turned to glance at Yingmei, who was hiding behind, too afraid to come out. You are already a nascent soul cultivator. Can't you show a little promise? Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand the combined strike of 50 golden cores, especially with two nascent souls on the opposite side. Yingmei was on the verge of tears. Forget it. I want to bother with you. Li Xia shook his head. In the midst of Yingmei's horrified gaze, he extended a hand towards the sky. Since we cannot withstand the combined strike of 50 golden cores, then let us ensure they cannot unleash that strike, shall we? With that, Li Xia snapped his fingers and chanted, Great Fireball Technique. Great Fireball Technique? Yingmei was taken aback. Wait a moment. What spell did you just use after your grand declaration? The Great Fireball Technique? Isn't that just a basic spell for Foundation establishment cultivators? Merely a larger version of the small fireball technique learned during the Qi refining stage? Yet in the next second, she was left speechless by the sight before her. She saw Li Xia snap his fingers, and it was not a fireball released from his hand, but a fireball plummeting from the sky like a meteor. The terrifying might pressed down on everyone present, causing them to struggle for breath, as the enormous fireball traversed the entire sky, even brighter than the sun at noon. In that moment, the entire military camp, no, the entire Zawugu, was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. So hot, so hot. What kind of spell is this? The sun. I can see the sun. The streaks of light in the sky began to fall, and many cultivators, unaware of what was happening, were incinerated before they could react. Li Xia simply took a breath and snapped his fingers again. Great Fireball Technique Pro Max. The screams reverberated throughout the military camp, as the second fireball descended without pausing in the sky, heading straight for the ground. The military camp was not solely composed of Golden Core cultivators. There were also more than 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators and numerous Qi refining servants. They had thought that such a battle would not require their intervention, that they would face no danger. Little did they know, danger would come knocking even if they did not seek it. The entire military camp instantly turned into a sea of flames, with Foundation establishment disciples on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage, letting out a few cries of despair. Meanwhile, the Qi refining disciples had no chance to even scream, turning to ashes in the searing heat. The entire military camp was engulfed in wails. Those with even a slight capacity for resistance writhed in agony within the flames, their fingers deeply embedded in the ground, bleeding profusely and unaware. Is this hell? Witnessing the scene on the ground, Yingmei felt a chill run down her spine. Reflecting on her earlier arrogance due to her cultivation improvement, She shuddered at the thought of having dared to tease her master. Fortunately, her master seemed to be in a good mood at that time. Otherwise, even with the constraints of the vow, she would surely have suffered dearly. How dare you be so ruthless? Are you even a cultivator? A furious roar echoed through the sky as the two nascent soul cultivators, armed and enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, charged towards Li Xia. Hey Li Xia, look! Even the demonic cultivators think you are more ruthless than a demonic cultivator. Shu Qiuqiao could not help but comment. Oh dear, that is quite the compliment, thank you. Li Xia sneered, stamping his foot on the ground. Earth Spike. The Earth Spike technique was originally a minor spell practiced by Foundation establishment cultivators to master their magical control, capable of forming spikes from the ground, useful for capturing small animals like rabbits. Yet now, when executed by Li Xia, it was no mere Earth Spike, but rather a mountain peak. One nascent soul cultivator was caught off guard, launched directly into the sky by this mountain peak. Even with the protection of his weapon and true chi shield, he was still struck high into the sky. This guy has so many advanced spells. The other nascent soul cultivator, increasingly alarmed, noted that the flames resembling the sun and the earth spikes like mountains were clearly high-level spells, even secret techniques that many would never master in their lifetime. However, this realization gave him a slight sense of relief. After all, someone who could learn so many advanced spells must have devoted all their extra energy to spell research. In other words, this person's physical techniques must be quite weak. But unfortunately for him, the Blood Rock real person, as a practitioner of the Blood Garment sect, excelled in physical techniques. Fire old ghost. Cover me as I approach him. I shall slay him with my sword. Understood. The two communicated telepathically, and Fire old ghost immediately nodded in agreement, standing in the sky, forming hand seals, and uttering Black Flame Dragon technique. As he increased the speed of his hand seals, his hands became a blur, and a black flame gradually took shape before him, expanding continuously. Expanding, and then expanding some more, until it transformed into a terrifying black flame dragon, roaring down at Li Xia. Small fireball. Li Xia raised his hand and snapped his fingers, unleashing a crimson flame dragon that clashed violently with the black flame dragon in the sky. The deafening roar of the dragons echoed through the heavens. As the terrifying heat twisted the air around them, Fire Old Ghost revealed a wicked grin. To dare compete with the Black Flame sect in fire, you truly are courting death. Indeed, after a brief struggle, the Black Flame Dragon suddenly bit down on the body of the Red Flame Dragon, tearing it apart in an instant. Although the Black Flame Dragon suffered considerable damage, its flames dimmed significantly, it still emerged victorious. It seems that the fire techniques of my Black Flame sect are superior. Black Flame, go! Upon Fire Old Ghost command, the Fire Dragon immediately roared and charged towards Li Xia. Small fireball. However, to Fire Old Ghost's astonishment, Li Xia's Flame Dragon could unleash a barrage of attacks. It was known that he had exhausted all his strength to summon this Black Flame Dragon, while Li Xia's dragon was merely slightly weaker. He naively assumed that Li Xia's Fire Dragon was of comparable high-level fire techniques, unaware that Li Xia was merely using the most basic small fireball technique. The second Crimson Flame Dragon soared into the air, directly shattering the Black Flame Dragon into fragments. The dragon roared past. And even though Fire Old Ghost immediately activated his defenses, he still suffered burns in several places. Blood Rock, are you not ready yet? Fire Old Ghost cried out in pain. Prepara tudi. In that instant, the Blood Rock real person appeared beside Li Xia in a flash, wielding his long sword. In his eyes, a cultivator who specialized in spells was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered once he was close enough. Yet all he received in return was a cold smile. Chapter 63. This tells you that I am a glass cannon? This person has practiced so many spells, all of them high-level spells. With his energy diverted, he must be extremely weak in physical combat. By a fortunate turn of events, he happened to be a practitioner specializing in physical combat. In an instant, Shu Qiuqiao appeared beside Li Xia, confident beyond measure, shielded by the spells of the Fire Old Ghost, certain that his ambush would go unanticipated. Merely a glass cannon, one who could only cast spells. Once he closed the distance, he would be nothing more than a fragile toy, easily shattered upon contact. Just as Shu Qiuqiao contemplated this, Li Xia suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through Shu Qiuqiao, sending a chill down his spine. The arrow is on the string and must be loosed. Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, he knew that such an opportunity, if missed, would not present itself again once Li Xia was on guard. With his thought, Shu Qiuqiao's sword flashed, transforming into a sharp beam of white light, aimed directly at Li Xia's neck. With the sharpness of his sword and the force behind his strike, he was confident that even if Li Xia attempted to block with his chi shield, he could cleave through it and sever his head cleanly. Just as Shu Qiuqiao believed his strike was destined for success, a sudden pain shot through his arm, a pain he had not felt in many years. In his youth, when he first began practicing swordsmanship, he would occasionally experience a sharp sting in his arm after overexerting himself while striking stone. However, as his cultivation deepened, there was hardly anything within the great Xia kingdom that his sword could not sever, and thus this pain had long since become a memory. What? Shu Qiuqiao gazed in disbelief at his sword, which had halted midair, unable to advance even a fraction. At the tip of his blade, 2 fingers gripped it as if capturing a fluttering insect. How could this be possible? Even the physical body of a peak Yuan Ing practitioner should not be capable of holding his sword. Such a swift strike, such tremendous force, such razor-sharp sword energy, merely held by 2 fingers. Are you not a spellcaster? Observing Shu Qiuqiao's astonishment, Li Xia revealed a cold smile. Who told you that I am merely a glass cannon? As he spoke, he slowly shifted his arm, and Shu Qiuqiao felt an unimaginable force pulling at his sword. He attempted to retract it but found it utterly impossible, as if he faced not a man, but an immovable mountain. What manner of monster are you? In a moment of desperation, Shu Qiuqiao raised a hand, blood-colored chi coalescing upon his fist, which he then swung toward Li Xia with immense force. This was one of Shu Qiuqiao's trump cards. Most would instinctively believe he was solely a swordsman. Yet in truth, his hand-to-hand combat skills far surpassed his swordsmanship. His fists, tempered by blood chi, were as formidable as his treasured sword. Li Xia, finding amusement in Shu Qiuqiao's action, raised a fist of his own, intending to engage in a contest of strength. You've fallen into my trap, Shu Qiuqiao thought with a smirk. This punch had been withstood by many who considered themselves adept in physical cultivation. Yet invariably, they had all found their arms shattered by his blow. With this thought, he unleashed his blood-chi-encased fist, and in the confined space of 3 feet, their fists collided, causing the grin on Shu Qiuqiao's face to freeze. Why so silent? Li Xia smiled. If you won't laugh, then it's my turn to do so. With a resounding crack, Shu Qiuqiao's fist, tempered harder than fine steel, began to shatter. As Li Xia exerted more force, Shu Qiuqiao's fist, along with his arm, was reduced to a mist of blood and flesh amidst his eyes widening in horror. Ah! Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish his scream, Li Xia struck, his fist smashing his head like a watermelon, scattering its remnants across the ground. Just like that, Li Xia shook his head, bending to plunge his hand into Shu Qiuqiao's abdomen, extracting his Yuan Ing, ignoring the blood and flesh clinging to it. He consumed the Yuan Ing amidst its shrieks, chewing it a few times before swallowing it down. Blood old ghost. Witnessing the cruel murder of his companion, the fire old ghost in the sky was consumed by rage, his incantations intensifying as a massive black fire dragon materialized behind him, several times larger than before. I'm bored, bring it on. Li Xia, slightly uninterested, looked up at the black fire dragon, pondering whether the Black Flame sect had no other spells to employ. With a snap of his fingers, a waterfall cascaded down as if the heavens themselves were pouring forth. The immense force of the waterfall pressed the fire-old ghost down to the ground, extinguishing the black flames of the dragon on the spot. Everyone knows you can only use fire spells. Why would I drown you in water when I could continue battling you with fire? Li Xia shook his head in exasperation, observing the fire-old ghost, who was desperately trying to convert the waterfall into steam with his searing heat. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers once more. Ice spear technique. At that moment, the fire-old ghost finally heard the name of the spell Li Xia was chanting. Ice spear technique? A mere foundational spell. Do you think you can defeat me with such a trivial incantation? Surely, you underestimate the prowess of my Black Flame sect. The fire-old ghost's voice trailed off as he beheld what emerged behind Li Xia. The so-called ice spear was nothing like the thin, twig-like projectiles he had envisioned. It resembled an iceberg. I've looked down upon you. What of it? Li Xia waved his hand, and the massive ice spear descended, its razor edge cleaving through the fire-old ghost's body, rendering him utterly lifeless, even obliterating the Yuan Ing within him. Job well done. Li Xia surveyed the chaotic battlefield with satisfaction, intending to return to his cave to retrieve Ing Mei, for such a valuable tool should not be overlooked. However, after taking a couple of steps back, he encountered Ing Mei. It wasn't that she had grown bolder to emerge, but rather she was being held in the grip of a tall man like a mere doll. Are you searching for your companion? The tall man sneered ominously. Chapter 64. Mo Nanjinren he is. Mo Nanjinren. Master. Run. He is not merely Mid-stage. Ingmei, caught by Mo Nanjinren by the throat, spoke in fragmented gasps. You are Mo Nanjinren? Li Xia paused at the name. Indeed, you know my name? Just as Mo Nanjinren was about to say something, he was interrupted by Li Xia's next words. What about the other three? Bring them out together. It will save me the trouble. What three? Mo Nanjinren was taken aback. What three, you ask? If you're here, that leaves three more, right? Li Xia stated matter-of-factly. Are you insulting me? Mo Nanjinren fell silent for a moment, a flicker of barely perceptible anger crossing his face. I am indeed insulting you. What will you do about it? Strike me? Li Xia smiled. Upon hearing this, however, Mo Nanjinren surprisingly calmed down. He raised his hand, revealing Ingmei, who was on the brink of unconsciousness. I understand. You wish to provoke me into attacking, so you can rescue your junior sister. While I am confident in my own abilities, your display of power was indeed impressive. Rather than confront you directly, it would be more prudent to wait until my forces arrive and crush you then. As I gazed upon the face of the formidable Mo Nanjinren, I noticed a smile that suggested he was confident of victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that smile froze. A sword chi sliced through the air with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at Mo Nanjinren. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You're attacking your own teammate? Mo Nanjinren exclaimed, raising his hand to deflect the sword chi and shield the shadowy figure in his grasp. You dare harm your allies? What kind of demonic path are you following? Little did he know, in that fleeting moment when he blocked the sword chi, Li Xia had already appeared before him, his long sword thrusting forward, targeting the heart of the shadowy figure. Caught off guard, Mo Nanjinren instinctively dodged, yet could not evade the blade in time. The shadowy figure was pierced through the chest, but Li Xia was not finished. He flicked his sword, intending to sever one of Mo Nanjinren's arms through the shadowy figure. Damn it! Mo Nanjinren reflexively released his grip on the shadowy figure, who then dangled from Li Xia's sword like a hawthorn on a candied skewered fruit. With a casual flick, Li Xia discarded the shadowy figure as one might kick aside refuse. Ah! Li Xia, you're not going to kill her, are you? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in alarm. A Yuanying stage practitioner is not so easily slain. Li Xia replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Nanjinren. So, shall we engage in a battle of spells or a duel of swords? Are you questioning me? A mocking smile crept onto Mo Nanjinren's face. I concede that your killing power is formidable, but you must understand that in the Yuanying stage, even the smallest disparity between levels is akin to a chasm. Do you truly believe that a mere Yuanying initial stage practitioner like you is worthy of challenging me? As his words faded, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, emanating the might of a peak mid-Yuanying on the cusp of the late stage. How intriguing, Li Xia nodded with a smile. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Mo Nanjinren as he beheld Li Xia's expression. Slowly, Li Xia extended two fingers, forming a hand seal. This marked the first time since entering the Yuanying stage that he cast a spell. What are you doing, Li Xia? Are you about to unleash some grand spell? Shu Qiuqiao mused, her anticipation palpable, only to hear Li Xia, after a brief pause, utter three words: fireball technique. What? Another fireball technique? Shu Qiuqiao lamented, feeling her expectations dashed. However, before Li Xia could finish a sentence, he continued, 120 consecutive casts. In an instant, a full 120 orbs of flame coalesced behind Li Xia, expanding rapidly in the void, transforming into 120 fire dragons. Within a heartbeat, these fire dragons spiraled upward, their blazing flames intertwining, casting Li Xia in a radiant glow. The inferno rose, the dragons roared. True fire cascaded like a waterfall, searing in its brilliance, resembling a grand dance of flames, both tumultuous and majestic. Li Xia floated as if reborn as a god of fire, suspended in the air. And at that moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Mo Nanjinren. Know what? Before Mo Nanjinren could fully process his shock, Li Xia pointed a finger. Go. 120 fire dragons screamed downwards, and under the spectacle of heavenly fire raining to the earth, Mo Nanjinren appeared diminutive, as insignificant as a speck of dust. The might that approached the late Yuanying stage was utterly trivial in the face of such cataclysmic force. What kind of monster are you? Mo Nanjinren howled, his body enveloped in demonic energy, swirling like a tempest around him, coalescing into a shadowy figure. Stop them! The fire dragons wove a magnificent curtain of flames in the air, the intense heat palpable, as Li Xia's incantation echoed. This colossal force began to descend upon the ground, a tempest rising as the fire dragons surged like meteors towards the earth. with a thunderous roar. The searing flames erupted upon impact, consuming the ground in a conflagration, stones and earth flying, as the crimson blaze illuminated the sky. The tremendous force obliterated surrounding trees, leaving the ground scorched and cracked, the roar of the fire dragons deafening. As the flames spread, the entire landscape transformed into a sea of molten lava, the scorching blaze expanding rapidly, leaving no escape. Yet Li Xia stood as a deity amidst the inferno, unleashing a long howl as the fire dragons morphed into countless sparks, gradually dissipating into the ether like mist. All fell silent, but the ground lay in ruins and ashes. "Where is Mo Nanjinren?" Shu Qiuqiao inquired curiously. "He fled," Li Xia replied without hesitation, turning and dashing towards the depths of Zawugu, a streak of light. Phew! Truly terrifying. Where did this fellow come from? Such killing power at the Yuanying initial stage. It's hard to fathom what he might achieve in the future. Meanwhile, the shadow that was Mo Nanjinren abruptly halted midair, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat forth a cloud of black smoke, his earlier bravado nowhere to be seen. Then, he suddenly chuckled menacingly. "But you want to have a future." As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered 150 Golden Core practitioners had stealthily positioned themselves on the cliffs. Chapter 65. I have a sword that can conquer armies not running away? Li Xia regarded the determined Mo Nanjinren before him, shaking his head in resignation. It was a rare chance to encounter someone seemingly resilient, yet it turns out you were just as fragile. Well, since you choose not to flee, I shall send you to your demise. With that, Li Xia raised his hand once more, and countless fire dragons swirled into being behind him. "Huh, do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" Mo Nanjinren merely scoffed, and as his laughter rang out, the charred marks upon his body began to fade rapidly. "I, Mo Nanjinren, never engage in battles unprepared. I knew of your formidable killing power from the outset. I feigned weakness to lure you here. Enough of this nonsense." Li Xia lifted his hand, and once more, fire dragons descended. Yet this time, the fire dragons were dispersed midair, as Mo Nanjinren's demonic energy shot forth like a barrage of arrows, intercepting the fire dragons in their flight. "How fascinating," Li Xia nodded, preparing to cast another spell. "Take a good look around you." Mo Nanjinren raised his hand abruptly, and a formation descended like a canopy, enveloping the surrounding valley. At the same time, 150 Golden Core practitioners revealed themselves above, and in the distance, the thunderous sound of thousands of mounted foundation-building practitioners surged forth, their magical beasts kicking up clouds of dust. "Ha ha!" Mo Nanjinren laughed maniacally. "Behold, this formation was constructed by 30 Golden Core practitioners and 108 foundation-building disciples. You shall never escape, and even a transformation stage old-timer would be unable to detect the situation here. You won't even have the chance to call for reinforcements. I acknowledge your impressive cultivation and formidable killing power, but future achievements require a future to materialize, and this time, you are undoubtedly doomed." "Li Xia, I'm a bit scared," Shu Qiuqiao remarked, her gaze drifting to the approaching practitioners and the tremors of the armies. "What is there to fear? I fear that if you turn around and slay too brutally, I might vomit from sheer horror." "Then you should close your eyes," Li Xia sighed in resignation. Once he confirmed that Shu Qiuqiao had shut her eyes, he flicked his sword, his face breaking into a grin that was difficult to suppress. The celestial beings descend, bringing death and destruction, as the horses neigh across the land with a mighty force. "Ha ha ha, splendid. What a grand display. What an imposing spectacle. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, he flicked his long sword. "Are you all so afraid that Li will not be able to indulge in his killing spree? That you have specially come to present a main course after a delightful dessert? I shall see if you can still manage to laugh afterwards. Come at me." Following the command of the formidable Mo Nanjinren, 150 Golden Core cultivators and thousands of Foundation establishment disciples launched their assault in unison. At this critical moment, however, Li Xia forcefully plunged his long sword into the ground. Has he given up resisting? Montag Nanjinren sniet. Shu Qiuqiao. "Huh, I'm here. What is up? We haven't even started fighting yet," Shu Qiuqiao replied, momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing. Just keep your eyes wide open and behold the most splendid move of your dear roommate." As he spoke, Li Xia formed a hand seal, a manic grin spreading across his face. "I have never drawn so many people in at once, and they have even prepared a realm that isolates perception. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Divine technique. Blood prison massacre." A blood-red world abruptly unfolded. What is this? The individuals suddenly thrust into this sanguine realm fell into a state of panic. All around them lay a desolate, murky world of blood. Shards of crimson in the sky resembled falling flames, casting a myriad of sorrowful lights. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, while endless wails and the sounds of battle filled their ears. The ground was parched and cracked, littered with sharp, stone-like debris and blood-stained weapons. Countless figures fought in this apocalyptic realm, like tormented souls driven by despair. A glance revealed severed limbs and chaos, as life was ruthlessly snatched away in an instant, replaying the tragedy of death. The blood prison was awash in crimson clouds, and the sounds of slaughter filled the air. What a sight! What a sight indeed! Li Xia laughed heartily, but suddenly blood gushed from his mouth and nose, pouring from his 7 orifices as he resembled a ghastly apparition. Li Xia, what is wrong with you? You look a bit deranged, Shu Qiuqiao asked, her concern evident. No worries, Li Xia replied, shaking his head. At this moment, the thousands of cultivators who had intended to besiege him were collapsing one by one, as the blood prison siphoned their vitality to nourish itself. Li Xia's body could not possibly endure the life force of over 1,000 individuals at once. The blood flowing from his orifices was merely a reaction to the overwhelming feedback from the blood prison. Is this a gifted divine ability? Who on earth are you? Which clan do you belong to? Why do you possess such a divine ability? Mo Nan Jinren exclaimed, glancing around in shock. Li, did you just say your surname is Li? You are from the Longxi Li clan? Impossible. How could a disciple with a gifted divine ability possibly be in this savage land? Gifted divine ability? Longxi Li clan? I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Xia wiped the blood from his face and opened his arms to the crowd, as if to embrace them. Since my arrival in this realm, I have not committed many atrocities. Thus far, I have only slain 1,743 cultivators. However, dealing with a rabble like you is more than sufficient. 1,743 is not too many. Wait, Li Xia, why are you saying this? What do you mean dealing with them is enough? Oh my zombies! Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed, her voice rising in panic as she disregarded her ladylike demeanor and let out several expletives. Immediately after, she witnessed the shadows engaged in battle within the blood prison suddenly halt, merging into the sanguine earth. Then, over 1,000 withered, decaying hands burst forth from the blood-soaked ground. Enjoy yourselves, my wraiths! Li Xia continued to laugh with satisfaction, entirely unconcerned by Shu Qiuqiao's screams or the mounting chaos among his enemies. Chapter 66. Serving as wraiths since the day I first took a life. I have pondered, observing the wraiths emerging from below. Li Xia's smile widened. Each of these cultivators has dedicated countless years of effort and toil to attain such prowess, only to die so simply beneath my sword, turning into mere dust scattered across the heavens and the earth. Is that not a great pity? Then please don't kill them, Shu Qiuqiao retorted. Subsequently, Li Xia waved his hand, his demeanor resembling that of an orator addressing an eager audience rather than facing an army. After much contemplation, I have reached a conclusion. I should not allow their lives to go to waste. I once considered crafting a banner of souls, but that would only leave their spirits behind, significantly diminishing their power. I truly believe that such a use is inefficacious. No, it is a dishonor to their arduous cultivation in life. Fortuitously, my homeland possesses the ancient art of summoning wraiths. I thought, why not refine them into wraiths for my command? I must also express my gratitude to all of you. If not for the vitality you provided, I would have been unable to awaken so many wraiths. As his words fell, the ground of the blood-red prison cracked open, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. A chilling wind howled from the fissure, akin to the lamentations of the dead, and soon, over 1,700 ghastly wraiths emerged from within, their forms grotesque. Emitting bone-chilling shrieks, these wraiths possessed hollow eye sockets that radiated a ghastly green glow, yet were filled with hunger and ferocity. Their bodies were semi-transparent, seemingly stained with endless blood, emaciated like dried wood, their arms unnaturally elongated, brandishing fingers that resembled sharp claws. Is that the blood demon? And Su Yiling? No. How could such a beautiful elder sister be turned into something so grotesque? Amidst Shu Qiuqiao's complaints, the wraiths surged forth like a torrent, recklessly charging towards the golden core and foundation establishment cultivators, their feet splashing through the blood-soaked ground. The blood flowed like life itself, and with the sound of the wraith's march, the entire blood prison resonated with a cold proclamation of death. The 150 Golden Core cultivators and over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators found themselves engulfed in an indescribable terror as they faced this overwhelming tide of wraiths. Their expressions shifted from initial excitement at the encirclement to sheer horror, and then to panic. The Golden Core cultivators, who believed they had long since grown indifferent to life and death, could not resist the flicker of despair that arose within them. The Foundation establishment cultivators fared even worse. Under the immense pressure of death, some were left floundering, their expressions vacant, and the formations they had forged began to reveal flaws. Their fighting spirit, their beliefs, seemed to dissipate in that fleeting moment, leaving only the instinct to survive to compel their struggles. As their entire camp teetered on the brink of collapse before this intangible fear and the stark reality of death. Soon, a cacophony of anguished screams spread throughout their ranks. The Wraith army was inexhaustible and insatiable, and once a cultivator fell, they would immediately be transformed into wraiths by the blood prison. Moreover, the blood prison incessantly drained the life force of the cultivator army to sustain the wraiths. You monster! Evil spirit! No demon from beyond could match your wickedness. What on earth are you? Where do you hail from? Mo Nanjinren fought desperately against the wraiths, but in mere moments. The original count of 1,700 wraiths swelled to over 3,000, while his own army had already been slaughtered to near extinction. Even the esteemed Mo Nanjinren must concede that even a peak Yuanian cultivator, when besieged by a great army, could not possibly perform better than Li Xia. Hey, you are from the demonic path. How can you insult someone like this? Li Xia's face was drenched in blood, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a Rajura. You! Mo Nanjinren glanced around. If this continued, he would inevitably be submerged in this ocean of wraiths. However, as far as he knew, innate divine abilities were special spells inherited from ancestors who had truly mastered divine powers, linked through bloodlines. Given that generations of bloodline inheritance would inevitably lead to dilution, there would certainly be flaws and weaknesses. This individual's innate divine ability was so formidable that his weaknesses must be equally fatal. He had not moved an inch. Mo Nanjinren's thoughts raced. This evil being had not shifted even a step since unleashing his innate divine ability. Undoubtedly immobilized by the immense pressure of the blood prison. Such a pressure-laden divine ability indicated that this person possessed no means of resistance. Thus, he merely needed to charge forward and either eliminate him directly or force him to relinquish his innate divine ability, presenting a slim chance of survival. With this thought, a shadow of demonic energy enveloped Mo Nanjinren entirely, swiftly pushing back the surrounding wraiths. Subsequently, his speed surged, and in an instant, he barreled through the wraith army toward Li Xia, resembling a tram careening recklessly. He hasn't moved. Indeed, this is his weakness. Observing the still motionless Li Xia, a glimmer of delight flickered in Mo Nanjinren's eyes. He then spun, the demonic shadow coalescing into a long sword several feet in length in his hands. With a fierce shout, the sword descended upon Li Xia with the might of creation itself. Qiuqiao, die! Ha! To his astonishment, in the face of such an earth-shattering strike, Li Xia not only displayed no sign of panic, but instead wore a smirk of triumph. You presumed that I was utilizing innate divine abilities, thus acting accordingly. Li Xia lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Who granted you the authority to presume whether or not I employ innate divine abilities? Blood sprayed forth as Mo Nanjinren turned to inspect the arm that had just wielded the sword. Blood was gushing from the severed limb, and confusion danced in his eyes. The severed arm? Is it mine? Why? Did my arm fly off? Could it be? This is not an innate divine ability, but rather, in the next moment, Mo Nanjinren's limbs were severed midair, his body plummeting helplessly to the ground like a marionette with cut strings. You cannot kill me. Seeing Li Xia approach with a sinister grin, Mo Nanjinren cried out in despair. If you kill me, you shall undoubtedly meet a wretched end. Chapter 67. The Transformation of the God-Refining Old Monster? Oh, if I slay you, I too shall encounter a grim fate? Li Xia waved his hand, dismissing the blood prison, and looked down at the limbless Mo Nanjinren, smiling as he inquired. Indeed, I bear the mark of my clan's elder. Upon my demise, the elder shall arrive in an instant. Mo Nanjinren shouted. Is that so? Li Xia squatted before him, maintaining a smile as if utterly unconcerned by the matter. The elder of my clan is at the God Transformation realm. Should you slay me, you will assuredly. Mo Nanjinren's words were cut short by Li Xia's impatient interruption. Let me think. Generally speaking, the mark left by an elder for their junior is not a mechanism for vengeance post-mortem, right? You die, and then they come to exact revenge? That shouldn't be the case. As he spoke, Li Xia reached out and patted Mo Nanjunren's face, a hint of mockery in his expression. If I am not mistaken, the mark should activate when you are gravely injured and on the brink of death, prompting them to come to your aid, correct? So, Li Xia stood up, circling Mo Nanjunren. The latter wished to argue, but Li Xia's next words plunged him into icy dread. So, whether I choose to kill you now or not, does it not amount to the same? Wait. Mo Nanjunren attempted to voice further objections, but Li Xia's hand plunged into his dantian like a blade, and with a swift motion, a yuanying materialized in Li Xia's grasp. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall indulge now. Ignoring Mo Nanjunren's howls of plea, Li Xia opened his mouth wide, crunching the yuanying into pieces. The texture reminiscent of devouring a jelly rather than a soul. Now I'm rather curious about the taste. Shu Qiuqiao remarked helplessly. What? Do you wish to try? It's quite delicious. That thing looks human-like. No, isn't that thing a human? Huh. Li Xia shrugged, channeling his energy, accelerating toward the outskirts of Zawugu, speaking as he flew. Look at you. Are you akin to Tang Sing? What Tang Sing? The one who doesn't eat the ginseng fruit. No. Shu Qiuqiao stomped her foot in frustration. That is clearly a human, not merely resembling one. Wait a moment. Li Xia paused, glancing curiously to the side. At that moment, Yingmei lay there, her chest stained with dried blood. Although her breath was shallow, she still clung to life. Get her on board, Shu Qiuqiao urged. Well, fine I suppose. After a brief contemplation, Li Xia shrugged helplessly, raised his hand to summon Yingmei, and stowed her in his storage bag before accelerating once more. Are we approaching Zawugu? I have yet to leave the great Xia kingdom. Gazing at the beam of light before them, resembling a slender slit in the sky, Shu Qiuqiao felt a tinge of anticipation. Indeed, I too have never ventured beyond. Li Xia nodded, an unusual glimmer of expectation in his eyes. The great Xia kingdom, though not vast, paled in comparison to the entire cultivation world, merely a speck. Now, he could finally break free from that small pond and soar into the vast sea, where fish could leap and birds could fly unfettered. Suddenly, Li Xia veered sharply, plummeting at a speed surpassing free fall amidst Shu Qiuqiao's scream, halting just a foot above the ground with tremendous acceleration. What happened? Shu Qiuqiao, shaken by the roller coaster-like drop, soon noticed Li Xia's grave expression. Having traversed this realm for several years, she had never witnessed such a demeanor from him. Even when facing a yuanying cultivator in his golden core form, Li Xia had never displayed such solemnity. So it has come. Li Xia sighed silently, drawing forth his long sword. In the face of such an adversary, the makeshift weaponry born of his cleverness would be utterly useless. At this moment, his only reliance lay in the sword in his hand and the unceasing flow of true energy within him. What is coming? Ha! Li Xia, clarify your words. Ah! Shu Qiuqiao's inquiry was abruptly halted as she sensed the current atmosphere. In the sky above, a white-bearded old man in a white robe descended slowly, holding a whisk, his hair and beard flowing, embodying the demeanor of an immortal. However, the unrestrained aura emanating from him caused Li Xia's heart to tighten, not for any other reason, but because before him stood an adversary unlike any he had ever encountered, one capable of sweeping through the pinnacle cultivators of the entire great Xia kingdom. A transformation god elder. So it seems you are the one who killed my disciple? The transformation god elder glanced around, noticing only Li Xia, and couldn't help but shake his head. My unworthy disciple truly is a disappointment, to be slain by an early-stage, nascent soul cultivator. It's a pity my disciple valued him so highly and even implored me to intervene. Alas, with that he extended a hand. Since it has come to this, you shall pay with your life. What to do? Li Xia, can you contend against the transformation god elder? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in shock. Are you jesting? Li Xia scoffed. Transformation god elder, if I could defeat him. That would truly be a miracle. I cannot reveal my divine abilities, but without revealing them, there is no glimmer of hope. As he gazed at the enormous hand descending from the transformation god cultivator, Li Xia felt as insignificant as an ant beneath that palm. Is this the chasm separating an early-stage, nascent soul from a transformation god? The disparity is indeed vast enough to be utterly despairing. In that instant, Li Xia abruptly formed a complex hand seal with both hands. Divine art, blood slaughter hell, open the gates. As his words fell, A subtle crimson space beneath his feet opened slightly. Immediately, 3,000 specters of varying cultivation levels surged forth from that realm. Chapter 68. Fleeing for 3,000 miles, oh? Upon witnessing the specters emerging from beneath Li Xia's feet, the transformation god elder was momentarily taken aback. To prevent his divine abilities from being discovered, Li Xia had refrained from unleashing a domain and instead opened a small door beneath him. He then guided all 3,000 specters to charge directly towards the elder's colossal hand. How intriguing, a spell I have yet to witness. The transformation god elder nodded slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Li Xia's legion of specters, which could instill despair in the hearts of an entire army of cultivators, appeared to him merely as a trivial anthill. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate them all. And indeed, the 3,000 specters clambered and tore at one another, their sharp claws and withered bodies intertwining to form a towering barrier beneath that massive hand. Yet, without hesitation, the hand descended, and within its palm, the specter army crumbled rapidly, the tower dissipating faster than the hand's descent. Truly, the prowess of a transformation god cultivator. The specter army had bought Li Xia a mere 3 seconds. He retreated swiftly, directly entering the blood slaughter hell before Shu Qiuqiao's incredulous gaze, and immediately, the blood slaughter hell sealed shut. Li Xia, what are you planning to do? The blood slaughter hell is fixed, meaning that even if they hide within, once Li Xia's true energy is depleted and it vanishes, they will still be trapped like fish in a barrel. The radius of the blood slaughter hell, released with my early stage nascent soul cultivation, is approximately 1 kilometer. Li Xia took a deep breath, his complexion pale, revealing the tremendous burden he bore from forcefully commanding the specter army. A radius of 1 kilometer translates to 314,000 square meters. And if I alter the shape of the domain? As Li Xia spoke, he waved his hands, causing a thunderous resonance throughout the entire domain. The scene before him stretching infinitely, while the spaces on either side rapidly converged. I can create a pathway 1 meter wide and 3,000 miles long. The aura has vanished? How amusing. The transformation god elder scanned the ground, a hint of unexpected amusement gracing his features. How far can this little creature run? By what means did it escape? It even managed to sever my mark. Could it be some secret technique of spatial manipulation? No matter, as long as I locate you, all your secrets shall be mine. With this thought, the transformation god elder casually sat down, waiting patiently, unconvinced that this little creature could sustain the secret of spatial manipulation for long. Even if it fled 3,000 miles away, it would take him but a few breaths to catch up. Just then, the transformation god elder suddenly felt a chill wash over him, a bone-deep coldness, a sensation so familiar. Killing intent. He leaped up in alarm like a startled chick, scanning his surroundings, only to see a young cultivator in a black robe hovering in midair, silently observing him. You! Such terrifying killing intent. What is his cultivation level? Peak nascent soul? Just a mere peak nascent soul? The transformation god elder felt a surge of indignation, insulted to be frightened by a mere peak nascent soul cultivator. What kind of day is this? He coldly demanded. You state your name? Taoyuan Temple, Fengzi. Fengzi smiled and cupped his hands. What business do you have? The transformation god elder nodded. Though he spoke thus, his mind was already racing with thoughts of swiftly dispatching this presumptuous nascent soul cultivator. It's no great matter, merely that you have bullied my disciple, and I have come to seek justice. Fengzi maintained his smile, his demeanor seemingly impeccable, yet his words carried an unusually sharp edge. Oh, you seek justice? Just based on you? Upon hearing this, the transformation god elder laughed in fury. Well, today an early-stage nascent soul thinks to escape my grasp, and now another nascent soul cultivator dares to trouble me? Does he truly not regard transformation gods as formidable cultivators? Indeed, based on me. Fengzi nodded with a smile, drawing a long sword from his sleeve. Did I escape? Li Xia tumbled out of the blood hell, gasping for breath, trembling as he fished a vial of spirit energy pills from his robe and swallowed the contents. This undoubtedly ranked as the greatest setback he had faced since embarking on his journey. His true energy was expended, and merely forcing the blood hell open to release 3,000 specters had drained him significantly. Moreover, he had to forcibly alter the shape of the blood hell, racing 1,000 miles within it. He even covered 3,000 miles. He collapsed halfway due to his true energy running out. Damn it, transformation god elder. Family, wait for me. Should I ever ascend to this realm, I shall ensure your entire clan pays in blood. With that, Li Xia coughed several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, that old monster did not pursue him relentlessly. Had he been a tad more cautious, escape would have been impossible. Phew! After a moment of silence, Li Xia slowly rose. It was not yet time to rest. His true energy had recovered slightly, and he needed to continue fleeing swiftly. 1,000 miles may be considerable for a nascent soul cultivator, yet for a transformation god cultivator, it was merely a short distance. As Li Xia summoned all his strength to rise, he suddenly felt his entire body stiffen. As he slowly lifted his head, he found himself facing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, standing right before him. Have they caught up? Li Xia forced a bitter smile, struggling to stand upright as he drew his long sword from his waist. At this moment, there was no path left but to fight to the death. However, after waiting for a while, no movement occurred. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Where did the old monster's injuries come from? Chapter 69, Taos insect. At this moment, it was evident that the old monster's white robe was newly donned, yet beneath it lay injuries that could not be concealed. Moreover, one of his sleeves fluttered in the wind, while the arm beneath had long since vanished without a trace. Although Li Xia was unsure how this transformation old monster had suffered such grievous wounds, he understood that no matter how severely injured he was, he could not hope to defeat him. Was there any way to escape? One of Li Xia's hands slowly ventured into his storage bag, the token that could resolve all his problems. He was uncertain whether he could activate it. Remember this. At that moment, the transformation old monster suddenly spoke, his words causing Li Xia to freeze, even pausing the hand that had reached into his storage bag. My name is Zhao Tairan, a member of the Zhao clan from Zhuozhou. If one day you truly possess the strength for revenge, then feel free to come at me. After saying this, he waved his hand decisively, and Li Xia felt a heavy blow to his head, the world around him plunging into darkness. What did that mean? Li Xia pondered before losing consciousness. I have done as you instructed. In the sky above, Zhao Tairan could no longer conceal the decline in his vitality, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Good, you have retrieved a life. The man nodded and spoke thus. My head aches terribly. Shu Qiuqiao gradually regained consciousness, feeling an indescribable pain throughout her body. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself inexplicably inside a thatched cottage. You are awake? A man resembling a physician was washing a towel when he noticed her rise and brought over a bowl of medicinal soup. You are gravely injured, and your body is extremely depleted. Although I am unsure how you acquired such injuries, this bowl of medicine should be beneficial to you. Thank you. Shu Qiuqiao weakly nodded, glancing into the wooden bowl, only to discover it contained a common healing elixir. Upon looking up at the physician, she realized he was merely an ordinary person. Seeing this, she could not help but shake her head and smile wryly. I apologize, but this bowl of medicine is likely of no use to me. I appreciate your concern. Of no use? The physician was momentarily taken aback, then surveyed Shu Qiuqiao from head to toe, incredulity evident in his voice. It shouldn't be of no use, unless... Could it be that you are an immortal? I cannot claim to be an immortal, merely someone with a modicum of cultivation. Ordinary medicinal products hold no efficacy over me. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head helplessly, returning the medicinal soup before retrieving 2 pills from her storage bag. As the pills dissolved within her abdomen, she felt a slight alleviation of her discomfort. What is it? She suddenly looked up at the flustered physician. And no, I simply did not expect to encounter an immortal while foraging for herbs. This is truly... The physician took a deep breath and said, I feel as though I am part of a tale from a novel. It is not quite so. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, laughing, as she realized that since arriving in this world, she had already possessed cultivation and had never once experienced ordinary life. It seems, then, that I truly do not understand how mortals react in the presence of cultivators. Give him something. Li Xia's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ah? Li Xia, you are still alive? I thought you would be unconscious for a while again. Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in surprise. It is not that serious. I am merely exhausted in spirit and will need to recuperate for a time. Li Xia shook his head and continued. Provide this physician with something. Perhaps a cultivation method or some elixirs. What has caused this change in you? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Typically, Li Xia's reaction in such situations would be to suspect ill intent and threaten to cut him in half. It is not that I have changed. Rather, I calculated that he has indeed saved our lives, creating a significant karmic bond that cannot be disregarded. Moreover, it cannot be circumvented by swapping souls. What I mean is, offer him some benefit to settle this karmic debt, and then this matter can be considered resolved. Li Xia's voice was notably weary, as if he were on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Oh! Shu Qiuqiao nodded in partial understanding, retrieving a cultivation method from her sleeve. You saved me once. I cannot fail to repay this kindness. Take this cultivation method. With a stroke of luck, you may even tread the path to immortality one day. As she spoke, she grasped the physician's wrist, circulating her true energy within him to clear the meridians that had become blocked due to aging. His bone structure is surprisingly decent. Immortal, what is this? The physician was taken aback. It is merely a small repayment of kindness. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, feeling inexplicably fatigued, perhaps due to her internal depletion. What I have done is not worthy of such treatment from an immortal. The physician gazed at the cultivation method in his hand, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, I have heard that there are disputes even among immortals. So I wish to remind you that this area falls under the jurisdiction of the Taoxian sect. If you have any enmity with the immortals here, it would be wise to. At this point, he hesitated, unsure how to continue. The Taoxian sect? Li Xia, do you have any grievances with them? Shu Qiuqiao quickly inquired within her mind. No. That old monster is from the Zhao clan of Zhuizhou. Li Xia's voice sounded remarkably faint, and after uttering that sentence, he seemed to fall into a deep slumber, leaving no further sign of life. No, don't sleep. How long will you be out this time? Li Xia, wake up. In this unfamiliar place, Shu Qiuqiao felt a twinge of panic. 3 days. At last, Li Xia's voice delivered this final message. You, forget it. At least that is a relief. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, preparing to tidy up and leave quickly, seeking refuge in a place devoid of cultivators for a few days. Just as she was getting out of bed, she heard a perplexed voice from outside. A fluctuation of true energy? Which cultivator is present? Li Xia, your timing for sleeping is truly unfortunate. Shu Qiuqiao smiled wryly. Chapter 70. Lord Yuju. What to do? Report to the Tao Yuan view. Has she effectively defected from the Tao Yuan view? By the way, where exactly is this? The Tao Yuan view, as a sect within the Great Xia Kingdom, seems to lack any significant deterrent power from the outside, does it not? At last, Shu Qiuqiao sighed softly, instructing the physician to exit through the side door first. With a respectful gesture towards the threshold, she announced, I am merely a wandering cultivator who, due to an unfortunate mishap during my practice, was unexpectedly rescued by the villagers of this place. I meant no offense to your esteemed territory and shall take my leave now. I hope you will not hold it against me. I see. Came the reply from the man outside, who nodded and continued, there is no need for such formality, young friend. Our Peach Immortal sect has always prided itself on hospitality. We would not reproach anyone for such trivial matters. Should you require it, you are welcome to rest at our sect anytime. Might I inquire if you would be open to a conversation? The door before them bore no protective array, failing to shield against the cold winds or even the most common of beasts, let alone the discerning senses of a cultivator. The man outside spoke with such courtesy, even to the extent of asking before opening a rickety wooden door. He had certainly observed the proper etiquette. Thus, Shu Qiuqiao felt compelled to oblige, raising her hand to part the door before her. Upon opening, her gaze fell upon a young cultivator clad in a robe of delicate peach hue. His countenance radiated tranquility and warmth, embodying an essence untouched by the ravages of time. His eyes were profound, akin to the clearest lake, promising a cleansing of the heart's impurities with but a glance. Though his features bore a slight youthfulness, the gentle smile betrayed a maturity beyond his years. The robe he wore flowed lightly, as if dancing to a silent melody, its subtle elegance evoking the warmth of spring and the smoothness of jade. The attire was simple and unadorned, save for a faint golden trim at the edges, creating a gentle contrast with the garment's soft tone. Ah, what a pleasing visage of a righteous cultivator, Shu Qiuqiao thought before chastising herself. No, this is a matter of life and death. What are you thinking? Quickly regaining her composure, she bowed respectfully and said, there is no need for me to recuperate at your esteemed sect. I have no significant injuries requiring treatment. As long as your sect does not hold me accountable, I shall take my leave. Please do not rush off, the young cultivator replied as he observed her in turn. The more he looked, the more he found her pleasing. There was not a trace of bloodlust in her vital energy, nor even a hint of malevolence in her soul. Such purity was rare. It seemed improbable that she harbored even the slightest inclination towards harm. In a world populated by cultivators, encountering someone of such innocence was remarkable. Moreover, her cultivation method did not appear to stem from any prominent sect, indicating she likely had no guiding elder to shield her from the taint of violence. It seemed she was simply a naturally virtuous individual, fortunate enough to have avoided conflict, resulting in her unblemished state. Should Shu Qiuqiao be aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind, she would likely be left in exasperation. For while she lacked a mentor to shield her from bloodshed, she did have a roommate steeped in it, who seemed to absorb all the malevolence for herself. Alas, she was unaware of the sudden interruption that left her feeling rigid. Might I inquire if you have any further matters to discuss? Dao's friend? The young cultivator raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, glancing down at himself before chuckling softly. I had forgotten that a cultivator of your pristine caliber might not perceive such disguises. Ah? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a terrifying aura erupt from the young man before her. Why you? She stammered, her voice trembling in fear. This familiar sensation she had only just experienced not long ago, while inhabiting Li Xia's body. Is this a transformation god cultivator? Moreover, he appeared significantly stronger than the Zhao she had encountered earlier, much stronger. Have I frightened you? The young cultivator smiled, extending a slender hand towards her. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Can I refuse? Shu Qiuqiao gazed at his elegant fingers, retreating a half-step in silence. Do transformation god cultivators typically seize their disciples so brazenly? Perched upon a cloud, Shu Qiuqiao sighed, lamenting, how can one address a future master as an old monster? Moreover, among transformation god cultivators, I am quite youthful myself, the young man replied with a cheerful grin, his delight in her presence growing. It was a rare treasure to find such a wonderful child in this world. Then, why the insistence on taking me as your disciple? Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation. Our Peach Immortal sect espouses the principle of tranquility in practice, and beyond that, we nurture a compassionate heart towards all living beings. The heavens bestow life upon all, and we must return that kindness. At the very least, we should treat other sentient beings with respect. Thus, the fewer stains of bloodshed one carries, the purer the soul, and the swifter the path of cultivation becomes. However, the journey of immortality is long, and as one seeks advancement, competition is inevitable, which taints the soul. With a sigh, the young cultivator continued, thus, while the methods of our Peach Immortal sect yield far greater rewards than many expedient and malevolent practices, the considerable restrictions in our cultivation paths make it difficult to find a suitable heir. At this, he turned his gaze to Shu Qiuqiao. Until I encountered you. You are truly the embodiment of someone destined for our Peach Immortal sect's teachings. As a wandering cultivator, why not join us? Can I refuse? She pondered, envisioning her malevolent roommate's potential reaction. Wouldn't she just eliminate me on a whim? The young cultivator narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. Just then, as the mist before them began to clear, a sweet fragrance of peach blossoms enveloped Shu Qiuqiao's senses. She looked up to behold a breathtaking expanse of peach blossoms in full bloom, cascading down the mountainside. Welcome to the Peach Immortal sect, the young cultivator said, his eyes crinkling with delight at the scene before him. By the way, my name is Tao Yu, though many prefer to call me Lord Yujue. Chapter 71. What a primitive technique. Are you in elementary school? Have you heard? The sect master has brought back a personal disciple. Really? I thought the sect master would never take another personal disciple after the last one fell to the demonic path. Indeed, I thought that sister would be the closest to being a personal disciple. Amidst the chatter, a female cultivator in the corner was furiously tugging at the sleeves of her peach-colored robe, her exquisite face twisted with jealousy. Why, sister? What brings you here? A disciple happened to pass by and greeted her. Ah, it's you, Tao Feng. It has been a while. What brings you here? The female cultivator immediately ceased her actions, donning a perfectly appropriate smile upon her delicate features. Tao Feng, gazing at her, felt his heart skip a beat. And nothing. I was just wondering why Sister Yaoqin has not joined the rest of the named disciples summoned by our master. He replied, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. Oh, I'm on my way there now. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. Hua Yuqin smiled lightly, nodding at Tao Feng before gracefully ascending toward the mountain peak. Sister Yaoqin is truly beautiful, Tao Feng murmured to himself as he watched her depart. Are all present now? Tao Yu entered the hall through the grand door, casting a deliberate glance at Hua Yuqin, who occupied the foremost seat among the disciples. Originally, he believed she had the greatest potential to inherit the Taoist sect of Peach Immortals. Alas, I presume you all are already aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you? Settling into his seat, Tao Yu surveyed the surroundings and inquired. The crowd nodded in unison. In that case, Shu Qiuqiao, Please step forward. As Tao Yu's words fell, Shu Qiuqiao, draped in the distinctive peach-red robe of the Peach Immortal Sect, gracefully walked into the sight of the assembled disciples. The hem of her robe brushed softly against the bluestone path, akin to peach blossom petals gently descending in the spring breeze, stirring the hearts of everyone present. The robe, exquisitely crafted, clung lightly to her form, accentuating her slender elegance. In an instant, the myriad peach blossoms in the air seemed to pale in comparison. As all gazes converged upon Shu Qiuqiao, her visage exuded an elegant charm, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes akin to autumn waters. Her smile bloomed like flowers, radiating grace without losing a hint of spirit. The peach-red robe shimmered softly under the sunlight, rendering her akin to a celestial maiden stepping forth from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. Previously, most believed that the most handsome man in the world was undoubtedly Tao Yu, while the most beautiful woman was surely Hua Yuqin. However, at this moment, under the radiance of Shu Qiuqiao, Hua Yuqin was suddenly likened to a wildflower on the ground, pale in comparison to the most exquisite peach blossom in the mountains. The beauty was simply indistinguishable. One disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you complimenting me?" Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. "Is it just me, or do I hear someone gritting their teeth?" Another disciple suddenly remarked, "I don't know. You must have misheard." Hua Yuqin smiled, her lips sealed, completely concealing the pain of her recently ground molar. "I still feel a bit uneasy." Returning to her dwelling, Shu Qiuqiao reflected once more upon the individuals she had encountered today. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly Hua Yuqin, who seemed far from amicable. If one had to describe her, she might be akin to a malicious female antagonist in a romance novel. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. After all, I have no means to eliminate her. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head and raised her hand to summon the cultivation method bestowed upon her by the Jade Ju Divine Monarch today. A tome of cultivation techniques accompanied by 12 spells, this constituted the secret arts of the Peach Immortal Sect. Although it was labeled as a secret, the spells were remarkably swift to cultivate, yet the entry threshold was exceedingly challenging, compounded by numerous restrictions. The willingness to practice it remained uncertain. Nevertheless, for Shu Qiuqiao, this was undoubtedly one of the methods most suited to her. "Let's see." Shu Qiuqiao pressed the jade tablet to her forehead, inwardly pondering. When the Jade Ju Divine Monarch entrusted this method to her, he had repeatedly cautioned her about its formidable difficulty, stating that even he had taken an entire year to grasp it during his Golden Core stage. Therefore, she should not be disheartened if she couldn't master it right away, for the benefits it conferred would undoubtedly justify the effort required. Just how challenging could this method be, that even a divine monarch found it so daunting? Shu Qiuqiao silently immersed herself, imprinting the method's contents into her mind, then attempted to circulate her true energy. It worked? So simple, merely 20 breaths? It was even easier than the method I received from Ming Mei. Could it be that I was given a counterfeit? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned, trying to circulate her true energy once more. Evidently, after completing a full cycle, the two nascent souls within her seemed to swell several sizes. If her true energy reserves previously hinted at exceeding the mid-nascent soul stage, after the cycle, they could rival those of the late nascent soul stage. The only difference was in quality. How formidable? Is it really this powerful? What sort of divine method is this? Is this truly something I have obtained with no cost? Suddenly, Shu Qiuqiao felt the restriction at her dwelling's entrance being triggered. She withdrew her true energy and swiftly approached the door. Upon opening it, she was met with a scene of bloodshed, as if someone had generously smeared a layer of dark blood across the entrance. Wait, who did this? Such a rudimentary technique? Is this the work of a child? Chapter 72. Supreme Fusion Escape Technique. After briefly cleaning up the entrance to her dwelling, Shu Qiuqiao, adhering to the adage of lowering one's head when under a roof, quietly returned inside and retrieved the accompanying 12 spells. These spells bore the distinct characteristics of the Peach Immortal Sect, with only 2 being offensive techniques. One focused on sealing enemies, while the other was a set of sword techniques designed for countering attacks. Naturally, Shu Qiuqiao found the latter perplexing, as her primary interest lay in the escape technique among them. Fruel Shadow Escape Technique. This technique primarily revolves around illusion, with the escape aspect serving as a supplement. When executed, it conjures countless swirling petals in the surroundings, which are, in fact, manifestations of illusion. It is said that when mastered to perfection, enemies who enter the area filled with floating petals will lose their sense of direction, even their perception of front and back. Furthermore, the practitioner can transform their entire body into petals to evade attacks, leaning more towards entanglement than mere flight. I shall practice this. After a brief attempt, Shu Qiuqiao nodded in satisfaction. This journey had indeed yielded rewards. With this technique, her safety was further assured. However, there still seemed to be a lingering sense of inadequacy. Stroking her chin, Shu Qiuqiao pondered the escape techniques she had practiced thus far. The most basic 5 elements escape technique was straightforward, albeit lacking any noteworthy merit. Additionally, there was the wind walk technique she had been utilizing, derived from the Peach Source viewing sect, allowing her to run swiftly by harnessing air currents. Yet, for some reason, she was always caught. Then there was the shadow escape technique from the Shadow Demon sect, which proved more beneficial for stealth, seemingly allowing one to leap between shadows when perfected. Fast. It should be quite swift, right? If I could fuse these escape techniques together, would I not become invincible? As Shu Qiuqiao contemplated, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Rising to her feet, she cleared a small space within her dwelling and proceeded to execute the flower shadow escape technique. Instantly, peach-colored petals danced throughout the dwelling, creating a scene that resembled not a cultivator's abode, but rather a paradise of peach blossoms. The shadows cast by the petals created by the flower shadow escape technique could also be considered as shadows, right? With a thought, Shu Qiuqiao began to merge the true energy circulation routes of the flower shadow escape technique with those of the shadow escape technique. This operation, which would seem nearly impossible to others and likely lead to a mental breakdown, flowed through Shu Qiuqiao's hands as effortlessly as clouds drifting in the sky. As Shu Qiuqiao deftly stepped forward, her silhouette swiftly transformed into a shadow, melding seamlessly with the air, accompanied by a flurry of peach blossoms that danced gracefully before settling upon the ground. Emerging from beneath the delicate petals, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Even as she maneuvered the petals with her wind-walking technique, propelling them at an exhilarating pace to hasten her escape, it still felt somewhat sluggish. The previous encounter with that formidable being had been far swifter. At this rate, she feared she would not escape. Where was the flaw in her approach? Pondering deeply, Shu Qiuqiao's mind raced through the various evasion techniques she had encountered over the years. The 3 most remarkable methods she recalled were the Blood Demon's blood-based evasion, the Blood Mist technique once demonstrated by Li Xia, and the Wind and Thunder Wings of the esteemed Qing Lei. Although she had grasped the principle behind blood evasion, its very essence caused her discomfort, rendering her unable to utilize it. As for the Blood Mist technique, was there no blood mist present? Suddenly, her gaze lifted to the freshly summoned, yet unwithering peach petals, and an idea sparked within her. No, these petals were conjured through illusion. If she could reduce them to an infinitesimal size, they would indeed parallel the essence of blood mist. With a flick of her wrist, Shu Qiuqiao commanded the cascading blossoms to rapidly disintegrate, and in mere moments, what filled the chamber was not petals, but a swirling, peach-hued mist. This new formation could simultaneously wield the effects of the flower shadow evasion and the blood mist technique. Should an adversary venture into this haze, their senses would be ensnared, much like the effects of flower shadow evasion. Moreover, as Shu Qiuqiao stepped into the mist, she found herself traversing to its opposite side in an instant. She could move freely within this ethereal fog, her speed rivaling that of teleportation. If her foe believed she would linger within the mist, Shu Qiuqiao smirked mischievously as she glanced toward the entrance. In the next moment, a single peach petal surged forth from the mist, propelled by the winds, achieving a velocity that would astound even seasoned cultivators. As the petal shot forth, her form melted into shadow, vanishing alongside the petal as flight. Surely, no one could hope to catch her now. Yet, as the petal collided with an obstruction, it abruptly halted. Confusion washed over her. Had she not just manipulated the formation to open the cave? And her formation should not impede her own passage. Stunned, Shu Qiuqiao emerged from the shadow of the petal to inspect the formation. To her dismay, she discovered that a small mountain had completely blocked her entrance, sealing it shut without a single gap. Was there truly no difference between this and a child throwing their desk out of a window? Which child had infiltrated this sect? Meanwhile, at another location, Senior Sister Yuqin, is this truly safe? She is a Yuaning, and I am but a Jin Dan. What if I inadvertently? A concerned disciple inquired. No worries, Yuqin reassured her junior. Master brought her into the sect precisely because she is untainted by bloodshed and seeks no conflict. We do not intend to trouble her. I am merely curious about her, as Master has spoken so highly of her. Rest assured, should anything arise, your senior sister will protect you. Chapter 73. a shadowy enchantress and a pile of hamsters. Sighing, Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the obstructive stones with a frown. How to dismantle this barrier? Use magic? Unlikely. Resolutely, she shook her head, adeptly retrieving her storage bag to unearth another hidden pouch. After sifting through her supplies, she found a few remaining red projectiles, then opened another storage bag. Within, she shuffled aside the Thunderfire pearls and extracted yet another storage bag, rummaging until she produced a substance akin to modeling clay, tearing off a piece. This should work, she mused as she affixed the clay-like material to the rocky obstruction, inserting a detonator atop it. Stepping back, she conjured a protective shield and pressed the switch. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the blockade shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. The first day, without Li Xia, and already she felt his absence keenly. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, stowing the remote back into her storage bag, only to feel a sudden tremor course through her. What was this soft, warm object stirring within her storage? Alive? Wait a moment, alive? The shadowy enchantress. Completely forgetting about her. Swiftly, Shu Qiuqiao sealed the cave, reinforcing it with 2 additional layers of formations. Goodness, this was a quintessential dark cultivator. Should she be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Once satisfied with her protections, she cautiously retrieved the enchantress, surveying her surroundings before releasing a breath of relief. Thankfully, she was still breathing. Shu Qiuqiao lifted her garment, her heart racing at the sight of the ghastly wound, quickly retrieving a small jade vial to apply its healing liquid. After administering several spirit pills, she watched as the enchantress gradually regained her strength, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. That had been a close call. She nearly perished within the confines of her storage. A strange memory surfaced, reminiscent of a hamster she had forgotten in her pocket as a child, which had eventually transformed into a tiny ball of fur. Shu Qiuqiao channeled a bit of true energy into the enchantress, and after a while, the enchantress finally opened her eyes, meeting Shu Qiuqiao's worried gaze. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Upon seeing Shu Qiuqiao, the enchantress looked around, realizing she was in a safe haven, her eyes brimming with gratitude. To think, Li Xia had almost left her amidst the pile of corpses. Shu Qiuqiao chuckled ruefully before briefing the enchantress on the current situation. At the mention of Taoxian's sect, the enchantress shot upright in shock. What is it? You've entered Taoxian's sect? Indeed, that esteemed Yujue Shinzuin insisted on taking me as a disciple, Shu Qiuqiao replied, nodding in exasperation. What's the matter? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback by the enchantress's sudden alarm. You see, Taoxian's sect is divided into inner and outer lineages. The outer lineage focuses on pure cultivation, shunning any form of violence, allowing for rapid advancement. I know that, Shu Qiuqiao replied, acknowledging the remarkable speed of their cultivation methods. She had never encountered such swiftness before. Initially, she intended to dedicate 1/3 of her free time to training. Now, with this pace, even 1/10 sufficed, greatly exceeding her expectations. But you are unaware of the inner lineage. At the mere mention of those words, the enchantress trembled. The inner lineage believes that slaying wicked beings is a great virtue. To vanquish one villain is worth a decade of pure cultivation. Thus, their methods are ruthless, and few demonic sects dare approach Taoxian sect. For those who do meet a most tragic fate. Upon hearing these words, Shu Qiuqiao fell silent. This is bad. What if Li Xia comes out? She was quite comfortable here, aside from a primary school student inexplicably causing trouble. However, once Li Xia appears, his murderous aura is more terrifying than that of a villain. Wouldn't she immediately face pursuit from the entire sect? No, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Ingmei, you should enter my storage pouch first. With that, Shu Qiuqiao took out a storage pouch, and Ingmei swiftly dove in. Shu Qiuqiao quickly stowed the pouch back into another pouch, then another, within the confines of her storage space. Only then did she let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside. Disciple, are you there? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. Just as she feared, the Jade Jew god appeared at the most inopportune time and place. Upon stepping outside, she saw Tao Yu frowning as he scrutinized her. Disciple, who did this? I don't know. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head. Such a lowly tactic. It could only be the work of some newly initiated foundational disciple. Forget it, it should be of no consequence. I came this time merely to see if you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation. Yet, the Jade Jew god slightly shook his head and said, I understand that the path of cultivation is arduous, but there is no need to lose heart. You may ask me anything you are uncertain about you. At this point, the Jade Jew god suddenly paused. The true energy emanating from Shu Qiuqiao was not overly concealed. It was evident that it had significantly increased since she last departed from him. Moreover, the familiar fluctuations of true energy unmistakably confirmed it. You have already succeeded? The Jade Ju God exclaimed in astonishment. This should count as such. Shu Qiuqiao awkwardly nodded. To be honest, it was quite simple. I can't comprehend why it took you so long. It feels rather embarrassing. You. Just as Shu Qiuqiao thought the Jade Ju God was about to utter some earth-shattering words, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Ah, my Tao Xian sect has a successor. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The Jade Ju God clapped Shu Qiuqiao on the shoulder with such force that it left her in pain. And then he said, in that case, you need not be taught by me any longer. I have nothing else to offer you. Take this stash of pills. If it is insufficient, come back for more. Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned as she accepted the storage pouch. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. Chapter 74. Indeed, I am wealthy beyond measure. This is no mere handful of pills. It is practically a mountain of them. Inside the storage pouch, spiritual herbs and pills were piled high, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. The spiritual herbs were abundant and diverse, some glistening like jade dew, while others wafted a refined and distant fragrance akin to incense. The pills themselves were vibrantly colored, radiating brilliance, each one plump and crystalline, resembling twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. It was evident that even a deity of transformation would find it arduous to amass such treasures. I can't accept this. Ultimately, Shu Qiuqiao shook her head. It was not that she was being modest. If she truly intended to cultivate within this sect, these would be relatively easy to procure. However, she had already resolved to leave the sect as soon as possible, and accepting these pills was simply out of the question. Are you implying that you are destined to leave this place, hence cannot accept these pills? Shu Qiuqiao was startled, lifting her head only to find the Jade Ju God smiling warmly, his expression unwavering as he spoke. Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you have certainly killed the mood. It matters not. I know that with your talent, this eastern continent can hardly restrain you. The Jade Ju God nodded. I merely wish to pass down this cultivation technique. As long as you promise me that the Tao Yuan immortal breathing technique of my Tao Xian sect will not be left without a successor. Shu Qiuqiao found herself at a loss for words and could only nod blankly. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, the Jade Ju God departed, leaving Shu Qiuqiao standing there, unsure of what to say. This is bad. It seems this handsome man is truly a good person. Sister Shu. Shu Qiao? Just as Shu Qiuqiao was lost in thought, a disciple suddenly approached her. At first, she gazed adoringly at the retreating figure of the Jade Ju God, then turned her attention to Shu Qiuqiao. Xuanyue heard from the senior brothers that Sister Shu Qiao is captivating and ethereal, and I was skeptical. Yet, upon seeing Sister Shu, I realize your beauty far surpasses their descriptions by thousands of times. It can't be that amazing. Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head awkwardly. Being complimented by a girl made her happy, but not overwhelmingly so. Sister Shu Qiao has already reached the foundational stage. Xuanyue pressed further. Can't you tell? I shouldn't be hiding it at all. Then, could you take us to the secret realm? Xuanyue said eagerly. Secret realm? This time, it was Shu Qiuqiao who was taken aback. What is a secret realm? Is it similar to the spiritual vein we visited last time? This was the first time she had heard of this term. It sounded quite novel. Sister Shu Qiao doesn't know about the secret realm? Xuanyue's expression stiffened, her lips moving as if to utter something like country bumpkin. Then she quickly donned a flattering smile. Recently, a secret realm formed from an ancient relic has appeared near the sect, dating back approximately 3,000 years. Many senior brothers and sisters go there to seek treasures and herbs, but due to certain restrictions, only those with foundational cultivation can lead the way. As she spoke, she demonstrated her own cultivation level, which was at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, still leagues away from the next stage. Within that secret realm, aside from some formations and restrictions, there are only a few magical beasts. I wonder if Sister Shu could take us in? We have been quite tight on resources lately, and we are struggling to maintain our cultivation. Oh, I see. Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Indeed, most outer disciples likely faced financial strains, as cultivation is a resource-intensive endeavor. With this in mind, she rummaged through her storage pouch and pulled out several bottles of pills. These were made during my Li Xia's practice sessions. Their quality is quite good, and since I don't need them, I dare not consume them. I might as well gift them to you. It will save you the trouble of venturing into the secret realm. Upon seeing the several bottles of pills, Shuangyue was momentarily stunned. Wait, why are you acting so unreasonably? Seeing Shuangyue's expression freeze, Shu Qiuqiao assumed it was because she found the quantity insufficient and instantly felt a bit apologetic. I was being presumptuous. These few bottles of pills might last a foundational cultivator for about 2 years, but with so many of you, I am unsure how many would suffice. With that, she pulled out another storage pouch, and with a shake, a cacophony of jade bottles quickly piled up before her, forming a small mountain. Li Xia often dabbled in alchemy, and holding on to these during her foundational stage felt like a waste. Selling them was risky, for fear someone might consume something peculiar in return seeking vengeance. It would be more fitting to do a small favor here, as a trivial means of repaying the kindness of the esteemed Yujue Shinjun. This. Shuangyue felt her tongue betray her, stammering like a mere golden core cultivator. Before her lay an entire mountain of top-tier elixirs. Regardless of the herbs used in their refinement, the craftsmanship alone was evident enough to reveal that such skill was not possessed by the average practitioner. Each elixir gleamed with a round, lustrous surface, often adorned with 1 or 2 intricate patterns. Even the disciples specializing in alchemy within the refining chambers would struggle to present such a quantity of high-quality elixirs in one go. Is this not sufficient? Shu Qiuqiao pondered. Do golden core cultivators truly require such abundant resources? Or perhaps their numbers are quite substantial. Enough! Suddenly, Shuangyue fell to her knees with a thud, clutching Shu Qiuqiao's thighs with both hands. From now on, Shuangyue shall be the loyal servant of Shu Qiao Shiji. Wherever Shiji directs, Shuangyue shall follow without hesitation, willing to brave fire and water. Please do rise, Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly. No, I shall not rise. The thought of having been manipulated into harming someone as noble as you fills me with such self-loathing that I could shatter my own knees in despair. Shuangyue exclaimed, tears and snot flowing freely. Who wishes to harm me? It is thus. Shuangyue straightened up, wiping her tears, and said, I was originally instructed by that vile Huayokin to deceive you into. Chapter 75. I have indeed been corrupted by Li Xia earlier. TSK. She isn't even angry. Huayokin ground her teeth slightly. Her intention was merely to create obstacles for this newly arrived Shiji, gradually forcing her to reveal her hand. One must know that the cultivation methods of the Peach Immortal sect place great emphasis on a tranquil mind. Any resentment harbored would obstruct one's path to enlightenment. Moreover, should she resort to violence, it would be even better. Not only would she assist in harming others, but she would also devise a way for her to inadvertently take a life. At that point, Shu Qiao Shiji would bear the stain of bloodshed, and we would see if she still had the qualifications to be a direct disciple of the Peach Immortal sect. Who would have thought that Shu Qiao would remain utterly unfazed by such distasteful schemes, even seeming bored? If Shu Qiuqiao were to learn of this thought, she would surely sigh. What nonsense! Such childish tactics. After all, she has read thousands of novels aimed at women. I have encountered more provocations than you have had meals. Seeing one plan fail, Huayokin concocted another. She would have her underlings invite Shu Qiuqiao to the nearby secret realms, where she would incite a conflict within the team, leading to one of them mysteriously disappearing. At that moment, the blame would fall squarely upon Shu Qiuqiao's shoulders. Who would have anticipated that the underling she dispatched to invite her would never return? What sorcery has Shu Qiao employed? Frustrated, Huayokin stomped her foot, only to hear a voice behind her. There is no sorcery at play. It is merely a matter of spending money. Huayokin whipped around, witnessing a flurry of petals falling behind her, and in the blink of an eye, Shu Qiuqiao had appeared right at her back. Shu Qiao Shiji, how fortuitous. Huayokin took a small step back, then seemed to recall something, standing her ground to observe Shu Qiuqiao with a composed demeanor. It is indeed fortuitous. I wonder what Yuqin Shimi is doing here? Shu Qiuqiao smiled. What I am doing here is of no concern to Shiji, is it? Who would have expected that the once timid Huayokin would suddenly don a composed smile? This development left Shu Qiuqiao momentarily at a loss. What? Why has Shiji fallen silent? Huayokin stepped forward, nearly pressing her face against Shu Qiuqiao's, their faces so close they seemed on the verge of kissing. What schemes do you have left for me? Shu Qiuqiao frowned. No schemes, since you already know. Why not just kill me? Huayokin reached out to pat Shu Qiuqiao's chest, scoffing. So flat. Not so. Are you resorting to personal attacks now? Do you truly believe I would not dare? But then Huayokin continued. Shiji, your pure soul, untainted by bloodshed, is precisely why Master brought you back. As she spoke, she raised her head, her clear eyes reflecting a sharpness that was hard to ignore. Should you choose to strike me, who knows if Master would continue to dote on you as such? Ah, truly, how much can one endure? Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply. What is this? If you cannot endure, then strike. Do you dare? Ah! A crisp sound echoed as Shu Qiuqiao swiftly raised her hand and slapped Huayokin across the face. Huayokin felt a surge of immense force. Even without employing the technique to enhance her physical body, Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul strength far surpassed that of a mere peak golden core cultivator. Huayokin was sent spinning through the air, her pink attire swirling like a blooming flower before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before finally coming to a halt. How dare you? What is there that I would not dare? Shu Qiuqiao stepped forward, placing a foot firmly upon Huayokin's back, pinning her down as she attempted to rise. The delicate face of Huayokin met the dirt, eliciting a sharp cry from her. Are you not afraid that Master will cast you down the mountain? Am I afraid? Shu Qiuqiao leaned down, whispering in Huayokin's ear. With my spiritual root and talent, should I hang you at the entrance of the main hall, Master would only say that intruders had invaded and express his deep condolences for your demise. What is there for me to fear? Wait, why am I becoming more like Li Xia? Upon uttering this thought, Shu Qiuqiao instantly felt that such words did not belong in her mouth. Ah, Li Xia, look at what you have done. This pure flower of the nation, a blank slate of innocence, has been led astray by you. You. Huh. Unbeknownst to her, Huayokin, pinned beneath her foot, suddenly let out a low laugh. What are you laughing at? Are you a masochist? Just as she was about to inquire further, Shu Qiuqiao heard a startled voice from behind. Shu Qiao, what are you doing? How could you treat Yuqin like this? TSK. Shu Qiuqiao turned to see several disciples behind her, all of whom were actually younger brothers, for they were all registered disciples while she was a direct disciple. Did you plan this all along? Looking at the anger on the faces of her younger brothers, Shu Qiuqiao lowered her head to ask. What are you saying, Shiji? How could you treat Yuqin like this? She merely wished to seek your guidance on her cultivation. Who could have predicted that at that moment, Huayokin would begin to sob, breathlessly expressing her grievances, appearing truly pitiable. How annoying. I truly dislike this green tea act. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, raising her gaze to the crowd, who wore expressions of anger yet dared not approach due to Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul cultivation. Just then, a figure approached, and the crowd parted to make way, revealing a man standing with his hands behind his back, his cultivation evident. He was at the mid-nascent soul stage. This was the leader of the disciples prior to Shu Qiuqiao's arrival, the so-called senior brother. Meisheng Xixiao, save me, Huayokin cried out with a quavering voice. Release her at once. The real person Weisheng cast a glance at Hua Yuqin, furrowing his brow, and spoke in a low, slightly menacing tone. What a predicament. Suddenly, I find myself longing for Li Xia. Shu Qiuqiao sighed deeply. Chapter 76-3-2. After letting out a long sigh, Shu Qiuqiao regarded the unfriendly gazes of the encroaching crowd and, with her expression darkening, curled her lips into a cold smirk. If I refuse to release it, what will you all do? Her recent experiences mingling among various cultivators alongside Li Xia had made Shu Qiuqiao acutely aware that in such moments, even the slightest hint of weakness on her part would provoke them to pounce like wolves, ready to devour her whole. What will you do if you don't release it? Weisheng frowned. Your temperament clearly renders you unfit to remain in my Taoxian sect. If you relinquish Hua Yuqin now, we might allow you to leave the mountain in peace. If not, don't blame me for crippling your cultivation and sending you down the mountain. Oh dear, I'm terrified. Shu Qiuqiao maintained her composure, projecting an air of invulnerability, though internally she was panicking. This guy is formidable. I truly cannot contend with him. Perhaps I should flee now. But if I escape only to be captured again by that ancient being in the transformation stage, what then? Cursed. Humph. Observing Shu Qiuqiao's seemingly fearless demeanor, Weisheng chuckled coldly, prompting several disciples to quickly retreat a few steps, summoning a transparent barrier-like formation to rise behind them. Your reliance lies in the belief that your master would never allow us to harm you. Yet what you do not realize is that we have long since discerned your master's patterns. Weisheng pointed to the sky above. It is currently the very last moment before the Yu hour. Our master engages in 4 hours of secluded meditation daily, without fail. During this time, his consciousness will not extend here. The formation we have set up perfectly isolates all sounds from this place, and no matter how you attempt to escape, you will not succeed. Interesting. Am I truly at a dead end? Dead. Even though her heart was on the verge of breaking down, Shu Qiuqiao still managed a cold smile, betraying no sign of panic. The crowd was momentarily thrown off by her calmness, finding it difficult to gauge her true state. While they were uncertain why she appeared so assured of victory, it was evident that she could not be spared today. Wei Xing's voice turned frosty as he unsheathed his sword. The sword's aura radiating a chilling light, the sharpness of which nearly suffocated Shu Qiuqiao. Why does this always happen? She screamed internally, witnessing Wei Xing lunging toward her. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and cast a spell. Peach Blossom Robe Shield. The ethereal power derived from the Taoyuan immortal breath swiftly merged with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a delicate gauze-like garment that enveloped Shu Qiuqiao. What? The Peach Blossom Robe? How long has it been since she acquired the technique? And she can already utilize it? Not merely at an entry level, but at mastery. As Wei Xing's sword struck the Peach Blossom Robe, he felt as if all the force behind his strike had been completely dissipated by the seemingly flimsy veil. Though it was not his full strength, the defensive capabilities of the Peach Blossom Robe had not yet reached their limits. If one strike fails, then I shall unleash 10. 100. Wei Xing's gaze turned cold as he swung his sword. In an instant, the blade radiated brilliance. The sword danced like a dragon through the rivers and lakes, vanishing into the clouds. The sword's tip directed the sword energy like a tempest, surging forth and sweeping across the void. His swordplay flowed like a stream, unfolding with the grace of a celestial steed, unleashing a torrent of fierce assaults upon Shu Qiuqiao. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Shu Qiuqiao remained outwardly composed. The peach blossoms began to dance like layers of gossamer, swirling in harmony with the sword's energy, resplendent and vibrant. Each flower seemed to smile as it absorbed the relentless sword energy, transforming into a storm of blossoms that neutralized Wei Xing's sword momentum, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a spring peach orchard in full bloom. Break for me! Wei Xing's gaze hardened, his inner energy surged, and as he infused his lifetime of skill into the sword, his attacks intensified. As the sword swept through the air, it tore the atmosphere apart, emitting a sharp sound of rending space. A more ferocious wind of sword energy, sharp as a blade, raced through the air like a shooting star, the force beneath the blade threatening to tear apart everything in existence. Under the full force of his assault, even the spiritual energies of heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The peach blossom robe, under such a fierce onslaught, had its beautiful petals rendered fragile, scattering like autumn leaves. The robe shield began to show signs of weakness, dissipating inch by inch, like morning mist meeting the blazing sun, revealing its inability to sustain itself. After several exchanges, the defenses of the peach blossom robe had become riddled with flaws, no longer able to withstand Wei Xing's full power, and ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. Let us see how you will block this strike. Wei Xing advanced with his sword, yet just as he was about to pierce Shu Qiuqiao, she suddenly transformed into a flurry of petals carried away by the wind. What? Flower shadow, escape technique? No, it seems more advanced than that. Wei Xing unleashed several sword energies, but they dissipated into the flurry of petals, merely causing them to flutter momentarily. Soon, the swirling petals began to rapidly divide, creating a cloud of peach-colored mist around them in an instant. What sorcery is this? Wei Xing, momentarily blinded by the mist, shouted in anger. Peach mist wind shadow step. From within the mist, Shu Qiuqiao's voice resonated, and when Wei Xing swung his sword, there was not a sound to be heard. Such an impressive technique. Wei Xing was taken aback, silently retreating a few steps to guard against a possible ambush. Unbeknownst to him, Shu Qiuqiao was trembling in a corner of the mist, feeling utterly helpless. This formation truly prevents my escape. He was so forceful and intimidating when he attacked. Oh, Li Xia, please come out soon. I truly cannot hold on any longer at this moment. Besides creating this mist to hide, Shu Qiuqiao had no other options. She lacked any offensive techniques and was uncertain of what useful treasures Li Xia had stashed away in the storage bag. Whatever Thunderfire Pearls or C4S would surely be ineffective against a mid-yuaning cultivator, and she was genuinely at her wit's end. I say, why don't you practice some offensive techniques? What could possibly go wrong? I'm just saying I've learned, but can't use them. Shu Qiuqiao instinctively retorted, then suddenly paused in realization. No, Li Xia, didn't you say you would sleep for 3 days? I am asleep, not unconscious, all right? Let me check how many minutes are left until the hour. 3 minutes? Shu Qiuqiao's heart leaped with joy, only to hear Li Xia's next words, 2. Chapter 77. The sword is not such an inconvenient object. The path of immortality is fraught with obstacles and stones. The pursuit of fame yielding naught but empty paper. Enduring the dust of invasion upon my realm, the sword rises, Petals fall, blood stains the verdant expanse. Dear friends, do not take offense. I, Shu Qiuqiao, have already tolerated your provocations once. This time, however, Li can no longer endure your relentless pressure. Suddenly, a voice reciting poetry emerged from within the peach-colored mist, and as the mist dissipated, the figure clad in a peach-hued robe appeared before the crowd. Not hiding anymore? Wei Xing issued a cold shout. Indeed, no longer hiding. Li Xia slightly nodded, yet beheld the figure of Wei Xing standing resolutely with his sword, his expression as tranquil as still water, while tumultuous waves roiled within his heart. As the treasured sword swayed lightly, it was akin to a hidden current surging forth. His sword concealed its edge, harmonizing motion and stillness, reminiscent of a firefly blooming amidst the solitary moon and cold stars, transforming in an instant. His swordplay was a culmination of endless transformations, so intricate that even the sound of the wind seemed clumsy. The shadows of the sword wove like a tapestry, meticulously detailed, as if all phenomena were intertwined at his fingertips. The sword light flickered, suggesting that heaven and earth revolved within the essence of his sword. At one moment it appeared as slanted raindrops, and at another, as the gentle ripples upon a river. Within the intricate sword energy, it echoed like the rumbling of spring thunder, or the billowing clouds of summer. Such exquisite swordplay, flourishing like a garden in full bloom. Was it merely a facade to conceal the true offensive? Li Xian nodded slightly, then raised his hand for a strike. But can a sword truly be such an unwieldy object? What seemed like a mere stroke of the sword was, in truth, akin to a line parting the heavens, rendering the world momentarily clear. No matter how complex your swordplay appears, I wield but a single sword. A single sword, and the gates of heaven shall open wide. What? Wei Xing was taken aback, as all his sword energy was severed by this one stroke. Regardless of how he resisted or attempted to counteract its force, it was in vain. With this one strike, he was destined for demise. Impossible. I am but a Yuaning. Before Wei Xing could utter a sound of alarm, he was already cleaved in twain by the blade, lifeless beyond resurrection. How could this be? Wei Xing he. The onlookers recoiled in fear, and Li Xia glanced around at the group of golden core cultivators, mere fledglings, unworthy of his sword's edge. Instead, he decided to turn around and incinerate them all with a simple fireball technique. At that moment, however, Li Xia suddenly heard an uncontrollable laughter erupt from behind him. Turning around, he saw a woman, her face dust-laden, yet still managing to reveal a semblance of her delicate beauty, desperately stifling her laughter, striving not to betray her mirth too openly. Has she gone mad from fright? It was the first time Li Xia had witnessed such a reaction. He pointed his sword at the severed corpse of Wei Xing. Do you harbor a grudge against him? No, none at all. Haha, he's my most esteemed Shi Xiao, the one who has treated me the best. Hua Yuqin shook her head, laughing. Then why do you laugh? Li Xia asked, perplexed. I laugh at you. Hua Yuqin burst into laughter, her face alight with uncontainable delight. I laugh at your self-sabotage, tainting your path with bloodshed. You were the chosen prodigy of the Master. Yet now, the Master shall surely not tolerate you, and you can no longer cultivate the Taoist arts of our peach immortal sect. Ha ha ha. Just a little provocation, and you succumb to killing karma. You are utterly unworthy of practicing the arts of our peach immortal sect. The position of direct disciple is mine, and mine alone. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Li Xia grew even more bewildered, then shook his head slightly. Killing karma? If I slay him, does that mean I am tainted by killing karma, thus unable to cultivate? Just one death, and I have already doomed my future? Huh, it truly defies comprehension. Since you are so deranged, let me show you the world. As he spoke, Li Xia's Yuaning within his dantian stirred suddenly. The malevolent serpent coiling around it spiraled upward along his spine, erupting from the sea of qi atop his head. Now, this is what killing karma looks like. Do you comprehend? You. What are you? What exactly are you? Hua Yuqin retreated in horror, only to witness Li Xia's form enveloped in an intangible yet palpable aura of murderous intent, akin to the kiss of a beast. With the scent of blood and gore lurking between his lips and teeth, he moved with measured steps, each footfall reminiscent of treading upon countless vanquished foes. Heavy and drenched in blood, the air was thick with a sharp, unassailable malice, as if slicing through the void like a blade, causing everything in the vicinity to tremble. This sensation was unprecedented for Hua Yuqin. Such killing karma must surely require the slaughter of thousands to manifest. How many have you truly slain? Indeed, how many have you killed? Shu Qiuqiao echoed the same incredulity. Did you not mention during the last incident with the vengeful spirits that you had likely dispatched around 3,000 cultivators? Li Xia casually replied to himself. No. The killing karma you bear cannot possibly stem from merely 3,000. Something is amiss. Cultivators. Wait, have you also killed mortals? Shu Qiuqiao suddenly grasped an oddity from Li Xia's words. Throughout their conversation, he had only mentioned the slaying of cultivators. How many mortals have fallen to his blade? Knowing too much breeds unhappiness. Li Xia shrugged, then turned to the already dazed Hua Yuqin, raising his hand to end her life, then unleashed a sweep of sword energy, clearing the array of a dozen individuals. It is truly bewildering. A group of mere Golden Core peak cultivators would dare to seek trouble with a Yuaning practitioner. Has this sect sheltered them too well? With the disciples at the array's forefront slain, the formation naturally dissipated, and as it gradually faded, a figure emerged before Li Xia. The Jade Ju Divine Monarch gazed upon the scene of severed limbs and dismembered bodies within the array, furrowing his brow before letting out a sigh. Oh, good Divine Monarch. What are your thoughts upon witnessing this? Li Xia smiled, as though certain the Jade Ju Divine Monarch would refrain from slaying him. No killing karma involved, right? You wouldn't dare harm me? Not Li Xia. Given the circumstances, you needn't provoke him. He has indeed been quite kind to me. And besides, we cannot contend with him. Shu Qiuqiao hastily interjected. I shall not slay you. Who could have predicted that the Jade Ju Divine Monarch merely shook his head? Oh, then you are rather benevolent. Return my elixirs, and I shall take my leave. Li Xia scoffed, tossing a storage bag back. To his surprise, the Jade Ju Divine Monarch received the bag, only to return it. My previous promise remains valid. Take these, and seek a successor for the arts of our peach immortal sect, lest they be lost to time. Moreover, as the Jade Ju Divine Monarch shook his head slightly, Li Xia suddenly felt a chill at his back. If you wish to leave the peach immortal sect alive, these elixirs will be of use to you. Li Xia abruptly turned, and in the next moment, a blade of sword energy, imbued with the might to cleave the heavens, hurtled towards him. Chapter 78. Slaying demons and ascending to immortality. The peach immortal sect is divided into inner and outer lineages. The outer lineage advocates for tranquil cultivation, remaining aloof from worldly strife. They can be considered virtuous individuals. In contrast, the inner lineage adheres to the principle of killing to cease killing. Slaying one evil person can build a 7-tiered stupa. Do not let the demons escape, for I shall deliver a sword of justice. The moment Li Xia stepped into the peach immortal sect, the inner disciples reacted as if they were sharks scenting blood in the water. Having spent years vanquishing demons and monsters, they were all too familiar with the rich, sanguine aura that clung to Li Xia, as if he had just emerged from a blood-soaked abyss. And this stroke of sword energy was merely a greeting, a fine sword technique. Li Xia raised his hand to block. Even he could not help but be driven back several dozen zhang by this strike. The might of this attack was, in his memory, second only to that of his own elder and the divine monarch of transformation. Just this one strike was enough for Li Xia to acknowledge this individual as a formidable adversary. Indeed, an excellent swordplay, a remarkable sword. Heroes are truly as plentiful as grass along the riverbank. Perhaps I have been too confined in my previous existence to recognize that true heroes exist in this world. Li Xia laughed heartily, raising his hand to deliver another horizontal slash. One sword, and the heavens shall part. This strike seemed destined to cleave the universe asunder. The fierce sword energy sliced through the vast expanse, as though even a celestial being fishing would be forced back 3,000 miles by its might. The adversary, however, was equally unyielding, and the two blades of sword energy collided midair, their sharpness shattering the colorful clouds at the horizon. Even the sunlight was torn asunder amidst the clash, raining down like shards of gold upon the ground. Ha 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 ha! What exhilaration! What delight! Li Xia, do not indulge in such ecstasy. I have heard from Ying Mei that the techniques of the peach immortal sect's inner disciples are notoriously fierce and particularly formidable, and here we are, right in their stronghold. Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed. You weren't so timid when I was away, were you? If we aren't going to fight, then so be it. Li Xia suddenly turned around, stepping onto an ephemeral shadow, and in an instant, he vanished into the horizon. Yet, before he could cover much distance, a sword unexpectedly came slicing through the air before him. What swiftness that sword possesses! As he deftly dodged, Li Xia finally caught a glimpse of the swordsman he was about to duel, clad in a black and white robe, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Truly a disciple of the peach immortal sect. Prepare to meet your end, demonic fiend. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Li Xia. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path usually refer to me as an evil spirit. Li Xia scoffed, raising his sword in kind. In the next moment, their sword energies collided, reaching into the heavens and severing the underworld, as the clouds around them were shredded by the force, dissipating into mist. The myriad sword shadows danced through the air like a vast array of stars in the deep autumn sky, or glistening dewdrops on a summer lotus pond, radiating countless beams of light, illuminating the entire expanse with resplendent brilliance. Such a meager display cannot possibly slay me. Li Xia laughed heartily, having pushed his sword technique to its utmost limit, yet he was still unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent. This swordsman must at least possess the peak cultivation of the nascent soul stage, and with such swordsmanship, he is surely among the elite of that realm. Indeed, quite impressive. If that is the case, then let us exchange blows. The swordsman took a step back, forming a gesture with both hands that Li Xia recognized all too well. No way, Shu Qiuqiao murmured. In the next instant, a thunderous shout echoed. Celestial divine ability. Exterminate demons and ascend. Sword energies burst forth, carving out a designated area. Within this delineated domain, countless blades stood proudly, resembling undulating mountain ranges, crafting a veritable sea of blades. The mountain of sword edges stood resolute, embodying the divine might that suppresses all evil, with each sword bearing the memory of a demon-slaying act. Li Xia turned back, only to see that the sword energies encircling the area traced formidable and unyielding paths. Li Xia, how does this move resemble your ultimate technique? Shu Qiuqiao inquired anxiously. Well, how should I put it? This should be what they refer to as celestial divine ability, right? Li Xia observed. There were some distinctions from his own divine ability, for it did not constitute a self-contained miniature world. To be precise, the domain was incomplete. It merely manifested a range within the real world. Once ensnared within this realm of slaughter, escape would be impossible unless Li Xia were to perish or possess the strength to open a rift in space. However, within this domain, as long as one could withstand the sword energy at its periphery, escape was feasible. What is your surname? Zhao. Zhao Sheng. The swordsman replied in a subdued tone, seemingly acknowledging Li Xia's strength before divulging his surname. From the Zhao family of Zhuozhou? How fortuitous. As Li Xia noticed the surrounding sword energies pressing toward him, he shook his head and, amidst Zhao Sheng's astonished gaze, formed a gesture of his own. Remember, my surname is Li. Celestial? Divine ability, realm of blood slaughter. The crimson world unfolded once more, and countless wraiths crawled forth from the blood-red earth. Yet as soon as they emerged, they were torn apart by the omnipresent sword energy, reduced to minuscule fragments. Nonetheless, these wraiths continued to surge forth, seemingly endless. The Li family of Longxi? Zhao Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing that nearly all his sword energy was being consumed in annihilating the wraiths, and this space appeared to be continuously draining his vitality. What a hassle! Although the chasm-like disparity in cultivation between the early and peak stages of the nascent soul was evident, his celestial, divine ability, in terms of quantity, still fell short compared to his own. Yet for reasons unknown, the quality of this divine ability seemed to surpass his own. Very well, even if you hail from the Li family of Longxi, I shall still slay you, demon. Zhao Sheng extended a hand, softly reciting, Ascend. The essence of exterminate demons and ascend lies not in the act of slaying demons, but in the ascension. With each demon he vanquished, he honed a shard of sword energy. The stronger the demon, the mightier the sword energy forged. Now, he had slain 387 demons, and the sword energy in his grasp was terrifyingly potent. He swung his sword, and instantly, all the sword energy within the domain converged upon his blade, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Its sharpness causing even the realm of blood slaughter to quiver slightly. Li Xia gazed at the formidable sword in Zhao Sheng's hand, silently conceding a 6. No. Is its power truly that frightening? Is it a growth-type divine ability like mine? This seems to be quite the predicament. Demonic fiend, behold my sword. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, sweeping his sword with the might to cleave through legions. This is bad. It seems I cannot withstand it. Ah! Shu Qiuqiao gasped in shock. Chapter 79. Did you see that impressive thing? Learn from it. No, Li Xia. What will you do if you can't win? If I can't win, then I'll fight with all my might. Shu Qiuqiao, share that peach blossom robe technique you just learned with me. Li Xia chuckled coldly, raising his hand to form a technique, and instantly, a layer of peach-colored robe materialized around him, its light veil fluttering, appearing delicate yet capable of withstanding immense force. How dare you use my peach immortal sex techniques? I have already stated, practitioners of the demonic path typically refer to people like me as evil spirits. The sword energy collided with the robe, swiftly shredding the veil. Li Xia frowned slightly, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of sword lights. Yet, the collision with the sword energy could not dissipate the force. A thunderous explosion resounded, and Li Xia's body was violently propelled, skidding across the blood-red ground, leaving a long trail behind. Damn, that was powerful. Li Xia coughed up blood, realizing that a practitioner of the peak nascent soul with a divine ability was indeed no trifling matter. Crossing the chasm between the mid, late, and peak stages of the nascent soul in battle proved to be quite a challenge. Li Xia, what are you? Shu Qiuqiao looked on with concern. Rapidly considering how she could assist, she found herself at a loss for what help she could provide Li Xia. Don't panic, Shu Qiuqiao, my dear roommate, look over there. Shu Qiuqiao followed the direction of Li Xia's finger, yet saw nothing. Do you see those sword energies? They are his divine ability. I see them. Shu Qiuqiao nodded, still in a daze. Learn from it. Huh? Li Xia, why are you suddenly acting so bizarre? Li Xia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his hand, and before long, 3,000 wraiths erupted from the ground, surging toward Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed, his gaze turning cold as he swung his sword, and the wraiths, like bubbles meeting flame, disintegrated in waves upon the earth. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhao Sheng was momentarily delayed, Li Xia spoke quickly. Shu Qiuqiao, have you always been curious about the origin of my ultimate technique? Ah. Shu Qiuqiao nodded, still in a daze. Divine abilities are something only those who traverse other realms can learn. I am uncertain how the divine abilities of these prominent families came to be, but mine is akin to a golden finger that accompanied me when I crossed into this world. No, please don't explain the setting in such a critical moment. They're coming to slay us. Hold on. Li Xia raised a hand, signaling Shu Qiuqiao to be quiet. Listen to me. Those who traverse other realms can acquire divine abilities, and in my view, those who have crossed over must possess divine abilities. It is not that you lack one. Rather, you have yet to realize it. Huh, I possess such a powerful weapon? How was I unaware of this? At this moment, Zhao Sheng's sword energy had nearly swept away all the wraiths, even if the wraiths could regenerate. Their rate of rebirth could not possibly keep pace with Zhao Sheng's sweeping strikes. Li Xia hastened his speech. Consider this. Every spell you've encountered in this world, no matter how complex, isn't it true that you can grasp its essence with just a glance? Even the arts of offense reveal their principles and methods upon a mere look. It is only that you lack the ability to wield them. This is your divine power. Feel it carefully. Your divine power is inscribed within your very soul, while innate divine powers are merely expressions of an individual's divine power passed down through their bloodline. Essentially, they are a form of magic. In other words, you too can learn it. This. Close your eyes, center your mind, discover your divine power. Do not concern yourself with the outside world. With a sharp command, Li Xia witnessed the sweeping sword strike once more, and he had no choice but to retreat while snapping his fingers at Zhao Sheng. 240 consecutive fireballs. 240 fire dragons surged forth like a tidal wave of flames toward Zhao Sheng, and without pause, Li Xia once again formed a hand seal. 240 consecutive ice spears. 240 consecutive golden break techniques. Flames, icebergs, and sharp blades converged into an ocean representing annihilation and death, while Zhao Sheng's response to this sea of spells was merely another swing of his sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved Li Xia's ocean of spells in two. Truly, one sword is all it takes. How utterly domineering. Li Xia grined maliciously, once more forming a hand seal, but this time his gestures changed rapidly. In a brief moment, a fire dragon arose behind him. Heavenly flame sect. Allow me to borrow your spell. Fire dragon technique. This time, the fire dragon was no longer a mere specialized fireball technique, but a true fire dragon spell. A high-tier incantation, formidable enough to rival a celestial dragon descending from the heavens. Yet Zhao Sheng remained coldly indifferent as he swung his sword once more. My golden finger. My golden finger. Ah! Li Xia, how could you, after all this time I've crossed over and endured so many beatings, only now reveal that I possess a golden finger? I thought my standard crossover accessory was Li Xia. Shu Qiuqiao meticulously examined her own soul, feeling a surge of frustration. Within her soul, where could it be? At such a time, to suddenly inform her that she had a hidden trump card, yet she did not know where to find it. Wasn't that absurd? Suddenly, a thought struck Shu Qiuqiao, and she hurriedly turned her attention to Li Xia's soul. Li Xia's soul was currently in a state of violent fluctuation, indicating that the battle outside was fiercely contested, and the situation was dire. However, Shu Qiuqiao was not concerned about that. She had long since noticed that every time Li Xia employed his divine power, there was a unique fluctuation in his soul, as if a core within was trembling. In the chest, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly recalled something and quickly inspected her own chest. It has been many years since I last checked. I'm also not at peace. No, that's not it. Centering her focus, she sought the heart within her soul. Souls lack organs and therefore, there is no heart. Yet she could feel something pulsating there, akin to a heartbeat. Is this my divine power? As she sensed the golden light within the depths of her soul, Shu Qiuqiao fell into a daze. I truly possess a golden finger. Chapter 80. Deconstructing all laws. Cough. Li Xia once again coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was relying solely on his superior physical conditioning, adopting a strategy of inflicting harm upon himself to deal damage to Zhao Sheng. His body was riddled with wounds, and the internal injuries were severe. Although Zhao Sheng was slightly less injured, he was also not in a good state. His black and white robe nearly stained a dark crimson. Yet the sword in his hand showed no signs of slowing, striking again and again with unrelenting force, seemingly inexhaustible. Come on, bring it on. Li Xia forced himself to catch his breath, raising his hand to summon another fire dragon, preparing to charge forward and exchange blows with this scoundrel. At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Li Xia, I found it. Found it? Rarely did this little cake prove useful. Li Xia let out a sigh of relief, only to feel a golden orb swirling within him. His hands instinctively formed a spell gesture in tune with the orb's pull, and as he opened his mouth, it was Shu Qiuqiao's voice that emerged. Divine power, deconstruction of all laws. The scene before Li Xia left him momentarily stunned, even for one as well-versed as he. He had never witnessed such a sight. In the space they occupied, all things, be it sword or wraith, the blood-red sky or the scarlet earth, were transformed by magic. Previously, Li Xia perceived the sky as merely the sky, the earth as simply the earth, and sword energy as just sword energy. Yet in this fleeting instant, he saw the flow of magic within all things. Everything could be comprehended. Everything could be deconstructed. Laws, all were laws. Yet it lasted but a moment. That moment of perception opened a door for Li Xia, akin to the most addictive drug, compelling him to grasp at that fleeting hue of understanding. This is the world as you see it. Li Xia murmured, entranced. Huh, I thought everyone could see it, Shu Qiuqiao replied, puzzled. However, witnessing the long sword sever the fire dragon and swiftly approaching them, she ceased her inquiries and devoted herself entirely to her divine power. Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. All laws of heaven and earth are manifestations of the Tao. As you manifest the Tao, it becomes my Tao. No longer passively accepting the external information, Li Xia actively sought to learn, to comprehend, to deconstruct. He exerted all his strength into the peach blossom robe, blocking the strike of the sword. But once again he was sent flying. Yet this time, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. For in that very moment of impact, Shu Qiuqiao had shared her completed innate divine power with him, embedding it within his mind. I can indeed learn it. Shu Qiuqiao, you far surpass me in terms of cheating. So, you had no idea whether I could learn it or not. Li Xia formed a spell gesture with both hands. Even as his body continued to fly backward, he coldly shouted, innate divine power, exorcising demons and ascending. What? Zhao Sheng exclaimed in shock, quickly regaining his composure. The Zhao family's innate divine power was acquired by their ancestor from a secret realm 8,000 years ago, inscribed within their bloodline. Although the Zhao family had continuously dispatched people to explore the secret realm, 8,000 years had only added a few variations to their innate divine power. Such an inherent gift, even if they wished to teach it to outsiders, could not be imparted. How could an outsider learn it with just a glance? Trying to bluff me? It seems you're out of tricks. Zhao Sheng sneered, but little did he know that the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld Li Xia's sword energy suddenly surge, swirling around him, although it had yet to form a domain. It already bore the semblance of the exorcising demons and ascending technique. Moreover, the sword energy in his hands far surpassed his own. In your possession, you wield 387 strands of sword energy, do you not? Li Xia exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the long sword in his grasp. How heavy it is, truly burdensome, almost beyond my capacity to lift. Indeed, Zhao, though lacking in talent, has vanquished 387 demonic cultivators. Zhao Sheng consoled himself inwardly, convinced that the sword energy wielded by this individual was mere imitation. How could a fiend like him possibly wield a blade meant for slaying demons? Quite a sight indeed. And what of yesterday? Zhao Sheng was taken aback. Although Li had not exclusively hunted demonic cultivators, those who had met their demise at Li's sword were not few. Suddenly, with a flourish of his long sword, Li Xia carved a chasm into the earth, resembling a vast canyon. If my calculations are correct, Li has thus far slain fewer than 2,000 demonic cultivators. Can you withstand the might of this sword, imbued with the power of 2,000 slain foes? Li Xia ascended slowly, standing amidst the void, his aura swelling like a tidal wave. Grasping the long sword, 2,000 strands of sword energy coiled around it, akin to 2,000 spiraling dragons. Amidst the crimson heavens, he raised his arms gradually, the sword arching over his head, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar that made the very essence of the world tremble, warping the fabric of space itself. The sword tip pointed to the heavens, and in an instant, the entwined sword energies erupted, transforming into an immeasurable blade, slicing through the air with a thunderous crack as it descended from the sky. This strike was akin to the primordial force that cleaved the heavens asunder, creating a colossal rift above, where the light of the sword rendered all else silent, the very air shrieking in lament. In comparison to this unparalleled blade, Zhao Sheng appeared diminutive, akin to a grain of sand on the shoreline, or a mote adrift in the starry cosmos, poised to be swallowed by this overwhelming sword energy at any moment. He beheld the grand tapestry unfurling before him, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within him. In this world, such a sword truly exists. Enough with the lamentations. Perish. The sword fell, and the heavens shifted in hue. Alas! A sigh echoed in the blood-red realm severed by the sword energy. A moment of divine power lingered, granting brief eternity. In that instant, the world stilled. A figure emerged from the rift in the scarlet sky, stepping forth slowly, as time itself seemed to decelerate, leaving him the sole entity capable of moving freely. "Apologies, but I cannot bear to witness you slay an elder of my sect," spoke the Jade Jew divine monarch, wielding a branch of peach blossom with a languid grace. Yet another instance of divine power. Li Xia found himself at a loss for words. Though internally he urged Shu Qiuqiao, "Hasten to learn. Why do I feel as though I have become your lucky charm?" Shu Qiuqiao quipped. Chapter 81. Learn again. Do not concern yourself with the details. Just learn quickly. Li Xia struggled desperately, but to no avail. His body was not bound by any physical restraint, but rather slowed down. He could feel it. The very flow of time around him had decelerated. Had he not been in the midst of a massacre, even his thoughts would have been reduced to the same sluggish pace as his body. Let me try. Let me try. Shu Qiuqiao hurriedly urged the golden point within his soul, and as it spun rapidly, Li Xia once more beheld that unforgettable vision. Alas, this time, the vision was fleeting, lasting but a mere instant. Even in that brief moment, Li Xia felt enriched, scarcely able to fathom the sort of life Shu Qiuqiao typically led. Soon after, a flustered voice echoed in his mind. "It's no use. I can't decipher it." Why can't you decipher it? Li Xia was taken aback. With Shu Qiuqiao having just been useful, only to become futile again, Li Xia sighed in resignation. Must I resort to my contingency plan? That would entail a significant cost. There exists a segment of his spell that I cannot fully comprehend, as if it were a concept I have yet to encounter. Upon hearing Shu Qiuqiao's words, Li Xia grasped the truth. It is a law. No matter. We shall discuss this later. Consider it a mere background setting. How much can you decipher? Can you enable my body to move, even for just a second? No, I cannot. TSK, not even a second? It seems I must utilize my ultimate contingency. Shu Qiuqiao remarked. A compromise? Yet even if you could unfreeze for a few seconds, what would you accomplish? Can we truly contend with a transformation stage elder? Shu Qiuqiao expressed concern before initiating the unsealing process. Fear not, I have my own methods, Li Xia reassured him. Very well. I shall rely on you. The divine power deconstructed the myriad laws. Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. The divine power of momentary eternity unfurled. Just as Shu Qiuqiao became dizzy from the overwhelming complexity of operations, Li Xia's body began to move. Oh, intriguing. It appears I can truly deconstruct divine powers. Peach Jade observed this scene, her thoughts racing. Could this individual truly be a descendant of the Li family? Or perhaps a weapon crafted by another clan to counter them? Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a strange familiarity emanating from Li Xia. What could it be? As for Li Xia's sudden assault, Peach Jade remained unfazed. A nascent soul cultivator, even at full strength, would struggle to leave a mark on a transformation stage cultivator. This was an undeniable truth. Regardless of how Li Xia might struggle thereafter, unless he deliberately held back, he was doomed to be suppressed. Li Xia, what cunning plan do you possess? Unveil it swiftly. Amidst Shu Qiuqiao's frantic cries, Li Xia gripped his longsword, its blade enveloped in 2,000 strands of sword energy, resembling a torrent of water cascading from 1,000 ravines. With a low growl, the sword energy surged forth like an unstoppable army. Each strand of sword energy harbored overwhelming intent to kill and dominion power. As if dragons strode and spirits trembled within. Futile. In response, Peach Jade merely waved her peach blossom branch lightly, as if the mere presence of this casually plucked blossom could thwart Li Xia's full-force strike. In truth, facing such a formidable Jade, divine monarch, Li Xia had no chance of victory. Yet, at that moment, a cold smile graced Li Xia's lips, who said that drawing my sword meant I must cleave you, explode upon slaying demons and ascending. With a flick of his sword, Li Xia willed the serpentine sword energy to self-destruct. Truth be told, sensing the 2,000 strands of sword energy, Li Xia felt a pang of regret. Alas, he had no other means to inflict damage. In an instant, the sword energy detonated, scattering like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden, as torrents of sword light intertwined, creating a tempest that tore through the heavens and shattered the void. The surrounding air howled with the upheaval of sword energy, the sky darkening as though the end of the world had arrived. The storm wrought by the blades danced wildly, shredding the fabric of space into fragments, unyielding and unstoppable. The cries of ghosts and gods mingling with the terrifying sword howls, instilling profound despair in all who beheld. Under the onslaught of this sword storm, the colors of heaven and earth faded. All things bowed in submission. Yet Li Xia stood alone, like a deity descended upon the world, commanding the tempest of destruction, orchestrating a symphony of sword cries that resonated in the hearts of all. 2,000 strands of sword energy entwined in the cycle, wild winds weave through the mist. What is a shattered jade to the universe? One sword laughs alone in the presence of Xian Yuan. Everyone, proceed as you will. I shall take my leave. As she spoke, Li Xia's body abruptly transformed into a flurry of petals, scattering into the air. One petal, caught in the tempest of sword energy, surged forth with a speed rivaling that of a flying sword. Do not think you can escape. In an instant, a blade of sword energy shredded the petal, yet a shadow remained on the ground, swiftly merging with the surrounding darkness, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sword energy continued its relentless assault for an indeterminate duration before finally subsiding. A petal drifted by, and the divine Lord Yuju emerged from the silken fabric, surveying the surroundings. The heavens and earth seemed to have undergone an indescribable calamity. The ground bore countless deep fissures, as if a malevolent, bottomless specter had opened its gaping maw. The gravel on the ground was stirred by the sword winds, transforming into ferocious whirlwinds of dust that danced wildly in the air. The once pristine land lay in tatters, resembling a torn and faded scroll, mottled and unrecognizable, akin to the aftermath of a meteor strike. Yuju shook his head and searched for a while before finally locating the nearly breathless Zhao Sheng. A commendable response. Zhao Sheng had exerted his utmost to compress his domain around himself before being engulfed by the sword winds, using the sword energy to counteract the onslaught, thus preserving a sliver of his life. Master, Zhao Sheng attempted to convey something further, but his expression suddenly froze as he glanced downward, realizing that a blade of sword energy had cleaved his nascent soul in half from above. The already gravely injured Zhao Sheng slowly closed his eyes, his spirit dissipating, breath extinguished, having departed from this world. I wondered why. Tao Yu fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Chapter 82. I am the evil spirit. Cough, cough. A shadow gradually materialized beneath a rocky outcrop, and the instant Li Xia appeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing the internal fragments mingled with the blood, Li Xia shook his head, weakening as he sank to the ground. Li Xia, are you all right? What has happened to our body? Shu Qiuqiao inquired urgently. It's nothing, just that my organs have been thoroughly wrecked, my meridians severed, all in disarray. A minor injury, nothing to worry about. Is that truly a minor injury? Shu Qiuqiao could hardly fathom the extent of Li Xia's pain. Who could have known that he merely waved his hand lightly to indicate all was well? Such a trivial injury pales in comparison to the grave wounds sustained. The recent blade storm had expended all 2,000 strands of sword energy at once, which, according to the divine powers designated for slaying demons and ascending, should have been everlasting. This meant that as long as evil spirits were vanquished, such a vast amount of sword energy could be unleashed at any moment. Yet, the more eternal the essence, the more devastating its self-detonation would be. However, the blade storm was beyond Li Xia's control, implying that at the moment of detonation, he bore the brunt of the damage. Even though he had summoned the remaining essence of blood to his side, he was still ravaged by the blade storm, leaving his organs in ruin and meridians shattered. Were it not for the protection of his Dantian and the formidable life force within his two nascent souls sustaining him, he would have long since succumbed. Li Xia, is there anything I can do to assist you? I possess a modicum of healing techniques, albeit limited. Shu Qiuqiao was fraught with anxiety, realizing that opportunities for injury in this body were scarce, and she had not devoted sufficient attention to those healing methods. It truly was a case of regretting the lack of knowledge when it was most needed. There's no need for concern. I will recover soon. Li Xia shook his head, forcing a spirit-enhancing pill into his mouth to stimulate a hint of true energy from his Dantian. No, Li Xia, what are you doing? This is wrong. Even with Shu Qiuqiao's knowledge of cultivation, she understood that this was not the time for reckless self-stimulation. Urgent treatment and restoration of life force were paramount. The last thing one should do was forcibly ignite true energy, as that would only hasten the demise of the body. Shu Qiuqiao, listen to me. Li Xia stumbled down from the rocky outcrop, seated himself upon a large stone, and gazed into the distance. Not far away, wisps of smoke were curling upward, revealing a humble village of mortals. The village was modest, yet not overly small, appearing to house 300 to 400 souls. People bustled about, tending to their fields, the sounds of chickens and dogs mingling with laughter of children. Though many, including yourself, deem me an evil spirit, I was not always so. Li Xia, what are you saying at such a time? It sounds like a farewell, with 1 life and 2 souls. If you are not afraid of death, then do something to save me. Yet Li Xia continued, hear me out. Even I, in the beginning, only sought desperately to survive, even if it meant exhausting everything I had, and more lives than just my own. As he spoke, Li Xia's hand slowly formed a familiar incantation, one that Shu Qiuqiao recognized well enough to comprehend his intent. Are you attempting to stop me? Li Xia smilat sufli. Li Xia, they are but mortals. Shu Qiuqiao fell silent for a moment, grappling with her own internal conflict. She did not wish to perish, yet to prolong her own life at the expense of the lives of mortals. She found herself unable to comply. Then sleep. Li Xia nudda. And with a sudden jolt, his remaining consciousness struck Shu Qiuqiao's soul like a heavy hammer, rendering her unconscious without warning. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, lowering his gaze upon the small village below. The sky had grown late, the evening glow painting the landscape with hues of crimson, the broken sun casting its light upon the hamlet. Yet Li Xia's entire visage seemed shrouded in the shadows of the rocks. I only wish to live. No, that was a misstatement. Li Xia shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his features. Esteemed villagers, I am the evil spirit, the divine powers of slaughter, extracting the essence of blood, shall nourish my being. How long have I been asleep? Approximately 6 hours. The time for a body exchange is near. Shu Qiuqiao lifted her gaze, observing that Li Xia had somehow found a cave, tidied it into a dwelling, and was currently engaged in crafting something with his hands. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have been curious to inquire. Yet today, she found herself utterly devoid of interest. You need not blame yourself. Li Xia shudan li spuka. The one who kills is me, and the one who seeks survival is also me. They perished because of me, and the consequences rest solely upon my shoulders, not yours. You could not have stopped me, could you? Failing to prevent the massacre is not your fault, but the fault of the perpetrator. That is to say, my fault, and you have done well. Hearing these words, Shu Qiuqiao let out a bitter laugh. Listening to an evil spirit that slaughters mortals console itself is hardly uplifting. Is that so? Here, a gift for you. I placed it in the inner pocket of my clothing. Li Xia remarked, as he tucked a small object into his garment. What is it? I hope it's not something peculiar. Rest assured. Li Xia shook his head. Just a pair of glasses, plain lenses. I found a decent batch of sand earlier and managed to craft a pair. You mentioned that your eyesight was less than optimal in your former life, did you not? Wear them for fun. Li Xia, your sudden kindness towards me has left me feeling somewhat disconcerted. Perhaps you could return to your usual demeanor? Li Xia paused momentarily before retorting with mild irritation. I have integrated a combat power measurement system into these glasses. When you wear them, you can instantly ascertain the combat capabilities of cultivators below the transformation stage. Additionally, I have also incorporated Xiao AI into them. The gem on your leg is repurposed from a storage ring. With just a call of Xiao AI, 5 Katyusha vehicles will emerge and obliterate our adversaries. Satisfied now? That does feel comfortable. All right, there is one more matter. Li Xia nodded, speaking nonchalantly. I believe I sensed the presence of junior sister just now. What? Chapter 83. Are you still willing to be my senior sister? You didn't go after her, did you? Shu Qiuqiao inquired hastily. I did not pursue her, as I was not in the best condition myself just now. Li Xia shrugged. However, junior sister does not seem to be in a good state either. The chi fluctuations emanating from her do not resemble those produced by the Tao Yuan Guan's techniques. What do you mean? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. I mean, it appears she has cultivated some form of demonic technique, and it seems she has encountered some fortuitous event, as her cultivation level has surged to the early nascent soul stage, albeit with an air of instability. You must go find her immediately. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao was flooded with thoughts. To be honest, Shu Shue's personality has always been somewhat extreme. If she has indeed taken to demonic cultivation, falling into the abyss of inner demons would pose a significant problem. Regarding this peculiar junior sister who takes herself as a benchmark, Shu Qiuqiao harbored a vague, inexplicable sentiment. Indeed, Li Xia nodded. If junior sister has truly succumbed to demonic influence, sending you to confront her would only endanger you. It would be wiser for me to attempt to exorcise her and, in the process, enhance the sword chi upon my treasured blade. You really shouldn't go. It's too dangerous. It's too late now. Li Xia chuckled softly, no longer suppressing her aura, which emanated freely, resembling a lighthouse amidst a dark forest. Almost immediately, even Shu Qiuqiao could perceive the rapid sound of air being sliced and the exhilarated gasps. Shu Shue's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave like a bolt of lightning, not even pausing to allow Li Xia to unlock the formation before raising her whip and shattering the entire barrier. A bit too hasty, don't you think? Li Xia remarked with a smile, her gaze taking in the current appearance of Shu Shui. Shu Shui now bore skin as pale as snow, her eyes deep and dark like dark jade from the abyss. Her attire had transformed to match her aura. She donned a form-fitting black gown, intricately embroidered with dark patterns and golden thread, exuding both nobility and mystery. The hem was somewhat elaborate, trailing lightly on the ground, subtly revealing glimpses of the skin beneath, adding a touch of alluring charm. Around her slender waist was tied a delicate black ribbon, accentuating Shu Shue's graceful silhouette, with one end of the ribbon cascading down, swaying gently like a flickering flame. What is this? Has my thoughtful junior sister transformed into a seductive one? As Li Xia spoke, Shu Shui also scrutinized Li Xia, and after a prolonged moment, she smiled faintly. It has indeed been a long time. Why did you abandon me? Li Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous smile curling at her lips. What do you mean by that, junior sister? I meant nothing, Shu Shui protested, retreating a few steps while tightly gripping her whip. The next moment, a whip shadow struck through the air. Since you initiated the attack, do not blame me. Li Xia scoffed coldly, just as she prepared to counter. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xia? Oh no, her previous injuries had not fully healed. The damage to her meridians would not mend so easily, and this exertion had revealed her hidden wounds. However, it mattered not. Even in her wounded state, eliminating Shu Shui should pose no difficulty. With one eye focused on the whip in Shu Shue's hand, she narrowly avoided the initial strike, the impact being relatively minor. She could withstand it and then close the distance to strike her down with brute strength. Just as Li Xia contemplated this, another whip shadow lunged at her, landing a hit that caused her to shudder in surprise. Her internal injuries began to heal. Senior sister, do not move, Shu Shui instructed, unleashing several more strikes that oddly resembled acupuncture techniques, effectively suppressing Li Xia's internal wounds. TSK. What sort of treatment method is this? Shu Qiuqiao, you are truly fortunate. I do not comprehend a word of what you are saying. By the way, isn't it about time to release me? Just a few more minutes. Li Xia decided to sit down. She was not one to revel in bloodshed, and if Shu Shui bore no malice, she had no desire to take a life. Once it was confirmed that Li Xia's internal injuries had been sufficiently suppressed and would not flare up, Shu Shui dragged a cushion over and sat down in front of Li Xia, a gentle smile gracing her features. Aren't you going to explain anything to Shu Shui? Senior sister? There is nothing to explain, really. It was merely a matter of encountering some unforeseen circumstances that necessitated my departure. However, what led you to the path of demonic cultivation, junior sister? Li Xia recounted Shu Qiuqiao's words silently, acknowledging that normal communication with siblings was not her forte. Since Shu Qiuqiao was willing to speak, she was content to remain passive. Shu Qiuqiao paused thoughtfully before speaking. I heard that after you went to Zhu Valley, you never returned, and I was genuinely worried. When I finally arrived at Zhu Valley, I found that all the demonic cultivators had been purged, and I could not ascertain your whereabouts. Naturally, the only ones who had seen me in Zhu Valley were dead, aside from that transformation stage elder, and Yingmei. But Yingmei seems to still be lying in my storage bag. I hope she doesn't turn into a pile of shadows by the time I open it again. Li Xia shrugged, and then Shu Qiuqiao continued. After that, I left Zhu Valley, and after exiting the Great Xia, while seeking information, I fell into a secret realm where I found a necklace containing the remnants of a certain star-refining demon sovereign, yes, the star-refining demon sovereign, who insisted I was destined to be a demonic cultivator and transmitted a whole pool of demonic energy to me. As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao raised her hand, releasing a swirl of pitch-black demonic energy. Subsequently, my cultivation reached the early nascent soul stage, and I had to forcibly suppress it to avoid appearing too unstable. Otherwise, I might have surged to the nascent soul pinnacle, were it not for the lack of proper laws to support me. An ancient grandfather alongside fortuitous encounters. Is there anything else you have not disclosed? Li Xia raised her gaze to meet Shu Qiuqiao's, a keen glint flashing in her eyes as she sensed that Shu Qiuqiao was concealing something. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated for a moment. After exiting the secret realm, I was taken in by a demonic sect that revered me as a saintess. And I have come out this time because the elders of the sect prophesied that I would undoubtedly gain something during this journey. Moreover, they indicated that the individuals I encounter this time could either lead to the flourishing of our sect, if treated well, or spell disaster for our sect if mishandled. Senior sister, would you accompany me back to the sect? I still wish to be your junior sister. Chapter 84, Joyful Demonic Sect. Good people. Well, that sounds agreeable. Li Xia, how could you agree so readily? Li Xia accepted without hesitation, offering Shu Qiuqiao no room for refusal. No, think about it. Li Xia pondered seriously in her heart. How many people would a devil sect generally have? A few hundred? Shu Qiuqiao asked in confusion. Junior sister, how many devil cultivators does your sect have in total? Li Xia turned her head to inquire of Shu Qiuqiao. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but there are around 10,000 disciples within the sect. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated before responding. For some reason, she felt an ominous premonition after uttering those words. Is that so? Just look at that. 10,000 devil cultivators. If I were to slay them all while ascending to immortality, my sword would be able to challenge even the ancient beings of the transformation stage. You're clearly aiming to annihilate them. Shu Qiuqiao retorted in disbelief. What do you mean by annihilate? Look, they are devil cultivators, right? Devil cultivators are all wicked individuals, correct? Perhaps. Shu Qiuqiao seemed uncertain. Then if I slay those wicked individuals, it would be a great merit, wouldn't it? Well, possibly. Therefore, Li Xia nodded in satisfaction. If I go and kill them all, I shall earn great merit and attain the status of a golden immortal. How could that be called annihilating their clan? It's merely ridding the world of evil. Remember that. I think you are the greatest threat that ought to be eliminated. Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed. Zhou Chu eliminated 3 evils, and the last one was himself. Why not take a moment to uphold justice and eliminate your own kin? Li Xia chuckled coldly, then turned to Shu Qiuqiao. So, where is your sect located? When can we get there? From here, it will take about a day's journey to arrive. Shu Qiuqiao looked at Li Xia, who wore a benevolent smile, yet she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that lingered in her heart. Is this the Yin Sha sect? Li Xia glanced downward, surveying the vast expanse of sky, where the Yin Sha sect lay hidden deep within the valley of Yin winds, surrounded by towering mountains. The long and winding gorge was shrouded in turbulent clouds and mist, as if perpetually cloaked in a layer of enigmatic and frigid curtains. The architectural complex of the sect resembled hazy shadows, obscured within the clouds that slowly descended towards the ground. The structures were crafted from pitch-black stones, with glimmering defensive formations that sparkled like stars, adding an eerie and bizarre aura to this somber land. The wind howled, resembling the mournful wails of spirits, echoing through the desolate valley, while the cries of passing crows and the roars of beasts intertwined, creating a symphony of the unknown between heaven and earth. Indeed, There is an entrance examination to be conducted shortly. Senior sister, if the results of the test aren't favorable, please don't be too disheartened. Is that so? I have never been one to lose heart. Li Xia shrugged. Though she was unsure of what the test entailed, it would likely pertain to assessing innate talents. Although she herself was not particularly adept at cultivation, the foundation of this body was quite good, and generally speaking, there should be no issue passing the test. You might think it's a test of innate talent, but it's actually not. Surprisingly, Shu Qiuqiao shook her head. Our Yin-Sha sect's entrance examination differs from most sects. It tests the hidden devil aura within the disciples, which can also be understood as killing intent or malevolence. A good person like you might not exhibit much devil aura, so the results might not be too favorable. I hope you won't be disheartened. Perhaps I truly am in the wrong place? What do you think, Shu Qiuqiao? I feel this place may be particularly ill-suited for me. Shall we leave quickly? Shu Qiuqiao curled up helplessly. Welcome back, Saintess. As the flying vessel descended slowly, an elder had long been waiting at the entrance of the Yin-Sha sect. Shu Qiuqiao nodded and gestured towards Li Xia. Elder Sha, this is the person the Grand Elder asked me to find. I see. May I ask how to address you? The elder inquired with a slight nod towards Li Xia. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, Li Xia maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly as she clasped her hands in greeting. I am known as Su Jian. You may refer to me as Su Jianjinren. I see. Elder Sha nodded, yet there was a discernible hint of disdain in his gaze. This person exuded a tranquil aura, appearing anything but a devil cultivator. Generally speaking, someone practicing such a pure cultivation method and achieving this level at such a young age would lack even a trace of the devil aura they would deem acceptable. It was unlikely he would possess even a hint of hidden devil aura. Li Xia noticed the disdain in Elder Sha's eyes, but merely smiled without comment. Earlier, she had stated that her purpose for coming to the devil sect was to play the role of a good person, striving to accumulate merit and achieve sainthood. Since she intended to be a good person, there was no need to concern herself with minor gains or losses. She could always make up for it later. Shu Qiuqiao helplessly marked a 6. Do you wish to join our Yin-Sha sect? Elder Sha scrutinized Li Xia from head to toe, posing the question. Of course, Li Xia's expression remained unchanged. To join our Yin-Sha sect, you must undergo the Yin-Sha trial. The trial consists of 3 levels, which will assess the devil aura, malevolent energy, and killing intent within your body, determining your initial rank within the sect. If you fail the trial, even with your nascent soul cultivation, you will have to start as an ordinary servant disciple. Do you understand? Understood. Li Xia nodded with a smile, adding, May I ask what the highest rank of this trial is? You think you can aspire to the highest rank? Elder Sha scoffed, saying, Generally, we classify ranks into 3 levels: soul severance, blood shadow, and black Sha, corresponding to servant, outer, and inner disciples, respectively. If you truly surpass the black Sha level with your cultivation, you might even become an elder directly. If you can go even higher, perhaps a saintess, or a saint's son, well, it's not impossible. But as someone with such a pure aura, don't get your hopes up. After the test, if you don't cause any trouble on account of the saintess, I can at least ensure you a position as an attendant in the outer sect. Chapter 85. Should I bow to you then? This is where the first trial takes place. You just need to stand on that Yin-Sha 10,000 demon platform. Li Xia followed Elder Sha's, gazing at the so-called Yin-Sha 10,000 demon platform, which was a specially crafted pitch-black stone platform. According to Shu Qiuqiao's earlier description, it was designed to sense and absorb the killing intent of the cultivator. Depending on the level of malevolent energy the practitioner possessed, a certain number of devil patterns would manifest on the surface of the platform, totaling 9 circles. Illuminating 3 circles would suffice to gain entry into the inner sect. It is said that there was once a mass murderer who stood upon it and illuminated 7 circles at once, marking the highest number of patterns ever lit. That mass murderer reportedly slaughtered over 100,000 people, and only managed to light 7 circles. This entrance examination is truly terrifying, Shu Qiuqiao remarked as she listened to Li Xia recount the details. Indeed, it is quite frightening. Li Xia nodded, but as she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao felt somewhat relieved. Up until now, Li Xia had only killed around 3,000 individuals. Considering the daunting nature of this entrance test, it was likely that Li Xia wouldn't even qualify. Perhaps she would be turned away, and then she wouldn't be forced to struggle for survival in the devil sect. But then again, what was I even trying to deceive myself about? As Li Xia approached the stone platform, it gradually activated, and the figure of the elder killer behind him revealed a cold smirk. Although the Grand Elder had mentioned that this individual might become the future of the sect, he could also pose a great threat. Yet, from the very first glance, he had taken a disliking to Li Xia. He had already resolved that if Li Xia were to manifest fewer than 2 demonic patterns, he would concoct a reason to send him down the mountain. No, there was no need for that. He could simply eliminate him on the spot, for he was merely at the initial stage of the Yuaning. The test commenced. With a sharp shout from the Elder Killer, the Insha 1MO platform was suddenly enveloped in a suffocating aura of malice, echoed by the wails of the damned. Another test? Who? A Yuaning cultivator? How intriguing. He certainly does not appear to be one steeped in malevolence. Let us hope he does not end up assigned to menial tasks. How laughable it would be to have a mere Yuaning initiate as a servant. Upon witnessing the initiation of the test, numerous idle disciples quickly gathered around. Li Xia stepped onto the Insha 1MO platform, and the crowd below fixed their gaze upon him, murmuring amongst themselves. Looking down, he observed the platform's ancient and shadowy surface, etched with numerous archaic demonic patterns. Standing tall, Li Xia's demeanor was resolute, his gaze shimmering with an unsettling brilliance. He pressed his fingers onto the platform, and a torrent of barely discernible malice surged forth from within him, swirling around his fingers before gradually connecting to the demonic platform above. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the malice swirled outward, transforming into eerie vortices that surged across the Insha 1MO platform. As the malice was unleashed, the demonic patterns upon the platform began to illuminate one by one. With each illumination, the stone beneath vibrated, reminiscent of phantoms chanting from the depths of the netherworld. The atmosphere growing increasingly chilling. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, there were 3. He had already reached the passing mark for the intersect, and it was still rising. It was indeed increasing. Impossible. The true energy emanating from him clearly marks him as a righteous cultivator. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet the malice radiating from Li Xia showed no sign of abating. The 4th pattern. My heavens, the 4th. How many did our intersect senior brother achieve in his time? When our senior brother tested during his early Yuaning stage, he only manifested 4 demonic patterns, and that was after he had just perfected a soul banner. Time flowed slowly, and just as the crowd believed that 4 was the limit, Li Xia suddenly emitted a cold snort. This sound reverberated throughout the valley, and by the time the onlookers regained their senses, they were all momentarily shaken. This was no human voice. It resembled a long, mournful cry of a malevolent serpent. Li Xia's malevolent aura surged violently, and more malice erupted forth, instantaneously illuminating the patterns beneath him. Not just 1, but 2. 6 demonic patterns. Could this be our future holy son? Shouldn't it be the holy maiden instead? I truly cannot discern. Li Xia gradually stood upright, surveying the crowd, and the oppressive malice he exuded left everyone gasping for breath. He slowly spoke, his voice laced with an uncontainable hostility that sent chills down their spines, even causing the Elder Killer to instinctively take a step back. Is this sufficient? Sufficient. Quite sufficient. The Elder Killer nodded in a daze. I no longer wish to partake in the subsequent tests. This single test should suffice to prove my worth, correct? This is unacceptable. The Elder Killer hastily shook his head. 3 tests are a tradition of our Insha sect, even the one who achieved 7 demonic patterns. However, before he could finish, Li Xia pressed down once more, and the platform lit up anew with another set of demonic patterns. This cannot. The Elder Killer's voice faltered. Is that so? Li Xia nodded, the dark serpent within him gradually sinking back to the Yuaning stage. Li Xia, I find myself somewhat fearful. Shu Qiuqiao observed the slight fluctuations in Li Xia's soul and could not shake an inexplicable sense of dread. It felt akin to a herbivore encountering a formidable predator, a primal fear etched into their very bloodline. There is no need for fear, Li Xia murmured softly, and once again, his malice surged forth, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. The demonic patterns beneath him ignited once more. 8, 9 demonic patterns? A natural demon child? No, that cannot be right. This platform was never designed to accommodate a human with 9 demonic patterns. He is a celestial demon. Is this sufficient? Li Xia's gaze swept over the Elder Killer. Under that piercing glance, the Elder Killer felt as if his legs could scarcely support him, threatening to buckle beneath him. And no, that does not comply. Before he could finish, the platform trembled and a fissure began to form at its center, from which a beam of black light surged forth. 10 demonic patterns. The elders observing from a distance displayed expressions of shock. On the Insha 1MO platform, the demonic patterns shone brilliantly, while Li Xia stood at the center, reminiscent of a demonic lord casting a glance back. Malice coursing through him. Perhaps I should offer you a bow. Under Li Xia's gaze, the elder killer's lips moved as he stammered out those words. Please, Li Xia. Chapter 86. I wish to be a good person. Once the elder killer had bowed 9 times. Li Xia nodded in satisfaction and turned to the surrounding disciples. Will none of you pay your respects with a bow? Of course. Holy Son, in your presence, I shall henceforth be your loyal dog. What are you saying? It should be Holy Maiden. Observing the throng of kneeling disciples, Li Xia descended from the platform, making his way to the back of the line. At that moment, a resolute middle-aged man stood there, his gaze fixated intently on Li Xia. This must be the Grand Elder of the Yinsha sect, Yumingzi, or perhaps Yuming Xinjun. Li Xia cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yumingzi and smiled. Are you truly willing to join our Yinsha sect? Yumingzi appraised Li Xia from head to toe and inquired. Certainly, Li Xia replied with a nod. The position of Holy Maiden has already been claimed by Shu Qiuqiao. If you do not mind, how about you take the position of Holy Son? No. Li Xia shook his head. Yumingzi frowned slightly. The position of Holy Son is one of great esteem within our Yinsha sect, ranking just below the leader. Even the sect master must show you deference. All resources would be at your disposal. What more could you possibly desire? What I seek is not this, Li Xia reiterated, shaking his head. Then what is it that you desire? Yumingzi asked, perplexed. Cultivators typically vie for law partners, wealth, and territory. Now that Yumingzi offered him all of this in one breath, yet he refused, what could he possibly want? What I aim to achieve in coming to the Yinsha sect is but one thing. Li Xia's gaze bore into Yumingzi's eyes, and inexplicably, Yumingzi felt he could glimpse. What was this? The light of righteousness? What was happening? Had he misjudged? He heard Li Xia continue. In the past, I had no choice now. I wish to be a good person. Silence reigned, a deathly silence. Rarely did even Shu Qiuqiao, known for her sarcasm, find words. Li Xia, are you serious? No. Su Jian, are you serious? The synchronized utterances of Yumingzi and Shu Qiuqiao caught Li Xia's attention, and he smiled. Continuing, is it not the case that those of the demonic path must rely solely on slaughtering the innocent and harming the loyal? I think not. Li Xia, how dare you say such things? Shu Qiuqiao muttered. The path of cultivation demands an abundance of resources. Our actions, though seemingly ruthless, are not driven by a desire to harm the innocent, but rather to seize greater resources. Yumingzi shook his head, expressing his disappointment. I had anticipated profound insights from you, young friend. Yet, the righteous cultivators engage in similar scrambles for resources, merely cloaked in the guise of moral superiority. In contrast, while we of the demonic path may be considered petty, at least we act with transparency. But if we lack resources, should we not endeavor to develop them? Li Xia interjected, waving his hands dismissively. I have heard whispers of an undeveloped secret realm located 1,000 miles to the north, brimming with treasures, yet fraught with peril. It is said that one's cultivation may even be suppressed within, which is why many high-ranking cultivators are reluctant to escort lesser practitioners into its depths. Is there truth to this? Indeed, there is. Yumingzi confirmed, nodding gravely. A secret realm was indeed discovered in that region. But regardless of one's cultivation level, all who enter find their power forcibly restrained to the threshold of half-step yuanying. Coupled with the myriad dangers within, it is no wonder that few dare to venture there, despite the abundance of resources. Currently, only a handful of pinnacle Jindan cultivators, struggling to break through to yuanying, dare to take a chance. Then I shall lead my disciples into the secret realm, Li Xia declared resolutely. Any resources we acquire shall be shared entirely among those who accompany me. What say you? Yumingzi paused, momentarily taken aback. As Li Xia turned to address his fellow disciples. Friends, I wish to secure more resources for all of you. The reason our path is labeled as demonic is precisely because we lack resources, compelling us to resort to extreme measures. However, if we unite in this endeavor, we can explore the secret realm together. Once we amass sufficient resources and establish a virtuous cycle, we shall usher in an era of prosperity for all. Rest assured, I shall take nothing for myself from this expedition. All who choose to follow me will equally share in the treasures we uncover. Furthermore, should we discover spiritual herbs, I will gladly refine them into pills for you at no charge. With that, Li Xia ignited a flicker of true flame in his palm, tossing in a handful of herbs. Moments later, the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted through the air, a testament to his alchemical prowess without the aid of a cauldron. To everyone's astonishment, he revealed that he had produced over 100 pills in a single batch. He then distributed the pills among his disciples, who marveled at the intricate three-stripe patterns adorning each one. Good heavens, these are spirit pills. Even a master alchemist can typically manage only a single stripe due to inherent limitations in the quality of the pills. How could he possibly achieve three? Is he a reincarnation of the god of medicine? Nonsense, he is no divine figure. He is my father, or perhaps my mother. No, wait, ancestor works too. Friends, those willing to follow me, come forth. If you harbor doubts, I shall swear an oath in my true name. I swear by the name of Shu Qiuqiao. Everything I have uttered is sincere, without a trace of deceit. If you trust me, I await your presence here at the hour of the rooster 2 days hence, to explore the secret realm together and secure more resources for our cultivation. Could it be? He truly intends to transform the YNSH sect? Observing Li Xia's fervent and impassioned demeanor, Yangzi felt an inexplicable stirring within his heart. The signs were unmistakable. This young man was destined to be a pivotal figure for the sect, ushering in an era of unprecedented prosperity. However, someone more familiar with Li Xia's true nature sensed a flaw. Wait a moment, Li Xia, you are not this sort of person. What on earth are you scheming? Did you just invoke my name in your oath? Shu. Li Xia chuckled softly, signaling for silence. The show is just beginning. I recommend you feign ignorance for your own good. Chapter 87. I declare this secret realm a reality, I say. Yesterday, as I strolled along the path, numerous disciples bowed in respect to me. As they made their way to the square, Shu Qiuqiao expressed her unease. What if they discover your true intentions? Although I am still unclear on your plans, might they tear you apart? What nonsense! I am a good person, Li Xia replied with a light laugh, surveying the throng of disciples gathered in the square. Count off, he commanded, standing before them. After a rough estimate, he noted there were over 200 Jinan cultivators, along with 10 early Yuanying practitioners. 1,130. Once the last disciple finished counting, Li Xia continued, this expedition into the secret realm will be pioneering. I cannot bring all of you along, as it poses too much danger for the Foundation establishment disciples. However, this does not mean I abandon you. On the contrary, as a token of gratitude for your trust, I shall share all personal gains from the secret realm with you. With that, Li Xia produced over 1,000 vials of pills from his storage pouch and distributed them among the crowd. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances during my journey, I am entrusting these pills to you. Should anything happen to me, I ask that you honor my legacy. Remember, even if faced with 1,000 adversities, I shall press on. Senior is mighty. Amidst the fervent cheers from the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples, Li Xia departed the YNSH sect, accompanied by a total of 230 Jinan disciples and 10 early Yuanying practitioners. The remaining cultivators whispered among themselves. To have such a senior among us is indeed a great fortune for the YNSH sect. Indeed, if only we could have a few more like him, our demonic path would flourish. Meanwhile, the group was led aboard Li Xia's specially designed flying vessel. What an advanced flying craft, capable of accommodating so many of us at once. Gazing at the enormous iron bird before them, the disciples were taken aback, eagerly inquiring, what manner of flying vessel is this? Oh, this? I call it the Boeing 77777, Li Xia casually remarked, glancing at the colossal contraption. Wait, Li Xia, is that not an airplane? You crafted this by hand? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in shock. I've even upgraded it. It can now soar through the 9 heavens' fierce winds, breaking the sound barrier at an astonishing Mach 2, covering 1,000 miles in under half an hour. Li Xia placed his hands on his hips. I have but one question. The Boeing aircraft from my previous life was not quite capable of such speeds, was it? The material science in the world of cultivation is utterly absurd. Li Xia shuzha. Once everyone boarded the vessel, he entered the cockpit, poured himself a drink, and declared, Xiao ai, engage autopilot. Received. I hardly know where to begin with my complaints. As Xiao AI's sweet voice echoed, the aircraft slowly ascended, soaring toward the clouds. Holy sun, this direction does not seem to lead to the secret realm, does it? As they flew, a demon cultivator suddenly noticed something amiss and voiced his concern. Indeed, this is not the path to the secret realm. Who knows? Li Xia nodded directly, showing no sign of concealment. The crowd rose in unison. Their expressions darkened as they gazed at Li Xia, and the atmosphere inside the aircraft suddenly became tense. Your Holiness, what do you mean by this? A demonic cultivator quietly reached for his weapon and asked cautiously. It's simple. I wish to be a good person. Li Xia shrugged, gesturing towards a mountain below. That is the stronghold of the Blood Fiend sect. I checked before coming here. Their sect leader and grand elder have been away traveling for some time. Currently, there are only 3 nascent soul cultivators and about 100 golden core cultivators remaining in the sect. As he spoke, Li Xia turned to face the crowd, his gaze piercing. Consider this. Is an entire sect worth more? Or is a secret realm, which has been undiscovered for countless years, more valuable? An entire sect. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Those who had cultivated to such an extent were no fools, and they quickly grasped Li Xia's meaning. Rather than exploring the secret realm, it would be more satisfying to leverage their numbers and plunder the sect. But didn't you say you wanted to be a good person? Amidst the excitement, a nascent soul cultivator suddenly recalled this and asked, "Indeed, I wish to be a good person." Li Xia nodded, seemingly oblivious to any contradiction in his words. "Thus, I urge you to capture them alive and refrain from killing." "Why is that?" The crowd was taken aback once more, then nodded in understanding. "I see. You do not wish to incur unnecessary bloodshed. We all understand. We shall only rob, not kill." "No, what are you all talking about?" Li Xia sighed in exasperation. These people were truly dense. He stood up, pulled out a blackboard from his storage bag, and took a piece of chalk to scribble a few notes. Then he pointed at the board and said, "Look, these demonic cultivators are all deeply sinful, right?" The crowd, though puzzled, nodded. "If we were to slay those who are guilty of great sins, would this not convert into merit?" The crowd remained confused, but nodded nonetheless. "The reason I gathered you all and took no compensation is because I have my own motives." Li Xia set down the chalk. "What I meant by urging you to capture them alive is so that I may deal with them myself later, for I wish to be a good person." "So your intention is?" "Fool!" Li Xia tossed a piece of chalk at the head of a demonic cultivator. "Of course, to kill them all. But what if we face retaliation from the Grand Elder and sect leader of the Blood Fiend sect afterward?" Another demonic cultivator timidly inquired. "Ah, you lot are the worst batch of demonic cultivators I've ever led." Li Xia laughed in anger. "Wait a moment. I will draw a formation that ensures they cannot escape. If we work diligently and cleanly, when others investigate, we can claim that the righteous sect suddenly launched a siege against the demonic sect. And the Sha sect expresses deep condolences. Understood? All of you swear to keep today's events between us. And when we return, we will say we successfully explored the secret realm. Understood? Now, jump down directly. And you over there, stop cackling. We're the good guys. Mind your image. By the way, Li Xia, do we really need to do this?" Shu Qiuqiao muttered. Chapter 88. I am a good person. Beneath the eclipse, the heavily clouded skyline suddenly split open, and Li Xia led the iron-blooded magic array of the Sha sect, consisting of 230 golden core and 10 nascent soul cultivators, as they descended like a raging tide from the skies. They were enveloped in a chilling demonic aura, resembling a legion of the undead that had broken free from the underworld, cold, ruthless, and bloody. The air was filled with the thunderous roars of magic, shattering the clouds and saturating the world with an overwhelming atmosphere of violence. As the demonic cultivators of the Sha sect descended, the Blood Fiend sect was suddenly struck by a terrifying calamity. Fiery projectiles, infused with the stench of death and malice, plummeted from above, crashing against the defenses of the Blood Fiend sect. In this sudden and unforeseen assault, the Blood Fiend sect had no chance to activate their protective formation. The sound of explosions tore through the heavens, raising clouds of dust and debris, with flames illuminating the boundless chaos and despair. Hundreds of brutal demonic spells twisted the purity of their magic, conjuring grotesque apparitions, as wicked incantations echoed across the battlefield, heralding the arrival of doom for the cultivators of the Blood Fiend sect. The ferocious waves of impact, toxic black mist, and the vengeful spirits summoned by malice unleashed the most primal and savage techniques of the demonic sect. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh and blood, as the demonic cultivators wielded their iron spears, releasing the murderous intent they had cultivated for hundreds of years, sweeping away everything in their path with thunderous force. What a thrill! After draining the life force of hundreds of cultivators with the slaughtering blood prison, Li Xia felt rejuvenated. The dark wounds within him had nearly healed, and with just a bit more rest, he would fully recover. "Who are you people?" At that moment, an enraged voice echoed across the battlefield. Li Xia looked up to see a late-stage nascent soul, half a step from the pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation. "It's the second elder. The second elder is still in the sect. We are saved." The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect cheered, as if they had finally spotted a beacon of hope. "No matter who you are, how dare you ambush the Blood Fiend sect? Prepare to pay the price." Before the second elder could finish his words, a blood-red world surged towards him like a gaping maw. Divine ability, slaughtering blood prison. In a fleeting moment, the blood-red world vanished, and the second elder's body, rather, what remained of it, plummeted from the sky, trailing blood, with a satisfied Li Xia following behind. Another demonic head has fallen. I feel myself drawing closer to being a good person. I really can't see how you are a good person at all. By the way, why are you becoming more and more like a demonic head? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed with her eyes closed, loudly criticizing him. What do you mean by that? Look at the purple aura swirling around me. It's clear that I am on the verge of achieving merit and becoming a saint. That clearly looks like thick smoke. Li Xia laughed heartily, ignoring Shu Qiuqiao, and raised his hand to unveil a blood-red gate behind him. Spirit soldiers, go and slay to your heart's content. 3,000 spirit soldiers surged forth from behind him. Do we still need to take action? A demonic cultivator from the Insha sect stepped back, observing the scene before him. I think it's better not to disturb the Holy Sun's enjoyment. Watching the countless spirit soldiers, which continued to multiply geometrically, as well as Li Xia, who moved with the grace of a dancer between the skies and the ground, each rise and fall bringing forth countless severed limbs. Another Insha sect cultivator silently shook his head. Indeed, I have a strange feeling. Speak. When righteous cultivators saw us before, they always shouted demonic heads and evil cultivators. And it was all rather unpleasant, right? Yes, that was basically our daily life. I don't know why, but looking at the Holy Sun, I suddenly understand their feelings. I seem to understand as well. The slaughter continued from morning until evening. By noon, Li Xia was thoroughly satisfied with the carnage, and afterward, the demonic cultivators of the Insha sect scoured the mountains for stragglers to bring back for Li Xia to behead. Over 200 golden core and nascent soul cultivators scoured the mountain from top to bottom, yet they found no treasures, preoccupied instead with seeking out the elusive Li Xia. It was as if they feared that upon returning, Li Xia might judge their merits insufficient, deeming them not truly virtuous, and thus would eliminate them to bolster his own righteousness. Brother, we have thoroughly searched this mountain. Not a single egg remains intact. Rest assured, there are absolutely no survivors left. The exhausted group approached Li Xia, stating this with conviction. Is that so? Well done. Li Xia nodded, wiping the blood from his hands, and suddenly turned to one of the nascent soul cultivators. Oh, by the way, do I seem like a good person now? At that moment, Li Xia appeared disheveled, his attire tattered and his body smeared with blood and remnants of flesh, resembling a demonic figure emerging from a battlefield of slaughter. Beneath him lay countless souls, their faces twisted in terror and despair toward this malevolent being. Despite his appearance akin to a butcher returned from hell, a warm smile graced his lips, as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it sent chills down the spine. Brother, what are you saying? Exclaimed the nascent soul cultivator, hastily pounding his chest. You have always been a good person. If you aren't a good person, then there is no one in this world who deserves that title. Is that how you all feel? Li Xia turned to the others, who fervently nodded, fearing that any delay in their agreement might lead to dire consequences. Of course, brother is the very definition of goodness. He is the kindest, most benevolent person I have ever encountered. One remarked, but why do you all refer to the saint's son as brother? Be quiet. Brother is brother. He is our true elder brother. How wonderful, Li Xia said, his eyes glistening with emotion. I have always aspired to be a good person, yet for some reason, everyone calls me a demon. If it weren't for all of you today, I would never have realized my dream of being a good person. Shu Qiuqiao, look, it's 240 to 1. Everyone thinks I'm a good person. If I'm not a good person, who is? He sighed, clearly exasperated. Li Xia then kicked open the grand door behind him, the sheer force of his physical prowess causing the others to shudder again. However, he opened his arms wide to the crowd. Now, it is time for us to claim the spoils acquired within the secret realm. Chapter 89. Li Xia, something is amiss, you say. Much. What is this? Much. That tastes so good in my mouth. Li Xia reclined with his legs crossed at the entrance of the treasure hall, observing the dazed expressions of the many demon cultivators gazing at the mountain of treasures. He casually grabbed a snack from beside him and began to chew, completely disregarding the small snack's cries of protest. Hey, is that what you were chewing? A nascent soul? Don't ask so many questions. A demon cultivator stole a glance at Li Xia's current state, then quickly averted his gaze. Chewing on nascent souls without fear of being consumed by madness. What a ruthless individual. Meanwhile, more demon cultivators were drawn to the treasures within the hall. We've struck it rich. We truly have. All mine, it's all mine, ha ha ha. Ow! One demon cultivator, caught up in a fit of laughter, was swiftly silenced by Li Xia's flick. Remember, we are good people now. Good people do not laugh like that. Follow my lead. Ha ha ha. Heh. X240 The crowd laughed heartily. But as they did, they noticed that Li Xia had finished devouring the nascent soul and was now strolling toward them. Brother, you choose first, they urged eagerly. What do you mean I choose first? Li Xia surveyed the crowd. Did I not say that this is our collective labor's fruit? This time, I shall take nothing for myself. Ordinarily, we would distribute according to need, but since this is our first venture into the secret realm, resources are somewhat scarce. Thus, we shall employ a system of labor-based distribution. Each of you will receive according to your contributions. How does that sound? The crowd exchanged glances, and one daring demon cultivator finally spoke up. But brother, clearly you contributed the most. Fool! Li Xia gave the man another tap. Did I not say I would share my portion with all of you and the junior disciples within the sect? You should gather materials suitable for foundation establishment disciples and take them back for distribution. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt tears welling in their eyes. Brother, what would we do without you? If only there had been someone like you sooner, I would not have chosen the demonic path. What would you choose if not the demonic path? One person asked curiously. Why? To be a good person like brother. The individual replied without hesitation. All right, enough flattery. Li Xia shook his head, as if suddenly remembering something, and pulled out a lead box from his sleeve. Upon opening it, a row of small trinkets emanating a ghostly green glow was revealed. Since this is your first time accompanying me to be a good person, I have nothing substantial to offer you. These are protective talismans I crafted myself. Consider them a small gift. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated to accept. But once Li Xia presented the trinkets to them, they scanned them with their spiritual senses and discovered they contained no spiritual energy, merely mundane objects. Only then did they dare to take them. All right, let us divide the spoils, Li Xia said with a smile. I must say, these demon cultivators have really been taken in. Shu Qiuqiao remarked helplessly while the demon cultivators busied themselves with the spoils. Well, the path of demon cultivation is about competing for benefits. Isn't it? I provided ample incentives and demonstrated sufficient power to suppress them. So naturally, they will heed my words. After all, this place is merely a corner of the eastern continent. While it may seem vast compared to the Great Xia, it is still limited, which is why I could gather so many inexperienced demon cultivators. Li Xia walked to a secluded area, surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, then gestured with his hands, invoking a spell that whisked him into the blood prison. Once inside, he performed another gesture and called out in a low voice. Heavenly gift divine ability. Slay demons and ascend. A long sword, entirely composed of sword energy, appeared in Li Xia's hand. The weight of the sword was so immense that for a brief moment, he struggled to wield it. What a heavy sword. Is this truly the power of 4,000 demon cultivators? Li Xia marveled at the sword in his grasp, realizing that he had indeed slain 4,000 demon cultivators during this endeavor, including several formidable foes. With his sword, imbued with the might of 4,000 demons and 4,000 sword energies, Li Xia felt emboldened to confront even a transformation stage cultivator. Well, perhaps not quite, but at least he wouldn't be without the means to defend himself. I recall that the sword belonging to that Zhao fellow had a righteous appearance. Li Xia, why is your sword emitting black smoke? Shu Qiuqiao remarked, exasperated. How many times must I tell you? That is called purple qi rising. Learn from it. Speaking of which, Li Xia, I've been meaning to ask you. Shu Qiuqiao suddenly interjected. You don't have to tell me what you did in your past life. But what are you currently doing all of this for? What prompts such a question? Li Xia inquired. Buzlat. Shu Qiuqiao pondered momentarily before continuing. If you speak of strength, you could certainly allow me to cultivate methodically. With our talents, we would scarcely encounter any formidable obstacles. If you refer to survival, we could easily find a secluded corner and thrive effortlessly. Yet, from what I observe, you have been exerting yourself relentlessly, even when it is unnecessary. What drives your actions? Li Xia, I enjoy character sketches during performances. Li Xia fell silent, retracting the sword meant for vanquishing evil and subsequently lifting the blood prison. Calculating the time with her fingers. It is almost time. Shu Qiuqiao, remember to handle those demonic cultivators well. Me? Wait a moment, Li Xia. Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish her exclamation, the scene before her shifted, and she found herself in control of her body. No, Li Xia. Is this a sudden turn of events? Is it already you sure? How am I to deal with those demonic cultivators? Li Xia, say something. No. It truly is you sure. Have you been slaying for so long? At that moment, A shout from the mountaintop echoed, "Brother, we are all packed. Shouldn't we hurry and retreat?" Shu Qiuqiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Just as Shu Qiuqiao disembarked from the plane, she spotted Shu Qiuqiao rushing towards her like a puppy left alone at home, nuzzling against her chest. "TSK. So solid and unyielding," she mused. However, Shu Qiuqiao was unconcerned with such matters. She grasped Shu Qiuqiao's hand, scrutinizing her from all angles. Covered in blood, yet not a single wound? Where did all this blood come from? Instinctively, Shu Qiuqiao felt that some questions were better left unasked. She then noticed other disciples tossing down 3 large burlap sacks from the plane. Upon opening these bags, they revealed countless storage pouches. "Gritios, sakred maiden." This time we have gathered in abundance. Since the storage pouches were insufficient, we simply transported them back in burlap sacks. A simple-minded demonic disciple chuckled, while Shu Qiuqiao, upon examining the storage pouches, was momentarily speechless. "Where on earth did you dig these items from? Did you rob another sect stronghold?" Chapter 90. Beware of accidental injury. "Good morning, brother. You worked hard today. When shall we next do good deeds?" As she walked along the path of the Yinsha sect, surrounded by a throng of ferocious demonic cultivators casting respectful and friendly glances her way, Shu Qiuqiao felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. It had been several days since they had divided the spoils from plundering the Blood Slaughter sect, which was no small faction. Everyone had reaped considerable rewards. They had repeated such ventures thrice more, but following the massacre of the Blood Slaughter sect, the various sect leaders and elders had learned their lesson and dared not step outside their doors. Consequently, Li Xia had been forced to target smaller sects lacking divine protection, swiftly dispatching their leaders at the peak of Yuaning, before annihilating the rest. In a short time, everyone had enjoyed substantial gains, their pockets filled, and a wealth of resources stored in the sect's treasure hall. Li Xia's sword for vanquishing evil had successfully reached 7,000 sword energies. Not only that, but those disciples who had hesitated to join Li Xia in her plundering. No, her righteous endeavors were now filled with regret, with many approaching her to inquire when they might next partake in benevolence. "Shouldn't you be asking Li Xia about such matters? I am but a delicate flower, akin to a small cake in a bakery. How would I know when to do good deeds? I am inherently a good person," Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself. Yet she knew uttering such sentiments would likely result in her being devoured by this band of demonic cultivators, so she refrained. Instead, she forced a smile, suggesting they take a break today and revisit the question tomorrow. "By the way, Shu Qiuqiao, don't you have other matters to attend to? Is the sacred maiden of the sect truly so idle?" With a resigned sigh, Shu Qiuqiao glanced at her younger disciple, who clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. "My most important task is to accompany senior sister," Shu Qiuqiao declared assertively. "Well then," Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, circling the sect several times until she found a secluded spot, turning to Shu Qiuqiao. "Shu Qiuqiao, do you see that object on the horizon?" "Huh?" As Shu Qiuqiao looked up, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly transformed into a flurry of petals, vanishing into the shadows. "Senior sister? Finally free." Shu Qiuqiao exhaled deeply and nestled into a comfortable corner. "Hey, Li Xia, wake up, don't sleep." Li Xia's voice came, still tinged with sleepiness, as if she believed this area was a temporary safe zone and had relaxed her vigilance. "I'm about to break through. Do you have any medicinal pills prepared in advance?" "Breakthrough?" At this, Li Xia was fully awake. "Didn't you just break through to Yuaning? Are you about to break through again?" "Well, it has only been a little over half a month. Your cultivation efficiency is indeed quite remarkable." "Yes, I have reached the peak of early Yuaning. I initially thought that by reducing my daily cultivation time to 1/10 of the original, I could maintain the same progress. But I have exceeded it by quite a margin. This cultivation method is indeed powerful. However, perhaps due to my rapid advancement, my foundation feels somewhat unstable, as if I have overlooked something, making this breakthrough a bit challenging. It may also be due to the highly nourishing food I've been consuming." Li Xia shrugged. "Don't mention it. I feel nauseous." "No, it's precisely because your diet is too rich that your foundation is unstable. So, Li Xia, do you have any good items? Quickly bring them out," Shu Qiuqiao said, her hands on her hips. Li Xia pondered seriously. "I don't currently have anything particularly useful for assisting breakthroughs, but I do know where to obtain such items." "Where?" "Take out the purple bag containing the jade tokens from the 3rd storage pouch in my sleeve." Though skeptical, Shu Qiuqiao retrieved the jade tokens, only to discover that they were not just one, but hundreds. "Yes, just like that." Li Xia nodded. "You just need to infuse your true qi into them, and tomorrow I'll handle the rest. Now sleep." Why do I feel like you were digging a pit for me? Not long after. Have you received the jade slip from brother? Yes, it says to gather in the woods behind the mountain at Shinshur tomorrow. Huh? ISNT, it's supposed to be at the mountaintop? Never mind, brother cannot lead us astray. He must have his reasons. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao remained blissfully unaware, as the Lord of the Underworld had already found his way to her location. Upon the sudden appearance of the Lord of the Underworld, Shu Qiuqiao immediately rose to her feet. The Lord of the Underworld surveyed Shu Qiuqiao from head to toe, ultimately letting out a sigh, alas. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. What do you mean by that, Lord of the Underworld? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. She watched as the Lord of the Underworld circled around, pulled up a chair, and sat down, silently observing Shu Qiuqiao before speaking. I have received word that several demonic sects have been exterminated recently. That is indeed regrettable, Shu Qiuqiao replied, without a change in expression. Do you truly feel regret? The Lord of the Underworld fixed his gaze intensely on Shu Qiuqiao's eyes, attempting to discern something from them. Yet, having weathered so many storms alongside Li Xia, Shu Qiuqiao's psychological fortitude was not something ordinary individuals could match. Even if her heart raced, her demeanor would reveal nothing. Is what you have gained these days truly derived from the secret realms? If the Lord of the Underworld suspects this matter is related to me, perhaps he should inquire with the disciples of other sects. I believe none would provide a different answer, Shu Qiuqiao replied, locking eyes with the Lord of the Underworld. Very well, I believe you. The Lord of the Underworld finally nodded, rising to his feet. I eagerly anticipate the day when my Sha sect flourishes, Holy Sun. With that, his figure gradually faded away. Phew, how terrifying. Shu Qiuqiao managed to hold herself together for a while longer, only sinking against the wall to sit down and exhale deeply once she confirmed the Lord of the Underworld had departed. Li Xia, this demonic sect is truly frightening. I genuinely thought that old man would devour me whole. Fear not. That will not happen, Li Xia chuckled lightly. He won't have the opportunity. Moreover, I suggest you quickly keep your beloved junior sister close by, preferably stowed away in a storage pouch, to avoid any potential harm. What harm? No, Li Xia. What are you planning? It's best for children to mind their own business in adult matters. Chapter 91. I must be a good person again. Has morning already arrived? As Li Xia opened the window and gazed at the perpetually overcast skies outside, he stretched lazily. What delightful weather! I truly cannot perceive how the eternal clouds of the Sha sect could be considered delightful weather. Li Xia, what exactly are you up to today? Shu Qiuqiao retorted, a hint of exasperation in her voice, before inquiring, are you feeling sleepy? Not particularly, she replied. Why do you ask? Shu Qiuqiao was puzzled. Well, if you're feeling drowsy, why not take a short nap? By the time you wake up, we will have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Li Xia pondered for a moment and said this. No. Why do I feel as though something is amiss? Shu Qiuqiao keenly sensed a discrepancy in Li Xia's words, a strong sense of danger prompting her to rapidly consider the actions Li Xia had taken these past few days. Slaughtering several demonic sects could be seen as ridding the world of malevolence, which she could endure. Distributing a plethora of low-level disciples with pills she had seen, which should be non-toxic, at least she hoped, leading a group to commit robbery. Well, that was unethical, quite unethical, but it seemed unrelated to the events of today. Suddenly, Shu Qiuqiao recalled a crucial detail. Wait, Li Xia, what was it that you handed out as protective talismans to those nascent soul and golden core disciples at the Bloodfiend sect? She remembered it was a green glowing stone, shimmering with a verdant hue. Note 1. This may have been written incorrectly. And it was contained in a lead box. Hold on, a lead box? Li Xia, are you planning to? No, we don't need to go to such extremes. Knowing too much can lead to unhappiness, Li Xia remarked, as his consciousness struck Shu Qiuqiao's mind like a heavy hammer. Remarkably, this time, a thin shield formed above Shu Qiuqiao's soul, absorbing the blow. Do not attempt to use the same trick on me twice. You truly underestimate me. Perhaps a little, Li Xia admitted, somewhat astonished. But just as Shu Qiuqiao felt a surge of pride, she suddenly found her soul dazed, followed by a moment of darkness. Then I shall exert a bit more force. Li Xia rubbed his somewhat dizzy head. The downside of their shared soul was that he had to be cautious in his exertion, lest he inadvertently knock himself unconscious, resulting in 2 lives lost. He then looked towards the door and said, Come in, senior sister. No, perhaps calling you senior brother would be more appropriate. Shu Shui emerged from the shadows, her gaze sweeping across the simple dwelling before settling on Li Xia. You may address me as you wish, but have you completed the task I assigned you? Of course, Shu Shui replied with a light chuckle. I have separated and stored the 300 slightly warm stones you provided as per your instructions. and I have also installed that device you mentioned. However, what is its purpose? If I told you it was to bring about the destruction of the Yinsha sect? Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao paused momentarily before asking, will this be of help to senior sister? It will elevate this body to the mid-stage of the nascent soul and grant me the means to not fear the ancient beings of transformation. Li Xian nodded slightly. Given this, Shu Qiuqiao had no objections. With a gentle smile, she stated, as long as it benefits senior sister, and as long as it is good for her, I would not hesitate to sacrifice not just a mere sect, but even the entirety of the Eastern continent. No wonder you are suited to be a demonic cultivator. Li Xian remarked with a cold smile, casting a glance at Shu Qiuqiao's innocent and pure smile, completely oblivious to the darkness lurking within her. As the hour Chen approached, Li Xian declared, I shall begin now. Come forth. Having calculated the time, he stored Shu Qiuqiao away and was about to bring this to an end when suddenly he froze. Did I just inadvertently place Shu Qiuqiao and Ying Mei into the same storage pouch? Ah, well, whoever emerges alive shall be worthy of being my subordinate. Li Xian shook his head, shrugged, and exited the room, his body slowly ascending to hover above the Yinsha sect. Standing above the Yinsha sect, Li Xian beheld a vast expanse of the sect, with its black structures standing like colossal beasts lying dormant in the night. The towering guard towers flickered with eerie flames, resembling the eyes of phantoms, illuminating the surrounding shadows. The sharp defensive formations reflected a cold, ghostly light above the turbulent sea of clouds, exuding an aura as frigid as the underworld. Regrettably, no matter how sharp these defenses may be, they could not withstand the destruction arising from within. It is the Holy Sun. What Holy Sun? Call me Big Brother. Speaking of which, what is Big Brother doing over there? The crowd looked up at Li Xian, who surveyed the scene. Excellent. Every cultivator had arrived where they ought to be. It was no wonder he had spent the night surveying the sect's maps, crafting a formation based on the lives of 430 golden core and 17 nascent soul disciples. One could say their lives served as the foundation of this formation, feeling that saying something meaningful at this moment would signify respect for others. Li Xian let out a hearty laugh. With a sword sweeping away the evil clouds and battling the fiends, the stalwart iron guards will secure the land. With a heart full of righteousness, I shall dispel the blood-soaked winds of demons. Today, this humble one shall be a good person once more. What does Big Brother mean by that? A disciple of the Yinsha sect suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He was among the 240 who accompanied Li Xian in the assault on the Bloodfiend sect. He understood in his heart that once Li Xian declared his intention to be a good person, it was certain that someone would suffer greatly. Who would be the one to bear the brunt of this misfortune? No, could it be us? Just as everyone remained ensnared in their days, Yu Mingzi was the first to sense something amiss. A figure darted towards Li Xian like a phantom. Su Jian, what do you intend to do? Yet, Li Xian spread his arms wide, as if embracing something. Innate divine ability, vast Dao Changqi. This innate divine ability, surely, does not exist. You haven't even channeled any magical power. As the words left his mouth, Yu Ming Xinjun was momentarily taken aback. When he turned around, he beheld a scene he had never witnessed in his life. Was that divine retribution? In the next instant, light and impact arrived faster than sound. Shu Qiuqiao. Yu Ming Xinjun bellowed furiously. What are you calling your father for? Li Xian burst into laughter. Chapter 92. We, the righteous, never negotiate with evil. Ha ha ha. It has truly come to fruition. Although I conjured quite a bit, I simply could not provide optimal conditions for the reaction, and could only unleash a mere 15,000 tons of TNT equivalent. However, to ensure the demise of you, this old monster of transformation, I specially arranged a formation to concentrate the explosion's power upon you. Did you truly think my positioning was arbitrary? Watching the mushroom cloud slowly rise beneath him, Li Xian couldn't help but laugh heartily. It seems he alone could achieve such greatness in this world. Moreover, this not only validated his theory, but also indicated that the radioactive materials, having not fully reacted, would likely turn this place into a dead wasteland for the next century. Li Xian felt as though he was on the brink of achieving saintly merit. No, Li Xian, can that thing really explode? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I exert myself so? Huh. Shu Qiuqiao. Li Xian instinctively replied, only to suddenly freeze. Wait, this commotion. How did Shu Qiuqiao wake up? I clearly struck you with enough force to ensure you slept for over 6 hours. I told you the same technique. Hey, Li Xian, that old monster seems not to be dead yet. Hearing this, Li Xian looked down and saw a mushroom cloud slowly rising. Simultaneously, A figure shot out from the cloud like a swift swallow. It was none other than Yu Mingzi, surviving a nuclear blast, truly deserving of being an old monster of transformation. Li Xia's gaze turned icy. He had underestimated the old monster of transformation. To withstand this blow and still be alive, how intriguing. Li Xia, stop being intriguing. Can you contend with an old monster of transformation? Previously, it might have been challenging, but now, Li Xia scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly towards Yu Ming Xinjun. Shu Qiuqiao, you shall surely perish today. Yu Ming Xinjun's condition was not much better. His Taoist robe was tattered, and his body bore the scars left by the explosion. Yet, compared to the pain in his heart, these injuries were but trifles. Just yesterday, he believed this person would revitalize his Insha sect, yet who could have known that this was not a revival, but rather the bane of its destruction? Such a terrifying explosion. Aside from him, an old monster of transformation, it was hard to imagine any disciple surviving unprepared. After today, it seemed the Insha sect would be erased from the Eastern continent. He no longer cared about disaster relief or protecting the sect, given the circumstances. There was no need for such efforts. What he desired now was to flay the instigator of this calamity, extracting their soul to ignite a divine lamp for 10,000 years. Ha! Innate talent? Divine ability of slaughter and blood prison. Li Xiao laughed maniacally, forming hand seals in midair, and the blood prison unfolded beneath his feet, swiftly ensnaring Yu Mingzi within its realm. Innate divine ability? Who exactly are you? Upon being trapped in the Crimson World, Yu Mingzi's face finally displayed a hint of surprise. He had never heard of such an innate divine ability. Could it be a newcomer from some clan? Or perhaps a secret not passed down by any family? Don't bother with that. Li Xia sneered, raising both hands, and nearly 20,000 wraiths crawled from the ground, surging towards Yu Mingzi like vengeful spirits from hell. A mere rabble, daring to encircle the old monster of transformation. Yu Mingzi scoffed coldly, forming hand seals, and a chilling female voice akin to a siren's wail erupted between his hands. The wraiths, which had surged towards him like a tide, were instantly dissipated under such overwhelming force. But it was not over yet. Meanwhile, Li Xia's hand seals had not ceased. He swiftly formed another seal, murmuring, innate divine ability, slay demons and eradicate evil, ascend during the ascension. In the next moment, everything in the blood-red space came to a standstill. The wraiths ceased all movement. If one looked closely, they would see those fearless specters trembling. And Yu Ming Xinjun stared incredulously at the long sword in Li Xia's hand. He recognized it as one of the Zhao family's innate divine abilities. Yet he never imagined someone could cultivate this innate divine ability to such an extent. Truly, so heavy. Li Xia let out a cold laugh, veins bulging on his forehead. Within this sect, there were now 8,000 demonic cultivators and a staggering 15,000 sword chi. Holding it felt less like wielding a sword and more like bearing the weight of a towering mountain. I wish to wield my sword. Damn it, I have no strength left to compose poetry. Old monster, meet your end. Li Xia opened his mouth, but found himself too fatigued to craft another verse. Instead, he grasped the long sword with both hands, wielding it like a two-handed blade as he swung it outward. Wait, we can still negotiate. Yu Mingzi sensed a life and death crisis as he beheld the sweeping sword chi, abandoning thoughts of revenge and shouting urgently. Silence, demonic cultivator. We, the righteous, never negotiate with demonic cultivators. You are clearly far more demonic than I am. Before his words could fade, the sweeping sword chi rolled across the ground like an overturned Mount Buzhou, tearing through the blood prison, which could not withstand even a second before being utterly obliterated. The terrifying sword chi swirled through the heavens and earth. Even the eternal dark clouds above the Insha sect were torn asunder, allowing warm sunlight to pour down upon the sect that had long dwelled in shadow. Phew, goodness, how intense. Did that old monster of transformation perish? Watching the scene, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but exclaim. The power of that sword appeared to surpass even that of the earlier nuclear explosion by an unfathomable margin. Not yet. Li Xia shook his head, circling in the air with the long sword before arriving directly above the main hall of the Insha sect. Raising his hand, the long sword once more enveloped itself in sword chi, poised to descend upon the central edifice of the Insha sect. Shu Qiuqiao, do not overstep your bounds. Yu Mingzi, whose body bore no unscathed flesh, was originally hiding within the grand formation to catch his breath. Upon witnessing Li Xia's action, he hastily shouted, I never negotiate with the demonic path. Die! The next moment, A tempest of sword chi spiraled forth across the heavens and earth. Chapter 93. The 3-day pursuit order of 10,000 demons. Surprisingly, he is still alive. Truly, he is a formidable being of the transformation realm. Impressive indeed. Li Xia gasped a few times before once more wielding his long sword, his feet standing atop what had become a desolate ruin. The once imposing hall of the Yin Sha sect had long since vanished, reduced to a mere pile of rubble. At this moment, Yuming Zizi was lying in the very center of this debris, not merely covered in wounds, but utterly transformed into a grotesque shape. Ha! Good roommate look. The transformation realm, old monster, is not so difficult to deal with after all. Li Xia inala deeply, raising his hand to strike again at the corpse. He had meticulously calculated, setting up a formation in which the lives of the entire Yin Sha sect, 10,000 souls, would serve as a furnace, while the primordial spirit of Yuming Zizi would act as the catalyst. He was certain that he could concoct a pill potent enough to enable even him to achieve a breakthrough. Everything was in place. All that remained was to extract Yuming Zizi's primordial spirit, and he would accomplish his grand design. As Li Xia prepared to strike once more, the utterly mangled Yuming Zizi slowly rose, a finger pointing at Li Xia. I know, today marks my death, but Shu Qiuqiao, you two shall not escape a dreadful fate. Ah, me? Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head. Li Xia, when will you ever learn to stop swearing using my name? The 3-day pursuit order of 10,000 demons. Suddenly, Yuming Zizi's entire body began to wither, as if all the essence, both physical and spiritual, had been instantaneously drained from him. These essences converged swiftly between his fingers, transforming into a beam of crimson light that shot straight towards Li Xia's brow. Li Xia instinctively attempted to evade. But this beam of light not only moved with incredible speed, but also pursued him as if it were boundless. Whether he dove into the shadows or transformed into petals, there was simply no escaping this red light. I must see what happens if I take a hit. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Li Xia steeled himself, choosing to remain motionless to ascertain the effects of this phenomenon. In an instant, the beam of red light penetrated Li Xia's brow, causing his body to stiffen abruptly, a perplexed expression overtaking his face. Li Xia, what is the matter? Shu Qiuqiao inquired, having sensed no immediate issues within herself. How to put it? Li Xia rubbed his brow, a hint of exasperation in his voice. That beam of red light contained, in its literal sense, everything about a transformation realm old monster. From now on, within 3 days, if anyone manages to kill me, they will inherit everything contained within that red light, along with all my cultivation. As he spoke, he pointed above, and upon looking up, he found a massive blood-red arrow hovering above him, its visibility akin to a beacon even from thousands of miles away. I estimate that any demonic cultivator within 3,000 miles will be able to sense this. Li Xia sighed. What I mean is, Shu Qiuqiao, we are in for some entertainment. I have no desire for such entertainment. Despite her protests, the immediate priority was to resolve the situation. Li Xia rummaged through the ruins of the hall and unearthed a barely alive pinnacle nascent soul, presumably the sect master who had remained hidden throughout. He then flayed and skinned him, arranging his essence into a formation, securing a nascent soul at the center. Disregarding its wails as he forcefully kicked open the battered door of the treasure hall. Not bothering to glance back, he waved his hand to collect everything, then selected several hundred types of spirit herbs to pile next to the sect master's nascent soul. Li Xia, what are you doing? Shu Qiuqiao shut her eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the ensuing bloodshed. Refining alchemy, Li Xia shrugged, soaring into the air, his hands coming together as a colossal formation emerged on the ground. This was the formation built upon the lives of 10,000 souls from the Yin Sha sect. The earth's fiery depths were summoned forth, beginning to blaze around the nascent soul at the center of the formation. In an instant, the entire sect was engulfed in roaring flames, the terrifying heat distorting the air. At this moment, Li Xia appeared less like an alchemist and more like one intent on refining the very heavens and earth. He began to absorb the residual life force and true energy from the deceased, merging it with the shattered nascent soul. It was nearly complete. As the hundreds of herbs melted away, Li Xia waved his hands, parting the volcanic flames. In the center of the formation, a grayish-white nascent soul, the size of a quail egg, curled up amidst the flames. This was the correct method of consuming a nascent soul. First obliterate the consciousness, then gradually absorb and refine it, thus avoiding the risks of losing control. However, without the aid of these hundreds of herbs, the effects would ultimately be diminished compared to consuming it raw, which is why Li Xia often opted for the latter. Quite satisfactory. Li Xia nodded slightly, then directly tossed the entire pill into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. Li Xia was originally at the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage, but due to Shu Qiuqiao's rapid cultivation and his reckless consumption of various substances to forcefully enhance his abilities, he had found it challenging to break through. Now, bolstered by this potent medicine, his cultivation surged forward, reaching the mid-nascent soul stage. Pinnacle. TSK. This should have been for you to consume. Otherwise, I could have directly reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and prepared to break through to the transformation realm. Sensing the enhancement of his true energy, Li Xia clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. I will absolutely not consume any humans. Shu Qiuqiao protested vehemently, her voice abruptly halting. Wait a moment, Li Xia. Is there not a formation beneath your feet? At her words, Li Xia looked down, finding himself nearly at the spot where Yuming Zizi had perished. Blood from Yuming Zizi meandered across the ground. Even his earlier act of refining the entire sect had not dissipated this blood. It seemed to be a teleportation formation? What does Yuming Zi mean? Shu Qiuqiao inquired, puzzled. I do not know. Let's ask the junior sister later. She might understand its significance. Of course, we must first endure these 3 days. With that, Li Xia turned back, gripping his long sword tightly, the sword energy swirling around him as he gazed skyward. His voice cold. If you seek my life, do not sneak about. Come forth directly, lest you earn my disdain. Chapter 94. A lesson to others truly. One who can vanquish Yuming Zizi possesses such audacity. I am most impressed. A figure slowly materialized from the ominous clouds, revealing yet another being of the transformation realm. He gazed down at Li Xia, licking his lips, a greedy expression crossing his face. So, merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. Although I am unaware of how you managed to eliminate Yuming Zizi, I shall gladly accept his legacy. With that, he suddenly lunged at Li Xia. Li Xia summoned his ascension sword with a flick of his hand, the sword emanating a swirling aura, clearly prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation. However, much to his surprise, the transformation realm old monster did not attack directly, but rather directed a surge of spiritual energy toward the formation beneath Li Xia. The blood-written formation immediately began to shimmer. Ha 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 ha. Though Yuming Zizi was a rather vile creature, he truly honored his word, leaving this teleportation formation for me. Now, I need not worry about others competing with me for this opportunity. This is bad, Li Xia exclaimed in alarm, instantly transforming into a flurry of petals, attempting to escape the formation's grasp, only to find the formation expanding relentlessly, leaving him no room for escape. A sudden, crisp sound resonated between heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye, Li Xia felt a dazzling flash before her mind became engulfed in a haze. When she opened her eyes again, the scenery before her had transformed entirely. Where am I? Li Xia gazed around in confusion, calling out for Shu Qiuqiao twice in her mind. But the recent teleportation seemed to have inflicted considerable damage to her spirit. Shu Qiuqiao, whose consciousness was not as robust as Li Xia's, had fainted in an instant. This little groundhog. Li Xia shook her head helplessly, realizing there was little she could do. Looking around, the landscape could only be described as desolate. The spiritual energy was thin, with bizarre, jagged rocks surrounding her, and the wind blowing through the porous stones frequently emitted eerie wailing sounds. Coupled with the inscription Yuming Zi from the previous formation, Li Xia quickly deduced the relevant information, a lawless haven for demonic cultivators. Reading the information on the jade slip, even Li Xia couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. They couldn't even be called demonic cultivators. Those were typically organized and disciplined. Given the opportunity, they could easily deceive a few, well, perhaps several hundred, although the spiritual energy here was scarce and surrounded by several major powers. It was precisely due to this that this Yuming Zi became a no-man's land between righteous and demonic paths. Many rogue and fringe cultivators often congregated here, eventually giving rise to a gathering of unidentified practitioners. The information on the jade slip was too scant, lacking even a map, and she would need to search for more. As Li Xia pondered, she suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent rushing toward her. Turning to look, she found herself merely 100 miles away from the source. It dawned on her that she was evidently marked by a massive red arrow. And this place happened to be a lawless zone teeming with demonic cultivators, evil practitioners, and rogue cultivators. It was akin to a plump sheep being tossed into a pack of wolves. Are you a sheep? You are clearly a tiger, okay. A feeble voice from Shu Qiuqiao echoed in her mind. Even a tiger could fear a pack of wolves, but Li Xia smiled slightly, brandishing her long sword and charging directly toward the source of the murderous aura. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with a pack of wolves is to eliminate the alpha first to set an example. It has been decided. It's you, the transformation cultivator who came with me. Wow! The teleportation array of Yinmingxi is indeed impressive. I feel dizzy. Where has it taken me? The old demon Hongfang rubbed his head, momentarily disoriented. He and Yinmingxi were considered friends several years ago. Yinmingxi had obtained a decree for the pursuit of 10,000 demons for 3 days and a one-time teleportation array. He had told Hongfang that if one day he were to perish, he would bestow his entire cultivation upon Hongfang and use the teleportation array to send him to the Yinming Sea to avoid being intercepted by surrounding sections. The condition was that Hongfang must vow to personally eliminate his enemies. Naturally, Hongfang readily agreed to receive Yinmingxi's cultivation. However, he never anticipated that Yinmingxi's teleportation array would be this formidable, sending him such a vast distance that even a transformation cultivator felt dizzy for a moment. At least, my prey hasn't escaped yet. Observing the distant pillar of light, which resembled a beacon, Hongfang couldn't help but cackle twice, though his smile gradually stiffened. Wait, why is that pillar of light getting closer? Instead of fleeing, it's approaching me? What does it intend to? Old demon, taste my sword. In the blink of an eye, the 100-mile distance closed, and before Li Xia could even cover that distance herself, she had already swung her long sword, unleashing 15,000 sword energies that traversed the 10 miles to strike down. No way. Gazing at the massive sword energy that loomed like a mountain, the old demon found himself momentarily breathless. In that instant, he finally understood how Yinmingxi had met his demise. Not dead yet. With a single slash, Li Xia raised an eyebrow. This old demon did possess some skill. It was important to note that the sword energy used to slay demons and ascend not only depended on quantity, but also on quality. Now, his ascension sword energy had increased by 1 sword energy belonging to a transformation cultivator. In Li Xia's perception, this singular sword energy could rival over 2,000 sword energies of an average cultivator. Seeing that one strike had not been enough to kill, Li Xia remained steadfast, wielding his 1,000-meter-long sword for another sweeping blow. Subsequently, his figure transformed into a shadow, traversing the 10-mile distance in the blink of an eye to the spot where the old demon had just stood. TSK. Has he fled again? No matter. With the residual ascension sword energy on him, he won't be able to run far. Li Xia's brow furrowed slightly. The chicken meant to set an example had escaped. So next, he would have to confront the wolves directly. Since everyone has arrived, why not reveal yourselves and engage in a grand battle with me? Li Xia surveyed the surroundings. Within his spiritual perception, dozens of nascent soul cultivators were already stirring restlessly in the vicinity. Chapter 95, Li Xia. Let's talk as he casually penned words. Sword strikes the demon lord. In the boundless expanse, the sword energy remains sharp, enduring through the ages. Traversing and manipulating, he coolly observes the demon's leap. Have I ever feared? With sword in hand, I command the tempest. Breaking through the firmament, a single thought directs the sword array's roundness. Beyond the mundane, I laugh heartily as the demon lord falls, vowing to reclaim my soul. Seated alone, I gaze upon the vast ocean, the sword light reflecting like the moon illuminating the autumn gate. Li Xia's figure gradually ascended, his long sword gently swaying, enveloped by a tempest of 17,000 wild sword energies, akin to a dragon's roar reverberating through the skies. With a mere flick of his sword, those 17,000 sword energies burst forth like untamed steeds, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept across the realms. The sword's brilliance was like a meteor streaking across the sky, flickering past. Countless so-called demon lords, malevolent practitioners, found themselves utterly defenseless against this sword. Swept away like autumn leaves before the wind, reduced to mere dust and fragments, scattering freely through the air. The lurking evildoers, who had originally watched with keen eyes, ready to strike, were all rendered paralyzed with fear, their spirits shattered beneath the might of Li Xia's sword capable of distorting the very laws of nature. Those who dared not show themselves, why not scram? With a cold shout from Li Xia, some were forced to reveal themselves, while others fled in disarray, all filled with trepidation and trembling. In the heavens and earth, only the lingering power of that sword remained, the sword energy in the high skies still humming softly. Roommate, I think I've been utterly captivated by your charm. Shu Qiuqiao murmured. Rather than being captivated, you should contemplate how you will survive next. Li Xia Shuja. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Li Xia acted at the hour of Chun in the morning, and considering the time spent refining pills, it hadn't even taken an hour. There is still a full 7 hours until the hour of you. Isn't that ample time for you to find a safe place to hide me? To check the time, Li Xia chuckled lightly. Shu Qiuqiao calculated and exclaimed, how is it almost time for the hour of you already? The time consumed by long-distance teleportation arrays is actually significant, especially those without high-energy sources to initiate them. They merely save a bit of time compared to traveling on foot. Having arrived at an unknown distance in just 7 hours, you should be pleased with yourself. I don't feel the least bit happy about this. A creature of the earth burrowed deep into the ground, reaching a depth of 10,000 meters. Shu Qiuqiao, with great effort, employed a barrier to create a semblance of space beside her, which afforded her a modicum of security. To say nothing of other matters, the sinister presence of the malevolent spirits lurking in the nether sea was truly disconcerting. She had no desire whatsoever to engage with those wicked cultivators outside. Do not be so fearful. In their eyes, we are far more nefarious than they are. Li Xia chuckled lightly. You do possess a smidgen of self-awareness. It seems. Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation, then drew her knees to her chest and settled into a comfortable position, saying, well then, let us converse. About what? Methods of murder? I would be more than willing to teach you those, Li Xia replied with a grin. Not concerning myself, but rather you. Shu Qiuqiao tilted her head slightly, a strand of hair cascading down her cheek, while the spirit stones scattered around the cave shimmered faintly. Li Xia, why do you perpetually live with such a strong inclination towards self-destruction? Who? Me? Li Xia nearly erupted in laughter. We have known each other for quite some time now. How much effort have I expended to ensure you do not accidentally perish? How many people in this world struggle to survive as fiercely as I do? To live, I would pay any price, seizing everything I can from others. How could I harbor self-destructive tendencies? Listening to this, Shu Qiuqiao lowered her head slightly. I have played your role many times. You may not be aware, but I am accustomed to understanding the characters I portray through profiling. You certainly struggle to survive, to grow stronger, and to continue living, only to seek further strength, yet deep down, you desire death. You yearn for an inescapable abyss of demise, allowing you to expend everything, and after making every effort, you find solace in the thought, I have done all that I could. I shall not feel remorse for my past self, or for someone, or even for those who sacrificed everything for their own survival. I could easily embrace such a mindset and face death, even if it meant wandering forever in the infernal flames of hell. Li Xia, why are you so silent? Li Xia shouted at Shu Qiuqiao, his voice rare in its rage. Shu Qiuqiao felt the tremors of his soul, as if he had been struck by a profound stimulus. Even when his organs had been mangled and he endured excruciating pain, his soul had never vibrated with such intensity. After a moment of silence, the tumult within him subsided, and his voice once again carried a familiar mirth. Oh, by the way, I must remind you that the mark upon us cannot simply be resolved by hiding underground. Who knows how many malevolent spirits are already gathering above, restless and poised to strike? I am aware, Shu Qiuqiao replied, momentarily contemplative before continuing. Li Xia, how about we make a wager? Sure, on what? Shu Qiuqiao glanced upward at the luminous spirit stone above, as though gazing at the sky beyond the earth's surface. If I can survive this day, without running or hiding, you shall recount tales of your past life to me. How does that sound? After a pause, noticing Li Xia's silence, Shu Qiuqiao added, if that is too much, then perhaps you could share with me why you have become the person you are now. Tell me what you think, what your goals are. If you refuse to divulge anything, I shall have no means to better portray you. Should it become evident, we may both find ourselves in peril. You strive to live so diligently, yet you would not wish to perish inexplicably due to my inadequate portrayal during a sudden body switch, would you? The stakes are too high. I cannot agree to such a lopsided gamble, however. As a trade, I could share a bedtime story with you. After a lengthy silence, Li Xia nodded slightly. At this, Shu Qiuqiao smiled gently. She then stretched her form within the narrow confines of the cave, transforming into a petal or the shadow beneath it. Traversing through the soil, with a swift motion, her sword was drawn, its cold gleam piercing through the earth, returning to the realm of existence. Chapter 96. It seems both of you are uninterested in my advice. Hey, that demon just felled a transformation stage old monster with a single stroke, then slew countless allies with another. How dare you still linger here? As if you aren't here as well. That demon disappeared underground after her strike. She is merely at the nascent soul stage, yet she managed to unleash such formidable blows. Do you truly believe she possesses any remaining strength? Indeed, that level of power could never be wielded by a mere nascent soul cultivator, nor even one at the pinnacle of that stage. It must come at a tremendous cost. However, it appears we are not alone in our endeavors. The gaze of the malevolent cultivator swept the surroundings, sensing the multitude of presences lurking nearby. The 3-day pursuit order of the demons had been issued, and judging by the current atmosphere, such a decree was released by a transformation stage old monster. Should one manage to seize it, they would inherit all that belonged to that transformation stage being. Not merely their cultivation, but even the elusive laws could be comprehended directly. Countless nascent soul cultivators, despite reaching their peak, remained stuck at the threshold of the laws, unable to comprehend them. The laws of a transformation stage monster would allow one to ascend to that realm, even if they were unable to fully grasp or integrate them with their own essence. At the very least, within the Nether Sea, they would gain significant prominence. The more individuals present, the better, even if at ISNT at their full strength. Such monsters are beyond our capabilities. In the end, we can take advantage of the chaos to seize our opportunity. Another malevolent cultivator uttered, suddenly hushing and lowering himself to press his ear against the ground. What the malevolent cultivator fell silent, for even he could perceive the ground trembling violently. What is happening? Is someone about to emerge from below? Who could it be? Who else could it be? That overwhelming aura can only belong to that demon. Flee! The crowd hastily retreated, swiftly vacating the area within several miles, with only a few stubborn souls remaining, determined to witness the might of this demon who could intimidate all even before her arrival. In an instant, a blade of light cleaved through the earth, creating a chasm as wide as a canyon. As the last remnants of darkness were dispelled, she gracefully emerged from the nether into the light, like a phoenix soaring beneath the heavens. Unexpectedly slicing through the silent expanse, she moved with the grace of flowing clouds, stirring the tranquil waters of spring. In a single leap, she twirled and danced, akin to a magnificent dragon breaking free from its constraints, exuding an air of elegance. Is this that demon, or perhaps a celestial goddess descended from the heavens? No, it doesn't resemble. What nonsense. I recognize that sword. Even in ashes, I would know that sword. I do not wish to unwittingly add to the cycle of slaughter. Shu Qiuqiao lowered her gaze, surveying the surrounding crowd with narrowed eyes. With a flick of her hand, 17,000 strands of sword energy surged forth like a tempest over the land, sending the stubborn cultivators soaring a distance of 10,000 meters. With another strike, the sword energy rippled across 3,000 miles, a furious wave of sword energy enveloping the area within a 3-mile radius, forming a protective barrier of blades. How formidable! Not only did she show no signs of weakness, but she appeared to be at her peak. This demon has emerged in her prime. Did those 2 strikes earlier leave her entirely unscathed? The crowd gasped in astonishment, retreating further, with even those within the 1,000-meter radius daring not to approach. Esteemed guests, I, Shu Qiuqiao, desire to refrain from further bloodshed today. If none of you step into this circle within the span of a single day, we may continue to coexist in peace. As Shu Qiuqiao spoke, she cast a glance at the restless crowd, a cold smile escaping her lips should anyone dare to overstep their bounds. Before her words could fully dissipate, an overwhelming surge of sword energy, numbering in the tens of thousands, erupted from her blade, instantaneously conjuring a tempest of blades that swept away all matter within a 3-mile radius, be it stone, mineral, or branch, reducing them to mere wisps of smoke. Surely, you do not believe such a display would intimidate this band of bloodthirsty demon cultivators? Li Xia scoffed. Naturally, I do not. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, a playful smile gracing her features. However, this may serve to buy us some time, if fortune favors us. Perhaps we could delay until the end of the day, and then I might have a story to hear before sleep. Then take your time. Li Xia shrugged, unperturbed by Shu Qiuqiao's capability to wield the sword meant for vanquishing demons and ascending. In truth, this was a talent she had long mastered. If she were to falter in its usage, that would indeed be peculiar. The only difference would lie in whether she could harness 1/10 or the full might of its power. To Li Xia's estimation, the 2 strikes just delivered likely did not even reach 1/10 of the sword's potential, for not a single cultivator struck by them had perished. The gouges in the ground were akin to the marks left by a child wielding an excessively heavy iron rod, merely pressed into the earth by the rod's weight. Of course, the effect was rather impressive. Shu Qiuqiao responded to Li Xia's reaction with a smile, yet within her heart, there was no sense of relief. The Yuaning cultivators, witnessing the might of this sword, dared not approach. Even at the pinnacle of Yuaning, one must weigh their speed against such a blade. However, this place was not solely occupied by Yuaning cultivators. Three formidable figures stood openly in the distance, revealing their presence without the slightest attempt to conceal their aura. Three transformation god cultivators. Moreover, one among them was not merely a beginner in transformation, but a mid-stage transformation god. In a confrontation, a beginner of transformation stands little chance against a mid-stage counterpart, and even though Li Xia wielded this sword, granting her an advantage over a beginner, she could not be certain of overcoming a mid-stage transformation god, especially with Shu Qiuqiao, who could not even unleash 1/10 of her combat prowess. Calm yourself, Shu Qiuqiao. You must maintain your composure. Taking a deep breath, Shu Qiuqiao acknowledged that since earlier, Li Xia had ceased to speak. Though she was aware that should matters go awry, Li Xia would certainly devise a means to salvage the situation. For he was a person who would spare no effort in the pursuit of survival. Yet, she did not wish to live in such a manner indefinitely. She did not wish to remain a mere shadow behind her companion, a waste of potential. In truth, they were one and the same, sharing a single body. It was illogical for one within this shared vessel to exhaust themselves in the protection of the other. Furthermore, as a roommate, perhaps even a friend, she yearned to understand this enigmatic presence cohabiting her form. As the sun rose and set, Shu Qiuqiao sat suspended above the fissure, until the sun reached its zenith and began its descent, slowly opening her eyes. It appears you too remain unwilling to heed my counsel. You merely seek to experience firsthand the sword rumored to compel deities to retreat. A voice replied with a cold laugh. Chapter 97, The Day of Battle. If that is the case, then draw your sword. Shu Qiuqiao's voice was frosty as she lifted the long sword resting upon her knee, the sword energy swirling around her. In an instant, the sword energy that had roamed within a 3,000-meter radius converged back into her blade. How heavy it truly is. Has Li Xia been wielding such a sword all this time? Shu Qiuqiao pondered, raising her hand to perform a salute. No sect, no faction, a wandering cultivator. The master of the pure sword. The two figures across from her returned the gesture. No sect, no faction, wandering cultivators. The Lord of Soul Confusion and the God of the Three Demons. Please. Shu Qiuqiao beckoned to them, and in the blink of an eye, the three figures sprang into action. In the vast expanse of the heavens, sword light wove through the air, and demonic energy surged forth. The three figures standing resolute amidst the boundless cosmos. As their true energy surged, in an instant, the sword energy swept across the battlefield, akin to 1,000 troops clashing beneath the heavens, rending the silence of the air, the fierce battle intent reverberating through the 9 heavens. The demonic energy erupted like a surging abyss, spiraling upward, forming waves of darkness that intertwined with the sword energy, producing an earth-shattering symphony that was deafening to the ears. The ferocious sword energy and the rampant demonic energy coalesced, forming a rapidly spinning vortex of energy, as if a tempest had arisen, altering the very colors of the heavens and earth. Beneath this overwhelming energy, the clouds began to spiral violently, dark clouds resembling vermilion rising on the horizon. Thunder rumbling in the distance, as if an enraged deity had joined the fray. The thunderous roars echoed in response to the vortex's pull, creating a cacophony that stirred the winds and clouds of the heavens, threatening to rend the azure sky and shatter the dim barriers. Occasionally, serpentine bolts of lightning would slice through the firmament, bursting forth in blinding brilliance that illuminated every inch of the battlefield. Upon the ground, the sands and stones lay in silent desolation, displaying a grim gray hue, as if they too were intently observing the unfolding tempest. In an instant, the mountains shrank, tigers crouched, and dragons coiled. A fine sword, a magnificent sword. The Lord of Soul Confusion laughed heartily, then proclaimed, "Yet I have heard that this sword can compel even transformation gods to flee. Your strike, however, falls woefully short. Do you mean to say that my companion and I are unworthy of your full might? You are more than worthy." Shu Qiuqiao executed a graceful turn in midair, and in an instant, her sword rose like a hidden dragon ascending from the abyss, thrusting upward. Li Xia was correct. Shu Qiuqiao's swordsmanship could only be likened to a child wielding a sharp blade, her own strength insufficient to match the sword's might. Yet the sword forged by Li Xia, when placed in Shu Qiuqiao's hands, was akin to a peak champion being granted an advantageous position in a game, only to be handed to a novice. I may be unskilled, but it shan't be an easy victory for you. A truly remarkable strike. The Lord of Soul Confusion squinted, and in an instant, A gray mist coalesced around him. Though his body was propelled into the sky by the strike, he emerged without a scratch. Had this strike been wielded by Li Xia, it would have likely rendered him severely injured, if not slain. Shu Qiuqiao inhaled deeply, suddenly sensing an acute sense of life-threatening peril. The Lord of the Three Demons materialized instantaneously behind her. Even as she swung her sword to repel him, a talisman still adhered to her blade. That sword, imbued with countless sword energies meant for vanquishing demons, fell silent beneath the weight of the mere talisman. A sword-locking talisman? Had I known your sword was so formidable, why would I confront it directly? The Lord of the Three Demons laughed heartily, raising his hand to summon a craft resembling a flying sword, aimed directly at Shu Qiuqiao. Consume my sword-devouring vessel. This was precisely why the Lord of the Three Demons dared to test Shu Qiuqiao's blade, for he was most adept at dealing with sword cultivators. Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. However, the Lord of the Three Demons had not anticipated that upon witnessing the sword-devouring vessel, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Shu Qiuqiao's eyes. With a swift motion, she relinquished her sword, her hands forming seals as she pushed forward. Sword-devouring vessel. The two sword-devouring vessels collided, annihilating each other in an instant. The sword-devouring vessel excelled at countering swords, yet it faltered against its own kind. Although Shu Qiuqiao's true energy was still a tier below that of the transformation god, she could still achieve a balance of power. Moreover, the spell she executed was of remarkable mastery. What is happening? The Nine Deaths demon image. At that moment, a terrifying shadow loomed from the heavens. As the Lord of Soul Confusion, having been sent soaring into the air, summoned a colossal demon image from above. Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. The Nine Deaths demon image. Two golems collided between the heavens and the earth. Yet this time, Shu Qiuqiao was not so fortunate. The pressure descending from the sky surged, akin to an instantaneous amplification of gravity, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Cough! Shu Qiuqiao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As she turned her head, she realized that Demon 3, the God Monarch, had already arrived behind her, brandishing a sharp blade aimed at her back. The situation had become perilously dire. Alas! The smile of Demon 3 was abruptly extinguished as he discovered that his strike had not pierced through. It was obstructed by a gray, ominous cloud. The very protective spell used by Soul Confusion Monarch to shield Shu Qiuqiao from a previous blow. While transferring the spell to Li Xia might entail numerous restrictions, employing it personally posed no such limitations. Seizing the opportunity from Demon 3's attack, Shu Qiuqiao soared back into the sky. With a mere flick of her hand, the sword-swallowing vessel and the Nine-Death Golem simultaneously directed their assaults at Demon 3 and Soul Confusion. This individual could discern the spells we had previously employed with just a glance and wield them at an extraordinary level. With a shared glance, the two elder monsters, renowned in the Nether Sea for many years, exchanged understanding. They had cultivated a peculiar camaraderie through years of being both adversaries and allies. In that moment, they comprehended, triumphing over this individual with conventional spells was utterly impossible. To achieve victory, they must unleash powers that this individual could not possibly siphon. What could only be possessed by those who had attained God transformation, knowledge that others could never hope to learn. The laws. In an instant, both understood that the only means to break the deadlock was to wield their own laws. As they raised their hands, two seemingly unremarkable, yet incredibly perilous techniques surged forth from the heavens and the earth. Deconstruction. Impossible to learn? It was the laws. Shu Qiuqiao instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, yet she found herself trapped in midair between the assaults from the heavens and the earth, with no means to evade or escape, leaving her with no choice but to brace for the impact. Li Xia, I shall borrow your divine power. Shu Qiuqiao inhaled sharply. According to her divine feedback, the deconstructed spell could only yield a degraded version, akin to a talent-based divine power. However, with no other path available, she formed hand seals, talent divine power, massacre blood abyss. Chapter 98. Severe injury to the soul. The degraded version could summon the blood abyss space, but could not forcibly consume anyone, nor could Li Xia's specters be summoned. Nonetheless, for Shu Qiuqiao at this moment, such a blood abyss was sufficient to address her urgent predicament. As she unfolded the gates of the blood abyss on either side of her body, two attacks of the laws simultaneously penetrated into the blood abyss, only to emerge from the opposite gate, hurtling towards the two god monarchs. A spatial-type spell? No, it didn't seem like it. Was it a talent divine power? The two were astonished, and after hastily blocking this assault, they formed two hypotheses in their minds. First, it was indeed impossible for this individual to learn law-type spells. Second, it was highly probable that this individual was a scion of a prestigious family or a descendant of such a lineage, though the specific family and the nature of their talent divine power remained unclear. However, the battle did not afford them the luxury of further analysis. With a swift motion, an astonishing force began to coalesce in the hands of the two elder god monarchs, clearly preparing a formidable strike. Meanwhile, Shu Qiuqiao internally lamented. The spells at her disposal were limited. The earlier act of learning spells to counter was not a display of her divine powers, but rather a necessity born from desperation, relying on the method of counteracting the opponent's spells with their own. Now, as the two unleashed techniques beyond her learning capacity, she found herself utterly powerless. No, there was still one move left. With this thought, Shu Qiuqiao's gaze gradually steeled. Though it felt like an eternity, only a brief moment passed as the two elder monsters completed their grand assault. Laws of the Arts. 9 deaths, soul confusion. Laws of the Arts. Fallen demon for 3 days. In an instant, a suffocating mist filled with death descended from above, while a furious and profound demonic aura surged upward from the ground. Each move was aimed at delivering Shu Qiuqiao's demise. This was the might of the god transformation elder monsters fighting with all their strength. The onlookers below had long lost their desire to join the fray. The two elder monsters had become an unattainable pinnacle for them. And that demon or goddess, able to withstand the assaults of two god transformation elders while still in the nascent soul realm, was indeed a monster among monsters. The battle between such monsters would surely rend them to pieces if they dared to intervene, with no notion of how tragically they might perish. Yet, despite their reluctance to depart, the conflict between the god transformation elders was a rare spectacle not easily witnessed, especially one of such magnitude. Even if they could not seize any benefits, merely spectating this clash was worth their lives. Countless cultivators had rushed from all directions to witness this battle. Even if not for the bounty on the 3-day manhunt, they longed to behold this celestial clash. As they gazed upon the two terrifying spells imbued with the laws, despair took root in their hearts. They could hardly conceive of any method that might allow a nascent soul cultivator to survive under the onslaught of two laws. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback. Where had the demon gone? How had it vanished? The two law spells passed each other in midair, unexpectedly targeting the other god monarch. The two were caught off guard and, in a moment of panic, they unwittingly bore the brunt of each other's full-force strike. What in the world? Only at that moment did Shu Qiuqiao's voice gradually resonate, as she had already arrived behind the soul confusion monarch with hand seals in place. Talent divine power, momentary longevity. Oh no! Soul confusion monarch paused, intending to turn around, only to see a towering golem descending from behind him. The 9-death golem. As the soul confusion monarch attempted to defend himself, Shu Qiuqiao ascended further. How exactly did Li Xia execute this technique? Even if I understood it, I wouldn't know how to replicate it, but I can create my own. By stacking 3,300 great fireball seals together and completing it in a single heartbeat, I can achieve the effect that Li Xia effortlessly executed. The Great Fireball Promax. Or perhaps now I should call you the Merciless Sun. The crowd looked up in awe, mouse agape, unable to utter a sound. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally murmured, God. Above in the vast sky, a blazing fireball, radiant as the sun, descended from the heavens, obliterating all in its path with overwhelming force. The brilliance of the fireball turned the realm into a crimson hue, resembling the tears of the sky, burning with its final light. As the fireball cut through the air, it collided with the turbulent winds, creating shockwaves that churned the cloud sea, as if the gods themselves had descended in wrath. The earth trembled, mountains roared in resonance, as if lamenting the earth-shattering fall of that moment. Not yet enough. Once more. With a high-output attack draining her energy, Shu Qiuqiao felt momentarily disoriented. However, shaking her head vigorously, she prepared to unleash another spell to suppress her foes. It was in that fleeting instant that a piercing, mocking laugh emerged from within the fireball. Suddenly, a needle-like gray shadow sliced through the flames and the sky, hurtling towards Shu Qiuqiao's forehead. Damn it, the law of smoke and injury. No wonder Li Xia always rushed in for close combat after unleashing his lightning while the smoke was still lingering. But there was no time left. There was no escaping, nor was there a need to block, for she instantly discerned the meaning behind the spell, yet had no way to provide a countermeasure. The 9-death soul needle. In a fleeting moment, the soul needle pierced deeply into Shu Qiuqiao's forehead. and she instantly felt as though her head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Despite her utmost effort to transform her consciousness into a defense to shield her soul, it proved futile. Her mind became hazy. She was on the brink of unconsciousness. Shu Qiuqiao sensed her body descending heavily, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The temporary extension of life was merely a desperate struggle for survival. The slowing of time held no significance for her, rendering her unable to delay the inevitable. You might faint, Li Xia's voice echoed in her mind. Just as when I fainted before, when we are unable to maintain control over our bodies due to external circumstances. Another can seize that control. Refuse. I still want to hear bedtime stories. Shu Qiuqiao struggled to rise, but the momentary extension of life had already dissipated. She gazed at the sky, only to be struck dumb. At that moment, the third demon master had summoned a dark cloud in the heavens, casting a shadow over the city, compressing a radius of 30,000 feet. Chapter 99, Enlightenment in the Face of Danger, a Little Sparrow. What is that? Dead, doomed. The onlookers, witnessing the oppressive dark cloud looming overhead, were engulfed by despair. There was no time to flee. The surrounding energies had already been locked, and the formidable strike of a transformation stage deity was not something easily evaded. Yet, what could they do if they did not escape? Block it? Who could possibly withstand it? Even with 100 cultivators, including a few Golden Core practitioners, how could they collectively withstand such a blow? A Yuanying practitioner might weigh their chances against dozens of Golden Core cultivators, but each step forward on the path of cultivation represented an exponential leap in power. How could these 100 Yuanying practitioners withstand a full-force strike from a transformation stage cultivator? Shu Qiuqiao surveyed her surroundings, her heart comprehending the grim reality. All present, whether they were spectators or her would-be assassins, would perish under this strike. There would be no exceptions. Had she dragged them into this fate? No, they had brought this upon themselves. I do not wish to kill them. Yet if I do not slay Bo Ren shall die because of me. Such occurrences have happened too often. How can I claim to be untainted by the sins of murder? It is merely a self-deceiving excuse. Thunder strikes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended before the dark cloud, not an attack from the third demon master. Shu Qiuqiao barely caught a glimpse of a concealed figure amidst the dark cloud. The old demon Hong Fong. A cold smirk played at the corners of Hong Fong's mouth. Though he had been severely injured by Li Xia's sword, he had managed to conceal himself, turning misfortune into fortune. This strike of lightning was a technique he was loath to use, for it represented a literal divine punishment to eradicate evil. He was, after all, a demon, generally, who would dare employ such a technique. Moreover, the power of this technique was unstable. The more sins one harbored, the greater the damage dealt. Fortunately, while he was unaware of his prior sins, he had just massacred thousands from the Yinsha sect. Even if all the victims were demon cultivators, such extensive slaughter would amount to a full measure of evil in the eyes of divine retribution. This strike would surely yield a grand result. As the lightning struck Shu Qiuqiao, the earth trembled. The smirk on Hong Fong's face froze in an instant. Why? Was there no damage? Indeed, why? Shu Qiuqiao, too, grasped the essence of this technique, her voice softly resonating. How could I, who indirectly caused so many deaths, not be punished? Suddenly, she felt an unexpected surge of strength, rising from the ground, forming a hand seal with all her might. The Yuanying within her quivered, covered the surrounding 30,000 feet with peach blossom robes. In an instant, a sea of peach blossoms bloomed, petals cascading like rain. Simultaneously, the dark cloud pressed down from the sky. It was incomprehensible. Witnessing this scene, the third demon master could not help but chuckle coldly. This person, in a state of dire peril, had forcibly protected all beings within a 30,000-foot radius with her entire magical essence. He admired her. A mere mid-Yuanying practitioner managed to obstruct his dark cloud's descent over such a vast area. However, her folly was unparalleled in his experience. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Why would she act this way? Why would she save us? We who came merely to spectate or to kill her. Why would she? The onlookers gazed at the figure plummeting from the sky, surrounded by falling peach blossoms, equally perplexed, lost in a moment of confusion. The heavens are not devoid of compassion. Shu Qiuqiao's body descended slowly, blood cascading through the air like a gentle spring rain. Yet, a smile adorned her face. I have comprehended. No wonder you all persist in your cultivation of immortality, not for power or authority, but for the Tao. In that instant, Shu Qiuqiao experienced an epiphany, suddenly recalling something about Li Xia's nature, though her certainty wavered. For now, I shall set that aside. At this moment, she simply wished to laugh heartily. Ha 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 ha. So, this is my Tao, the Tao of Shu Qiuqiao. Amidst the den of demons, the thunder descends, and today I realize I am who I am. The heavens are not unkind. They merely do not favor all beings. They love, they are compassionate. Though I am not heaven or earth, I too aspire to be thus. In an instant, the shackles within her heart shattered, and the heavens trembled anew. The inky black clouds gathered once more in the sky, but no longer exuded a demonic aura. Instead, they crackled with thunder. She has. The third demon master and the soul-ensnaring demon master were momentarily astonished, achieving enlightenment in the face of danger. Transcending from yuanying to transformation stage in a breath's time, I have attained the Tao. My Tao is compassion. As Shu Qiuqiao descended, she raised both hands toward the third demon master and the soul-ensnaring master. Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. The deconstruction of the myriad laws, the 9 deaths, soul needle. The laws of the Tao can be stolen too. The two were taken aback, too late to evade, and in an instant their souls were heavily injured. Unfortunately, Shu Qiuqiao had reached her limits. Having executed this technique, her body fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering, dust and mist mingling. Has it come to an end? It hurts. It hurts so much, exhilarating, yet inexplicably wanting to cry. Gazing at the 2 figures in the sky that had yet to fall and the hidden old demon Hong Fong, Shu Qiuqiao felt her eyelids grow heavy. How long until the hour of the rooster? It seemed there was still time for a cup of tea. Yet, how could I endure this duration? The third demon master, recovering first, raised his hand to form a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun, preparing to grasp Shu Qiuqiao. Just as Shu Qiuqiao was ready to surrender her consciousness and let Li Xia take over 100 various spells suddenly streaked across the sky, striking that colossal shadow. How dare you? The third demon master turned in fury, only to behold the 100 cultivators whom Shu Qiuqiao had just saved. The goddess treated us with kindness, repaying enmity with grace, saving our lives. How could we stand idly by? Those who gather firewood must not allow it to freeze in the wilderness. A peak yuanying practitioner boldly shouted, and the crowd echoed in unison. In an instant, countless spells, talismans, and treasures soared into the air, painting the sky with a dazzling meteor shower. You dare to act thus. Were he at his peak, he would naturally not fear them, but in his current state, he too was at the end of his rope, only slightly better off than Shu Qiuqiao. How could he face the united might of over 100 yuanying practitioners? To her astonishment, there existed such a profound sense of unity among the people surrounding her, steadfastly protecting her at the center. A wave of emotions surged within Shu Qiuqiao. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak, the existence of such camaraderie was truly heartwarming. Shu Qiuqiao slowly cast her gaze to her side, where her hand lay bloodied and numb, nearly devoid of sensation. A sudden thought struck her. Had she encountered Li Xia outside of this shared existence, how would the encounter unfold? Surely, Li Xia would have slain her, transforming her into a wraith within the depths of blood and suffering. Thus, what did her existence signify to Li Xia? An incessant source of worry, a burdensome companion. Or perhaps, at that moment, a tiny bird fluttered its wings and alighted upon her nearly insensate hand, its small claws tickling her gently. How ticklish! With such musings, Shu Qiuqiao cast one final glance at the diminutive creature before gradually closing her eyes, her consciousness descending into darkness. At this moment, only 30 seconds remained until the hour of the rooster. It seems you shall not hear a bedtime story tonight, my roommate.